Chapter 001. The sky was grey, and thunder and lightning flashed from time to time. Ruins everywhere, gunsmoke filled, the whole world is shrouded in darkness, bringing only endless despair and fear to mankind. Bringing the world into darkness are two artificial humans created by Dr. Gro, who only see destruction and killing, brutality and injustice, and enjoy the self-righteous pleasure of destroying and killing everywhere every day. On an abandoned floor, a man in an orange martial arts suit looked at the destroyed city seriously, his hands clasped, and his eyes full of anger. He is Son Gohan, currently the only Super Saiyan on Earth, although Trunks also has Saiyan blood, but for now, Trunks can't become a Super Saiyan at all. Since the birth of two brutal artificial humans, his father Sun Wukong, who suffered from a viral heart attack, resulting in death, and other Dragon Ball Z warriors such as Vegeta, Vic Fan, Tianjin Fan, Klin, Yamcha and others died in battles with artificial humans. Now all hope is pinned on him. The burden on his body has always been heavy, and he has not had a good day off since the beginning of the battle with the androids. Every day is in a state of mental tension. And at this moment, in a certain corner of the earth, the space suddenly trembled violently, and powerful energy burst out instantly, and then a man dressed in black appeared there. Looking at the endless ruins, his eyes were full of surprise. How did he come to this world? Ding! The host awakens, now binds the plain God system for the host. A clear spirit-like voice came, almost scared Li Feng to death. He looked left and right, but there was nothing. This voice came from his mind. What plane into a God system? And yourself, where is this? Why is there a ruin in front of you? Host, currently the Dragon Ball future world. This system is a plain God system. The system answered for Li Feng. Plain system? Did I cross over? And still the Dragon Ball future world? Li Feng is also a person who has read many plain fan fiction, and he has always fantasized that he can shuttle through endless planes and soak countless beautiful women, and he is excited to hear this at this moment. System, since I was reborn into this Dragon Ball future world, do I have any newcomer benefits now? Or a newcomer pack? Li Feng has read a lot of novels, and those plane shuttles have a lot of benefits at the beginning. Ding! The current identity of the host is Scion Dales. As for newcomer packs and the like, this system does not have this function for the time being. The system answered for Li Feng. What? Dales? You actually made me a Dales? You must know that the Battle of Dales is only 100,000, if you can barely get by in the early stage of Dragon Ball Z, now in the future world, the powerful artificial people here can't even beat ordinary Super Saiyan. You make me cannon fodder? Li Feng is anxious. Darren's is a character who appears in the Dragon Ball theatrical version, although he looks exactly the same as Sun Wukong, but the strength is indeed one in the sky, one on the ground, and coming to this world with his current identity is undoubtedly the existence of cannon fodder. In view of the host's current low strength, this system can provide the host with teleportation, Realm King God version, as well as 100 fairy beans. The rest needs to be solved by the host itself. Hearing this, Li Feng was a little comforted. I have to say that compared to those crossers he watched, he is all the humblest one. To have strength without strength, to welfare without welfare, it is simply the most failed existence among the traversers. So what is my current task? Li Feng asked. Ding! The current host's mission is to destroy the androids and restore the world to its original form. The host must complete the current task to open the next plane. The host will immediately fall into a deep sleep, and when the host completes the task of the current world, the system will automatically wake up. After the system finished speaking, there was no movement immediately. System? Feed. System? System? Li Feng, who looked surprised, instantly darkened his face to the extreme. This was simply the most pitted system among all the traversers. But after a while, Li Feng still accepted the fact. Fortunately, he has a Realm King God version of the teleportation. He can't run, it's a big deal to run to other planets. Anyway, this teleportation, as long as there is a place in the universe, he can pass automatically in an instant. Let's go to Trunks and the others in this world first. I wonder if Son Gohan is still dead. Hey? Here it comes. Son Gohan felt two powerful energy fluctuations, and his eyes were solemn in an instant, and the artificial man came. Boom! A powerful energy bomb hit. It was Son Gohan's direction. Saying that it was too late, Son Gohan jumped and flashed this energy bomb. Boom! In an instant, the remaining floor where Son Gohan was just now turned into ruins. The energy is very powerful. Hey! Son Gohan! I thought you were hiding and didn't dare to come out. A voice came. It was a handsome boy with long hair. If he didn't know, he thought he was a boy next door, but he was actually a murderous artificial man. At this time, a fresh and beautiful girl dressed up next to the teenager also came out. These two are the androids number 17 and 18, different from the androids in the Dragon Ball Z world. The two of them only see destruction and killing. Son Gohan's eyes were filled with endless anger. Drink! Yikes! Instantly burst out with a powerful momentum, and then turned into a blonde Super Saiyan, and the momentum of his body changed qualitatively. Lightning speed instantly rushed towards the artificial man, and two energy projectiles in both hands shot out directly. Boom! The speed of the two artificial humans was also extremely fast, and they disappeared in place in an instant. Two energy bombs flew into the air, slammed into the ruins, and exploded violently in an instant. Cyborg number 17 kicked from behind, but was immediately reacted by Son Gohan, and a volley turned over to avoid the blow. Ugh! But the 18th was already ready behind Son Gohan, and an energy bomb violently knocked Son Gohan into the ruins. If there is only one artificial human, Son Gohan can still fight if he becomes a Super Saiyan, and if the two join forces, Son Gohan will definitely lose. Subsequently, the 17th and 18th used Vegeta's Prince battle method, and hundreds of energy bombs burst out. Boom! The ruins exploded in an instant, and a huge mushroom cloud rose up into the sky. Drink! Yes! Ultimate Magic Flash! Thinking that Son Gohan had died in the explosion, number 17 and no 18's face changed instantly, but I didn't expect this Son Gohan to be so tenacious. Powerful energy came straight towards the two. Not good. The two instantly burst into two directions. Boom! The powerful energy instantly exploded in the air where they were just now, and the two of them were shocked by the powerful energy aftermath for several kilometers. Abominable! The artificial man was extremely angry. This Son Gohan could actually burst out such a powerful force, and he gave up the idea of playing at the moment, wanting to kill Son Gohan. The next moment, the two of them attacked Son Gohan in unison. Boom! Son Gohan also shot straight out and faced the two artificial humans. It is extremely difficult for one person to fight two artificial people alone, not to mention that the strength of each artificial human is not under him. The battle rhythm of the three was fast, and every move almost killed people, but gradually, Son Gohan was in the downwind, his injuries worsened, and his physical strength began to decline. And because the artificial man has inexhaustible energy, Son Gohan quickly lost the battle. Boom! Son Gohan was smashed into the ground again. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he almost couldn't support it. And the offensive of the androids did not stop, this time several times more than the previous one. Thousands of energy bullets are coming in a flash. And Son Gohan also thought that he was dead. Just a figure appeared next to him at the moment of the energy bomb, grabbed him, and disappeared in place in an instant. Boom! An oversized mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the aftermath shook countless broken floors into powder. Humph! Now you should die. Cyborg 17 looked at the explosion and said evilly. On the other side, Sun Gohan opened his eyes and saw a face that he was extremely familiar with, thinking about day and night. Dad. Dear readers, please help click on the collection and free flowers, your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 002. The smoke cleared, and a huge sinkhole was punched out of the ground, and Sun Gohan's figure had long since disappeared. At this moment, Sun Gohan has broken his bones, and there is no one who can threaten our destruction. Number 17 said happily. Good is good, just got my new clothes dirty, go and see the clothes. The 18th was very dissatisfied with the battle with Sun Gohan that had soiled his clothes, and immediately went to find new clothes. Although number 18 is an artificial human, she still likes beautiful clothes like ordinary girls, but the difference is that the clothes she asks for never need to be paid, and she directly destroys the entire city without saying a word. Good. Walk. Although she was a little speechless for her sister, number 17 still followed her meaning. Anyway, now that Sun Gohan is also dead, you can look around for the time being. With that, the two turned into two rays of light and flew towards other places. Li Fan also had palpitations. At the moment of risking his life, he used teleportation to save Sun Wuhan to the heavenly realm. If he was a little slower, with his hundreds of thousands of combat strength, I was afraid that disappointment would directly turn into ashes. At this time, he clicked on his attributes, and although the system had fallen into a deep sleep, he could view his attributes anytime, anywhere. Character, Li Feng, Darren's. Race, Scion Subordinate Warriors. Talent, Great Ape. Skills, Air Dance, Energy Bomb, Teleportation, God Version. Combat Effectiveness, 150,000. I don't know if I don't look, I was shocked when I saw it, my own battle is simply low horror, and there is no difference from cannon fodder. But he also has a way to catch up quickly, and that method is in this celestial realm. The people in the celestial realm had long ceased to exist, but when he checked it, it had not been destroyed. After a while, Sun Gohan opened his eyes and saw a man exactly like his father Son Goku. Dad, is that you? You're not already? Sun Gohan woke up and asked. I was very surprised and happy, after all, I was really tired of fighting alone, and at this moment I felt relieved to see Monkey King. All along, Sun Wukong has been responsible for protecting the earth, he seems to be the savior in everyone's hearts. If Sun Wukong in this world did not die of heart disease, then artificial humans should have been eliminated long ago. It's just that after Sun Wukong's death, Vegeta and his people also died in battles with artificial people, and Sun Gohan did not have anyone to guide, so after so long, his hundreds of thousands of ducks did not grow much, and artificial people were not eliminated. I'm not the Monkey King. Li Feng said lightly. He knew that Sun Wukong had always been the faith of Dragon Ball warriors, but he was not Sun Wukong at all, just had the face of Sun Wukong. Hey? You're not a dad, how is that possible? You obviously look the same as my dad. Sun Gohan was unbelievable, he didn't want this to be true. I'm really not the Monkey King, but I'm also a scion, from a distant universe, and I'm here to defeat the artificial humans, it's just. Li Feng explained. Hearing Li Feng say that he was here to help defeat the artificial human, Sun Wuhan's eyes lit up. After all, the feeling of fighting alone is too uncomfortable. And the man in front of him who looks like his own father actually said that he wants to help him defeat the artificial human, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Hello, so you are. Sun Gohan is very respectful to people who look like his father. My name is Li Feng, and I am a subordinate warrior of a scion. Li Feng did not say that he came through time, nor did he say that he was the identity of Darren's. Hello Li Feng, my name is Sun Wuhan, otherwise we will go and smash the artificial man now. Sun Gohan was very excited, there was no helper in front, and now that he had helpers, he couldn't even care about the injury, and proposed to go and seriously eliminate the she-male. Li Feng immediately stopped and said embarrassedly, "That Gohan, you can't hurry, I can't even change a Super Saiyan, how can I fight an artificial human now?" "What? Li Feng, can't you turn into a Super Saiyan yet?" This time it was Sun Wuhan's turn to be surprised, but it was also right. After all, Li Feng had a face of Sun Wukong, and Sun Wuhan would unnaturally compare him to Sun Wukong even if he knew that he was not Sun Wukong. But at this moment, knowing that Li Feng could not become a Super Saiyan, Sun Gohan's joy just dispersed. "That Li Feng, you can't become a Super Saiyan now, you can't help me at all." Sun Gohan said that he now does not have the joy he had at the beginning, although there are people to help, but if it is a cannon fodder to help, what is the difference between it and not helping? "Gohan, I have something I want to ask you for help, I am confident that I will become a Super Saiyan in one day." Li Feng was still a little confident, because he knew that in this celestial realm, there was an excellent place for cultivation, that is, the spiritual time house. In the original work, Sun Wukong greatly improved his combat effectiveness and became a Super Saiyan in less than a month, and he can definitely become a Super Saiyan in a year, or even stronger. Become a Super Saiyan in one day. This will be Sun Gohan's turn to be confused. Dare to love the Super Saiyan is rotten street, you will become a Super Saiyan in one day, the artificial man has long been destroyed. Of course, I need you to take me to Boomer and ask her to help get a gravity cultivation room, and then we will come to the celestial realm to cultivate. There is a place called the Spirit Time House in this celestial realm, and one day outside is equal to 1 year inside, but a person can only enter for 2 days in his life, otherwise he will never come out again. Li Feng explained everything to Sun Wuhan. His idea was to bring the gravity cultivation room in, and then cultivate in the spirit time room. "What? Is there such a place? If we had known, we would have wiped out all the artificial humans." "Good. Li Feng, let's go find Boomer and ask her to help make a gravity cultivation room." Sun Wuhan knew that there was such a place, and he was originally frustrated, but he was instantly excited again. 1 year is enough for him to improve his strength. Coupled with the fact that Li Feng can really break through the Super Saiyan, then the two can definitely eliminate the artificial people. "Wait a minute. You eat this first." Seeing that Sun Wuhan was still seriously injured, Li Feng took out a fairy bean and gave it to Sun Wuhan. When Sun Gohan saw Xiando, he didn't go away. He knew about the immortal beans. "But didn't the Karin immortals die a long time ago? This is Sendu? Where did you come from?" "I brought this from somewhere else, you eat it first." Li Feng couldn't tell Sun Wuhan that this was given by the system. Quack quack. At that moment, Sun Wuhan ate it directly. In an instant, the injury healed, the whole person's mental outlook trembled, returned to the peak state, and even improved his combat effectiveness a little. Dear readers, help to collect a little and put on some free flowers, your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 003. Zidu, this is the only city that has not been seriously damaged. Because Li Feng had a teleportation relationship, he had already arrived at Boomer's house in an instant. "Brother Gohan, you're back, who is this?" A purple-haired teenager rushed out and said happily. Li Feng glanced at this purple-haired boy and knew that this was Trunks, but unlike the original, the current Trunks did not have the kind of mature and stable character of killing decisiveness, but had an indescribable immaturity. But at the same time, he can also feel the powerful power hidden in the other party, at least for Li Feng now, that is a powerful force, very oppressive. Trunks became mature and stable in the original work, and the reason for the decisiveness of killing began with the death of his master son Gohan, but now the arrival of Li Fan is likely to change all this, but none of this matters, his purpose now is to eliminate artificial humans. "Gohan, you're here, eh? Goku? Are you resurrected?" A purple-haired woman walked out and was shocked when she saw Li Feng, thinking that Sun Wukong had been resurrected, and she was overjoyed. The beautiful face has already appeared wrinkles in the years and restless life, and this is Boomer. If you follow the normal trajectory in the original world, Boomer at this stage should still be very beautiful, but in the face of the oppression of artificial people, living a mentally tense life every day, thinking about not getting old quickly, difficult. Hello, I'm not Sun Wukong, my name is Li Feng, I'm also a scion, I came here this time to defeat the artificial man, so I want you to help make a gravity cultivation room. Li Feng said to Boomer very politely. Boomer was surprised, and then said, "Hey? You really look exactly like Sun Wukong, and if the gravity cultivation room is still there for Vegeta before, there are some failures, and I need to fix it." Although Li Feng and Sun Wukong look exactly the same, through communication, you can know if he is Sun Wukong, just Sun Wukong, the martial idiot, but not as gentleman as Li Feng. Thinking of this, Boomer smiled heartily. You guys rest first, I'll go find the gravity cultivation room and fix it. With that, Boomer headed for her lab. Trouble you, Aunt Boomer. Son Gohan said with a smile. Brother Gohan. You must take me with you when fighting with androids, and I want to fight with you too. Trunks said with a bloody face. And at this moment, Li Feng also observed Trunks well. Don't look at it, don't know, look at it and be shocked, this Trunks at least has 1,000,000 combat power, and Son Gohan is not to mention, has tens of millions of combat power, as if he is similar to cannon fodder in front of them. Okay, let me see how much you have improved during this time. Son Gohan looked at Trunks and said. In this world, as the only two remaining scions, he is the master of Trunks, and everything about Trunks is guided by him. Brother Li Feng, you should join us too. Trunks looked at Li Feng and said. I won't do it first, you practice, I'll just watch you practice. Li Feng said with a little embarrassment, presumably the two of them could not have imagined that Li Feng's combat power was only 100,000, and Li Feng was not easy to say. Drink. Coming to the courtyard, Trunks drank loudly, and the momentum of his body burst out, and the whole person's mental outlook was also lifted. Brother Gohan. I'm coming. As soon as the words fell, Trunks appeared in front of Son Gohan's eyes and bombarded with a punch, and Son Gohan had a faint expression from beginning to end. A punch hit, and Son Gohan's seemingly understated resistance instantly defused Trunks' seemingly heavy punch. Then, a punch burst out, hitting Trunks in the chest. Ugh! Trunks didn't expect it, and was directly shot dozens of feet away, but since it was just a sparring practice, Son Gohan's hand was also light, and it didn't hurt Trunks. Trunks got up, obviously did not admit defeat, his figure was like lightning, and he disappeared directly in place. Seeing this, Son Gohan cut an arc at the corner of his mouth, and the whole person disappeared in place like lightning. Li Feng watched the battle between the two in amazement, and at this moment, the speed of the two was so fast that they could not be seen with the naked eye. Only by instinctively feeling the collision of energy in the air can he know that the two are fighting non-stop, but Li Feng's combat effectiveness is low, and his eyes can't keep up with the battle between the two. This is simply the most humble existence in the crossing world, people can hang everyone with any system, and themselves, the beginning is like cannon fodder level, there are no benefits. Thinking of this, my eyes were extremely hot, and I felt that there was a fire burning in my heart. The blood of fighting as a scion is boiling. Hands clenched imperceptibly. I have to be better than anyone. Become the strongest. Li Feng thought to himself. Because the two are just a competition, the rhythm is very fast. Originally Son Gohan didn't even use the explosion, so he easily suppressed Trunks, and in the next moment, he burst out of momentum and defeated Trunks with one punch. I have to say that now Trunks' strength is still very weak, at least not the opponent of artificial humans at all, and if this time is not successful, he and Li Feng may die in the hands of artificial humans, and the future world will still need to be protected by scions, so he can't let Trunks take this risk this time. Sun Wuhan looked at Trunks, his face was solemn, and he said at the moment, "This time, Li Feng and I have some things, and I will definitely bring you next time." Originally, when he heard Sun Gohan say something, the look of disappointment on Trunks' face flashed, but when he heard that he would definitely bring him next time, he was suddenly excited again, and how eager he was to be able to protect the earth with his own power and destroy the artificial humans. An afternoon passed in a blink of an eye, and because it was getting dark, Li Feng and Sun Gohan stayed at Trunks' house. After enjoying a dinner, go to sleep. It's just that this night, Li Feng couldn't sleep, his strength was too low, he was just an ordinary young man, but he didn't expect to be selected by the system and come to this world. And as soon as I came to this world, the pressure was so great, I faced an enemy who was not known how many times stronger than myself. No, you must improve your combat effectiveness within a year. His current reliance is the Spirit Time House, the Gravity Cultivation Room, and the Immortal Beans. Sun Wukong can improve so much combat effectiveness in a short period of time, then he will definitely be able to. Dear readers, please help to click on the collection and some flowers, your support is my greatest motivation. Thank you. Chapter 004. The next morning, Boomer built the Gravity Cultivation Room. Oh, Li Feng, this cultivation room has been repaired, and its gravity can reach 1000 times strongest. Boomer took out a capsule and handed it to Li Feng, and said with a smile. 1000 times, Boomer, you are such a genius. This time it was Li Feng's turn to be surprised. Boomer actually transformed the gravity of the Gravity Cultivation Room to 1000 times, what a terrifying gravity! If his current combat power is 1000 times in the Gravity Cultivation Room, I am afraid that it will be directly crushed. But when I saw Boomer's dark circles, I knew that Boomer had been working on this Gravity Cultivation Room all night, and said at the moment, Boomer, thank you, you must not have slept all night, now you go and rest, next, leave it to us. You're definitely not that kid Goku, Goku wouldn't say such a thing. Okay, I'm going to rest, you guys come on. Boomer looked at Li Feng and said with a smile. This made her more sure that Li Feng was not Sun Wukong. Unlike Sun Wukong's brainlessness, Li Feng was obviously a wise person. Okay, then let's go. At that moment, Sun Wuhan put his hand on Li Feng's shoulder. Li Feng's 2 fingers fell in the center of his eyebrows, felt the position of the heavenly realm, and instantly disappeared in place. Teleportation? Although it is not the Monkey King, why can he even teleport? Boomer watched the 2 disappear in place and said to himself. Brother Gohan. Brother Li Feng. Just after Li Feng and the 2 disappeared, Trunks rushed out, but the 2 had already disappeared. Mother, where did the 2 of them go? Trunks asked. Looking at Trunks, Boomer shook his head and said, the 2 of them moved directly in an instant, and I don't know where they went. Swoosh! In an instant, the 2 had already arrived in the celestial realm. That Li Feng sang, I have a question for you. At this time, Sun Wuhan said to Li Feng. Hey? You said. You look exactly like my father, and even my father's teleportation, are you my father? Sun Gohan is worthy of being Sun Wuhan, different from Sun Wukong's kind of martial arts brainless, but yes, if this world and the original kind of development, now with Sun Gohan's mind, he must be a scholar. And Li Feng now looked like his father except for his strength and brain, so his idea of coming down began to waver again. It just so happens that I have also been to the planet Adrath, and I have also learned teleportation with the people there, so I came to Earth. Li Feng thought about it and lied. So that's the case, Li Feng, you are really a mysterious person. Sun Gohan said with a smile. With that, the 2 walked towards the temple. Bang! Open that heavy gate, and inside is white, and there is nothing else. Sun Gohan's eyes lit up, he was also coming to this place for the first time, he was very curious, but this place is already equivalent to another world, the air is very thin, and the environment is also very harsh. The air here is thin and the environment is harsh, so it is indeed a good place for cultivation. Sun Gohan said excitedly. And here they first entered, there is also a spiritual time house temple, which actually stores a lot of food and shelter. Very good. 1 day outside, 1 year inside. 1 year is enough time for us to improve our strength. But my normal combat effectiveness is too low. So I have to cultivate in the gravity cultivation room first. Li Feng said. Good. Li Feng, you first cultivate in the gravity cultivation room, and I will go to other places to cultivate. Saying that, Sun Gohan glanced at the white and endless small world, performed the air dance technique, and flew over. Li Feng immediately threw the universal capsule to the ground. Bang! A large gravity cultivation room appeared in front of him. Li Feng looked at it and nodded. This universal capsule technology cannot be reached even on the earth where he lives, but the world of Dragon Balls is the kind of ordinary packing items that have been popularized all over the world. This gravity cultivation room is very large, it is comparable to a small castle. Boomer can actually make it, and Li Feng also has to admire Boomer's mind. Opening the door of the cultivation room, Li Feng walked in. There is a lot of space inside, at least the size of a basketball court, and in the middle of the cultivation room, there is a control console. Li Feng thought about it. In the original work, Sun Wukong's combat power of only tens of thousands can be cultivated under 100 times the gravity, then his current combat power of hundreds of thousands can also be used. Without thinking much about it, I pressed directly towards the 100G Ponyo. In an instant, the surrounding air began to condense, and the strong pressure went from head to toe. It made Li Feng feel breathless. Gradually, the pressure increased, and Li Feng directly half knelt down. The truth was beyond his imagination. Unlike Sun Wukong, Li Feng at this time had a feeling that the bones of his whole body were about to fall apart. Doesn't it mean that Sun Wukong's tens of thousands of combat power can handle 100 times the weight? Ugh! Abominable! Li Feng gritted his teeth, his body trembled, and he stood up with difficulty. Abominable! Monkey King can do it, why can't I? Although Li Feng's face was bitter, the determination in his eyes became more and more solemn. Under 100 times the gravity, Li Feng gradually had a feeling of fainting, but he couldn't, he had to overcome this feeling. Get on your stomach and start doing push-ups. 1. He almost fell to the ground, but his strong perseverance prompted him to get up. 2. Holding on, his whole body was bruised, and his face was sweating like rain, but there was no intention to stop. 30. 31. One after another, sweat fell all of a sudden. Constantly doing push-ups, from time to time there was a feeling of almost fainting, but Li Feng still did not stop, and his strong perseverance did not allow him to give up just like that. 99. 100. Stop, you can't. Stop it. No way. Gritted your teeth and fiercely did not mean to stop one after another. Gradually, bright red blood began to flow out of both hands, and his eyes were bloodshot. The clothes all over his body were already soaked with sweat and blood, but Li Feng didn't care at all. 999. 1000. The last one was almost roared. At this moment, he finally turned over and gasped for air. The whole person has the feeling of crawling out of hell, but he is extremely determined. If he can't even break through this difficulty, then didn't he come here for nothing? Dear readers, please help to collect a little and some free flowers. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 005. Drink. Yes. In the gravity room, Li Feng, dressed in black, was practicing desperately, sometimes doing push-ups, sometimes running in the gravity room, or punching, or kicking, jumping. At this time, under the super-gravity, the surrounding air is extremely hot, as if only one primer is needed to trigger an explosion. And Li Feng's clothes have long been soaked with sweat and blood, but the resolute look on his face has never been broken. Becoming the strongest is his goal. Drink? Yes. After doing the last set of cultivation, Li Feng finally stopped his movements and looked at his hands. He couldn't believe that he was actually able to overcome such gravity now. Behind him, the data screen shows a big 500G word, and unconsciously, he has improved from 100 times gravity to now able to move freely under 500 times gravity. The cultivation is almost over, it's time. Li Feng looked at the console, walked over, and pressed the exit button. In an instant, the air around him felt extremely light, and he himself could hardly feel the presence of his body's weight. At that moment, he took out a fairy bean and ate it, and he was already scarred, and his mental state instantly returned to its peak. At this moment, Li Feng's momentum has also undergone major changes. During this time, he is like the Monkey King in the original work. He has exercised himself to the point of being scarred, swallowing a fairy bean, with the help of the characteristics of the Scion race. Every time he recovers from serious injuries, he can improve his combat effectiveness. At this moment, Li Feng's strength has undergone qualitative changes. Li Feng's face finally showed a trace of confidence. 2 months have passed, he has not opened his character attributes, for this moment, hoping to give himself a surprise, although he probably has a bottom himself. Character, Li Feng. Race, Scion. Talent, Great Ape. Skills, Air Dance, Energy Bomb, Teleportation, God Version. Combat Effectiveness, 20 million. Originally, my estimate was only about 10 million, but now it has actually increased to 20 million. Li Feng was also surprised by his own value, but after thinking about it, he felt it again. How many times the bones almost fell apart, how many times the blood flew around, and then ate the immortal beans. Such a desperate cultivation coupled with the characteristics of the Scion race, it should be so. Next, it's time to become a Super Scion. Li Feng said to himself. Walking out of the gravity cultivation room at the moment, I only felt that everything was much easier. Although Sun Gohan's figure was gone, he could feel a powerful aura fluctuating not far away. How do I become a Super Scion? There are several ways to do it in the original. The first is Son Goku. As the first Dragon Ball Z to become a Super Saiyan, he relies on extreme anger, and a righteous and kind heart, and his endless almost crazy anger prompted him to become a Super Saiyan at the moment his good brother for many years was killed. The other is Vegeta. In the original book, Vegeta knows that he wants to have a righteous and kind heart like Monkey King, but it is impossible, but he has become a Super Saiyan through his continuous efforts and a pure evil heart, as well as anger at Monkey King surpassing himself, the Scion Prince. There is also Agape, Caulifla, and others from the 6th universe shared a planet in Dragon Ball Super. And their way of transforming into a Super Saiyan is simpler, just need to gather chi on the back, you can break through the Super Saiyan. To sum up, Li Feng felt that it was easiest for a Scion in the 6th universe to become a Super Saiyan, and he could do it when he thought of it. Drink? Yes. Li Feng instantly gathered all his chi on his back, and instantly only felt that the aura in his body was a little riotous to the point of uncontrollability, but he did not become a Super Saiyan. Drink? Yes. Instantly increased the output of chi, and a steady stream of air flowed to the back. That feeling of aura riot instantly became even more powerful. Li Feng instantly understood that this was the rhythm of entering the Super Saiyan. Immediately, add the output of the atmosphere again. The next moment, Li Feng only felt that some shackles on his body were broken, and the whole person began to change. First his eyes turned turquoise, and then his hair turned golden. This time, he bet correctly, as long as the normal combat effectiveness is high enough, he can become a Super Saiyan like a Scion in the 6th universe, and by gathering chi to his back. Drink? Yes. I only felt that the blood all over my body was boiling, and a feeling of wanting to destroy madly was born, and then skyrocketed, and this excitement was exactly what a Super Saiyan would experience for the first time. Is this a Super Saiyan? Li Feng forcibly suppressed his excitement and said. Blonde hair and blue eyes, full of golden aura, this is Li Feng's Super Saiyan state. Immediately, Li Feng opened his own attribute interface. Character, Li Feng. Race, Saiyan. Talent, Giant Ape, Super Saiyan, 50x increase. Skills, Energy Bomb, Air Dance, Teleportation. Combat Effectiveness, 20 million normal, 1 billion Super Saiyan. The combat power has reached 1 billion, and it is almost the same to deal with artificial people. According to his estimates, Son Gohan has more than 10 million combat power in the normal state, and after becoming a Super Saiyan, there are at least 6 or 7 billion, which is similar to one of the artificial humans. Then his current combat power should be able to eliminate those two artificial humans. It's just that only 2 months have passed now. How can he be satisfied with what he sees, let alone not know if Shuru will appear? Hey? What is this breath? Sun Wuhan, who was cultivating, sensed the moment Li Feng turned into a Super Saiyan that this aura was so powerful that it was not weaker than himself in the slightest, or even stronger than himself. Could it be that Li Feng broke through the Super Saiyan? With an incredulous expression, he instantly disappeared in place. Oh? Son Gohan? Feeling a powerful aura approaching him, Li Feng couldn't help but draw an arc at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Sun Wuhan, who was also blonde and blue-eyed Super Saiyan state, appeared next to Li Feng, but the difference was that the aura on Sun Gohan's body was not as good as Li Feng's. Sun Gohan, come on! Instantly, the belligerent blood boiled, and the excitement of becoming a Super Saiyan for the first time could no longer be suppressed. Sun Wuhan saw Li Feng's blonde and blue-eyed state, although he was a little curious about how he became a Super Saiyan in such a short time, but the Saiyan belligerent blood on his body also boiled, and he also wanted to try the results of these 2 months of cultivation. Okay. Come on. Sun Gohan smiled, and the next moment his body instantly burst out with a more powerful momentum. An energy bomb gathered in his hand and shot out instantly. Li Feng looked at the energy bombs flying towards him, and his eyes were full of the desire to fight. The next moment, the figure disappeared in place like lightning. Boom! Dear readers, please help to collect a little and some free flowers. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 006. In the Spirit Time House, 2 golden figures are constantly colliding, and each collision can cause huge fluctuations. Although Li Feng was also fighting for the first time, the warlike nature of the Saiyans did allow him to give full play to his battle with Sun Gohan, and his fighting consciousness was instinctively improved. And Sun Wuhan was also secretly surprised, but he didn't expect that this Li Feng was just pressed and beaten by him at the beginning, and now he came to the top, and he was on a par with him. Moreover, he had a feeling that Li Feng did not exert real strength. Boom! After a strong impact, Sun Wuhan and Li Feng opened the distance, and Sun Wuhan said, Li Feng, it is really powerful, it has only been 2 months, you have been able to improve to this point, and it seems that your strength is more than this. Li Feng nodded, he was also excited to the extreme at the moment, and the emotions of becoming a Super Saiyan for the first time were really uncontrollable. Good. Then let you take a look at my 2 months of practice. Saying that, Sun Gohan instantly burst out with even more powerful power. In an instant, the momentum on Sun Wuhan's body was even more majestic than before, and his body was filled with a bursting aura. Li Feng looked at the changes in Sun Wuhan and muttered, Super Saiyan second stage. At this time, Sun Gohan had already struck head-on, and an energy bullet shot out of his hand. Li Feng knew that if he didn't show all his strength, he might lose here, and the momentum of his whole body burst out at the moment. The next moment, an energy bomb in his hand instantly gathered. Boom! The 2 masks were repelled by the explosion. Is that all your power? It's really remarkable. Sun Wuhan looked at Li Fan and said with admiration. Li Feng had only become a Super Saiyan for the first time, and he actually had such a strong strength, which was also something that shocked Sun Wuhan. Although he was shocked in his heart, his figure did not fall, and he disappeared in place instantly like lightning. Drink! The two fought for dozens of rounds in an instant, the speed became faster and faster, and in the end, they could hardly even see the shadow, and the two actually fought evenly. Until both of them were shocked back by each other again, Sun Gohan instantly gathered energy. Magic Flash! Sun Wuhan hit with a magic flash, but this time, it was Li Fan who was caught off guard, not that his strength was not as good as Sun Wuhan, but Sun Wuhan's move Magic Flash was very fast, and it was not even too late for him to react. But what can be done? His current combat skills seem to be really nothing except energy bullets. If you have the opportunity, you must learn it from them. Boom! He was struck by Sun Wuhan's magic flash, but fortunately, because he was his own person, Sun Wuhan did not make a ruthless move, plus Li Feng is now physically strong. The smoke and dust dispersed, and Li Feng was unscathed. It's worthy of Li Feng, you are really getting more and more powerful. You have only become a Super Saiyan for the first time and you can compete with me. Sun Gohan said appreciatively. However, the fighting intent in Sun Wuhan's eyes did not dissipate, but became even more hot, because he himself still had a stronger state that he did not use, and if he did, Li Feng would definitely lose. So, it just so happened that he wanted to test Li Feng. Li Feng also felt it, didn't he? Drink! Yes. Sun Gohan exploded again, and in an instant his momentum was greatly improved again. This time the improvement was very different from the previous one. As Sun Gohan's momentum increased, his height also increased a lot, and his muscles also increased, as if his body was full of strength. Roar! After a loud drink, Sun Gohan's momentum reached the extreme. How about it, Li Feng? This is my strongest form. How about you pick me up? Sun Gohan was full of fighting spirit. Good! Li Feng blurted out, and instantly blasted out with a punch with energy. And Sun Wuhan looked at Li Feng's oncoming blow, did not dodge, and directly took it hard. Boom! The sound of the explosion was deafening, but Li Feng's punch was easily followed by Sun Wuhan. Sure enough, the power is very strong. However, your form, which gained strength but sacrificed speed, can't win me at all. Li Feng said the shortcomings of Sun Wuhan's form. Sun Gohan was also taken aback. Since he developed this form, he felt that the speed was a little slower, but he didn't think much about it, thinking that it didn't affect at all. At that moment, Li Feng's figure instantly disappeared in place, and although Sun Wuhan could sense that Li Feng had come behind him, his body was still half a beat slower. Directly knocked to the ground by Li Feng from behind with an energy bomb. Li Feng knew that Sun Wuhan's state was no weaker than Super Saiyan 2 in terms of strength, but he couldn't beat the enemy when he got the strength, so what was the difference between it and no strength? There are 4 stages of Super Saiyan. The first stage is to initially become a Super Saiyan, and it is obvious that Li Feng is now at this stage. The second stage of Super Saiyan is exactly the form in front of Sun Gohan. Compared with the first stage, the mood is more stable, the speed and strength are improved a lot, but the energy consumption is quite large. This form is the original Vegeta and date first enter the Spirit Time House for cultivation. This cultivation has brought Vegeta's strength to another level, advancing to the second stage of Super Saiyan. Completely crushed Shuru, who has not yet absorbed androids 17 and 18. The third stage of Super Saiyan is a wrong transformation. Vegeta in the battle with Shuru, due to the arrogance of the Saiyan and Vegeta's character, he took the initiative to help Shuru reach the full body, but Vegeta realized the mistake and was beaten unconscious. In order not to frustrate Vegeta's self-esteem, after he fell into a coma, Date opened the third stage of Super 1. The muscles swelled rapidly, the hair stood upside down, and there were signs of lightning around them. Strength increases, but slows down severely. The fourth stage of Super Saiyan is called Super Saiyan Full Power Mode, and Super Saiyan Full Power can maintain the special state of Super Saiyan form for a long time, the most ideal Super Saiyan state. It is also the strongest state of Super Saiyan. Compared with other states of Super Saiyan, the advantage of full power is that it overcomes the weakness of Super Saiyan with large physical consumption in battle, can maximize the powerful combat power of Super Saiyan, and avoids the energy loss that ordinary Super Saiyans will produce even if they do not fight, and their personality is calmer. In the original work, Sun Wukong was the first to discover the existence of such a powerful realm, so he and Sun Gohan spent a year in the Spirit Time House, and the two first maintained the Super Saiyan form, and then reached the full power mode. Super Saiyan full power mode can initially compete with Shailu, although not as strong as Lightning Shailu, but it is enough to show its strength. This is the most perfect form of Super Saiyan. Dear readers, please help to collect a little and some free flowers. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 007. After being knocked down by Li Feng once, Sun Wuhan immediately got up and said, "Cough. Cough. I don't believe that such a powerful force is still just a decoration. I am obviously very unwilling to let my efforts go to waste. Drink." Magic Flash. Sun Wuhan gathered energy, a magic flash hit Li Feng directly, the corner of Li Feng's mouth cut an arc. When the powerful energy bullet hit, the figure was like lightning, and instantly disappeared in place. If Sun Wuhan was in the second stage, he might still be a little jealous, but right now, what if the energy couldn't be hit? Drink. An energy bomb hit directly from Sun Gohan's back again. Drink. Yes. Sun Gohan didn't expect it, and was directly shot away. At this time, because the air in the Spirit Time House was thin, coupled with Sun Wuhan's large energy consumption at this stage, the whole person was already out of breath. Abominable. Obviously the strength is already so strong, how can it still be defeated in your hands? Is it true that, as you say, this state is the wrong method of transformation? Although Sun Gohan didn't want his efforts to be in vain, the facts told him that his form itself was wrong. Li Feng nodded and said, "Actually, your form can already be called the most powerful form among the Super Saiyan, but the speed can't keep up, and the energy consumption is also very large." Hearing Li Feng say this, Sun Wuhan accepted his Super Saiyan form. He said, "Yes, it seems that I should not be obsessed with the power brought by this form." Sun Gohan's mind is very flexible, compared to the pros and cons. He still feels that this state is not desirable. Judging from the fight with Li Feng just now, his form is even slower than the speed of ordinary Super Saiyans. If he fights with artificial humans, then I am afraid he has turned grey. However, Sun Gohan's progress is already fast, there is no one to guide, and he can find this step with his own efforts. Actually, Super Saiyans have a more perfect existence. Although Li Feng hadn't even reached the second level of Super Saiyan at this moment, he still decided to tell Sun Gohan about the Super Saiyan full power cultivation method. What? Is there a more perfect existence? How do you know? Sun Gohan doesn't really believe in Li Feng, who has just turned into a Super Saiyan. After all, he has been so long, he has just groped for that wrong transformation, and Li Feng has just been able to transform to be able to reach it. This, although it is my first time to become a Super Saiyan, but I have traveled to certain planets before to be able to improve to this level, and I think his words will not be fake. Super Saiyan has a total of 4 stages, which are the first stage of becoming a Super Saiyan for the first time, and this stage is characterized by an initial qualitative leap in strength, but emotional instability. The second stage is the one you became earlier, with speed and power far beyond the first form. And the third stage is the kind of transformation you just used, although you get power but abandon speed, so this is a failed wrong transformation method. Of course, the fourth stage of the Saiyan is the most perfect, not only solves the problem of energy consumption, but also has similar combat effectiveness to the third stage. Li Feng said. This stage can be called the Super Saiyan full power state. The advantage of full power is that it overcomes the weakness of Super Saiyan with large physical consumption in battle, can maximize the potential combat power of Super Saiyan, and avoid the energy loss that ordinary Super Saiyans will produce even if they do not fight. Suddenly, Sun Wuhan's eyes lit up. How can I succeed at this stage? His eyes were also blazing, and the Saiyan blood flowing in his body prompted him to want to pursue a better realm. Li Feng knew that since the Sun Wukong father and son in the original book were able to complete the state of full power of the Super Saiyan in the Spirit Time House, then there were still 10 months to go, and they would definitely be able to. First of all, we must maintain the form of an ordinary Super Saiyan, no matter eating or sleeping, we can't quit, so that the body can adapt to this state, and gradually we can control the unnecessary loss of energy. Okay. Thank you, Li Feng sang, I already know which direction to cultivate. Sun Gohan nodded and immediately turned into an ordinary Super Saiyan. Walking towards the hall of the Spirit Time House, he needs a good rest. Li Feng also nodded, but he couldn't rest now. Now for him, it seemed a little far away to immediately move towards the state of full power of Super Saiyan, and he couldn't even reach the second stage. So, the first target is Super Saiyan Phase 2. Drink. Once again, turn into a Super Saiyan and walk towards the white expanse ahead. The Spirit Time House is simply an excellent place for cultivation, although there is a white expanse everywhere, but it is equivalent to another world, the air is thin, the environment is harsh, and it is the most able to exercise a person's will. If only I had such a spiritual time house. Drink. Bursting out of momentum, a person began to cultivate there. First of all, his goal was to achieve the second stage of Super Saiyan and control this emotional fluctuation of turning himself into a Super Saiyan. The speed of cultivation is always fast, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed, and at this moment, Li Feng has been able to perfectly control the second stage of Super Saiyan. But although the second stage does not have the mood swings of becoming a Super Saiyan for the first time, the energy consumption is still very large. My goal, Super Saiyan full power state, if I can, I hope to touch that realm. Li Feng's eyes seemed to have a fire burning, this was the desire for power. First of all, he needs to maintain his Super Saiyan state until he can reach the point of normality. Drink. Yes. Magic Flash. Energy Bombs. In the battle with Sun Gohan, he also learned the skill of Magic Flash. After all, in battle, strong martial arts are still very important. Day after day, I practiced in the Super Saiyan state during the day, and I kept this state when I ate and slept. Time passed quickly, and 2 months had passed since Li Feng remained in the state of Super Saiyan. The difference is that Li Feng now feels calm as water, feeling the same as ordinary people. If it weren't for the fact that his hair was still golden, he thought that he was now in a normal state. Finally, it has initially reached the state of full power of Super Saiyan. Li Feng said to himself excitedly. I want to completely control this state and then pursue strength. Dear readers, please help to collect a little and some free flowers. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 008. In the celestial realm, a heavy gate slowly opened. 2 young men came out, and saw one wearing an orange and red costume, while the other was wearing black. What the two have in common is that both of them are blonde and blue-eyed at the moment, but they can't see a trace of breath exposed above and below their bodies, and the breath of their bodies is plain. If they don't see that they are still blonde at this moment, they all think that they are just ordinary human beings. Li Feng, it's time to destroy the artificial humans. Sun Wuhan looked at Li Feng and said lightly. These two are Li Feng and Sun Wuhan, who have been cultivating in the Spirit Time House for a year, and both of them have perfectly controlled the state of full power of Super Saiyan, and their strength is at the peak state at this moment. Li Feng nodded and said, with our current strength, it is more than enough to deal with artificial humans. Saying that, he pointed his fingers straight at the center of his eyebrows, searching for the location of the artificial human. Hey? Got it. On the other side, over a city that had not yet been completely destroyed, a man and a woman stood in the air. No 17, it's time to enjoy the thrill of killing. The fresh and beautiful number 18 brushed his hair, and his eyes were full of excitement. For the artificial people of this world, only endless killing and destruction can arouse their excitement. Okay. Look at me. Number 17 nodded, and an energy bullet in his hand instantly shot out. The energy bounced against a huge edifice. Boom! The building instantly vanished. Ah! The murderous demon is coming, run away! The humans on the ground saw the city disappear in an instant, and people panicked and fled everywhere. At this moment, number 17 and number 18 were already flying and chasing the fleeing humans, their faces full of cruelty. Boom! Small energy bombs are constantly raging in the city, although they can directly disappear the power of the city, but they enjoy the joy of seeing humans running around, full of despair. Bang! Bang! Many police officers rushed over, shooting at the two artificial humans. All they could do was use the power that humans could use to stop the two artificial humans. However, the bullet that could have been pierced even by steel hit the artificial human, but it was like hitting a stone with a pebble, and the two artificial humans were unscathed. Haha, you stubborn humans, poor bugs, really refuse to give up. Number 17 said with a smile. Immediately, an energy bomb directly slammed into the center of many policemen. Boom! After an explosion, the corpses were all over the field. Ha ha ha! At this moment, their voices spread throughout the city like demons, and the only remaining humans were already filled with despair. Boom! Just as number 17 was about to destroy again, an energy projectile shot straight at him, unexpectedly catching him off guard. Number 17, are you okay? The smoke and dust dispersed, and the 18th saw that the 17th was okay, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and turned his eyes away. His eyes were torn. Monkey King. Son Gohan. Originally, the purpose of the artificial human creation was to eliminate the Monkey King, and at this moment, seeing the Monkey King in front of him, the command in the body instantly became stronger. On the 17th, on the 18th. Your end has come. When Son Gohan saw the two artificial people killing wantonly and destroying the city, his eyes couldn't help but be full of anger. It turned out to be Sun Wuhan. I didn't expect that your poor insect is not dead yet. And Sun Wukong, you actually came back to life again, just right, this time let the two of us destroy you in one fell swoop. Number 17 said with a smile, as if Li Feng and Sun Wuhan were dead. Humph! On the 17th, what is so much nonsense for, quickly wipe out the two of them. The 18th urged, and his figure turned into lightning, and he punched Li Feng. And Li Feng didn't want to explain to them what Sun Wukong was not Sun Wukong or something, anyway, as long as he eliminated the artificial man, his task would be completed. Boom! A punch was punched, and number 18 was dumbfounded. I saw Li Feng lightly grabbing her fist and dissipating all the strength. You look so good, why be so cruel? A punch was punched out, straight into the body of number 18. In an instant, the 18th was like a flying bolide, shooting out fiercely. Boom! Smash into the ruins of the floor. Number 18. The 17th drank loudly. He didn't expect that the strength of this Monkey King was so strong, and immediately rushed towards Li Feng. And an orange figure blocked in front of number 17. Your opponent is me. Abominable. I really thought that you could beat me last time without dying, you are just a poor bug. Number 17 was extremely angry and punched directly, but he didn't expect to be also dissolved by Son Gohan, and Son Gohan punched out, with energy straight into No 17's chest. Ugh! I saw a scream on the 17th, which was shot down fiercely and smashed on the ground. On the other side, When number 18 was about to climb out of the ruins, she saw a figure appear in front of her, directly holding her head, and fiercely pushing towards the inside of the floor ruins. Although she wanted to resist, who knew that the power of this Monkey King was so great? Li Feng does not have a trace of soft-heartedness, even if this number 18 is as beautiful as a flower, fresh and beautiful, but in the end, she is just a murderous maniac in this world. Boom! Press the number 18 to the very center of the floor, and an energy bomb in your hand directly follow. Boom! Even if number 18 is an artificial human and has eternal energy, he has already been seriously injured under Li Feng's full power attack. Number 18. Number 17 saw number 18 being hit, couldn't help but be angry, although they are destructive and murderous, but the relationship between sisters and brothers is still very deep, which is why they have always walked together in this world. If they were separated, they would have been broken by Sun Gohan. He was about to rush to the 18th side, but unexpectedly, Sun Gohan's figure instantly appeared in front of him. Bang! Sun Gohan kicked out and directly knocked number 17 away dozens of jong again before he stabilized his figure. Ahem! Cough! Although I don't know how you raised your strength to this level in one day, we artificial humans are not so easy to defeat. Drink! The artificial man drank angrily, the momentum on his body exploded to the extreme. Now Sun Gohan blocked in front of him, he can no longer manage the artificial man number 18, only to kill Sun Gohan in front of him first. Drink! The 17th instantly shot out dozens of energy projectiles directly towards Sun Wuhan. And Sun Wuhan's expression did not change from beginning to end. Dear readers, please help to collect a little and some free flowers, your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 009. Boom, boom. Dozens of energy bombs surrounded Sun Gohan's figure, but Sun Gohan did not hide. Number 17 watched the energy bombs all hit Sun Gohan, and couldn't help but show an evil smile. This time he should be dead. Boom! The explosion was deafening and smoke billowed out. Is that all you have? A voice came, which couldn't help but make number 17 stunned, and his eyes were blinded. I saw the smoke and dust disperse, and Sun Wuhan was unscathed. Number 17 is extremely angry. This has only been a day, you must know that a day ago, Sun Gohan was suppressed and beaten by them, and at this moment there is such a powerful force. If you only have this ability, then you can die. Sun Gohan looked at cyborg number 17 and said lightly. If in the past, he would definitely not dare to accept the attack of artificial humans, but for him now, it is not painful. Sun Gohan instantly flashed in front of number 17 and punched dozens of punches, punching to the flesh. Poof! Number 17 was not fast at all Sun Wuhan, and he was hit with dozens of heavy punches in an instant. After the cyborg 17 was shot off, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the blood on his hands in surprise, it turns out that artificial humans will also be injured. Sun Gohan, you actually dare to let me get hurt, unforgivable. Boundless anger rushed to the sky, number 17 roared, his eyes sharpened, and rushed towards Sun Wuhan again. Sun Gohan also went head-on. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The two instantly exchanged hundreds of punches, and the air around them whistled and exploded continuously. The speed of cyborg number 17 is fast, but Sun Gohan's is faster, and no 17's punch Sun Gohan can easily take it and immediately give a counterattack. On the other side, Li Feng and number 18 did not fight like this. Li Feng directly took out his strength, only number 18 was crushed. Abominable! Monkey King, what kind of monster are you? Why are the messages in my system different from yours? Number 18 said tremblingly, the blood flowing from the corner of her mouth was extremely red, she was already seriously injured at this moment. After all, the system is only something calculated by the computer, and the computer retains only the previous data, but I don't know, people will continue to grow, so, you are behind, the 18th. Li Feng said lightly, and a fine light flashed in his eyes at the moment, facing straight up. Abominable! I'm an artificial human, how can I lose to such a poor bug as you, a. The 18th burst out with the momentum of his whole body, and also attacked Li Feng. Bang! Boom! Boom! Hundreds of punches collided in an instant, and number 18 actually surprisingly resisted all of Li Feng's attacks this time. Although Li Feng is also holding the idea of playing first and then killing at the moment, the power in his hand is at least the second stage of Super Saiyan. Good. Not bad. That's fun. Ha ha ha. The belligerent blood boiled again. Scions are like this, the more excited the war, the stronger the war. And the 18th is difficult, this is already his most powerful force, and Monkey King obviously did not show the strength just now, but the more the war is getting stronger. Scions are really a disgusting people, number 18 thought, although she is an artificial human, she likes to kill and destroy, but she does not like to fight. If he continued to fight like this, he and number 17 would definitely be wiped out here by them. It's just that she didn't expect that as an artificial human, she would actually be afraid. Just like humans, they have a fear mentality. It's just that she wants to retreat, but Li Feng didn't give her this opportunity, she wanted to take a step back, and Li Feng's attack followed in the next moment. Humph, don't be distracted. Li Feng's punch with a smile hit her directly. She was unexpected, blinded. Boom. He was slammed into the floor again, and Li Feng also learned the so-called Prince Battle method at this moment, and in an instant, hundreds of powerful energy projectiles blasted out. Boom! The floor was directly smashed into slag, and the oversized mushroom cloud soared into the sky. It's just that what Li Feng didn't notice was that at the moment when Li Feng's energy bomb was about to hit the floor, a green creature drilled out directly from the ground, and a big tail directly swallowed number 18, and then drilled into the ground. The smoke and dust dispersed, Li Feng flew over, and the floor was already empty at this moment. But no 18's body is gone. That's not right. Even if you are killed, there are always some fragments. Li Feng searched everywhere, but he couldn't see the figure of number 18 at all, not even the fragments. Hey? What is it? I saw that there was actually a hole on the surface in front of Li Feng, could it be that at a critical moment, the number 18 drill hole escaped? Suddenly, Li Feng thought of something, and his face showed shock. Not good. Shrew. It's just that he didn't expect that there would be Shrew in this world. Originally he thought that this was the future world, and Shayla would not come out for now, but he didn't expect that Shayla came out and swallowed the critical situation on the 18th, and then fled? It's not good, it must have gone to the 17th. On the other side, number 17 and Son Gohan are constantly fighting, but it is obvious that number 17 is already at the end of the road. Go and die. Magic Flash. Son Gohan drank loudly, and a magic flash instantly crashed into No 17's body. Drink. Yes. Number 17 was directly smashed into the ground by Son Gohan's magic flash energy, and instantly exploded, and smoke and dust billowed out. And a green creature that had already been ambushed below saw the artificial man number 17 coming in its direction, and couldn't help but be happy. It was really a nowhere to step on the iron shoes, and it didn't take a little effort to get it. The smoke and dust have not dispersed, but the green creature can see everything inside, and at this moment the 17th is already dying. It's time for you to be my super nourishment, No 17. The green creature jumped out, and the big green tail was aimed directly at the body of number 17, and sucked down. Gohan. What about the 17th? At this moment, Li Feng had already come to Sun Wuhan's side and asked Sun Wuhan. Sun Gohan pointed to the smoke below and said, he should be dead. With that blow just now, Sun Gohan has already used the full power of the Super Saiyan, and he knows how strong it is, and it should be impossible for the 17th to survive. Not good. Looking at the smoke below, Li Feng said. At that moment, Li Feng once again used the prince's battle method, and dozens of energy bombs slammed down. Boom! Boom! The smoke and dust did not disperse, and a mushroom cloud burst out into the sky again. However, at this moment, a voice came, which surprised Li Feng and Sun Wuhan. Are you tickling me with this bit of attack? Dear readers, please help to collect a little and some free flowers, your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 010. The smoke cleared, and a burly green man stood in place. At this moment, Shalo is no longer the ugly appearance of the front. After absorbing number 17 and number 18, not only has his strength improved, but his appearance is also extremely handsome. However, he is still evil in his heart, which cannot be changed. Just like in the original book, Frisia is whitewashed, but Chiru is not. At this moment, it was Sun Gohan's turn to be shocked. Obviously it was the 17th that just bombarded, why has it changed its appearance now? Be careful, this is also a personal creation, now it has devoured number 17 and number 18, and its power is even stronger. Li Feng looked at Shalo and said. Humph! Regardless of whether he absorbs or not, let me clean him up. When Sun Gohan saw that it was another artificial human, he immediately became angry. As long as it is an artificial human created by Dr. Gro, there is no good thing. Die! Drink! Sun Wuhan's hands kept gathering qi and waving, and dozens of energy projectiles shot out in an instant. It's just that Shalo didn't hit hard at this time, and a flash disappeared in place. Boom! Dozens of energy bombs fell to the ground and exploded instantly. The explosion sounded, Shalo's figure was no longer in place, and Sun Gohan also sensed that Shalo had dodged his blow. I saw that at this moment, Shalo was already looking at Li Feng and Sun Wuhan in the distance, his hands were wrapped around him, and his face was extremely proud, as if he was showing off his strength. Ha ha ha, Sun Wuhan, Sun Wukong, I didn't expect that you guys in this world didn't die. Shiru looked at the two in the air a little further away and said. We are not dead in this time and space? Hearing Shalo's words, Li Feng couldn't help but start thinking, could it be that this Shalo traveled from other time and space? Li Feng said to himself. What is your purpose? Sun Gohan shouted. Although he is a new artificial human, from a rational point of view, Sun Gohan still asks Shalo's purpose. Ha ha ha, I'm different from those two artificial humans, my purpose is not to destroy, but to kill you and then pursue the strongest in the universe. Shalo is very confident, after all, at this moment, he has devoured the androids number 17 and number 18. You two will be the first people to die at the hands of my complete body Shiru, you should be happy. Drink. Yes. Saying that, Shalo instantly burst out his aura after becoming a complete body. Completely physical? Is this the power of the complete body? It's so strong, it seems that as long as you gently clench your fist, you can break through the entire universe. Shalo clenched his fist slightly, feeling the power rushing like a river in his body, and muttered in his heart, more is a surprise. This instantly improved sense of power gave him a feeling of invincibility, and this feeling he also trusted very much, because in the computer-designed program, it was said that what he had was invincible power. So strong. Sun Gohan felt the overwhelming fury of Shalo, and Shalo's current strength is stronger than his Super Saiyan full power. And Li Feng is also observing Shalo, not to mention which time and space this Shalo came from. In this situation, he and Sun Wuhan have no chance of winning against Shalo's complete body. Moreover, Shalo is not the strongest form. In the original work, after Shalo blew himself up, he reached a stronger form, Lightning Shalo. Second only to Super Saiyan 2. Although in the 1 year of the Spirit Time House, Li Feng has already had a first glimpse of Super Saiyan 2, he is really not sure that he will be able to break through. Drink. Yes. At this time, Sun Gohan also exploded the full power of Super Saiyan to the extreme. Shailu, on the other hand, looked at Sun Gohan's current state and said, I didn't expect that you in this time and space actually reached this point, but you are still not my opponent. A flash of essence flashed in Sun Gohan's eyes, and he disappeared in place in an instant. Drink. The next moment, an energy bomb in hand was in front of Shuru. And in the face of Sun Gohan's attack, Shailu did not move at all. He was extremely confident in his strength. The computer said that after he became a complete body Shailu, he was invincible. Looking at Sun Gohan's actions, not only did not panic but the corners of his mouth crossed an arc. Boom! The smoke cleared, and Shuru was unscathed. Instead, he looked at Sun Gohan with a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of mockery. What? It has reached such a point? Sun Gohan looked shocked, but his figure did not stop. A heavy punch hit Shuru. Even the air around you is whistling. Well, let's let you see how powerful my invincible body is. A look of contempt flashed in Shailu's eyes, and he punched Sun Gohan. Boom! Bang! 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 The two collided with each other a few times in an instant, but Shuru didn't feel it, but under the action of Saiyan cells, the desire to fight became stronger and stronger. And Sun Gohan was also distressed. Obviously he had reached this height, but he didn't expect to be pressed and beaten. Ha ha ha! Sun Gohan, did you not eat? The fist you punch is like a steamed bun, and it has no strength. Shailu was very excited, feeling that he was an invincible existence at the moment, so he teased Sun Gohan while fighting. Abominable! Drink! Magic Flash! A super powerful magic flash burst out instantly, like a dragon going out to sea, unstoppable. Shuru smiled, his eyes flashing with essence. Then let you taste the power of my Shuru Demon Flash. Saying that, Shailu instantly made the same action, and a magic flash shot out. Boom! Sun Gohan was shocked. Originally Shailu's strength was shocked enough, why did he even use his own tricks? The two magic flashes collided fiercely together, and a huge explosion occurred in an instant. And the city they were in had already been destroyed by the battle of several people, and at this moment, the collision of energy had flattened the surrounding area. Sun Gohan was shocked back dozens of steps, and his eyes were full of surprise. You monster, why do I use all my tricks? Sun Gohan pointed at Shuru and asked. When Shailu heard this, the smug look on his face became even worse, and said, very surprised, isn't it? Not only your tricks, but even the moves of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Tianjin Fan, Klin, and all of them I can use. Because I'm the most powerful artificial human Dr. Gro has ever made, and it took all of you to fuse the cells of all of you to make me who I am today. Ha ha ha! The more Shailu spoke, the more excited he became, as if no one could understand his invincible feeling. Writing now, I really thank you for your great support. With your support, I will continue to write, really thank you. If there are still some leftover collections and free flowers to help. I also have a comfort in my heart, thank you. Chapter 011. Sun Gohan, then let you recall this classic move. Shailu instantly put on a classic pose. It was the turtle school qigong that Li Feng had watched countless times on TV. Card. Plums. Card. Plums. Sun Wuhan's face changed, and he said immediately, Turtle Sect Qigong. How can you do this? Drink. I saw that Shailu gathered the Turtle Sect Qigong wave in his hands, and instantly shot out at Sun Gohan. Boom! The powerful energy swept straight towards Sun Gohan. As soon as Sun Wuhan's figure moved, he left the place several feet away, but the Turtle Faction Qigong wave seemed to lock Sun Wuhan and directly turned and hit directly. Drink. Magic Flash. Seeing that Sun Wuhan couldn't dodge, he could only instantly use a magic flash with lightning speed. Boom! Drink. Yikes! The powerful turtle sect Qigong wave flashed against Sun Wuhan, and Sun Wuhan instantly stopped after being pressed back a few steps. You're just an artificial human, so that it will not lose to you. Drink? Yes. Speaking of which, it increases the energy output fluctuating in the hand. Seeing the situation, Shalo laughed and said, I didn't expect you to have some ability, but unfortunately, you are not my opponent. Drink? Shiru also increased the output of the turtle chi function in his hand. Boom! Although it is said that you should not fight the waves with the Sun family, but in the face of powerful forces, this sentence is also wrong. Sun Gohan finally couldn't bear it and was violently shocked. Boom! With an explosion, Sun Gohan's figure disappeared into the smoke. At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at Li Feng with a smile and said, Why, Sun Wukong, don't you make a move yet? If you don't make a move, your son will die at my hands. Because Li Feng and Sun Wukong look exactly the same, Shalo also mistakenly believes that Li Feng is Sun Wukong. Humph! Shalo, although you think of me as the Monkey King, but it doesn't matter, I don't want to explain so much to you, come on, Shalo. Just watching the battle between Sun Gohan and Shalo, the blood in Li Feng's body had already boiled, and the warlike nature of the Scions made him full of desire for this battle. The androids number 17 and number 18 in front are pressing them to fight after all, it's not interesting, and Shalo in front of him is the most suitable opponent. Humph, whether you are Sun Wukong or not, you are vulnerable in front of my complete body Shiru. Come on! Shalo is an artificial human created by Dr. Gro, and like other artificial humans, he was also given the order to kill Sun Wukong, although now Shalo has escaped Dr. Gro's control, but seeing Sun Wukong has an urge to kill him. Drink? Yes. Li Feng burst out his momentum, and instantly a golden aura rose into the sky, and in his turquoise pupils, there was only the desire to fight. Haha, it's worthy of Sun Wukong, and his strength is much stronger than Sun Wuhan. The Scion cells on Shalo's body also prompted him to have the warlike nature of Scion, and at this moment, Li Feng's bursting momentum made him even more excited. Bang! Li Feng was very fast, and he appeared directly in front of Xiao Yu in a flash, and a heavy punch burst out. It's just that Shalo's reaction was also instantaneous, and he punched out. The two were shocked back several steps by each other. Very good. I have long wanted such a fight. With a punch, Li Feng's strength was able to shock him back, and Xiao Yu not only did not feel shocked, but was even more full of fighting intent. Humph! Me too. Li Feng looked at Shalo, and the corners of his mouth crossed an arc. Boom! Bang! Bang! The speed of the two is very fast, the strength is also very heavy, and in the instant of a few breaths, they have collided for several rounds. Both of them fight fast, one punch is heavier. Boom! And at this moment, Sun Gohan has also watched the battle between the two. At this moment, although Sun Wuhan has some scars on his body, his breath has not decreased. It's worthy of Li Feng. In just 1 year, it's already surpassing me. Sun Gohan looked at the battle between the two and said to himself. You must know that in the front, Li Feng's strength can't even change Super Saiyan, and the strength displayed at this moment is beyond Sun Wuhan's expectations. And Li Feng's battle with Shalo, he felt what a real battle is, although Shalo is stronger than his current state, but Scions are a fighting nation by nature, and they can always break through themselves in the battle with the strong. He felt that he was not very far from that threshold. Boom! Shalo is worthy of being an artificial human who has fused many warrior cells, and his combat experience is so rich, there is no pressure to press Li Feng. And Li Feng has already had some scars on his body at this moment, and the feeling of burning pain comes from time to time, but he has no time to take care of so much. If he doesn't pay attention, he may be killed by Shalo. At this moment, Shayla sold a flaw and struck out with a heavy punch energy bullet. Boom! A huge energy hit Li Feng's chest. Ugh! Li Feng was caught off guard, and he was violently rushed into the air. And the corners of Shayla's mouth rose, and he shouted, "Sky Cannon!" It was Vegeta's trick, and the powerful energy cannonballs were like flying bolides, shooting straight at them. Abominable! Magic flash! After Li Feng was shot away, he felt the energy bursting out of Shayla below, and directly turned over, and a magic flash met the skyrocketing cannon. This is not to blame Li Feng, until now, he only has the two skills of energy bomb and magic flash. And Shayla is different, he basically knows the skills in all Dragon Ball warriors. Boom! The two energies collided, and the magic flash was instantly dispersed, and Li Feng was hard hit by this sky-piercing cannon. Ugh! Li Feng only felt the powerful energy crashing into his body, and he was instantly rushed into the sky. Magic flash! Sun Gohan on the side couldn't hold back anymore, and a magic flash burst out. The blow is where Shiryu is. In an instant, explosions rolled out, and smoke filled the sky. Sun Gohan, has anyone ever told you that a sneak attack is a shameful act? The next moment, Sun Gohan was dumbfounded, and Shayla had already reached in front of him, and a punch had already slammed into him. Drink! Yes! Directly hit and flew and smashed into the ruins. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, his face was pale, and he was already seriously injured. Drink! Shiryu, your opponent is me. Li Feng, who was washed into the sky, had already rushed again and slammed into Shayla with a punch. But was caught by Shayla lightly and punched fiercely. Monkey King, don't you understand yet? My Shiryu is completely invincible, no matter how much you struggle. It is useless. Shayla's strong strength makes his personality particularly arrogant. Of course, this has nothing to do with Vegeta's cells. Seeing this, please take the trouble to help order a collection, if there are still flowers, if you can, also help some, thank you. Chapter 012. Boom! Dark clouds swirled in the sky, and thunder and lightning flashed non-stop, as if a storm was coming. At this moment, Li Feng and Shayla faced off in the air, and Li Feng really couldn't stand Shayla's pretense. Regardless of whether you are completely physical, Lao Tzu has only one word: war. Li Feng shouted loudly, the golden arrogance flailed his teeth and claws, his fists clenched, and the fierce wind around him swept in. Try my trick! Tornado Storm Fist! This is a move of his own, just in the battle, he realized it. I saw that around Li Feng's fist, there was a strong wind circling, accompanied by lightning from time to time. Shayla, who was still disdainful, saw this move, and his face finally had a trace of solemnity. Nice move! Sky Cannon! Shiryu also shouted, and Vegeta's brilliant cannon instantly came out. Drink! Yes! Li Feng's face was hideous, and his powerful energy was constantly output, just to complete this move. I saw a Qigong wave accompanied by wind and lightning shooting out, like a dragon going out to sea, unstoppable. The Qigong waves of the sky-piercing cannon and the Qigong waves of the tornado storm fist collided violently. Boom! Different from the front, I saw that the strong wind on Li Feng's Qigong wave instantly broke through Shayla's sky-piercing cannon and swept towards Shayla. What? Sha Lu couldn't help but be surprised when he looked at the Qigong wave that swept towards him. He knew how much power he had just used, but right now Li Feng's Qigong wave actually broke through his sky-piercing cannon. Immediately, his hands were open, and a thick protective barrier appeared in front of him. Boom! Powerful and domineering energy bombarded his barrier. Bell! The next moment, a cracking voice came, and Shayla's face was full of surprise and surprise. The cracks in the barrier began to increase, and finally shattered directly. Boom! The energy devoured Shayla's figure fiercely. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rises into the sky. Was it successful? At this moment, Sun Wuhan looked at the huge mushroom cloud, came to Li Feng's side, and said, "Shiru won't die so easily." Cough. Cough. Li Feng gasped, the trick he had just developed was too physically exhausting. At the moment, take out 2 fairy beans, one to Sun Wuhan, and one to eat yourself. Quack quack. The battle was swallowed, and all the physical strength that had just been consumed was made up for in an instant, and all the injuries on the body were healed. He is not the Monkey King, he does not have the idea of fighting without eating fairy beans in order to fight fairly, and he will not give Shayla fairy beans. Even if he had Scion blood flowing in his body, he wouldn't be stupid to that extent. And the same is true of Sun Gohan in this world. The earth has become what it is now, it is all caused by artificial humans, so he will not talk about any fair duels with artificial people. After the 2 ate fairy beans, their physical condition reached the best, and coupled with the recovery from their injuries just now, their strength was once again improved at this moment. Drink? Yes. The smoke and dust dispersed, Shayla seemed a little embarrassed, and the body that originally seemed indestructible also appeared a little scarred. This is exactly what Li Feng's tornado storm fist caused, the sharp chi of the wind, invincible, all breakable, it is exactly this truth. Abominable Monkey King, you actually dare to make me like this. I can't spare you. Drink. Sha Lu was very angry, originally he thought that the invincible complete body was actually injured by Li Feng, how could this not be angry? Immediately, Shiru was already in front of the 2 of them, and his hands hit the 2 with bursting energy bombs. Boom! 2 punches came out, and the explosion sounded in the sky. However, the next moment, Shayla was shocked again, and his eyes were filled with boundless anger. His attack was caught by the 2. Bang! All 3 were shocked back a few feet away. How is that possible? The strength of the 2 of you has actually been boosted again. Also, how did you recover from your injuries? A flurry of questions blurted out. Humph! Shiru, your end has arrived. Li Feng didn't answer Shayla's question, and he didn't want to explain so much to him. Phew! The corner of Li Feng's mouth cut an arc and rushed straight towards Shayla. And Sun Gohan did not fall. In this future world, there is no martial dignity anymore, only killing the opponent is king. The speed of both of them is very fast, and they are not weaker than Shiru at the moment. Bang bang! Dozens of punches were exchanged in an instant, and the powerful energy aftermath kept shaking out. Li Feng and Sun Wuhan did not spare their hands, every blow went straight to the point, and every blow was blasted towards the mortal one. But Shayla was more and more surprised, as the most powerful existence in the complete body, he actually had a humiliating feeling of being pressed and beaten at this moment. You know, he is Dr. Gro's most powerful artificial human after computer analysis, gathering the advantages of many warriors, and he is actually beaten like this at this moment. Bang bang! The so-called 2 fists are difficult to fight with 4 hands, this is the truth, not to mention that Li Feng and Sun Wuhan have eaten fairy beans, and their bodies have reached the best state. Shayla, who had some serious energy losses in front, gradually began to be unable to keep up with the rhythm of the 2. There are more and more injuries on his body, and he is more and more surprised, he can't make his complete body really have to account for it here today. When Sha Lu thought about it like this, he was already distracted, but he was seized by Sun Wuhan and Li Feng. Ugh! Shayla was directly hit by the simultaneous attack of the 2, his face was bitter, and his body was like a flying bolide smashing into the ground. It's time to fix him. Ultimate Magic Flash! Sun Gohan drank loudly, burst out the power of his whole body, and used the ultimate magic flash, directly hitting the falling Shiru. Tornado Storm Fist. Drink. Yes. Li Feng also did not lag behind, his fists clenched, and the powerful and murderous aura gathered in his fists. Ha! Two powerful and domineering qigong waves shot out from both fists and swept towards Shailu. Neither of them is a martial idiot like Sun Wukong, and they both understand that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to themselves. 3 energy bombs directly enveloped the falling Shailu, and in an instant, several times higher than the previous bombing erupted. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with smoke and dust, and 5 fingers could not be seen. The powerful aftermath made Li Feng and Sun Wuhan cross their hands and protect them tightly. And their figures were almost unstable. Boom! Another bombardment sounded, and Chiru in the smoke and dust was already flying with flesh and blood. After a while, the smoke gradually cleared. Now, he shouldn't be alive. Sun Gohan gasped and looked down and said. Seeing this, please take the trouble to help order a collection, if there are still flowers, if you can, also help some, thank you. Chapter 013. Boom, boom. Under the dark clouds of black pressure, the downpour came as scheduled, dripping on the ruins. The sound was particularly loud, and the next moment, the wind also swept in, and the whistling sound was deafening, as if to say, when the storm comes, it is unstoppable. Shiru died like that. Li Feng always feels wrong, like in the original work, Shiru still hasn't died after he blew himself up. Is it so easy to die now? There is always a sense of danger that comes secretly. But looking around, there is no trace of Shiru. I think it's better to look first. Shailu combines so many warrior cells, it is better to be cautious. Li Feng's face did not have excitement, but was a little dignified. Boom! Suddenly, thunder and lightning suddenly appeared below, and a powerful aura rose up into the sky. It's as if something is about to be born. What is it? What a huge breath! Sun Gohan looked at those thunderbolts and said. This is the breath of Shiru. It turns out that the guy is not dead yet? Sun Gohan quickly sensed that this was Shailu's breath. Shiru is not dead yet. On the contrary, it is stronger. Li Feng looked at the lightning below and said. What? That kind of explosion can't kill him, what kind of monster is he? Sun Gohan said with some worry, if the two of them can't stop Shailu, the earth will cease to exist in the future. Now, the two people looked at each other, and Sun Gohan was even more, originally thought that Shailu had been killed, and the excitement just now no longer existed. Lightning raging, coupled with the downpour, burst out a burst of explosive sounds, and the next moment, a green figure gradually appeared in the lightning. It was Shailu. I have to say that Shailu's life is really hard to the extreme. First of all, in the original work, after the explosion is still fine, now in front of him, after withstanding such a fierce attack by the two, Shailu is still resurrected, and more powerful. Shiru has bike cells, as long as his core organs are not destroyed, he can be reborn, which is also the innate talent of the Nami Nemesis, but at this moment an unexpected effect has happened in Shiru. The Scion near-death resurrection strength, the stronger talent, combined with the racial characteristics of the Nami Nemesis, finally pushed Shailu to a peak. Shailu, who came to life, did not seem to understand the situation, but when he found that he was still alive, he couldn't help but feel happy. And when he felt the power brought by the near-death resurrection, he was even more ecstatic. Ha! The golden aura surged wildly, and with the eruption of that powerful force, countless electric rays appeared around Shailu's body, and the terrifying momentum instantly spread throughout the earth. Shailu did not speak, and seemed to be still adapting to his body, but his eyes soon narrowed, and his body instantly came behind Li Feng. So fast! Li Feng's pupils shrank, it was too late to react at this time, and he was kicked out by Lightning Shiru. Li Feng managed to stabilize his body, and Lightning Shailu rushed towards him again, obviously not intending to give him time to react. Drink! Instantly burst out with the momentum of the Super Saiyan and greeted it. At this moment, Shailu is the best opponent. The two fists slammed together like Mars hitting the earth. Feeling the huge power coming from his arm, Li Feng's face changed, and he was directly shocked. Shiru. Suffer death. Sun Gohan on the side had already gathered his chi. Magic flash. Drink. When Shalo saw it, his eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth rose, and he said with disdain, carving insect trick. Say that the figure flashed, like lightning, or even faster, disappeared in place. This made Sun Gohan's magic flash directly fall. Suddenly, Sun Gohan's face changed, and he wanted to turn around immediately, but he was still half a beat slower. Lightning Shalo's strength and speed are far from being completely comparable. Shalo punched Sun Gohan's back. Sun Gohan's face was pale and he was instantly knocked off, but Shalo did not stop, and the next instant had come to the rear where Sun Gohan was knocked off. Bang! Another kick out, Sun Gohan was directly smashed to the ground. Looking at the two people who had just pressed him and beaten, they were not his enemies at the moment, and they couldn't help but get even more excited. Ha ha ha! All this is thanks to the two of you, which has allowed me to reach a higher level. As a reward, you two will die at my hands, ha ha ha! At this time, Shiru perfectly brought Vegeta's character to the extreme, and Science loved the feeling of defeating the pretense. It is clear that Shiru has swelled to the extreme at the moment. Drink. Yes. The surrounding blue arc is rattling, and the golden flame is dancing its teeth and claws. Tornado Storm Fist. Only hearing a voice coming, Sha Lu looked over, and saw that Li Feng had already completed the momentum, and two Qigong waves in his hands shot out, overwhelming Sha Lu. As I said, now I have no one to stop. Why do you have to resist senselessly? Shiru's eyes were full of contempt. Card. Plums. Card. May. Ha. Sha Lu directly shot out an even more powerful turtle sect Qigong wave towards Li Feng. Boom. The sound of the explosion was still deafening, but this time the tornado storm fist did not break through Shalo's turtle Qigong wave, but was forced back. Drink. Yes. I wanted to increase the output, but that power didn't give him this time at all, and the tornado storm fist was directly pushed back. Ugh! Li Feng's eyes were torn, and he was struck by this turtle sect Qigong and the power of his tornado storm fist. Suddenly, his whole person only felt boundless pain, as well as the feeling of bones scattering. Boom! This time, it was Li Feng's turn to be submerged in the explosion. At this moment, Sun Wuhan has rushed again, not caring about Li Feng, who was drowned in the explosion. Now there is only one purpose, to defeat Shalo, otherwise the earth will have to be finished. Sun Gohan threw a punch, but Shalo's figure instantly disappeared like air. It's an afterimage fist. Sun Gohan instantly realized, but it was too late at this time, and Shiru kicked from behind Sun Gohan. Poof! Sun Wuhan spurted out a mouthful of blood, and when he was about to make a move, Shalo's figure was as fast as lightning, and he didn't give him this opportunity. After receiving a few more heavy punches, Sun Gohan finally couldn't support it and fell straight to the ground. Drink. Yes. Shalo roared instantly, this feeling, as if the entire universe itself can punch out. Sure enough, Dr. Gro created him as the strongest fighter. Seeing this, please take the trouble to help order a collection, if there are still flowers, if you can, also help some, thank you. Chapter 014. Poof! Li Feng spat out blood and turned over and lay down, and I have to say that Shalo's attack made him feel like he was about to be scrapped. It can only be said that it is worthy of lightning Shiru. Quack quack! A fairy bean swallowed, and instantly Li Feng's eyes froze, and the bones that had just been broken were all recovered at this moment, and his strength had also improved a little. The momentum of the body once again reached its peak. But Li Feng knew that if he couldn't cross that threshold, no matter how much he improved, he couldn't achieve that kind of qualitative change. He was essentially still a Super Saiyan form, whether it was strength or speed, it was far inferior to Shalo. It was clear that the shackle was in front of him, but he couldn't see or touch it, and he couldn't break through that step. Only fighting. Crazy battles are only possible to break through. Li Feng's eyes showed a brilliant light, and he said to himself. Immediately got up, looked at Shailu, the aura of his body was instantly filled, and his turquoise pupils were full of desire for battle. Only by fighting can you hope to break through the shackles. This is the blood of the scion boiling. Feeling Shailu's soaring momentum, Li Feng felt that his hands were shaking a little uncontrollably. Oh? Monkey King? You're not dead yet? It seems that you have once again returned to the top, but do you still not understand? I am the strongest fighter Dr. Gro has ever created, and no matter how many times you recover, you are no match for my complete body Shuru. Shailu found Li Feng and said with a smile. The corners of Li Feng's mouth rose and said, Shailu, you are very strong. But I won't throw in the towel. Drink. Bursting out of the momentum of the whole body, his current strength in the full power state has reached nearly 2 billion combat power, and Shailu should be in the early 3 billions, this combat power alone is already a world of difference. Humph. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Shailu will not think that Li Feng can deal with himself now, although it can be seen that Li Feng's combat effectiveness has increased again, but in front of his most perfect artificial person, he is all scum. Li Feng's eyes sharpened, and he instantly slammed his fist and attacked. Shailu smiled and said, well, let's play with you. Bang! A punch was struck out fiercely, and Shailu took it lightly, and hit Li Feng's stomach with a faster punch. How? Just such a little strength? Phew! Li Feng's body was shot out fiercely like an off-string bow and arrow. But... evil! I won't lose to you, bug. Drink! Bursting out of strength, he trembled and stabilized his figure, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Shailu in front. Li Feng's battle intent had reached an extreme, as if it needed an extreme battle to calm him down. Li Feng rushed towards Shailu again in the next moment, and his fists swept forward with powerful energy. Bang bang! Boom! Li Feng's speed is very fast, and he is a heavy punch without a single blow. But Lightning Shrew is able to judge in the next moment and give a counterattack. The two exchanged hundreds of punches in an instant, and the energy that erupted kept falling to the ground, causing one explosion after another. And the city below has long been empty. Tornado Storm Fist. The strength of the powerful wind breeds. Which can't help but make Xiaolu a little jealous, but he is not afraid, he can only say that it is not so light, but he still presses Li Feng to beat. Go and die. Li Feng only felt the crisis coming, and what he saw was Shailu's evil smile. The next moment, Li Feng swung his fist fiercely, and Shailu's figure instantly dissipated in place, and his face couldn't help but change. After image fist. Li Feng immediately turned around, and he could see that Xiaolu had already completed the momentum at a high place, and a turtle faction Qigong wave swept overwhelmed. There was no time to think, and a tornado storm fist burst out. But where is it comparable to the turtle sect Qigong wave that is gaining momentum? Drink? Yes. Li Feng fell directly into the Qigong wave and was not allowed to move. Li Feng's eyes were torn, but he didn't expect Shailu's speed to be so fast. Did you just die? Boom! The powerful explosion spread instantly, and Li Feng was smashed into the ruins. Ahem! Cough! Gasping for air, his body was seriously injured again. Is the gap really that big? Nope. I'm not willing. Li Feng forcibly endured the huge pain coming from his body and got up. Since Sun Gohan can do it in the original work, I can do it too. I want to be the strongest. Drink? Yes. Li Feng instantly burst out with a powerful momentum, but the difference was that this time it was accompanied by a blue arc. And this chi is still improving rapidly. The ground under his feet instantly spread in all directions like a spider's web, and the rebel flew with the violent chi vortex. The whole planet was shaking violently. Blue lightning bolts appeared around Li Feng. 1, 2. More and more lightning crackled. Brush! At the same time, the golden hair stood on end, leaving only a small number of bangs shaking in front of the eyebrows. The gaze was also more determined and fierce than before. His hair stood tall and he wore lightning all over. Feeling the vast and majestic energy brought by his body, Li Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed, and finally broke through to Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong, don't think that you are my opponent if you have changed your appearance. Looking at Li Feng's appearance, although Shailu was a little surprised, he would never think that Li Feng would be his opponent. After all, he was the most perfect warrior. A heavy punch slammed into Li Feng's face. Bang! Unexpectedly, the picture of Li Feng being punched and flown did not appear, but was directly slapped by Li Feng to scatter Shailu's attack. What? How can it be? It's definitely a coincidence. Sha Lu was shocked, but he never believed that Li Feng had reached the ability to compete with him at this moment, or even surpass it. Anything is possible. So, Shrew, feel the power of my Super Saiyan 2. The corner of Li Feng's mouth streaked an arc, and his figure flashed and came to Shailu. Bang! A heavy punch hit Sha Ru's stomach, which Sha Lu did not expect. Ugh! Shailu's face was bitter, his eyes seemed to jump out, and then he was shot away for several feet. Abominable! This must be a coincidence, you know that I am the perfect warrior. Shailu was furious to the extreme, the wind was raging around him, and the blue arc was even more sizzling. Everyone, help with the collection and some flowers, if you can, help order a monthly pass or something, the author is very grateful for your support. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 015. Boom! Li Feng stood in the air, the golden aura on his body was dancing his teeth and claws, accompanied by blue arcs from time to time. This is exactly his Super Saiyan 2 form, no wonder Shailu is so arrogant, the original form and current form are simply one in the sky and one on the ground. And Sun Wuhan in the ruins below also felt Li Feng's powerful and explosive aura, and said with a smile, Li Feng finally broke through that threshold, cough. Cough. It was obvious that at this moment, Sun Gohan was no longer capable of fighting, and right now, all his physical strength had been exhausted, and he could only observe this battle with his breath of feeling. A golden lightning bolt rushed in, but it was easily dodged by Li Feng, and he kicked Shailu behind him fiercely, and couldn't help but let Shailu pounce a few feet forward. Shailu, you are no longer my opponent. Li Feng said with a smile. Haha, how is it possible, you must know that I Shailu is the most. Poof. Before Shailu finished speaking, Li Feng had already flashed in front of Shailu and slammed a heavy punch on Shailu's body. Say this all day, you don't bother. Li Feng said casually, and Shailu was shot away by dozens of zhong again. Shailu finally stabilized his figure. Abominable! I'll kill you! Shailu is finally angry. As the strongest artificial human created by Dr. Gro, when did he suffer such humiliation? Immediately burst out with all your strength and face it. And Li Feng also put down his contemptuous expression, to know that Lightning Shailu itself is Shailu's own strength state similar to Super Saiyan 2, just now Shailu was hit by him several times, completely Shailu was in that unbelievable mood. But at this moment, Shailu was angry and came straight to kill, which required him to deal with it carefully. Boom! The two collided again, and now with one punch, the two were equally divided. Gu was shocked by the power displayed by the other party. Boom! Bang bang! The next moment, the two collided again, only the difference was that no matter how fast Shailu was, Li Feng would be able to take his move. Shailu was also more and more surprised, what happened to this Monkey King, obviously not as good as his opponent in front, but he was not weaker than him at the moment, which also made Shailu rational a lot from anger. However, today Li Feng and Sun Wuhan must die. Otherwise, the hatred in his heart is incomprehensible. Drink. Both of them are fast fighting, fists are deadly, and there is no left hand. After all, on the battlefield, if anyone keeps his hand, then it is himself who dies. Boom! An explosion resounded in the sky, and the earth was shaken by the powerful power of the two from time to time. The strength of Li Feng and Xia Lu is no longer on the same level as me, and I must reach this level. Sun Gohan below looked at the battle between the two and said to himself. Boom! In this battle, Shailu even used all the Dragon Ball Z warriors' unique moves, and Li Feng also improved a lot of martial arts skills in this battle. Shailu played with various skills, and Li Feng dealt with them one by one with his unique move, Tornado Storm Fist. Monkey King, give me death. Sky Cannon. At the moment, Shailu frantically unleashed a Vegeta's trick, the Sky Cannon. Swept towards Li Feng. Ultimate Magic Flash. Li Feng was also more proficient in the Magic Flash skill in the battle, and he struck out fiercely. And his momentum was not weaker than Shailu's sky-piercing cannon. Boom! There was another explosion, and the two were shocked back. The two faced off in the air, accompanied by golden flames and blue electric arcs, and their eyes were full of anger, both wanting to kill each other here. Come on! Drink! The next moment, Li Feng and Shailu fought together again, and Li Feng made a flaw, allowing Shailu to pounce into the air, and instantly a magic flash hit Shailu's body fiercely. Shailu didn't react, and was directly smashed to the ground by the energy. Boom! The sky was filled with smoke and dust in an instant, but the coughing sound from the smoke and dust could tell that Chiru was not harmful. Ahem! Cough! Sun Wukong, I can only say that you are amazing. Do you think you can kill me, Shailu, just by virtue of this? Shailu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, let's decide the winner with one move. I saw that the whirlwind energy in Li Feng's hand gradually gathered together, and then formed the appearance of a sword. Anyone who watches Dragon Ball Super knows that the Black Wukong inside likes this move, although it is all gathered into a blade, but Li Feng's move is derived from his fist technique Tornado Storm Fist. With the sharp chi of the wind, everything is broken, even the earth seems to be able to break through with a sword. The blue air sword appeared in Li Feng's right hand, flashing arcs from time to time, giving people a domineering feeling. Just use this sword to solve you. Shuru. Li Feng held the air sword in his hand in front of his eyes and said lightly. Xia Lu gasped and said, look down on people less, Sun Wukong, your strength is indeed powerful, but if you want to kill me, do you think it is so easy? Saying that, Shailu instantly assumed the pose of a turtle faction Qigong wave. Let you taste it, my 100-fold turtle sect Qigong wave is powerful. Xia Lu smiled evilly, this will be a blow that uses all his strength. Card. Plums. Card. Plums. Drink. The whole earth was shaking, and Shailu's blow used all his strength. Countless cracks began to appear on the ground where he was standing. Wind. Crack. Sword. Li Feng shouted word by word, and in an instant, the original air sword instantly gathered more domineering energy, and the sword body became longer and longer. It feels more and more terrifying. Break it for me. Drink. A sword overwhelmed the sky and slashed towards Shailu's turtle sect Qigong wave. This sword also used all of Li Feng's strength. I saw that after Shailu's super huge Qigong wave collided with the sword chi of the wind cracking sword, the most incredible thing happened. The sword chi directly broke through the powerful Qigong waves, and the Qigong waves were discharged to both sides by the sword chi like ocean waves. Like a dragon going to sea, unstoppable. Nope. After the sword chi broke through the turtle sect Qigong wave, it did not stop, but directly hit Shailu. Zhang. A sword instantly raged on Chiru. Nope. How is this possible? I'm the strongest. Chiru has an incredulous expression until death, Obviously the computer has said that he is the strongest warrior, but at this moment he is going to die in the hands of the Scions. Ugh! Boom! A powerful explosion came out instantly, and Shailu's body and even his core instantly turned into nothing, and the dead could not die anymore. Everyone, help with the collection and some flowers, if you can, help order a monthly pass or something. The author is very grateful for your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 016. The heavy rain finally stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. An ray of sunlight penetrated the dark clouds and spilled to the ground. Li Feng and Sun Wuhan stood high in the ruins, looking at the artificial man who was finally eliminated, and the solemnity on their faces disappeared. Li Feng, the artificial humans have finally been eliminated. Sun Gohan finally showed a rare smile at this time. The artificial humans have finally been eliminated, and the world is finally going to return to peace? Li Feng nodded, and then took out 2 immortal beans, one for Sun Wuhan, one for himself. The battle just now has made Li Feng use all his physical strength, and Sun Wuhan is the same, and he is seriously injured. Quack quack! Xiando swallowed, and the physical strength used by the 2 people recovered instantly, and the injuries were also healed. Ha! I feel like I'm empowered again. It's just that the form you turned into just now, Li Feng, is the same as the form of Shailu. Is it beyond the form of a Super Saiyan? Sun Gohan asked. After seeing Li Feng's battle, Sun Gohan knew that the Super Saiyan was not the end. That form I call Super Saiyan 2, is a form that is superior to Super Saiyan. If Super Saiyan can increase the strength by 50 times, Super Saiyan 2 can increase the strength by 100 times. Li Feng explained to Sun Gohan. Now, because of his intervention by Li Feng, not only is Sun Gohan not dead, but he can even be very strong. The future Sun Gohan is different from Nobi-Han. He is resolute and has been carrying a heavy burden since he was a child, and Li Feng appreciates the future Sun Gohan. Super Saiyan 2. Listening to Li Feng, Sun Wuhan's eyes are full of blazing. He also flows the blood of Scions, and he is also full of expectations for becoming stronger. Can I too? Sun Gohan asked. Li Feng nodded and said, you are already at the peak of Super Saiyan 1, and you only need one opportunity to break through Super Saiyan 2. And Super Saiyan 2 is not the end yet. Li Feng is a modern person. I don't know how many times I have watched various series of Dragon Ball, and he also knows that Super Saiyan 2 is followed by Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, Freedom Extreme Gong and so on. It's just that he doesn't know which direction this world will develop in the future. And Sun Wuhan heard Li Feng say this, Super Saiyan 2 is not the end, which not only makes him more excited, he must continue to surpass himself and reach stronger. Looking at Sun Wuhan's fiery expression, Li Feng nodded, worthy of being the future Sun Wuhan. The pursuit of martial arts is not weaker than Sun Wukong, and it is not like Sun Wukong's kind of martial idiot. It seems that in this world, he is the protagonist. Brother Gohan. Brother Li Feng. Trunks' voice came. The two looked together, and saw Boomer driving a plane parked overhead, Trunks sticking out his head and saying hello. Hey! Trunks! At this time, Sun Gohan also smiled and waved. Everything has calmed down, hasn't it? Li Feng also smiled and waved his hand. At this moment, he really felt the feeling of the existence of this world. He was no longer just sitting in front of the TV to watch, and now he has also become a member of it. After a while, the plane piloted by Boomer landed on the ground, and Boomer and Trunks walked over. Gohan, Li Feng. You eliminated the artificial humans. Boomer asked happily. Li Feng nodded and said, yes, finally eliminated them. This battle is really tiring. Ha ha ha. Trunks was also delighted and said, great, brother Li Feng, brother Gohan, peace can finally be restored in this world. Restore peace. When Sun Gohan heard this, he couldn't help but look around, and there were only endless ruins and gunsmoke around. Now that Vic has also perished, can the earth be restored to before? Seeing that Son Gohan's expression was a little solemn, Trunks also reacted, looked at the destroyed surroundings, and said, although these damn artificial people have all perished, the earth is already devastated. Li Feng thought for a while and said, isn't there still the Dragon Ball of planet Namek? Just use the Dragon Balls of the planet Namek to restore the Dragon Balls of the earth, and then use the Dragon Balls of the earth to revive all the people who have been destroyed by artificial humans. As soon as Li Feng's words came out, Boomer's eyes lit up and said, yes, why did I forget this? We can build a spaceship to go to the planet Namek. It is worthy of Li Feng, you are much smarter than Sun Wukong. Hearing Boomer say this, Li Feng scratched his head and said, haha, where is it? I said it casually, haha. Sun Gohan was also pleasantly surprised, and said at the moment, but since the last time the planet Namek was destroyed, we don't know where the Namek people have gone. How is this good? Sun Gohan got to the point again in one sentence. We can ask the King of the Realm for the coordinates of the new planet Namek, and then the spaceship is not needed, I can use teleportation to get to the planet Namek. Li Feng said. Yes, Li Feng, your proposal is good. Thank you. Sun Gohan said gratefully. Wouldn't it be my father and they could all be resurrected? Trunks' eyes lit up, for this world, since Trunks can remember, he has not seen Vegeta, so he is very eager to do so. And the same is true of Sun Gohan, if his father can also be resurrected. That's great. Li Feng nodded, closed his eyes, and immediately looked for the location of the Realm King. Found it. Li Feng's eyes lit up. Everyone, wait for my good news. And, Boomer, get ready for Dragon Ball. Li Feng said. Boomer nodded and said, if I have Dragon Ball, I have already collected it and put it away, but it has turned into stone. It's just that Li Feng, don't you go back with us first and then go to the Realm King's star? Li Feng waved his hand and said, I won't go with you first, I'll get things done first, and I'll come back. At that moment, Li Feng teleported and disappeared in place. Okay, I'm going to go back to Bun Mountain first, tell my mother the good news, and tell her that my father is coming back. Sun Gohan also couldn't stop being excited, his father, who he thought about day and night, as well as Uncle Bike, and other warriors had a chance to be resurrected, how could he not be excited? At that moment, use the dance void technique and fly towards the direction of Bun Mountain. Okay, we should go back and get ready. Immediately, Trunks and Boomer also got on the plane and flew in the direction of the western capital. Everyone, help with the collection and some flowers, if you can, help order a monthly pass or something, the author is very grateful for your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 017 King of the North. A stocky middle-aged man with mantis-like tentacles on his head was driving his car around his slightly smaller celestial star. The chimpanzees Barblos and Gurgly were sitting in the back row. What a beautiful weather today! Ha ha ha! Ha ha! The King of the Realm laughed directly when he said such a sentence, which was one of the funniest jokes he thought was the most funny. Of course, the two pets behind him don't think so. At this moment, a black figure instantly appeared in front of their car, and after seeing it, the King of Realm was in a hurry and failed to step on the brakes in time. Ugh! The car crashed into the man in black, but the man in black was fine, but the car of the King of the Realm was directly shaken over. This is indeed the King of the Realm, and the gravity is 10 times that of the Earth, but for me, it doesn't work. Li Feng said to himself. Where did the muddy boy come from, so suddenly appeared in front of him, very rude to understand. A voice came, and Li Feng realized that something seemed to have hit him just now. Hey? Goku? How did you get here, aren't you dead? The King of the Realm saw that it was Monkey King, and his face was full of question marks. Li Feng saw that it was the Realm King, and said a little embarrassed, "Are you the Lord of the Realm King?" "I'm not the Monkey King, I'm here to ask you questions." "Oh? I didn't expect this kind of strange thing, who looks exactly like Sun Wukong but is not Sun Wukong. Ha ha. Ha ha." I saw the King of the Realm covering his mouth and laughing. "This is the funniest joke, ha ha ha." Seeing the appearance of the Realm King, Li Feng was very speechless, but at the moment, he came to ask questions, so he was very polite. "Hey? Just now you said that you came to ask me a question, please tell me all the situation, and then the King of this realm will decide whether to help you." The King of the Northern Realm stopped laughing and looked at Li Feng and said. Li Feng nodded, and immediately explained everything that happened on the earth to the King of the Northern Realm. "What? Artificial people were all wiped out by you?" Hearing Li Feng's words, the King of the Realm was taken aback. "You know, in order to deal with the artificial people, the most powerful warriors on the earth were all killed, and at this moment Li Feng said that the artificial people have been eliminated. How can they not be shocked? I came here to ask you about the coordinates of the planet Namek." Li Feng asked respectfully. The King of the Northern Realm nodded and said, "Since you eliminated the artificial human, then I will help you check it." With that, standing to the side, facing the sky, his two tentacles erected and began to probe the location of the planet Shinamik. "Hey? Found it, but the planet Namek is now targeted by strong enemies, you need to go as soon as possible." Immediately, according to the coordinates given by the King of the Northern Realm, Li Feng used teleportation and instantly disappeared in place. Teleportation? Also said that it is not the Monkey King. The King of the Northern Realm looked at Li Feng, who disappeared in an instant, and said to himself, "Will move instantly, and has the face of Sun Wukong, but said that it is not Sun Wukong, haha, this is really the funniest joke of the year, ha ha ha." The King of the Northern Realm covered his mouth, but still did not stop his laughter. On the other side, in the vast universe, a huge spaceship is moving fast. "Lord Gula, the probe has detected the coordinates of the new planet Namek, and it is now almost the atmosphere of the planet Namek." In the spaceship, a strange-looking cosmic man dressed in a combat suit knelt on one knee and respectfully said to a person in front of him, "Hey? Is it finally here? I saw a white-purple skin, a lizardman in size, and a person who did not reveal cold air everywhere in his body was bored observing the vast universe. Sha'iza, immediately order to go down and go to the planet Namek with all your strength, and I will come in person. As long as I get the Dragon Balls of the planet Namek, I will be able to have the power of immortality, and the entire universe will not be in my hands by Gura." This man is none other than the genius of the Frozen Demon, the eldest son of King Kurd, and the brother of Frisha. His father King Kurdish and his stupid brother actually went to Earth without knowing whether they were dead or alive, and they were actually killed by the toothed monkey, which is really stupid and extreme. Originally he also wanted to go to Earth, but later heard about the planet Namek, so he didn't go. I won't be as stupid as Frisha, now that the Super Saiyan has appeared, as long as I get the Dragon Balls of planet Namek, whatever Super Saiyan he is all scum. Ha ha ha. Their frozen family has never talked about family affection, only interests, and now Frisha and the Kurdish king are dead, and their army is also under the command of Gula. Right now, as long as he gets the Dragon Ball, then he can have an immortal body, and what Super Saiyan can help him then? The eerie laughter, cold and piercing, made everyone in the spaceship tremble. As a genius of the Frozen Demon clan, Gula is different from his father King Kurdish and younger brother Frisha. He has one more layer of transformation than them, which is what he relies on. On the planet Namek, a group of Namek people who look similar to Vic are working hard. The new Great Elder glanced at the sky with a solemn expression. "Great Elder, what's wrong, how dignified is it?" I saw a little Nami nemesis asking the Great Elder. The Great Elder looked at this little Namek and said, "Dandy, the disaster of our planet Namek is here again." Dandy's face was shocked and surprised, and he said immediately, "Someone has come to our planet to snatch the Dragon Ball again." In the past, the events of the planet Frisolai Namek were still vividly remembered, and at that time, their Nami nemesis almost exterminated. Fortunately, the Monkey King and his party on Earth helped them solve the disaster. "Quickly take the clansmen to take refuge," the Great Elder immediately ordered to go down. "What about you, Great Elder?" Dandy looked at the Great Elder, who looked at Death and said, "As the Grand Elder of planet Namek, I will do my duty." The Great Elder's face was bitter. He was not a combat-type nemesis after all, but he still had to do his best to stop the enemy. Dandy nodded and immediately took a few clansmen to look for the other Nami nemesis. "Hey? No, there is also a force that is both good and evil." In an instant, the Great Elder also sensed that Li Feng's power was also approaching, and said to himself, "Alas! I hope he can help our planet Namek through this disaster." The Great Elder glanced at the sky and said with a solemn face, "Everyone, help with the collection and some flowers, if you can, help order a monthly pass or something. The author is very grateful for your support is my greatest motivation, thank you." Chapter 018. On the planet Namek, the Great Elder looked at the sky with a solemn expression. He didn't know if they could survive this time. The Dragon Balls they made were originally a symbol of their wisdom and energy, but now they frequently attract the prying eyes and robberies of evil people, which is a symbol of their ability, but it also brings disaster to them. The so-called guilt is exactly this truth. Phew! A black figure suddenly appeared in front of the Great Elder, directly causing the Great Elder to retreat dozens of steps. When the Great Elder saw the person coming, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after making sure that he was not mistaken, he was overjoyed. "Mr. Gaku! Is that you? Long time no see." When Li Feng heard this, he looked over, and saw a slightly fat Nami nemesis with green skin and two antennas on his head looking at him happily. Li Feng nodded and said, "I'm not Sun Wukong, but I'm his friend, and I came to planet Namek to borrow your Dragon Balls." Hearing Li Feng's words, the Great Elder shook his head and said, "Foreigners who came from afar, it was originally no problem to borrow your Dragon Ball, but right now our planet Namek is being targeted by a strong enemy." Strong enemy? Li Feng also felt it when he came, but this momentum was far lower than him, so he didn't care. "Great Elder, then I will help you deal with strong enemies, and you will borrow the Dragon Balls for me later." The corner of Li Feng's mouth crossed an arc and said to the Great Elder. The Great Elder nodded, and he still chose to believe the scion who looked exactly like Mr. Sun Wukong in front of him. "Well, thank you very much." The Great Elder bowed to Li Feng and said. The Great Elder could feel the majestic power hidden in Li Feng's body. "I don't know who the enemy is this time." Li Feng came to the future world of Dragon Ball, and he had never seen Friesha, but he could judge that this force was very evil, but for him who broke through Super Saiyan 2 now, he was not afraid. Not long after, a huge spaceship slowly appeared in the air. The Great Elder's face changed and he said, "Mr. Li Feng, it's a member of the Frozen Demon clan." Over the years, frozen demons have occupied and attacked planets everywhere, so the entire universe, they are all famous, and so is the planet Namek. In front, Frisha, who was of the Frozen Demon clan, came to their planet to snatch the Dragon Ball, causing them to almost annihilate, and now it is the Frozen Demon clan, which can't help but make the good-natured Great Elder also very angry. Frozen Demon clan. Li Feng thought about it. In this world, Frisia and King Kurd have been wiped out by Sun Wukong, then, the person who came this time is definitely Gula. Immediately, Li Feng reduced the aura on his body to a minimum. If he directly scared Gula away, it would not be good. Great Elder. At this moment, a figure voice came. Li Feng glanced over, and saw a group of Nami nemesis flying towards them. "Didn't I let you take refuge? How come you guys are back?" The Great Elder said with a feeling of hatred that iron is not steel. After Dandy and the others landed, Dandy said, "That, Great Elder, this is not what I meant. They said that they want to coexist with the planet Namek." "Hey? Mr. Gaku." Dandy is overjoyed when he sees the Monkey King, who was their savior before, destroying Frisha, who came to invade their planet Namek. The group of Nami Nemesis people behind are also surprised. As long as Sun Wukong is there, then, they should be able to survive this disaster this time. Li Feng didn't say anything. Every time he will be mistaken for Sun Wukong by others. I have to say, how much influence does Sun Wukong have, even the planet Namek? Therefore, he does not want to explain now, or rather, does not have time to explain. Boom! The spacecraft landed, instantly causing smoke and dust in the sky. As soon as the gate of the spacecraft opened, countless strange-looking cosmic people instantly poured out, and after a while, the spacecraft was full of cosmic people. Looking at their momentum, they are extremely vicious. I saw that the 3 cosmic people who walked out afterwards were even more vicious, and the momentum that came from them was domineering. The Great Elder looked at the 3 cosmic people who came out behind, and his body trembled slightly and said, "Mecha troops." Li Feng's eyes narrowed and said, "Mecha troops." Frisia has 5 loyal subordinates, the Kinnat team, and Gula also has 3 very strong subordinates, who make up the Gula Mech unit. Gula's guards, super soldiers selected from the elite warriors of the universe, composed of Shaza, Nez, and Dre, each of them has a combat power of hundreds of thousands, and all of them have unique skills. They followed Gula to fight everywhere, so the fierce name is far away, and the shock of these Nami Nemesis people behind is also in common sense. Finally, a more imposing cosmic man walked out of the spaceship, and saw that his skin was white and purple, his body was similar to a lizardman, and his whole body did not reveal the cold. Li Feng was also a person who had seen Dragon Ball, so at a glance, it was Gula who could see at a glance. "Lord Gula, this is the planet Namek. At this time, the Nami Nemesis are gathering together, presumably to welcome you." Shaza said to Gula without forgetting to pat the horse. "Have they all gathered? Just right, we went to find them. What the hell is that person, though? How to mix among them?" Gula immediately discovered Li Feng's existence and asked immediately. After Niaiza heard this, he walked out, turned on the combat power detector, and said mockingly, "At the moment, it turns out that it is just a scion monkey with a combat power of only a few thousand. Lord Gura, just a scion with a combat power of several thousand." Niaiza shouted to Gula. When Gula heard that it was a scion, he couldn't help but be surprised, but when he heard that the combat power was only a few thousand, he let go of his heart. At this time, how did he know that Li Feng deliberately hid his combat power? It turned out to be a damned scion monkey. "Destroy him for me, I can't see the scions the most," Gula said viciously. After all, his father King Kurdish and brother Frishako died at the hands of scions, so how could he allow any scions to stand in front of him? When the tall Dre heard this, he couldn't help but rejoice. He is a simple-minded and well-developed character, he likes to fight and bully the weak. "Let me destroy this monkey, hee. With an evil smile on his face, as if he had eaten Li Feng, he walked out. "Hey! That scion monkey, isn't it quick to come and die? Everyone, help with the collection and some flowers, if you can, help order a monthly pass or something, the author is very grateful for your support. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you." Chapter 019. Looking at Dre who was drinking in front, Li Feng couldn't help but cut an arc at the corner of his mouth. What a person who doesn't know whether he is dead or alive. Immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "I walked out, how is it?" Dre smiled. Originally he thought that this weak scion monkey would definitely hide behind after seeing him, and did not dare to come out, but at this moment he was so daring. "Hee, you kid doesn't know who Lord Ben is," Dre said with a smile. Li Feng shook his head, pretending not to know, and said, "I don't know." "Hey? There are actually people who don't know Lord Ben, so Lord Ben will reluctantly tell you, well, I am Lord Dre of the Mecha unit, how is it, are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Dre said with a smile. Dre, don't talk nonsense with him, kill him. The captain of the Mecha unit shouted that he also had a headache for this brainless Dre, always liked to report his home, threaten the enemy, and let the enemy die in fear. Okay, Captain, I'll just... Poof. Before Deer finished speaking, he saw that he was already pale, and Li Feng didn't know when, he had already come to him. The cyan air sword had pierced his body. Ugh! Then, Li Feng pulled out his air sword and kicked Delay into the air with a fierce kick. Dre was slammed and smashed to the ground, dying. Li Feng found that he was really more and more proud of the air sword now. Just like Black Goku in Dragon Ball Super, using an air sword, how handsome! What? How can it be? Shaza and Niizi of the Mecha army were shocked. You know, they have followed Lord Gula for so many years, 9 deaths in their lives, but they have never lacked a teammate, and at this moment they were actually killed by a scion with such low combat power. And Gula behind them was even more full of anger in his eyes. A member of his own Mecha unit was killed like this. How could Gula, who is the current emperor of the universe, endure? Shaza, Niaz, you all went up and slaughtered this scion monkey for me. Shaza and Niza got the order, and instantly attacked Li Feng left and right. After seeing the process of Deer's killing, they no longer dared to despise this low-powered scion. As soon as you shoot, you go all out. It's good to come. It's just that this kind of goods of yours is more or less scum. To deal with these guys, even super scions are not needed, not to mention, his normal combat power has reached the level of tens of millions of people. At the moment when Shaviza and Nize attacked Li Feng disappeared in place like lightning. The two did not expect that Li Feng's speed was as fast as lightning, and he couldn't stop his figure at the moment, and he slammed into each other. You two are wasted, don't appear in front of me, so go and die. At this time, Li Feng was already looking down at the clumsy two in the air, and 2 energy bombs locked Shaza and Niazi, and they shot out fiercely. Boom! Ugh! The originally invincible Mecha troops Shaza and Niazi were also lying on the ground in this instant, and their flesh and blood were blurred, and they were already only out of the chi, and they had not been inhaled again. Mecha troops, the whole army is destroyed. And those cosmic people army trembled one by one when they saw that Li Feng had eliminated the invincible Mecha troops in their eyes so easily. Great! And a kind of Nami nemesis behind Li Feng was happy. It seems that their disaster this time can be passed. Abominable scion monkey! You've really Lord Ben. Gula finally couldn't bear it, flew directly over, and said with a condescending look. Humph, it's nothing, it's just that they are all scum, and they eliminated the garbage for you, you should thank me. Li Feng said with a sneer. Gula is also not sad about the demise of the Mecha troops, after all, in the eyes of the masters, they are not even scum. It seems that you are the one who luckily killed my father, King Kurd, and my brother Frisha. For the strength shown by Li Feng, Gula could only think of the Super Scion who could kill the frozen demon. Li Feng didn't want to explain so much, and said, you can also think so? Why, is the invincible universe Emperor Lord Gula afraid of me, a scion monkey? As soon as Li Feng's mocking words came out, it immediately made Gula angry. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Very good. Scion monkey, you managed to me off. Then you will accept the wrath of Lord Ben. Gula said through gritted teeth. Also, don't think that you are really invincible by killing my father and Frisia with that little bit of luck. Tell you, I have one more layer of transformation than them. Oh? And then what? Li Feng said indifferently, if he didn't reach the full power of Super Scion, maybe he would still have some fear, but for him now, even Super Scion 2 has reached it. So even if Gula has another layer of changes, what is he afraid of? Abominable! The arrogant scion monkey will let you see the horror of the final form of Lord Ben. Drink. Obviously, Gula had been irritated by Li Feng again and again, and in the end, he was angry. The dark and icy energy gushed out, instantly wrapping Gura, and around him, black air currents were raging endlessly, flashing thunder and lightning from time to time. The terrifying and icy momentum swept in an instant, causing everyone present except Li Feng to lie on the ground, unable to get up at all. The black energy dissipated, and Gula directly crossed the transformation in front of him and directly reached his final form. Gula stands in the center of the entire void, white sharp horns, purple immature skin, a new tail with a sharp blade, and a white hard shell that covers the shoulders and legs. This is the final state of Gura. How? Stupid scion monkey, seeing the final form of Lord Ben, he is already afraid to move, right? Gula, who turned into his final form, was very arrogant, and when he saw that Li Feng still did not move, he immediately ridiculed. Humph, bells and whistles, but that's it. Speaking of which, Li Feng's momentum changed, turning into a blonde super scion full power state, different from Gula's imposing momentum. Li Feng's state seemed dull. Hey? Can you even change colors? But it's still just scum. Die. Planet Annihilation Bomb. Gula only had the idea of killing Li Feng with one blow at the moment, and he unexpectedly used his strongest trick. Boom! An incomparably huge energy bullet shot out directly, facing Li Feng. Li Feng had a big hand, and a cyan aura instantly gathered in his hand, forming an air sword that seemed to be invincible. With a look in his eyes, he directly greeted it. Wind extinguishing sword. Break it for me. Drink. Yes. The cyan air sword also instantly became extremely huge, slashing fiercely at the powerful energy projectile. In an instant, it was fiercely cut by the air sword like a wave, giving people an all-conquering domineering. What? Gula saw that Li Feng's air sword actually easily broke through his planet annihilation bomb. His eyes were torn, and his face was full of hideousness. Nope. The cyan sword chi directly slashed through Gula's body. How? How? Possible? No. I don't. Willing. Poof. Gula turned pale, and his body was instantly annihilated in the explosion. Boom. A generation of Emperor Gula was killed by Li Feng with a sword. Everyone, help with the collection and some flowers, if you can. Help order a monthly pass or something. The author is very grateful for your support. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 020. Boom. The huge smoke and dust instantly swept the entire land, and Gula's body also disappeared in an instant. It's all over. A generation of cosmic emperors has fallen. Li Feng fell to the ground and looked at the group of cosmic people, who were like seeing a ghost, rushing into the spaceship in panic to escape. In their hearts, the originally invincible Lord Gula in the universe was killed by this scion, and after seeing Li Feng's ruthless eyes, they no longer dared to stay in this place. This scion is an existence even more terrifying than demons. Those cosmonauts instantly entered the spaceship, and the spacecraft gradually rose into the sky, wanting to escape this calamity. Humph! It's all rat guts. A flash of essence flashed in Li Feng's eyes, and as soon as his figure moved, he disappeared in place. The next moment, I saw a huge energy bomb viciously hit the spaceship. Boom! The entire spaceship was instantly submerged in the explosion. Li Feng is not the Monkey King, he will not be merciful to the enemy. After all, there is a saying that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to himself, isn't it? Seeing that all the cosmic people have been wiped out, all the Nami Nemesis people are extremely happy. When Li Feng came, all the Nami Nemesis people cheered around him, and Li Feng helped them survive the disaster of extermination. Great Elder, can you lend me the Dragon Balls now to make a wish? Li Feng said to the Great Elder. Of course, you helped us eliminate strong enemies, and it is easy to borrow the Dragon Ball. The Great Elder said happily. The risk of their extinction was all leveled by Li Feng. Just borrowing a Dragon Ball to make a wish, it's no big deal. Immediately instruct everyone to collect the Dragon Balls. Everyone quickly gathered the Dragon Ball, and saw Dandy in front of the Dragon Ball, shouting in Namek, "Come out! Polenga! Come out and fulfill my wish!" In an instant, the heavens and the earth changed color, and the 7 large Dragon Balls burst out with dazzling light, and then turned into lightning and rushed to the sky. The sky suddenly became pitch black, lightning and thunder. And that lightning turned into an incomparably huge dragon and came out. Like the Allah lamp, the divine dragon of Namex, Boranga appeared in the sky. "Gather the 7 Dragon Balls, tell me your wishes. Any wish can be fulfilled, and you can make 3 wishes." The fat Boranga, whose eyes shone red, said condescendingly. "Mr. Li Feng, tell me your wish." Dandy said with a glint in his eyes. "My first wish is to revive Vic of Earth." Li Feng thought for a while and said that the Dragon Balls of the planet Namek did not have the desire to resurrect many people at once, so he still decided to resurrect Vic first. As long as Vic was resurrected, the Dragon Balls of the Earth could be used. Dandy nodded, he knew Bike, and they were also from Nami, and immediately said to Polenga in Namek's language, "Let a man named Vic on Earth be resurrected." Polenga said, "This wish is easy, well, the one named Vic has been resurrected, say your next wish." "Resurrect a man named Sun Wukong." Li Feng said to Dandy. Sun Wukong died of congenital heart disease, so the Earth's Dragon Ball can't revive him, which is why everyone didn't use Dragon Ball to revive him after the death of Dragon Ball Future World Monkey King. Dandy nodded, and then said in Namek's language, "Let the Earth be resurrected by a person named Sun Wukong." "This wish is easy, Sun Wukong has been resurrected, let's talk about the next wish." Polenga said. "Mr. Li Feng, what is your last wish?" Dandy asked. Li Feng nodded and thought for a while, wondering if this divine dragon could let himself have an immortal body. "I want me to become an immortal body," Li Feng said. Dandy hesitated for a moment, but still said to Polenga in Nami's voice, "Let Li Feng become an immortal body." Hearing this, Polenga did not hesitate for a moment, and then said, "Sorry, this wish is beyond my ability to fulfill this wish for you. Can't it be achieved?" This was also expected by Li Feng, he just wanted to try it, what if it succeeded? Then Dandy, you tell Shen Long, let me have the physique of Majin Bu. Li Feng said. Majin Bu's physique is very terrifying, unlike Shailu, Shiru can only recover his body by relying on the core organs not being destroyed, but Majin Bu's physique is different, only 1 cell is needed to restore the original state, and after devouring people, he can also obtain his full ability, which is simply an anti-heavenly existence in the Dragon Ball world. If you combine it with the racial characteristics that the combat power of his scions is on the verge of death and resurrection is greatly improved, I think he can walk sideways in the Dragon Ball world in the future. As long as 1 cell exists, he can regenerate infinitely. Let Li Feng have the physique of Majin Bu. Dandy said to Polenga. This wish can be fulfilled for you. But it takes some time to transform your body. Saying that, immediately a light shot out from Polenga's eyes, which instantly merged into Li Feng's body, and immediately, a ray of light surrounded Li Feng. Li Feng only felt that his body was being transformed, although it was accompanied by pain, he could feel that his body was getting stronger. After a while, the light gradually dispersed, and I saw that Li Feng's appearance was still the same, but the temperament given to people at this moment was completely different. Li Feng at this moment gave people a cold feeling, and his eyes gave people a feeling of fierceness. I feel that my body is full of power, as if even the most powerful force cannot destroy me. Li Feng looked at his hands and said, "Okay, your wishes have all been fulfilled, and there will be a period later." With that, the divine dragon Boranga disappeared into the sky, and 7 huge stones were scattered all over the planet Namek. Suddenly, the sky disappeared, as if nothing had happened. And Li Feng opened the personal attribute interface that he had not opened for a long time at this time. Character, Li Feng. Race, Scion. Talent, Giant Ape, Infinite Regenerative Physique, Super Scion 1 or 2. Skills, Magic Flash, Tornado Storm Fist, Wind Annihilation Sword. Combat Effectiveness, 50 million, Normal. Li Feng nodded, very satisfied with his current state. In the battle with Shailu earlier, he recovered from serious injuries, coupled with the transformation of his physique just now, he had raised his normal combat effectiveness to this level. Congratulations, benefactor of the planet Namek, for getting your wish. The Great Elder looked at Li Feng and said. Li Feng nodded and said, thank you, borrow me the Dragon Ball, then, regret has a period, everyone. Li Feng did not stay in this Namek planet for a long time. He was ready to go back to Earth to see if everyone was resurrected. In that case, it was almost time for him to leave. Goodbye everyone. Li Feng waved his hand, used teleportation and instantly disappeared in place. Everyone, help with the collection and some flowers, if you can, help order a monthly pass or something. The author is very grateful for your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 021. Earth, Bun Mountain. I saw a man in an orange-red costume instantly appear in the air, feeling everything around him, and was extremely surprised. Hey? Am I not in hell? Why did I suddenly come to Bun Mountain? Could it be that Gohan revived me with Dragon Balls? This person is none other than Son Goku, the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Feeling the familiar environment below, he quickly flew down, but the house was empty. Hey? Kiki and where did they go for lunch? Sun Wukong touched his head, and then thought of something. 2 fingers point at the heart of the eyebrows, feeling the breath of Son Gohan. Hey? Got it. Say it, disappear where you are. At the moment, Zidu, Boomer's house. Gohan, come and see, Dragon Ball is resurrected. Boomer exclaimed happily after seeing the 7 stones turn into Dragon Balls again. Really? In an instant, several people poured out, namely Son Gohan, Kiki, and Trunks. Their eyes are shining, the Dragon Balls are finally revived, everything will be fine, and their relatives and friends will be resurrected. Hey? What are you looking at? A familiar voice came. We're watching. At. Kiki turned her head and saw a man in an orange-red costume standing behind them, looking at them with a smile. Kiki's tears gradually filled her eyes. Goku. Kiki instantly threw herself into Sun Wukong's arms and cried loudly. Dad, you're finally back. Son Gohan also hugged Sun Wukong Kiki instantly. Boomer looked at the reunited Monkey King family and was secretly happy for them, but next, her family can too. All right. Trunks, let's go make a wish. At that moment, he picked up the Dragon Ball and walked towards the courtyard. Boomer carefully put the Dragon Balls together, and then shouted, Come out, Shenlong, come out and grant my wish. Boom! In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, the sky was dark, lightning and thunder, and the 7 Dragon Balls turned into lightning and rushed to the sky. Boom, boom! A huge divine dragon appeared in the air. Great, the divine dragon has finally been resurrected. Boomer said happily. I saw the eyes of the divine dragon shoot red light from time to time, and then said condescendingly, Human beings who have gathered 7 Dragon Balls, please say your wish, I can help you realize any wish. And Trunks also saw the dragon for the first time, and it took him a long time to wake up from the shock. Boomer said happily, Shenlong, please resurrect all those humans who have been destroyed by artificial humans. Shenlong hesitated for a moment, and then said, This wish is easy. After a while, Shenlong said, Okay, the wish has been fulfilled for you, then, goodbye everyone. Saying that, the divine dragon once again turned into 7 stones and flew all over the world. The sky has disappeared, and everything has returned to calm. Hey? Am I not dead? A voice came, and I saw Klin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and others appear behind them. Gaku! You are also resurrected. Klin said happily. Sun Wukong nodded, but Hachiko couldn't beat his head, and immediately asked Sun Gohan, Gohan, in other words, did you defeat the artificial man? Dad, that's right. Immediately, Sun Gohan acted as a docent and explained what happened to everyone. And in Boomer's moist eyes, he saw a proud man in a combat uniform walking towards him. Vegeta. Say it, pounce on Vegeta too. Only Trunks, who has never seen his father since he was a child, sees it at this moment, and his heart is extremely complicated. Come, Trunks, this is your father. Boomer called Trunks and said. That, Daddy. When Vegeta heard this, a rare smile also appeared on his face, but he snorted again and turned his head, showing his nature as a Tsundere Scion Prince. And the earth, all the earthlings destroyed by artificial people have also been resurrected, although the earth is still a mess, but as long as people are resurrected, everything is there, right? And at this moment, high in the sky of the western capital, a black man is watching the situation here from above, and he is also happy to see everyone recovering. This Dragon Ball future world will finally not develop as miserably as the original. He didn't want to participate in this sensational scene, otherwise he would go. I was afraid that Sun Wukong, a martial idiot, would try him again, and he didn't want to be so troublesome. That's why he converged his breath at high altitude and observed everyone. Top. The system wakes up. A long-lost voice sounded in his kind, and it was the system that woke up again. System, you can really sleep. Li Feng said with a smile. Ding! The host has completed the mission of the current Dragon Ball world perfectly and will now receive a reward. Does the host accept it? The system said. How to not accept? Idiots do not accept. Li Feng said angrily, this system is really sick, actually asking this kind of question. Ding! In view of the perfect performance of the host, now reward the host with a spiritual time room. There is no time limit, as long as the host wants to go in, you can enter it after a while, and the time inside can be controlled by the host itself. The sound of the system is clear. Immediately made Li Feng extremely happy, being able to control the time ratio by himself in the spiritual time house. What a good reward! Immediately, his mind moved, and he disappeared in place and came to his own spiritual time house. I saw a white expanse inside, with endless eyes. Sure enough, it's a spiritual time house, it's just like a small world. Li Feng said happily. System, is there any reward? Ding! In view of the perfect performance of the host, give the host an additional 1000 fairy beans. The voice of the system came again, only this time Li Feng did not feel too happy. After all, he now has the physique of Majin Buu, does he still need such a thing as fairy beans? But after thinking about it, something is better than nothing, and he doesn't need it doesn't mean that others don't need it. Good. System, when will the next plane be turned on, and which world? Li Feng asked again. Ding! The host's next plane is the Dragon Ball Z world, as long as the host wants, but it can teleport for the host at any time. However, the host needs to note that after leaving the local plane world, before completing all the tasks of the world, the system will not provide the service of teleporting back to this world. Is the host sure? Okay. Li Feng thought, anyway, the tasks of this world have been completed, there is no regret. Counting down to a new plane for host, 10, 9, 8, 1. When the system reported the last number, I saw Li Feng's figure flash, and he disappeared in place. Everyone, help with the collection and some flowers, if you can, help order a monthly pass or something. The author is very grateful for your support. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 022. In the vast universe, a giant spaceship is moving fast, and some asteroids and meteorites are directly knocked into the air or smashed to pieces. And in the spaceship, there are all kinds of strange-looking cosmic people, all dressed in combat uniforms and armed with weapons, as if they are going to war. But that's exactly what happened. Frisha, is it true that you said there are Dragon Balls on Earth? A domineering voice came out, and I saw a huge body standing in front of the glass window in the control room, looking into the distance, and said lightly. I saw that this huge figure also had a lizard-like body, but the body was indeed 2 or 3 times larger than the Gula that appeared earlier. Yes, Father Sama, as long as Father Sama helps me destroy that damn Scion monkey by the way, then the Earth's Dragon Ball is not yet captured. A petite but half-mechanical man said. These two are King Kurdish and Frisia father and son. Since being bruised by the Monkey King on the planet Namek, now Frisha's body can only rely on semi-mechanization, but because of this, his strength has also grown. Don't think that Frisha is so kind, he told the Kurdish king that the earth has Dragon Balls, in fact, to some extent, it is just to use his father. The Frozen Demon clan never talks about family affection, they only have interests in their eyes. However, Frisia is using the Kurdish king, so why is the Kurdish king not using Frisha? Report Lord Frisha, King Kurdish, our spacecraft has approached the Earth's atmosphere, whether to advance, please instruct. A strange-looking cosmic man knelt and said. Is it finally here? Humph, abominable Scion monkey, this time I want to be ashamed. Frisia gritted his teeth and said, thinking of the shame brought to him by the Monkey King earlier, he wanted to destroy the Earth with a slap of the planet destruction bomb, but he heard that the Earth had Dragon Balls, so he forcibly resisted this impulse. Very good. Burn the wind. The Kurdish king stepped forward and said. Yes. King. Father, this time I must kill that Scion with my own hands to get out of the evil chi in my heart. Frisia said viciously. Beat my son like this, how can this revenge not be rewarded? If we don't destroy the Earth after getting the Dragon Ball, where will we put the face of the Frozen Demon clan in the future? The Kurdish king said. And the Earth, Bun Mountain. Son Gohan was writing his homework, and suddenly frowned, only to feel 2 huge chi approaching the Earth. What an evil and powerful chi! At that moment, open the window protection, and the figure shot out. Hey! Gohan, where are you going? Have you finished your homework? Kiki called from behind, but Son Gohan didn't stop, because those 2 forces wouldn't be long before they reached Earth. Almost at the same time, Vegeta, who lived in Boomer's house, Yamcha who participated in baseball games, Big who meditated and cultivated in the celestial realm, Klin, who cultivated in Gaixian Island, and Tianjin Fan, who practiced hard, all sensed this huge and incomparable aura approaching the Earth. Why is this chi so familiar and so evil? Damn it! Vegeta rushed out of the gravity room. Vegeta, where are you going? Boomer asked when he saw Vegeta excited. Humph! Ignorant woman, less nosy. Vegeta still looks like a tsundere. Although he only used the help of Boomer's house, with his arrogant nature, he never politely spoke to the people here. Immediately, the momentum fell, and he used the dancing void technique and rushed into the distance. Humph! Don't think I don't know where you're going? Boomer didn't take Vegeta's rudeness seriously, after all, he was like that. Bang! Immediately threw out a universal capsule, directly conjured a helicopter, rushed into the helicopter, and drove in the direction where Vegeta went. Almost at the same time, each Dragon Ball warrior flew in one direction, because they were familiar with the perception of chi and could roughly know the direction in which the intruder would have to land. Hey! Uncle Vic! Just as Vic was flying at full speed, a voice came, and it was none other than Son Gohan. Vic nodded and said, Gohan, why are you here too? Son Gohan said with a smile, Dad is not on Earth, and I, as a scion, also want to do my part to protect the Earth. Hearing this, Vic was very pleased. After all, Son Gohan was taught by him. After a while, all the Dragon Ball Z warriors gathered in one place. Of course, Klin and the others immediately showed angry and somewhat fearful expressions when they saw Vegeta. Vegeta! Why are you here too? For Vegeta to protect the Earth or something, the people who have fought with Vegeta before will not believe it. Humph! Prince Ben is not helping you protect any Earth, don't be too naive. Prince Ben is here to challenge strong enemies and then surpass Kakarot. Arms wrapped around each other, in the state of a Tsundere prince. Hearing this, everyone didn't bother to pay attention to Vegeta, saying things like he was the strongest scion all day long. Everyone didn't want to hear it for a long time. At this time, Boomer also arrived here in a plane. Hey? Boomer? What are you doing here too? It's dangerous here. Klin spoke. What? It turns out that there is an enemy coming, and I already knew that I would not come, but it is not with you. Boomer said unknowingly. Humph! Ignorant woman! When Vegeta saw Boomer coming here, he couldn't help but tease, and then turned his head. Gradually, the sense of oppression from that evil aura made everyone feel breathless. This breath! Is this Chi Frisha? Klin endured the oppression and said. He fought with Sun Wukong on the planet Namek, and Frisha's terrifying power is still fresh in his memory. Abominable! Frisha is actually alive. Son Gohan also felt it, this force is even stronger than before. It's over, now Goku doesn't know where it is, but we have to face such a terrifying Frisha. Klin slumped on the ground and said to himself. Is this Frisha's anger? Simply powerful and amazing. Tianjin Fan, who had not fought with Frisha, said, and now he really felt it, and he knew that the gap between himself and the other party was like a gap between dripping water and the sea. And Vegeta was also full of shock. Shouldn't that guy from Frisia be eliminated? How now? No? This Chi is Frisha's, and there seems to be an even more powerful existence beside him. The new chapter is open, everyone is very helpful to collect and get some free flowers, thank you. Chapter 023. Abominable! How could it be that monster of Frisha? Goku, where are you? When Boomer heard several people say that it was Frisha, he couldn't help but think of the terrifying strength that Frisha showed when he was on the planet Namek. In fact, if it were according to the development of the original Dragon Ball Z world, Trunks should have appeared here at this time, but due to Li Feng's intervention, everything changed. Trunks did not come out, and Sun Wukong did not even rush to the battlefield. Even if he had teleportation, he still chose the spaceship method to rush to Earth. As soon as the words fell, I saw a white dot appear in the sky, and then, the distance was getting closer and closer, and a large spaceship appeared in the air. Vegeta looked at the spaceship's style and logo and said, it's Frisha, that's right. Since Frisha is so ignorant of life or death, let him see how powerful Laozi Vegeta is. Feeling that strong pressure, Vegeta not only did not feel afraid, but more confident. He thought that during the time he came to Earth, he had reached that level, he was a Scion Prince with noble blood, why could Kakarot, a low-level Scion, become a Super Scion, but he couldn't. Uncle Vegeta. It's a pity that my father is not there, otherwise it would be fine to deal with this Frisha. Son Gohan said. Yes, in the Dragon Ball world, almost everyone regards Monkey King as a savior, as if Monkey King exists, this world will never lose hope. And Vegeta was not happy to hear this, but at the moment he couldn't refute it, because a huge spaceship was about to land not far from them. Boom! The spaceship landed, a group of strange-looking cosmonauts poured out, and a group of warriors stared at the spaceship fiercely. Boom, isn't this Vegeta? How did you get mixed up among the Earthlings? A voice came, it was Frisha, but his current appearance was in a semi-mechanical form, but it seemed a little unusual. Seeing Frisha, Boomer, who had been to the planet Namek last time, hid behind and shivered, and Klin was also trembling. It was Frisha, who directly exploded his body last time, and it took Dragon Balls to revive him. Since then, Frisha has been a lingering shadow of Klin. Abominable. Gaku. Come back soon. Hey? Frisha, this is the scion who defeated you last time? Another voice came, and I saw that the person who came had a huge body, similar to the appearance of Frisha in his final form. The momentum on his body is even more terrifying than Frisha. Could it be? Could it be the Kurdish king? Vegeta is a little unbelievable, but the truth is in front of him, and there is nothing he can do. The pressure of the Kurdish king on him is also very large. Two frozen demons appear at the same time, the odds of victory are almost zero, but during this time he figured out in his days on Earth, not crazy demons cannot live this truth, like when Kakarot and Frieza dueled, the difference between the two sides is so big, but later they can still transform and defeat Frieza, which means that Kakarot has no way back to achieve. And he Vegeta, must also break through the Super Saiyan today. Pray to my lord, it's not this Saiyan, the Saiyan standing in the crowd is just one of my dogs. Frieza said sinisterly, although it was addressed to the Kurdish king, but it could be heard by everyone, which was undoubtedly a naked provocation of Vegeta. Humph! Frieza, look down on people less. Now standing in front of you is not the me in front of me. Vegeta said with an evil smile as he stepped forward. Oh? Could it be that you're also a Super Saiyan? Frieza said with a smirk. I'm not Super Saiyan for the time being, but Super Vegeta, drink. Yes. Immediately, the momentum of the whole body burst out, like a violent wind, sweeping the world. Even Son Gohan and Vic felt the horror of this power. Can it only be said that it is worthy of being a Saiyan? It's only been a year since there was such a world of difference. Ha ha ha, I said Vegeta, why are you so arrogant? It turns out that your strength has improved a lot in the past year. Feeling Vegeta's combat power, Frieza was disdainful. But Vegeta, I don't have time to play with you now, you let Sun Wukong give me out, I want old accounts and new accounts to be settled with him. Frieza did not see the figure of Sun Wukong in the crowd, and immediately spoke. Humph! Against you, my Super Vegeta is enough. Drink? Yes. Vegeta's pupils shrank, and his figure went straight to Frieza, and an energy bomb in his hand was already gaining momentum in the rush. Eat my trick, Frieza! An energy bullet came straight at it, but Frieza didn't move, looking at Vegeta's attack with disdain. Phew! The next moment, a fine light shot out from Frieza's eyes, directly meeting Vegeta's energy bomb. Boom! The explosion was deafening and dusty. However, Frieza had so easily defused Vegeta's attack without even moving his hand, which made Vegeta's face full of shock. Could it be that his crazy cultivation in the gravity room for the past year was in vain? Drink! Frieza, die! Vegeta slammed his punch straight up, but it was still lightly slapped away by Frieza. They all said that I want to find Sun Wukong. Since you want to find death, then you can't blame me. Frieza was a little annoyed and punched Vegeta directly in the stomach. Poof! One blow was seriously injured, and the body flew out like a flying bolide. Boom! Smashed into a small hillside. Uncle Vegeta! Son Gohan is still very kind, and when he sees Vegeta being shot away, he can't help shouting. Okay, Lord Ben asks you again, where is the Monkey King? Also, obediently hand over the Dragon Balls, otherwise, we will kill all the Earthlings. Frieza said with a sinister smile. You don't think about it. Son Gohan was annoyed and flew directly up. Gohan! Vic saw Son Gohan rushing up, and quickly followed. Good. We're on to. Tianjin Rice drank loudly, and immediately Yamuti and Tianjin Rice also rushed towards Frisha. "You guys! Are you so not afraid of death?" Klin looked at the people who rushed over, and said with some helplessness, "He already had a shadow. No matter. Die and die." Immediately, Klin also suppressed his fear, not willing to lag behind, and rushed over. "Everyone, help collect and put on some free flowers, your support is my greatest motivation, thank you." Chapter 024. Humph! You little minions, how much waste you come! Frisia said contemptuously. Magic flash! Qigong cannon! Turtle pie Qigong! Bombs! And Sun Gohan and the others, one and the other, made the strongest moves, and several energy bombs swept over. Frisha, on the other hand, just stretched out his finger, narrowed his eyes, and saw that his fingertips instantly shot out a huge energy bomb, rushing towards the energy bombs of all the warriors. Boom! With a loud bang, I saw that the energy shot by Frisia completely annihilated everyone's unique energy in the smoke. Frisia's power is terrifying to everyone. Boom! You tenacious monkeys, it's really hard to see. Frisia hugged his hands and looked at everyone with a smile and said. And Sun Gohan and Vic and the others were also shocked. Frisia's power was stronger than when he was on the planet Namek, and they combined the power of so many people, and they were actually dispersed by Frisia's understatement. One by two, look at each other, now Sun Wukong has not returned, and the enemy is so powerful. Humph! If my dad is here, you'll feel better. Sun Gohan pointed at Frisia and said. When Frisia heard this, he said unhurriedly, "Oh! So that the Monkey King is not there? You don't need him to make a move, just let me Vegeta solve you." At this moment, Vegeta had climbed out of the mountain and flew in the air. The clothes were dirty, as if they had just rolled through the ground. I also added a lot of injuries to my body. However, at this moment, his fighting intent is even stronger. As a Scion Prince, he has noble royal blood flowing in his body. How can he admit defeat so easily? Oh! Vegeta, I didn't expect that you savage monkey is quite strong, but strength also has to be controlled by strength. Frisia watched Vegeta fly towards him, not moving at all, but taunting him. Humph! None of you should interfere, this is a personal grudge between me and Frisia. Vegeta stood in front of everyone and said with a big hand. Before the destruction of planet Vegeta, Frisia had been using their scions to attack various planets for him, and in the end, there was nothing in return, but instead destroyed planet Vegeta, making the scion race almost extinct. This breath, he can't help but come out. Uncle Vegeta, we may have a better chance of winning against him together. Sun Gohan looked at the resolute Vegeta and said. Stop! As a Scion Prince, since Kakarot can defeat Frisia, so can this prince, and no one is allowed to interfere. Vegeta shouted. Sun Gohan wanted to persuade Vegeta again, but was stopped by Bike, who shook his head, and then motioned for them all to retreat, leaving the battlefield for Vegeta and Frisia. Oh, Vegeta, what I don't like the most is a blind and stubborn person like you. You don't have much strength, and you actually want to fight with Lord Ben alone. This is really the funniest joke you've ever heard. Frisia looked at Vegeta and said. Hee, Frisia, the pride of my Scion Prince is not something you can understand. Drink. Yes. Vegeta sneered, followed by a loud gulp. Woohoo! The powerful momentum makes the surrounding air whistle, which is exactly the effect that Vegeta exerts with all his strength. He is not like Sun Wukong, he has the skill of the Realm King Fist, and no one has guided him well. He relies on his own meticulous efforts to achieve today's achievements. Drink. Yes. After accumulating the momentum, Vegeta's eyes sharpened, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. Humph! Worthy of being a Scion Prince, it's a little interesting. I saw that the next moment, Vegeta's figure appeared in front of Frisia, and a heavy punch slammed into Frisia. Ugh! Frisia's face showed bitterness, and he also punched out in an instant, knocking Vegeta dozens of feet away. And Son Gohan and the others saw that Vegeta's punch was actually able to beat Frisia with a bitter face, as if they also saw a little hope. Abominable Vegeta, you can be regarded as off Lord Ben, although I only released 10% of my strength just now, but I was still beaten by you with pain. This time I will not be so merciful. Frisia said with a fierce face. Humph! Look down on people less, put away your embarrassed look, it's disgusting to watch. Vegeta forcibly stabilized his figure, but he couldn't help but tease Frisia. Vegeta looked at his extraordinary perseverance and his pride as a Scion Prince, frantically cultivating in the gravity cultivation room, in order to be able to defeat Sun Wukong, but now the arrival of Frisia made him tremble. There is nothing more accomplished and happy in the world than killing enemies. Frisia said lightly, I only need to use 50% of my strength, and you can't even block my move. Saying that, Frisia shouted, and instantly released a majestic power, making Son Gohan and Vic pedestrians tremble. Is this Frisia's 50% strength? It is so terrifying. Vegeta felt this power, and also had a trembling feeling, but he forcibly endured it, and his arrogance did not allow him to admit it in front of anyone. Even if he only had more than 3 million combat power at the moment, and Frisia's 50% strength had a combat power of 80 or 90 million, but after his words had been spoken, there was no room for turning back. Death Beam! Frisia shouted, and saw a huge energy bomb sweeping towards Vegeta as if it was carrying an endless aura of death. Sky Cannon! Vegeta shouted and concentrated his whole body on his blow, which was a blow with all his arrogance, and in an instant, Vegeta even felt like he was dead. Even if you die, die a proud death. This was Vegeta's last thought. Drink! The beam of the Sky Cannon collided directly with the Death Beam, and in an instant, powerful energy fluctuations spread out directly in all directions. Boom! The strong explosion caused the surrounding sky to be filled with smoke and dust, and 5 fingers could not be seen. And the earth on which they stood even cracked and fell apart in an instant, as if an earthquake had swept through. And the powerful death beam not only engulfed Vegeta's skyrocketing cannon, but even hit Vegeta's body fiercely. Poof! Vegeta's chest was directly penetrated by the beam, and the energy hit the mountain behind, and in an instant, the entire mountain disappeared. Vegeta finally fell weakly. See here, please help a little collection and some free flowers, thank you. Chapter 025. Watching Vegeta being pierced fiercely, Son Gohan and the others finally reacted to the evil of this universe Emperor Frisia. Now, which of you are going to come and die first? Or rather, together? Frisia smiled sinisterly, as if in his eyes at the moment, Son Gohan and his party were no different from the dead. Abominable! Instead of sitting still, fight with him! Vic shouted loudly and rushed over first. It turns out that you are a Nami nemesis. Rest assured, Lord Ben will not destroy you, but will only torture you slowly. Since the trip to the planet Namek, Frisia has known that the creator of the Dragon Ball dies and the Dragon Ball will also turn into stone, so, for the sake of the Dragon Ball, he has no idea of destroying this Nami nemesis. However, if you dare to provoke his universe Emperor Frisia, it is not okay not to teach him a lesson. Let's go help Uncle Bike. After Son Gohan finished speaking, he instantly burst into anger and rushed up. Yamcha and Tianjin Rice, and the 3 of Klin also rushed up. Now Sun Wukong doesn't know where he is, they can't just sit still. If they wait for death, then there is no chance at all. A war, maybe there is still a little hope, although it is very slim. And Boomer completely hid behind a big rock. She couldn't do anything without the power of a chicken. All she could do was hide to the side and not become a burden to them. Frisia's figure was very fast, and when Vic rushed over, he had instantly run behind him, and with only one kick, he kicked Vic violently. Later, he greeted Son Gohan and others. It turns out to be you Scion Imp, but all Scions deserve to die. Frisia said viciously. And Sun Wuhan and Tianjin Rice, Klin, and Yamcha surrounded Frisia at this moment. Frisia grinned, as if he had the momentum of undue bravery, but unfortunately, he was a villain. Drink! In an instant, the four of them launched a high-intensity attack, all so fast that only shadows could be seen. The strength in his hand was heavier than a punch, but from beginning to end, Frisia took the attacks of several people one by one, and in his eyes, the attacks of several people were as slow as snails. Drink! A powerful airstream gushed out from Frisia's body, and then violently shook away. Ugh! The bodies of the four people were instantly shot out like flying bolides, smashing fiercely into the distance. How? Do you only have so little power? Where did the momentum just run to? Ha 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 ha! Frisia is very proud. It turns out that these people are just a bunch of rabble. Go and die! Magic flash! Suddenly, hearing a loud shout, Frisia looked down condescendingly, and saw that the Nami Nemesis had already completed the momentum, and a magic flash came towards him like a dragon going out to sea. Phew! Frisia's eyes instantly shot out two rays of energy, colliding with the magic flash. Boom! After the explosion, Vic looked at it in shock, and Frisia actually used only the light of his eyes to defeat the magic flash he shot with all his strength. Nami Nemesis, don't think that if I don't kill you, you can do whatever you want. Frisia said disdainfully. At that moment, Frisia's figure instantly disappeared in place. Bike's pupil shrank, and he only felt a powerful sense of crisis coming, but his body could not keep up. An energy bomb instantly submerged him in place. Uncle Bike! Son Gohan, who had already gotten up in the distance, saw that Vic was drowned by the explosion, and immediately rushed over viciously. Oh! Son of the Monkey King! I wonder what will happen when Sun Wukong comes back and sees his son's body falling apart? Symbol, I can't wait to see that picture. Frisian smiled. Frisia's eyes sharpened, and as soon as his palm was extended, an energy spread towards Sun Gohan in an instant. Because Sun Gohan had already carried away his mind, if he didn't pay attention, he was taken in the air by this energy, and he couldn't move. What is it? Let me go. Sun Gohan kept struggling, but his body seemed to be fixed in the air, and he couldn't move at all. Son of the Monkey King! Very good, then. Go and die. Death Beam! Frisia drank loudly, and a black energy shot out from his fingertips, and in an instant, the energy became larger and shot straight at Sun Gohan, who could not move in the air. Gohan! The smoke and dust cleared, Vic forced to endure severe pain and looked up at all this. At this time Vic saw that Sun Gohan was captured in the air and could not move, and Frisia's attack had been blasted out. He wanted to block it for Sun Gohan, but the serious injury on his body made him unable to get up again, and he could only watch the death beam shoot straight at Sun Gohan. Just as that death beam was about to hit Sun Gohan's body, an energy appeared and slammed into the death beam. Boom! There was an explosion, smoke and dust flew everywhere, but it was Frisia's death beam that was scattered. And Sun Gohan originally thought that he was dead, but after hearing the explosion, he found out that he was fine. Frisia was also instantly angry, and actually scattered his death beam. This person must not be let go. And Klin, who was lying on the ground, saw an extremely familiar figure at this time. Although he was dressed in black, his temperament was even more cold, but from his hairstyle and face, you could see who it was. Goku! Goku! Klin finally had the feeling of grasping the life-saving straw, and couldn't help but tear his eyes. As long as Sun Wukong appeared, then everything would be hopeful. Dad! At this moment, the energy that Gohan was captured also disappeared, and his body was able to move completely, and he immediately flew to the side of Monkey King. Everyone is full of infinite hope when they see Wukong, which is why Sun Wukong can become the protagonist. He always appears in front of everyone in time at critical moments. Sun Gohan was very happy, seeing that his father had returned, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. There were even more tears in his eyes, he hadn't seen his father for a year. "Dad, you're finally back." Sun Jun. After Vic saw the Monkey King, a hanging heart finally let go, and then finally couldn't hold it and fainted. And in the distance, Frisia was even more angry after seeing Monkey King, and the scion who almost killed him last time finally appeared. If it weren't for this scion, he wouldn't have become the semi-mechanized he is today. As soon as he thought of this, Frisia became more and more angry. Dear readers, help with the collection and flowers, thank you. Chapter 026. Looking at everyone's eager eyes, Li Feng couldn't think of how to express it. He was not Sun Wukong, but he was definitely stronger than Sun Wukong at this time, and Sun Wukong didn't know what the reason was, and he didn't appear for a long time. Leave it all to me. Li Feng said lightly. Although he was a little disgusted by someone calling him daddy, right now, he couldn't pull that much. How? Frisia, is this the scion who almost killed you last time? Seeing Frisia's angry and corrupted appearance, the Kurdish king, who had not spoken for a long time, began to speak. In the eyes of his Kurdish king, this weak and unrestrained scion could not possibly defeat the existence of their frozen demon clan. Frisia nodded and said, "That's right, it's this damn scion monkey." Frisia thought for a while, and then showed an evil smile and said, "No need for Dad to make a move. After the last battle, my combat effectiveness is no longer the same as before, this time I want to be shamed." Frisia is very confident in his strength this time. He fought with Sun Wukong last time, he only felt that his strength was not much different, and now that he has come back from the dead, his strength is naturally higher. Li Feng looked at Frisia, and couldn't help but draw an arc at the corner of his mouth. He is not Sun Wukong, he will not show mercy to his subordinates. Frisia's strength is stronger than the last time he was on the planet Namek. "Dad, are you sure?" Sun Gohan asked worriedly. Li Feng nodded, said nothing, and flew forward. "Also, tell you, I'm not the Monkey King." Li Feng put down such a sentence, but it made Sun Wuhan unable to hit his head. This is obviously his father, how can he say that it is not? But Sun Gohan did not believe that the person in front of him who was exactly like his father was not his father. As for why he just said that kind of thing, he can only know after the fight. And Sun Gohan always feels that his father is strange, and his temperament is completely different from before, giving people a feeling of decisiveness in killing. "Hey? How? Scion monkeys can't wait to come and send them to death?" Frisia said arrogantly. "Frisia, don't you have the consciousness of life and death yet? It's not okay to live well. I have to come to Earth to die, I really feel sorry for you." Li Feng looked at Frisia and said, the contempt on his face was even more obvious. "When did Goku become like this?" Klin looked at Li Feng and said, "You must know that the previous Monkey King would not say such a thing. Abominable scion monkey, he is still so hard-mouthed when he dies, so let me see my 100% strength." Frisia is already angry and has no idea of hiding his strength. For this person who once made him almost die, only killing him immediately is the best choice. "Drink?" "Yes." In an instant, the air around Frisia was whistling, and a powerful momentum rose up into the sky, giving people a cold feeling of being close to death. Li Feng looked at the changes in Frisia, and also knew the source of Frisia's arrogance. Frisia's strength at the moment is close to 200 million, if he can just become a super scion, he may be a little jealous, but for the current Li Feng, it is vulnerable. And Sun Gohan, they felt the breath of Frisia, and they felt that they were about to suffocate. This power was too large, too terrifying, and more pressure than when they were on the planet Namek. "Tremble! Scion monkeys!" Frisia said contemptuously. He was very confident, thinking that the strength of the Monkey King in front of him was just the same as when he was on the planet Namek. "Ha ha ha! Frisia, really the ignorant are fearless." Li Feng smiled, and his eyes instantly sharpened, turning into a blonde Super Saiyan form. It's just that the difference is that although Li Fengsuo has changed into a Super Saiyan form, but the breath on his body is extremely calm, as if he is an ordinary person. It gives the feeling of having no chicken in their hands. Is this daddy's anger after becoming a Super Saiyan? How is it so calm? Sun Wuhan looked at Li Feng and said. When Sun Gohan was on the planet Namek, he had seen Sun Goku transform into the form of a Super Saiyan, and the bloodthirsty feeling is still fresh in his memory. At that time, the aura was even more violent, as if everything was under his feet. But now that he has become a Super Saiyan, he has no mood swings, but is like an ordinary person. If it were not for his blonde and blue-eyed state, others would think that this is an ordinary person without the power of a chicken. Oh! I changed color, but the strength is not at all, then this is no wonder to me. Free Sha looked at Li Feng's changes and said with a smile, as if he had now eaten Li Feng. Humph, is this a Super Saiyan? How to look at it is just like that. The Kurdish king clasped his hands and said to himself. It's just that where can they know Li Feng's state of full power of this Super Saiyan, which is the most perfect form of Super Saiyan 1, reducing the loss of energy, and the combat effectiveness and speed are the strongest and most perfect existence in Super Saiyan 1. Humph, Saiyan monkey, suffer death. Frisha's eyes narrowed, and a black energy from his fingers instantly shot out towards Li Feng. Do you still use this old trick? It's really stupid. Li Feng looked at the sweeping energy, his hand slowly raised up, his fist clenched, and the airflow around him gathered in his hand in an instant. Drink! Throw it away, like a bolide, unstoppable. Boom! The energy projectiles fired by Frisia instantly dissipated without a trace. What? This is the death beam that I shot with 100% strength, and it was scattered like this? Frisia was shocked. It seemed that it was not only himself who was promoted. Sure enough, the Scions could not stay. In the next moment, Frisha's figure was directly like a ghost, disappearing in place. In an instant, appearing behind Li Feng, Frisia showed a triumphant smile on his face and struck out with a heavy punch. It's just that when his heavy punch was about to hit Li Feng's body, he instantly disappeared in place. What? How can it be? Next, Frisia felt a chill behind him, and then kicked him on the back. Frisia's body was violently knocked away. And the Kurdish king on the side did not see the speed of this scion clearly. Obviously the combat effectiveness was only a little, but at this moment, seeing Li Feng's speed, he couldn't help but be surprised. This scion is dangerous. The author is very grateful for your great support. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 027. Abominable Scion Monkey. You damn it! Frisia was a little embarrassed by Li Feng's kick at this time. Obviously before he came, he said how he was going to crush this scion, but at this moment, this scion actually dared to insult him like this. Can't help but be angry. Phew! As soon as the airflow around his body shrank, he slammed into Li Feng. A brilliant light flashed in Li Feng's eyes, and he also rushed forward. Bang bang! The two collided dozens of punches in an instant, and the speed made Sun Gohan and the others present only able to see the shadows of the two. What a speed! Sun Gohan watched the battle between the two, his eyes were full of essence. One day, he will also become as strong as his father. At this time, Sun Gohan had not yet become a wild rice, and the scion blood flowing in his body also made him full of yearning for becoming stronger. Boom! Frisia was more and more surprised. With each punch, he could feel a huge pain coming from his arm, while Li Feng seemed to be a little understated. Abominable! Without paying attention, Li Feng's heavy fist hit him fiercely, and in an instant, Frisia only felt that his face was almost deformed. Immediately afterwards, Frisia was caught off guard, and Li Feng slammed dozens of punches on his body in a row. Li Feng is in the state of full power of the Super Saiyan, and the punches he punches can be imagined. Poof! Frisha's body was directly and weakly knocked away, but Li Feng obviously did not give Frisha time to slow down. Taking advantage of the situation to pursue is the last word. The speed of the body was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared behind Frisha, and he kicked Frisha's back fiercely. Frisha's body was shot into the sky again. However, it was not over yet. Li Feng's body disappeared again in an instant. Bang! Another kick, and Frisha was hit to another place again. And King Kurd, Sun Wuhan, and others watched Frisha being kicked over by Li Feng like a ball. Is this still the invincible Universe Emperor Frisha? Boom! In the end, Frisha's body was smashed into the ground, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. Dad's strength is stronger than when he was on planet Namek. Sun Gohan looked at the battle between the two and said, "You know, when he was on the planet Namek, although Sun Wukong also became a Super Saiyan, but his strength did not have the current situation of complete crushing, what kind of cultivation he has experienced in the past year. It's just that watching Frisha being ravaged by Li Feng, all the warriors are excited, and now, the earth has been saved." Ahem! Cough! Frisha gasped, blood was flowing from his body. It was obvious that he was injured in such a violent attack just now. Abominable Scion Monkey! It's okay to beat Lord Ben like this, then you will destroy this planet together. Saying that, Frisha's body directly rose into the air like lightning. Looking at everyone condescendingly, he showed a cruel smile. And his body also began to eject powerful black air currents, and in his eyes, the average person below was already similar to the dead. He is not afraid of the Kurdish king to blame, he just needs to regain the dignity of his Universe Emperor. And Li Feng looked at Frisha's appearance, and knew that Frisha might be about to use that move, their favorite move again. Sure enough, the Frozen Demon clan is the same. Li Feng had a big hand. And the airflow around him gathered in his hand, and immediately, a cyan air blade slowly formed. Frisha, die! Drink! Yes! Wind extinguishing sword! Li Feng's eyes were sharp, and a cyan air blade in his right hand was extremely powerful. Planet Annihilation Bomb! Frisha fiercely gathered an unimaginable huge energy bomb in the sky, as if the entire earth would be swallowed up in one blow. Frisha has been beaten so angry that he can't care about Dragon Balls or anything, he just wants to destroy this Scion Monkey along with Earth. The powerful airflow swept in instantly, and Sun Wuhan and the others were frightened by this super large energy bomb. This vast energy, if you can't catch it, I'm afraid the Earth will explode directly. This Frisha, don't you want Dragon Ball? The Kurdish king said lightly, but he hugged his hands and gradually rose into the air. You know, their frozen demon race can survive in the vacuum universe. The huge energy bomb instantly overwhelmed the world. The earth also trembled under this powerful force, like an earthquake, and more cracks began to appear in the earth. And Li Feng looked at this huge energy bomb, and couldn't help grinning. The frozen demon is really a character, and it is the planet annihilation bomb to destroy the planet at every turn, and the Gula in front is too. Immediately, his body shot out like an off-string bow and arrow, and the cyan chi blade in his hand was even more powerful. Straight towards that huge annihilation bomb. Hold the sword in both hands, and slash at the energy bullet with one sword. The sword chi is so strong and fierce that it gives people a feeling of being unbreakable. The cyan chi flame skyrocketed in an instant, turning into 100 Zhong Chi sword, unstoppable. And below is already a whirlwind raging, making everyone feel that they can't open their eyes. And Sun Wuhan didn't know why, there was a feeling in the underworld that Frisha was not Li Feng's opponent at all. Is this a new move developed by Daddy? It feels so powerful, he said with his hands blocking the raging airflow. Boom! Frisha's original imaginary situation of the earth being bombed did not appear, but what he saw. Li Feng's air sword fiercely slashed his planet annihilation bomb through the middle, and his energy bomb was like an ocean wave, scattering to both sides. Frisha's eyes were torn, but the huge sword chi did not stop at all, but instead came towards him. The powerful breath of death came instantly, and Frisia's face turned pale, a feeling he had never felt last time on the planet Namek, as if he was hit by this sword, he would have no hope of living. Frisia instantly gave up his planet annihilation bullet finger and pointed at that sword chi, and a death beam burst out in an instant. However, the same incredible thing happened again, and the death beam was instantly scattered. Ah! No! The sword chi raged, directly splitting Frisia's body in half. Immediately, an explosion directly annihilated his body. Boom! A generation of Emperor Frisia was thus wiped out. And the Kurdish king, who was still waiting to watch a good show, was about to fall out of his shocked eyes, which is not according to the routine. This scion is already stronger than he expected. Dear readers, see here, can you help with the collection and flowers? Thank you all. Chapter 028. The smoke and dust dispersed, and the Kurdish king and the cosmic people were shocked. His son, Frisia, known as the Emperor of the Universe, was just wiped out? Die at the hands of this scion. Well done, Gaku. Klin said with a smile as he lay on the ground. Can it only be said that it is worthy of the Monkey King? Every time he arrives, he is able to solve all crises. Sun Wuhan also looked at Li Feng with a blazing face. Li Feng's move was too cool and powerful, and the terrifying Frisia in their eyes was killed by his sword. The Kurdish king smiled and fell in front of Li Feng, and said with great appreciation, "You, very good, I didn't expect that my incomplete son was killed by you. How, do you want to consider being my godson? How about we dominate the universe together?" The Kurdish king doesn't care about the relationship between those fathers and sons, they have always been like this for the frozen demon family, so after the Kurdish king saw Li Feng's strength, he began to solicit him. Oh? Is it? It's tempting to hear. Li Feng looked at the Kurdish king and said such a sentence. Instantly shocked Sun Gohan and others, how could it be, how could Gaku promise the big bad guy of King Curtis? They always have a different feeling when they look at the Monkey King in front of them. The previous Monkey King was kind, in order to protect the earth, he could even give his life, and he was still a tendon existence. But the Monkey King in front of him is obviously more than some city governments, and the killing is decisive, like Frisia directly slashed with a sword just now, without mercy. Ha ha ha! So come and join me. When the Kurdish king heard Li Feng's words, he thought that Li Feng had a little agreement, and said immediately. Very good, it's just that I'm not interested in ruling the universe or anything, so. A flash of essence flashed in Li Feng's eyes, and his figure disappeared in place. You're going to die. Poof. The Kurdish king's face was bitter, his eyes were full of surprise, and at this moment, a cyan air blade had penetrated his body. You? How did you? The Kurdish king did not expect that this scion was so ruthless, and when he relaxed his guard, he gave him a fatal blow. Humph! I just can't get used to you, so, I'm sorry. Li Feng said coldly, kicking the Kurdish king away with the next kick. Dozens of energy projectiles slammed in. The Kurdish king's body was submerged in the bombardment. Boom! 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 The powerful Kurdish king was killed by Li Feng like this, he didn't even have a chance to transform, and he ended up hating directly. And those cosmic people, Li Feng did not let go of any of them. There is no soft-heartedness, only one will not let go. Sun Wuhan flew to Li Feng's side and said, Dad, it's great, Fria's father and son have been killed by you. Li Feng looked at it and said, Your son Wuhan, right? It's just a pity that I'm not the Monkey King. My purpose has never been to protect the earth, I just couldn't get used to the Frisia father and son. As he spoke, the cold aura on his body shocked everyone even more. What the? Isn't this person Monkey King? Why does he look exactly like Sun Wukong, and is he here to deal with their earth? You? What are you here for on earth? At this time, Sun Wuhan believed that the person in front of him was not his father Sun Wukong. Li Feng said with an evil smile, "It's nothing. Just come to Earth to have fun." Seeing that none of them are dead, "Hey, feed them this." Saying that, Li Feng took out a few fairy beans and gave them to Sun Wuhan. "This is fairy beans? Great, thank you." Sun Wuhan said politely, seeing that Li Feng killed the Frisia father and son, plus now he still takes fairy beans to them, he can't help but feel good. This person in front of him who looks exactly like his father is definitely not a bad person, Sun Gohan thought to himself. "Gaku, that's great." At this time, Boomer, who was hiding behind, also ran out and said to Li Feng. Looking at the purple-haired Boomer, Li Feng couldn't help but think of the Boomer in the future world of Dragon Ball, but that Boomer was more mature and vicissitudes than the current Boomer, and the Boomer in front of him was just a girl in her 20s. "Boomer, I'm sorry, I'm not the Monkey King," Li Feng said with a smile. Boomer was suddenly surprised and said, "Hey? Gaku, do you have a fever? Just go touch Li Feng's forehead." Boomer's hand touched Li Feng's forehead, and a girlish fragrance entered his nose, and Li Feng began to get a little unnatural. Seeing Boomer's action, Li Feng couldn't help but blush, he hadn't had a girlfriend after all. "Hey? Gaku? What are you blushing?" Boomer asked with a smile. "You must know that the previous Monkey King was a Tendon, how could he blush because he touched his head? Is he really not the Monkey King?" "I'm not Sun Wukong, my name is Li Feng." Li Feng looked at Boomer and said. Boomer looked at Li Feng in front of him and smiled, and said, "It seems that you are really not Sun Wukong." At this time, Bike, Tianjin Rice, Kellen, Yamcha, and others all ate fairy beans, and their bodies recovered as before. Sun Gohan took the last fairy bean to the dying Vegeta. "What? Gohan, are you going to save Vegeta?" Vic dissuaded Sun Gohan and said. In Bike's eyes, he never considered Vegeta his own. "But I feel like Uncle Vegeta is getting better now, and he just helped us fight Frisia," Sun Gohan said. "Gohan, give him food. I'm sure Vegeta will slowly get better," Li Feng said. Hearing Li Feng's words, Vic didn't say anything. After all, it was Li Feng who saved them, otherwise, the earth might be destroyed by Frisia now. "Li Feng, thank you." Klin and Tianjin Fan came over and said. Looking at Li Feng, who looks exactly like Sun Wukong, they also decisively think that Li Feng is a good person, so there is no resistance. "Hey? My Vegeta is alive again?" After giving Vegeta fairy beans, Vegeta's injuries also healed. "Uncle Vegeta, you're awake," Sun Gohan said with a smile. "Hey? What about the Frieza fathers and sons?" Vegeta felt it and found that the breath of Frisia's father and son had disappeared. Immediately, Vegeta saw Li Feng standing on the side and shouted, "Kakarot!" After seeing the Monkey King, he knew that the Frisia father and son were all destroyed by the Monkey King. I was secretly relieved in my heart. "Uncle Vegeta, he's not my dad," Sun Gohan said. Vegeta was surprised for a while, that is, the scion in front of him who looked exactly like Sun Wukong was not Sun Wukong? That is, Vegeta is now overtaken by two scions? "Everyone, help with the collection and flowers, your support is my greatest motivation, thank you." Chapter 029. Looking at Li Feng, who was dressed in black, Vegeta couldn't help but feel angry. Could Vegeta be surpassed by two low-level scions? Thinking that he was a scion prince was actually lagging behind, this really made him unacceptable. "You said you weren't Kakarot?" Vegeta pointed at Li Feng and said. He looked at Li Feng and really didn't believe it. Looking at the proud Scion Prince Vegeta in front of him, Li Feng smiled and said, "I'm not Sun Wukong, but I'm also a Scion, and there are more people who look exactly the same among the Scions, what's so strange?" "That's not right. As far as I know, in addition to Kakarot, there are also me, and this son Gohan who is mixed with earthlings, there should be no other scions. Vegeta said excitedly. Although he also knew that they scions looked exactly the same, this kind of thing was not unusual. Humph! Believe it or not. I don't want to talk to Vegeta so much, verbose, there is no trace of what a scion prince should look like. Li Feng said grimly, indeed it was very similar to what a scion should look like, which Vegeta did not deny. Abominable! So don't you put Prince Ben in your eyes? Vegeta couldn't help but feel angry, but he knew that the Frieza father and son were all wiped out by this scion who looked exactly like Sun Wukong in front of him, so he didn't say any more nonsense, just looked at Li Feng. After all, although he is a scion prince, he has been left far behind by Sun Wukong and Li Feng, both of them can become Super Saiyan, and he Vegeta, the prince of the Scion, was surpassed by two lower-level warriors, which can't help but make him more and more angry the more he thinks, thinking that he must cultivate fiercely when he goes back, become a Super Saiyan, and regain the dignity of his Scion prince. It's just that if Li Feng hadn't arrived, he Vegeta would still be called the second elder of 10,000 years, and it seems that in the future, he can only become the position of the third elder of 10,000 years. That, Uncle Li Feng, do you know my father Sun Wukong? Sun Gohan asked Li Feng. I don't know Monkey King, but I've heard of him. Li Feng shook his head and said. Hearing Li Feng say that he didn't know Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan couldn't help but lower his head and said, Oh, I don't know when my father will come back. It has been more than a year since the Namek-Star War, and Sun Gohan also learned from Shenlong that Sun Wukong is not dead, but just unwilling to come back immediately. Li Feng smiled and said, No need to worry. The Monkey King will return to Earth today, and the place where he landed is nearby. When everyone heard Li Feng's words, they couldn't help but be overjoyed in their eyes. Sun Wukong is returning. Is Goku really coming back? Klin said happily. In their hearts, Sun Wukong is the existence of a savior, as long as he is there, then everything will have hope. Looking at everyone's blazing eyes, Li Feng also smiled, can only say that he is worthy of the protagonist Sun Wukong. The popularity is so good. And Li Feng said this, he is also sure, not to mention that he is a character who is familiar with the plot, and he also felt it, a restrained and huge aura is close to the atmosphere of the earth, of course, Sun Wuhan their current strength cannot be felt. Let's wait for the Monkey King. Li Feng said with a smile, and everyone immediately hit it off. Only Vegeta didn't know what was going on and kept staring at Li Feng, as if he had stared too much and could unearth Li Feng's secret. But after watching it for a long time, Vegeta couldn't see the reason, but became even more angry and anxious. I can't wait to find a place to practice fiercely now. After waiting for a long time, I saw a small spaceship exclusive to Scions begin to meet everyone's eyes. The Monkey King is back. Li Feng looked at the spacecraft and said lightly. In other words, this Monkey King came back really slowly. If he hadn't made a move, Frieza would have destroyed the Earth. In fact, Li Feng had come to this world long before the Frieza father and son arrived on Earth, but he was observing the situation here from a distance. If according to normal development, the Frieza father and son should be defeated by Sun Wukong, but at the moment, there is no return of Sun Wukong. So he had to show up and shoot. And Li Feng's mission in this world is already clear, that is, to defeat the final strong enemy, Majin Buu. Of course, this may be difficult for Li Feng before, but now, he is a character with the physique of Majin Buu. As long as there is one cell left in his body, he can be reborn infinitely, plus the attribute that he Scion can strengthen every time he is about to die and resurrect power. This is already a bug existence, so, he doesn't feel any pressure. As long as he is given time, he has the confidence to reach a stronger level. Of course, he has his own spiritual time house, so time is not a problem for him. A small spaceship like the Scions used to come to Earth before landed in a clearing. The hatch opened, first a crab head, and then the whole figure appeared in front of everyone. Familiar face, familiar hairstyle, but the only difference was his clothes. Gaku! Gaku! Everyone looked at the figure of the Monkey King and screamed. Everyone was delighted. This is the Monkey King they are familiar with. Everyone, how did you get here? How did you know that I landed here? Gaku floated up with Maiku. It was this young man who said it. Gaku, do you know him? Klin pointed to Li Feng beside him. When Sun Wukong saw Li Feng, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey! How do you look exactly like me?" Sun Wukong was very surprised. For the first time he saw someone who looked exactly like himself, and he seemed to be a scion. Sun Wukong fell to the ground, looking at the person in front of him who looked exactly like himself. His face was full of shock. There are such strange things in the world. Don't be so surprised, Cockroach, I'm also a scion. My name is Li Feng. If I hadn't made a move, these friends of yours would have been destroyed by Freesha. Li Feng said with a smile. What about this? Haha, I fell asleep on the spaceship, ha ha ha. Sun Wukong grabbed his hair and said. It seems that he is really an optimistic protagonist, Li Feng thought to himself. Unexpectedly, he didn't follow the plot at all, and Sun Wukong actually dropped the chain and fell asleep at the critical moment. This also made Li Feng speechless for a while. Dear readers, help with the collection and flowers, thank you, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 030. I can feel that you are strong. Let's give it a try. Sun Wukong looked at Li Feng, the fighting intent in his eyes was even stronger, and the warlike blood of the scions was constantly boiling. Different from the original, in the original work, Trunks arrived, although Trunks can also become a super scion, but Sun Wukong can feel that Trunks' strength is not as strong as him, so he did not take the initiative to find Trunks to compete, but Trunks wanted to see the power of Sun Wukong after becoming a super scion. Sun Wukong agreed to compete with Trunks, and then blocked all Trunks' attacks with his fingers. Li Feng looked down and grinned, knowing that Sun Wukong was like this, and he wanted to fight with him when he met a strong man, and Li Feng also happened to report this idea. In the future world of Dragon Ball, he did not fight with Sun Wukong, and naturally had to fight with Sun Wukong as the protagonist in this world. Being able to fight with Sun Wukong, Li Feng is naturally happy. The two of them now look exactly the same, quite a bit of a real and fake Sun Wukong feeling, Li Feng thought. Of course you can, that's exactly what I mean, Sun Wukong. Li Feng said with a smile, his eyes were also full of fighting intent. Then come on. After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he flew straight into the air with his dancing air technique. And Li Feng is the same, dancing the air technique, volleying confrontation. And Sun Wuhan, Bike, and Tianjin Fan and the others all looked at the two, watching this master-level battle, which was very beneficial to them. How come you scions are all a virtue, fighting at every turn, not considering the feelings of others at all? Boomer looked at Sun Wukong and Li Feng and said. However, Li Feng's appearance, clothes, and eyes are so cool. Boomer looked at Li Feng, who was dressed in black, and couldn't help but feel a burst of joy. Of course, Boomer and Vegeta at this time did not have feelings. And Vegeta also has no feelings for Boomer, and now he only has one idea: improve his strength, surpass the two inferior warriors above, and maintain the dignity of his scion prince. He was on the verge of death in the battle with Freesha, and his combat effectiveness has been improved at this moment, but he has not been able to become a super scion, so he has no idea of wanting to participate in the battle between the two. He wants to see the battle between the two super scion. This can be very helpful for him to become a super scion after he comes. Vegeta also suppressed his inner dissatisfaction at this moment, looking at the two people in the sky, Li Feng and Sun Wukong. He wanted to see how much Sun Wukong had improved in this year, and the scion named Li Feng, where was his strength? After all, from the battle he had with Freesia just now, it gave people a bottomless feeling. And Li Feng looked at Sun Wukong and thought to himself, Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan for the first time on the planet Namek, and now that he has been cultivating in Yadrit for a year, he should be able to skillfully become a Super Saiyan and not be affected by the emotions after becoming a Super Saiyan. Drink. Sun Wukong did not become a Super Saiyan, but burst out with momentum, and that momentum was very overbearing. I saw a flash of essence in Sun Wukong's eyes, and then rushed towards Li Feng. And Li Feng also burst out and attacked Sun Wukong directly. Boom! With a punch. The surrounding vibration fluctuated, causing the surrounding air to whistle. Immediately, the two punched each other dozens of times, and the strength was surprisingly comparable. Of course, this is related to Li Feng's deliberate suppression of strength, otherwise with his normal combat strength, he can completely crush the Monkey King under normal. It's just that when the two people have the same combat effectiveness, the fight is martial arts. Sun Wukong has lived on the earth since he was a child, has participated in various battles, and has rich combat experience. Bang! Li Feng and Sun Wukong both threw a heavy punch at almost the same time and slammed into each other's faces, but both of them felt that the fighting intent was even stronger. Humph! The battle between the two was very fast, and everyone below could only see the shadows of the two. So fast! Tianjin Fan looked at the battle between the two and said. And Yamcha and Klin also nodded. After all, they may not be much different from Sun Wukong before, but in recent years, Sun Wukong's combat power has directly left them behind. Are all Scions really so powerful? Vic also said that when he was on the planet Namek, after fusing with Niru, his combat power also reached 1 million, so he could barely see the battle between the two people. Of course, this was still a situation where neither of them transformed. Boom! Boom! The sound of fists colliding came out, and the air was even more messy, which showed the intensity of the attack of the two. Boom! After the two of them collided with a heavy punch, both of them each retreated a lot. Kakarot, become a Super Saiyan. Li Feng said. He is also very similar to see how strong Sun Wukong is after turning into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong grinned and said, "Okay, then let you see how powerful I am to become a Super Saiyan." Drink. Yikes! Sun Wukong suddenly drank loudly, and the surrounding air instantly became a little restless, and then, the momentum on his body swept like a violent wind. And Vegeta felt this momentum and watched with a dazzled look at the appearance of Monkey King turning into a Super Saiyan. Cut! Kakarot's strength is even stronger than when he was on the planet Namek. It's just that Li Feng seems to be even more powerful. Dad is getting stronger again. Sun Gohan felt the breath of Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan and said. He hopes that one day he will also be able to become a Super Saiyan. After all, he also has Saiyan blood flowing in his body. Drink. In the end, Monkey King turned into a blonde Super Saiyan, and the golden aura around him burned like a raging fire. Okay, then I'll become a Super Saiyan too. Feeling the overwhelming breath of Sun Wukong, Li Feng said with a smile. Drink. Li Feng drank loudly, and instantly turned into a blonde Super Saiyan form. But the difference was that the momentum on Li Feng's body seemed calm, as if he was like a person. Oh? Is this your Super Saiyan status? Although I can't feel your breath, I instinctively feel your majestic strength. Sun Wukong looked at Li Feng and said. That's right, this is my Super Saiyan form, you can attack it. Li Feng said lightly. And Vegeta below looked at the Super Saiyan form of the two, thinking, could it be that the Super Saiyan is still strong and weak? Dear readers, help with the collection and flowers, thank you, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 031. Li Feng is a Super Saiyan in full power, while Sun Wukong is only the first stage of Super Saiyan, and the gap can be imagined. Drink. Sun Wukong flashed directly behind Li Feng and struck with a heavy fist, but Li Feng did not make the slightest move. When Sun Wukong's heavy punch hit Li Feng instantly turned over, dodged this punch, and then kicked Sun Wukong's chest. Ugh! Sun Wukong's body was directly hit to the ground. What a speed! Vegeta looked at Li Feng's actions just now, said to himself, reacted in an instant and gave a counterattack. Could it be that Li Feng's Super Saiyan form is stronger than Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong stabilized his figure and almost smashed on the ground, and with this kick, he also realized that Li Feng's speed and strength were above him. It's so strong, Li Feng, your strength makes me want to fight even more. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Sun Wukong said, and directly greeted him again, and an energy bomb in his hand was compelling. Boom! Li Feng did not use the energy bomb, and directly dispersed Sun Wukong's energy bomb with the power of his fist. Is it really so strong? I'd love to see your true strength. Sun Wukong looked at Li Feng and said. Li Feng grinned and said, then let's see if your strength can allow me to use my full strength. Of course. Sun Wukong said confidently, and his biggest hole card is the Realm King Fist, but the load on the body of this move is too great, and after he becomes a Super Saiyan, the impact on the body is even greater. Then, one move determines the victory or defeat. I can't last long with this move. Monkey King said. Drink. Realm King Fist. Sun Wukong drank loudly, and immediately, an even greater momentum rushed into the sky, and the momentum on Sun Wukong's body gradually turned into a mixture of white and golden chi. Li Feng looked at Sun Wukong's actions, and could only say that it was Sun Wukong. He was actually able to make the Realm King Fist in the state of the Realm King Fist. The momentum on Sun Wukong's body is fierce, and his whole person is also a little hideous. It is obvious that the load on his body by this move is really a bit huge. And Sun Wukong also put on a classic action pose at this moment. Card. Plums. Card. Plums. Ha! A turtle faction Qigong swept towards Li Feng like an overwhelming one. And Li Feng saw the fluctuations of the turtle sect Qigong that Sun Wukong was fully exerting without any pressure, and the Sun family was against the waves. When Li Feng thought of this, he couldn't help but grin, saying that he should not confront the Sun family. It seems that this time, he is going to break this rumor. Tornado Storm Fist. I saw that around Li Feng's fist, there was a strong wind circling, accompanied by lightning from time to time. So powerful, what kind of move is this? Vegeta's eyes were full of essence, looked at Li Feng's move, and said. I saw a Qigong wave accompanied by wind and lightning shooting out, like a dragon going out to sea, unstoppable. The turtle sect Qigong wave and the Qigong wave of the tornado storm fist collided violently. Boom! In an instant, the powerful aftermath shocked all directions, and Klin, Vic, and the others below had been unable to open their eyes under this powerful airflow. Vegeta also felt a little unable to open his eyes, but his anger was supporting him. And he wanted to see to what extent these two people's attacks had reached. Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded in the sky, and in an instant, the sky was full of smoke and dust, and 5 fingers could not be seen. And the Qigong wave of the tornado storm fist not only dispersed the energy of the turtle sect Qigong wave, but also hit Sun Wukong directly. Ugh! After Sun Wukong finished performing the turtle sect Qigong with all his strength, he didn't have much strength, and his body was now hard to carry the tornado storm fist. The body was like a flying bolide, smashing into the mountain, and in an instant, the mountain cracked everywhere. Ahem! Cough! Sun Wukong gasped. He had already been seriously injured in this move, but he didn't have that feeling of fear, but more excitement. Originally, he thought that Super Saiyan was the end, but as it turned out, this was definitely not the case. What's more exciting than finding direction? Dad! Seeing that Sun Wukong was shot away, Sun Wuhan hurriedly chased over. And Li Feng also appeared in front of Sun Wukong in an instant. Ah! It hurts. I didn't expect that my out-of-realm King Fist is still not your opponent. It's really exciting. Sun Wukong said with strong pain. Eat this. Li Feng immediately threw a fairy bean to Sun Wukong and said. When Sun Wukong saw it, he took it and ate it. Quack quack! Haha, my body has recovered again, and I still want to fight with Li Feng. Saying that, the fighting intent in Sun Wukong's eyes began to flash again. Hey! Cockroach, you're such a full-fledged battle freak. Li Feng said with a smile. Next time, you're not my opponent now. Li Feng said lightly. Dad, let's go home. Sun Gohan took Sun Wukong's hand and said. Sun Wukong nodded, he hasn't been home for a year, it's time to go back. He immediately nodded and said, yes, my stomach is almost hungry, haha. Sun Wukong's enthusiasm for eating is not lower than his enthusiasm for martial arts, although he has just eaten a fairy bean, but the stomach of the scion is very terrifying. Good. Goodbye everyone, Gohan, let's go. Sun Wukong said, then pointed his eyebrows, felt the position, and Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan disappeared in place. Then let's go too, see you later. Klin greeted Li Feng with Yamcha and Tianjin Fan, and then flew in all directions with the dancing void technique. And Vegeta flew away after the battle between Sun Wukong and Li Feng, and now he just wants to cultivate fiercely and regain the dignity of his scion prince. Only Li Feng and Boomer were left at the scene. So, Li Feng, where do you live now? Boomer said happily. Li Feng shook his head and said, I just came to Earth not long ago, and I have no place to live for the time being, but I think I will stay on Earth in the future. Hearing this, Boomer couldn't help but shine in his eyes and said, it's better to go to my house is very big, you can live as long as you want. Hey? Are you sure? Will that bother you? Li Feng said, but it seems to be a good choice to live in Boomer's house, and money is not a problem at all. Unlike the days in the future world of Dragon Ball, right now, he may spend a long time in the world of Dragon Ball Z, so it's okay to find a place to live. How come? Go, follow me home. Saying that, Boomer happily got on the plane, and Li Feng waved his hand, signaling him to follow him too. Li Feng was stunned for a moment. Although he had teleportation, but following Boomer on a plane seemed to be a good choice. Dear readers, help with the collection and flowers, thank you, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 032. Zidu, this is the second time that Li Feng has come here, but unlike the future world of Dragon Ball, there are no such destroyed buildings here, all high-rise buildings. Boomer, my baby daughter, you're back, try the dim sum made by your mother. Boomer's mother, Mrs. Brives, said as she looked at Boomer, who returned with a pastry. Hey? Goku, you are also here, see that you have become a lot more handsome again. Mrs. Brives saw Li Feng and squinted and said. I have to say that there are many nervous characters in Dragon Ball time, they are casual and broad, do not care about gains and losses, and live very dashingly. And Mrs. Brives in front of her is one of them. Hello auntie, I'm not Sun Wukong, I just happen to look exactly like Sun Wukong, my name is Li Feng. Li Feng said very politely. What a polite young man, really not Goku, do you want to go on a date with me? Mrs. Brives said to Li Feng with admiration. Yes, Mrs. Brives is still the same as the original, and when she sees the handsome man, she says that she wants to go on a date with him, which also makes Li Feng speechless for a while. Mother, Li Feng just came here, how can you talk like this? Go, Li Feng, I'll take you to your room. Saying that, Boomer pulled Li Feng out of here, she really couldn't stand her mother's appearance, but she couldn't help it. Looking at Li Feng, who was taken away by Boomerang, Mrs. Brives couldn't help but smile and said, what a gentleman's boy, much better than Vegeta. Say, take her pastry and head to the other side. Drink. Ugh. In the gravity cultivation room, Vegeta was cultivating fiercely in high gravity, and his eyes seemed to be full of anger. Cockroach. Li Feng. I am the prince of the Scion. Vegeta was already sweating at this time, but the anger and determination on his face made him persevere under high gravity. As a Scion prince, his pride does not allow him to fall behind others. And at this time, the data of the gravity cultivation room behind him had a big 200G written on it. Hey? What is this breath? Vegeta suddenly frowned, clearly feeling an aura that hid powerful energy. Li Feng. At this time, Boomer was arranging his room for Li Feng, but at this moment, a voice broke this tranquility. Li Feng. Accept my challenge. Vegeta rushed up and looked at Li Feng and said. Li Feng looked at Vegeta, and saw that he was sweating all over. Obviously he had just been undergoing high-intensity training, and at this moment, feeling Li Feng's breath, he had the idea of challenging Li Feng. Hey? Vegeta, what's going on with you? Li Feng just came here, don't you let him take a break? For Vegeta's performance, Boomer is very dissatisfied. Even if he eats and lives in vain in his house, he is still so rude. Unlike Li Feng, not only is he strong, handsome, but also much more polite than Vegeta. You are nosy, ignorant woman. Vegeta shouted, his eyes were only combat and super strong. What kind of gentleman do you want? When Boomer heard this, he was about to scold Vegeta but was stopped by Li Feng. He had wanted to teach Vegeta a lesson for a long time. Very well, Vegeta, seeing how rude you are, let me teach you a good lesson. Li Feng looked at the proud Vegeta and said. When Vegeta heard this, he couldn't help but grin, and was about to attack immediately, but he was stopped by Li Feng, and his face was full of puzzlement. He doesn't care if he will destroy people's houses, he only has battle in his eyes. Hitting here will destroy people's houses, follow me. Saying that, he grabbed Vegeta's clothes and directly teleported and disappeared in place. Boomer, I'll come when I go. Before leaving, such a sentence came from the air. And Boomer looked a little unhappy, pouting and saying, what, blame that damn Vegeta. Just like in Dragon Ball, when Sun Wukong grew up and appeared in front of everyone for the first time, seeing Sun Wukong's handsome face, Boomer was moved at first sight, but later Sun Wukong married Kiki, and Boomer didn't have that idea. But in front of him, Li Feng is not only exactly the same as Sun Wukong, but also extremely powerful, but also more gentlemanly than Sun Wukong's nerves. Thinking of this, Boomer can't help but blush. Thinking to himself, he must not be able to let Li Feng slip away. And now Vegeta, sorry, Boomer doesn't have Vegeta's guy who doesn't know how to be polite in his heart. On an uninhabited planet with thin air, two figures instantly appeared high in the sky. And Vegeta was also a little shocked, he didn't expect that this Li Feng would actually move instantly like cockroach. Humph! Li Feng, you have the ability not to become a Super Saiyan and fight me, do you dare? Vegeta pointed at Li Feng and said. He thought that he was cultivating in the gravity cultivation room, and his normal combat power was already the strongest among everyone. But how did he know that Li Feng's normal combat power was even stronger and terrifying? When Li Feng heard this, he couldn't help but grin and said, then learn the tricks of the Scion Prince. Li Feng specially amplified his voice when he said Scion Prince, as if he was mocking Vegeta. Hearing this, Vegeta couldn't help but be angry. He was originally an extremely proud person, where could he afford Li Feng's sneering? Drink? Yes. Immediately, Vegeta drank loudly, and the surrounding air instantly whistled, and the whole person's huge momentum soared into the sky. Li Feng felt Vegeta's breath, and instantly understood that Vegeta was on the verge of death and resurrection when he fought with Frieza in front, and his normal combat strength had reached tens of millions. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, to challenge Li Feng with this bit of combat power is definitely the end of looking for abuse. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and he instantly used the prince's battle technique, and dozens and hundreds of energy bombs shot towards Li Feng. Bang! 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 I saw that Li Feng's body did not move, and he kept waving with one hand, and all those energy bombs of Vegeta were slapped around one by one. Boom! 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 None of the energy bombs were able to hit Li Feng, and they were all slapped away by him one by one. What? How can it be? Vegeta said with some shock. Li Feng only moved one hand, and his body did not move position, and actually dispersed his attack so lightly. Dear readers, help with the collection and flowers, thank you, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 033. Vegeta, how? Does the Scion Prince only have this strength? Li Feng looked at Vegeta and teased. Drink? Yes. Vegeta was once again exploded by the mentality of anger, and instantly rushed towards Li Feng, and two heavy punches slammed in. It's just that Li Feng also bombarded it with two punches. Boom! The surrounding air was hit by two people, making a sound similar to an explosion. Ha! 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 Vegeta attacked fiercely, and the strength in his hand was even heavier than a punch. Eyes full of anger. Bang! 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 And no matter how fast Vegeta was, Li Feng could lightly put it next. Boom! Li Feng grinned, and a punch directly broke Vegeta's defenses and slammed into Vegeta's chest. Poof! Vegeta's body was instantly shot down and smashed to the ground. Abominable! Although he was shot down, this also had something to do with Li Feng's lack of full strength, so the impact on Vegeta was not very great. Drink! Vegeta exploded again and attacked Li Feng. And Li Feng's figure instantly disappeared in place, and the next moment, Vegeta was caught off guard and kicked him behind fiercely. So fast! Vegeta's body was knocked off several times, and at this time, his pupils shrank, and he only felt bad. Sure enough, Li Feng once again appeared where Vegeta was shot off, and punched Vegeta directly in the face. In an instant, Vegeta had the feeling that his teeth had been knocked out. The two instantly punched each other hundreds of times. Vegeta only felt that his hand was about to break, and Li Feng was still the same as at the beginning. His face did not change color. Could this Li Feng be a monster? Finally, after colliding again, the distance between the two was separated by several meters. Seeing the situation, Vegeta directly shouted. Sky Cannon! Drink! With all his strength, he cast a sky-piercing cannon and hit Li Feng. Tornado Storm Fist! Li Feng also used the Tornado Storm Fist, and a powerful energy bullet burst out, directly colliding with Vegeta's skyrocketing cannon. Boom! The powerful explosion resounded across the planet, and then only to see the power of the Tornado Storm Fist break through Vegeta's sky-piercing cannon and hit Vegeta fiercely. Ugh! Vegeta turned pale and carried this Tornado Storm Fist hard, and finally, Vegeta could no longer support it, and his body fell to the ground weakly. Bang! There was a slight crack in the earth, but Vegeta was still not convinced. But the body can no longer move. Down. Next time, I must. More than you. Vegeta said a little weakly. Only now did he understand Li Feng's horror. As if his strength was bottomless, he thought that he had been cultivating in the gravity cultivation room for so long. Under normal conditions, Li Feng must not be his opponent, but it was obvious that he was wrong. Li Feng's strength was even stronger than Kakarot, and although Vegeta was a little convinced in his heart, he still had an unconvinced expression on his face. Li Feng landed on the ground, threw out a bean, and said, "Okay, put away your arrogant expression. There is not much strength, but what to pretend?" Ignoring Li Feng's taunts, Vegeta picked up the fairy beans and ate them rattling, and in an instant, his body regained its energy and his mental state reached its best. But he didn't have the idea of challenging Li Feng for the time being. And challenging Li Feng with his current strength really could only be looking for abuse. Thank you. Vegeta suddenly uttered such a sentence. Oh? I didn't expect that the proud Scion Prince Vegeta would actually say the word thank you, it's rare. Li Feng said with a smile. Vegeta, on the other hand, only said cut and didn't say anything. After all, a big fist is the last word. The figures of Li Feng and Vegeta went to Boomer's house in a blink of an eye. Boomer saw that Vegeta's body was dirty, and Li Feng still looked dustless, and he knew who lost and who won this competition, and sure enough, Li Feng was strong. Hey? You're back. Humph. Vegeta hugged his hands and did not speak, and the nature of the Tsundere prince was undoubtedly exposed. Li Feng nodded, and then said with a smile, Boomer, is there anything to eat? Starve me. Li Feng has been busy since he came to Dragon Ball Z until now, coupled with the appetite of the Scions, he has long been hungry. They all say that the Scions are very good at eating, and Li Feng is the same now. Cut. And Vegeta was obviously hungry after a battle just now, but he still showed his true colors as a Tsundere prince. Of course there is, it's ready. Boomer said with a smile, sure enough, Scions are born with big stomachs. Sun Wukong is like that, and Li Feng is the same. Immediately, a large table of mountain and sea delicacies was placed in front of them, and Li Feng almost drooled when he saw it. And Vegeta had already picked up a chicken leg and was gobbling it up, and then Li Feng also joined the battlefield to eat. Soon, a large table of mountain and sea delicacies was swept away by the two fiercely. Hiccup. Li Feng burped and said with satisfaction, wow, it's so full, I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time, thank you, Boomer. Li Feng, what are you doing so politely? Just treat it as if this is your home, I have enough food here. Boomer said grandly. Woman, help me make a spaceship. Vegeta, who had been silent, said after eating his fill. Hey? Vegeta, what do you want the spaceship for? Boomer questioned. Humph. I'm going to the universe to cultivate, and when I return, I will definitely surpass Li Feng and Kakarot. Vegeta said with a defiant look. Boomer nodded. She had long been unaccustomed to Vegeta's guy who ate and drank in vain and didn't have a word of thanks, and could use a spaceship to send him off. Boomer was also happy, just didn't bother him and Li Feng in the future, right? After eating. It was almost evening, and Li Feng finally slept without pressure, and after a while, snoring sounded. Since crossing over, it seems that he has not slept properly once, and this is the first time, and he has slept soundly. And when he got up the next day, Li Feng had slept until noon, which was the first time he had gotten up so late here. Ah! It's so comfortable to get a good night's sleep. Li Feng stretched out and said. By this time, Boomer had repaired their previous spaceship, and Vegeta left Earth on the spaceship. He only has one purpose for this trip, that is, to break through the Super Saiyan, surpass Li Feng and Sun Wukong, and regain the dignity of his Saiyan prince. And Li Feng also knew that this time Vegeta would definitely break through the Super Saiyan. Of course, if he surpassed him and Sun Wukong, it was unlikely. Dear readers, help with the collection and flowers, thank you. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 034. Boom. At night, the western capital, immersed in a torrential downpour amid the sound of lightning and thunder. And at this moment, no one is wandering outside, no one is going to get this heavy rain. At this moment, although the wind kept from Li Feng sitting quietly in his room, he began to brush his current situation. Now, his strength from the perspective of the earth, he is already the first person, his current Super Saiyan 2 strength can crush everything, even if there will be Shuru in this time and space, he can still have the strength to hang. However, there is still a year before the appearance of artificial humans, so how should he allocate this year's time? Enter the Spirit Time House to cultivate? Li Feng thought about it, but if he felt that if he spent a year in cultivation, it didn't seem interesting. Besides, his spiritual time house was already a huge bug, and the time flow in it could be controlled by himself, and when he wanted to enter the cultivation, the time was enough. Do you want to go to the universe next? Anyway, it's rare to come to the Dragon Ball world, and the universe is so big, there is no wonder, and there is plenty of time at the moment. If you don't go to the universe, it's really a little unspeakable. Right. The next goal, go on a space trip. Li Feng said to himself. If you go on a space trip, maybe you can further improve your abilities. Anyway, he now has teleportation and can go wherever he wants, so even if he is far away, he will go to decide. Ugh! While Li Feng was thinking, a screaming voice from Boomer came from her room. Li Feng was shocked, and the secret road was not good, and immediately rushed over like a whirlwind. It was only when I went to the door of Boomer's room that I found that Boomer's door was locked inside, because of the emergency, at the moment. Bang! Boomer's room door was directly kicked open by Li Feng, but after kicking it open, Li Feng was dumbfounded, and saw Li Feng seeing a meowling woman without clothes standing in front of him. Ugh! Seeing Li Feng rushing in, after seeing her body, Boomer directly blushed like an apple, and immediately covered Xiangbu with his hand and shouted. You give me out! Boomer shouted with a red face. It's just that Boomer's family is so big, plus there are only 3 people in such a big family, Boomer and Brives, although there are some servants, but they live a little far away, so no one hears Boomer's cry at all. Good, good, good. I was wrong, I went out first. Saying that, Li Feng covered his eyes with his hand and retreated. This is really the biggest embarrassment. Li Feng couldn't help but be embarrassed. He thought that something happened to Boomer. He rushed in, but who could have thought that Boomer was actually not wearing clothes? He had to retreat outside his room and wait. In fact, this is no wonder to him, but when he heard Boomer's call, he would be so nervous, and in a hurry, he saw a scene that he should not see. But think back, Boomer's figure is very good, the convex place is convex, the place that should be cocked, it is really good looking. Li Feng immediately shook his head, wanting to drive this thought out of his mind, but he couldn't do it. It wasn't until after a while that I heard Boomer's voice, Okay, Li Feng, you can come in. Hearing this, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief and entered Boomer's room again, when Boomer was already dressed. That. Boomer, what happened just now was a complete misunderstanding. I heard your voice, so I was worried about you, so I broke in, just happened the scene just now, I'm really sorry for you. Li Feng said nervously. Boomer heard this and said, Li Feng, you don't have to blame yourself, it's just that just now I was taking a bath, and then I suddenly heard a huge thunderbolt sound, and then the light in the bathroom went out, so I shouted, and then rushed out to the bedroom, and then you suddenly broke in. Speaking of this, Boomer couldn't help but blush even more. Don't worry, I won't say it, I should not see anything. Li Feng said immediately. Will you be responsible for me? Boomer suddenly said such a sentence. Li Feng was instantly stunned, he didn't expect Boomer to actually say this, moreover, Boomer is so fresh and beautiful and moving, and is a white rich beauty, it is false to say that he is not moved. As long as you don't mind, I'm willing to take responsibility. Li Feng looked at the beautiful Boomer and said immediately. Really? Boomer looked at the handsome Li Feng, and said with a bright light in his eyes. In fact, she had a very good impression of Li Feng. Li Feng nodded again, he didn't expect happiness to come so quickly, you know, he didn't have a girlfriend in his previous life, and now in this Dragon Ball world, Boomer actually has a good impression of him, and under the ambiguity just now, it has further brought the relationship between the two closer. Great! Li Feng, I love you to death! Boomer said and kissed Li Feng on the face, and then retreated back like a cat. Hey! Li Feng's face was a little red, touching the lip prints on his face, and he could feel the temperature and breath left by Boomer. That, Li Feng, can you stay with me? Boomer Shui looked at Li Feng and said. For this sudden everything, Li Feng was not able to fully react. Shouldn't it be Boomer who suffered a loss? How do you feel like you've lost money now? It's too fast. Li Feng said, it's not that he doesn't want to stay, it's just that he feels that all this is happening too quickly, and with his current strongest existence on the earth, it is difficult to slow down for a while. Boomer looked at Li Feng's blushing look, and couldn't help but smile gently. I didn't find that the scion would actually blush, but his blush was a little shy, so cute. Immediately said. Okay, tease you, come to Japan, you go back first. After Li Feng returned to his room, he lay on the bed, thinking back to the scene just now, was it really just a coincidence? But all this also happened too quickly, just for a moment. First he accidentally saw Boomer's body, and then confirmed the relationship. Ah! How do you feel so annoying? Alas, don't think about it, sleep and sleep. Li Feng really couldn't figure it out, when even if he rolled over and went to sleep, not much, a snoring sounded, and Li Feng fell asleep. And in Boomer's room, when Li Feng left, Boomer couldn't help but shrink into the quilt, very shy but very surprised. I really confirmed the relationship with Li Feng? Boomer said to himself. Dear readers, help with the collection and flowers, thank you. Chapter 035. Get up, Li Feng. In the morning, when Li Feng was still sleeping, he heard a voice calling him outside, and the voice was none other than Boomer. Ah, what a good sleep! Li Feng stretched out, opened his room door dimly, and smelled a fragrant wind rushing towards him, which couldn't help but stimulate Li Feng's nerves and make him become a little sober. I saw Boomer dressed up fresh and beautiful in front of him, which immediately made his eyes shine. Boomer saw that Li Feng woke up, and pouted, You are really a big lazy worm, if I don't call you, you don't know when you will get up. You hurry up and wash up, I'll wait for you to have breakfast together. Boomer looked at Li Feng and said with a smile. Breakfast together? As if what happened last night? Li Feng walked into the room to wash, thinking about this problem while washing. It seems like... Is he and Boomer sure of their relationship? Originally, he thought that Boomer would like Vegeta, but when he arrived, he realized that things were not the same as he had originally thought. Boomer doesn't like Vegeta, and Vegeta is now leaving Earth, which is a fact. So, he feels good with Boomer now, and as for Vegeta, let him go to the tragic tower himself. Li Feng thought so. Soon, Li Feng finished washing and walked out. In the hall, Li Feng came over and saw that the Brives and Boomer were already sitting at the dining table waiting for him. Good morning uncle and aunt. Li Feng said hello and sat down. I have to say that the Brives family is really rich, and a breakfast is actually all mountain and sea delicacies, and Li Feng almost drooled when he saw it. What a handsome guy who knows how to be polite. Mrs. Brives looked at Li Feng with a smile and said. Yes, such a young and energetic young man, it's good. Brives looked at Li Feng and said. And Li Feng knows that although Brives' emotional intelligence is not online, his IQ is indeed one of the best in the entire Earth, and it is simply a scientific genius. I'm starving to death, then, I'm going to start. After saying that, Li Feng began to gobble up, feeling as if he hadn't eaten for a long time, but the Boomer family didn't feel anything strange, after all, they had seen Sun Wukong's rice before. And Boomer stared at Li Feng eating while eating with Shui Lingling's eyes, the so-called lover's eyes were out of Xi. At this time, Boomer looked at Li Feng's way of eating, and his eyes were full of stars. And the Brives also found this and smiled without saying anything. Hey? Boomer, is there anything on my face? Li Feng found that Boomer had been staring at him, and felt that he was a little embarrassed. Nothing, but I just love watching you. Boomer said with a grin. All right. Li Feng said helplessly. After the meal, Boomer sat on the sofa and read the newspaper, while Li Feng felt so bored. Such a day, if he stayed like this again, he might be suffocated. Immediately, Li Feng and Boomer spoke. Boomer, can you help me build a spaceship? What? Spacecraft? Are you leaving Earth? Boomer said, a little flustered when she heard this. She didn't want Li Feng, who had already been caught, to leave her again. You know, I don't like too peaceful a life. Li Feng opened his mouth and said, in fact, he and Boomer have just made a relationship, and he also wants to be with Boomer, but compared to this, he yearns for the universe is vast. And it is absolutely impossible to be as simple as written in the original work. Boomer nodded a little disappointed and said, oh. Then I'll help you build a spaceship. Seeing Boomer's lost look, Li Feng suddenly felt unbearable, and thought for a moment and said, Boomer, otherwise, how about we go together? Go on a space trip. Really? Great. When Boomer heard this, the original loss disappeared instantly, replaced by excitement and joy. Cosmos? In fact, she has long wanted to travel to the universe, just like her sister Tais traveled the universe, but the danger of the universe, she also knows, but if she follows Li Feng, it is absolutely safe. Even the universe Emperor Frisia was destroyed by him, what is there to worry about? More importantly, he was able to be with Li Feng. Li Feng nodded and said, of course, the universe is so big, there are no wonders, I want to see it, let's go together. Immediately, Boomer excitedly kissed Li Feng directly on the face, and then walked happily towards the laboratory. For Boomer, a scientific genius, spacecraft is not a difficult task. Although Li Feng has teleportation, he does not want to use teleportation to go to the universe, and wouldn't it be better to sit on a spaceship and enjoy the scenery on the way? Under the CO production of Boomer and Brives, the spacecraft was built on the third day. A large spaceship comes into view. Can it only be said that it is worthy of Boomer? This spaceship is much better than the one in Vegeta before. Boomer, you're a genius. Li Feng looked at the spacecraft and praised. This method is far ahead of the modern world in which he lived in his previous life, and this is what surprises him. As for why it is slower than Vegeta's spaceship before, the key is that this time Boomer will also accompany, so all kinds of facilities in this spaceship are complete, rooms, baths, cultivation rooms and so on. There is just one place that is not perfect. Brives said as he stepped out of the spacecraft. What's not perfect, Daddy? Boomer said with some dissatisfaction. The facilities inside are very good, but in terms of sound design, I think there are still flaws. Brives said. For Brives' idea, Boomer was also speechless. The IQ is quite high, that is, a little middle too, and the ideas are always a little different from the average person. Okay, Dad, we're traveling to the universe, not listening to music. Boomer said. Li Feng also nodded and said, then Boomer, when do we leave? Then pack your things and leave tomorrow. Li Feng, what do you think? Boomer cast an inquiring look at Li Feng. Li Feng nodded and said, no problem. Anyway, he's not in a hurry for this day or two now. The next day, Li Feng and Boomer got on the spaceship and set off. Dear big deal, writing is not easy, can help a little collection of help a little bit of collection, and free flowers to help some flowers, your support is my biggest motivation, thank you. Chapter 036. In the vast universe, a spaceship is moving at a speed that is not fast or slow, and in this spaceship, it is Boomer and Li Feng. It has been a few days since they set off from Earth, and their feelings have heated up sharply these days. At this moment, Boomer turned off the autopilot and personally controlled the spacecraft, while Li Feng fell asleep in the room. However, Boomer is still happy to be able to travel the universe with the people he likes. At this time, in another place. In an even larger spaceship, one wears a combat suit, has a black beard, and is also a one-eyed dragon, with a knife mark on his left eye, plus a tail on the waist outside the ring. It can be seen that he is a scion. Report, my lord, a spaceship has been found not far from us. A strange-looking cosmic man said respectfully. Oh? Spaceships? Are there people with high combat effectiveness on that spaceship? The middle-aged scion asked. It was obvious that he was still a little jealous of people with high fighting power. After all, he came out this time, and he didn't bring his whole card with him. Report, my lord, we have already used the probe to probe, and the highest combat power on that spaceship is only 5,000. The cosmic man said 150-110, he did not dare to lie, although the person in front of him was not very powerful, but his son was called a terrifying existence, so they did not dare to disobey him. Only 5,000? Humph, it seems that we don't need Broly to play this time, we can finish them off. The middle-aged scion said cruelly. He is now building his own power and originally wanted to kill Freeshaw, but not long ago he heard that Freeshaw was killed by the scions, and after inquiring, he learned that it was Frish's son who killed Freeshaw. Although he was surprised to hear it at the time, he heard later that the Scion Prince Vegeta was also with Kakarot, so one of his conspiracies arose. Although I don't know why, a low-level warrior of Kakarot was actually able to kill Freeshaw, but in his eyes, even if Kakarot was strong, how could it be his son, the opponent of the genius Broly? He needed a lot of economy and manpower, and he had no choice but to become a cosmic bandit, taking his son Broly and began to recruit vicious cosmic murderers around the universe, robbing some planets and some passing spaceships from time to time to establish his own major force. Very good, drive in the direction of that spaceship, if you can, rob that spaceship, the guy with a combat power of 5,000 on it may have to be subdued by me personally. The middle-aged scion said. Although his combat effectiveness is not as good as his son against the sky, over the years, he has endured humiliation and burdens for many years, and has already increased his combat effectiveness to 10,000. His name is Paragus, originally a capable general under King Vegeta on the planet Vegeta, who has been working for King Vegeta, and he did not say anything until the birth of his son Broly changed everything. His son, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, was born with 10,000 combat power, and when King Vegeta discovered this, he sensed a threat to himself and his son's throne. Immediately, the order was given to kill Broly. When Paragus arrived, no matter how much he begged King Vegeta still did not show mercy, killed his son, and then threw the bodies of Paragus and his son Broly into the cosmic dump. But unexpectedly, Broly not only did not die, but let him and Broly escape the tragedy of the demise of planet Vegeta. However, Paragatha's hatred for King Vegeta did not diminish at all, and when he heard that Vegeta was not dead, he transferred his hatred for King Vegeta to Vegeta. His revenge will not diminish at all. Alert! Alert! There are spaceships approaching ahead. The spacecraft on which Boomer and Li Feng are riding can automatically sense the function of alerting a UFO approaching. This woke Li Feng from his sleep. Walking to the control room, I saw Boomer busy operating. Boomer, what's going on? Li Feng asked. There is a spaceship approaching ahead, the intention is unknown, it may be an enemy. Boomer was quite serious, although there was a powerful person like Li Feng, but she also knew that Li Feng could not survive in a vacuum. Boomer, give me clothes to breathe in the universe. Li Feng said with some solemnity. For people of unknown origin, it is better to be prepared. Boomer nodded and took out the costume that could breathe in a vacuum and gave it to Li Feng. Report Lord Paragus, there's that spaceship ahead. In the glass surface of the control room, the cosmonauts were pointing to Li Feng and their spaceship to Paragus and said. Order! Attack that spaceship for me, but don't blow it up, or we'll have no fun. It's best to drop it to a nearby planet. Paragath said cruelly. Immediately, Paragus and their huge spaceship, opened a lot of artillery fire, was aiming at Li Feng and their spaceship. Attack! Bang! Bang! One by one, the shells came towards Li Feng. Sure enough, it's an enemy. Boomer said solemnly, although her spaceship was also equipped with attack equipment, it was not as well equipped as the opponent's giant spaceship. It's just that Boomer controls the spaceship even if it is so masterful. 1 by 2, several shells are all dodged. Boom! Boom! The shell slammed into the meteorite, instantly triggering an explosion. In the next moment, even the attack equipment on the spaceship was launched. Bang! The shells shot straight at Paraga's spaceship, and their spaceship was so large that there was no reason to hide from it. It's just that when the shell was about to hit their spaceship, an energy barrier directly blocked the shell. What? There is actually a protective barrier. Boomer looked at the spaceship and said through gritted teeth. Let me come. After Li Feng finished speaking, he opened the door out, and with a jump, he had already arrived in the cosmic vacuum environment. The feeling of weightlessness hit instantly, but for him, it was not a problem. The powerful airflow pushes him forward. Report Lord Paragath, someone in that spaceship jumped out and seemed to want to attack us directly. The cosmic people report the war situation. Oh? Want to find death so much? Everyone, help with the collection and flowers, thank you. Chapter 037. Attack that man with all my strength and blow him to pieces. Paragas gave the order and said. Originally, for the spaceship, he might still care about whether there was any property on that spaceship, but seeing that someone was looking for death, then it was no wonder that he was Paragas. Speaking of which, the dozens of guns on the spacecraft were all aimed at Li Feng. It seemed that the next moment, he would be able to blast Li Feng's body into slag, but would this really be the case? The answer is no. Li Feng! Be careful! Boomer said worriedly in the control room. A device connected between the control room and the helmet. Li Feng turned around, nodded, and then, flew a little further. Bang! Bang! Dozens of shells came towards Li Feng, and Li Feng did not feel a trace of pressure. In a pose, the airflow can't help but be generated around the body, and there are many small meteorites rolling, which are constantly rotating. Tornado Storm Fist. Li Feng drank loudly, and 2 huge energy bombs shot out from his fists, carrying a strong wind, overwhelming the sky, and swept towards those shells. It's just that this is in a vacuum, and he doesn't use much power, but it's enough for them to drink a pot. Not good. Just now the detector showed that the person's attack reached more than 1 million. The cosmic man said in horror. What? More than 1 million? Fast. Withdraw quickly. When Paragas heard this, he couldn't help but panic. He had kicked the iron plate. The spacecraft quickly moved in the other direction. Boom! A powerful explosion spread out in the universe, and all of a sudden, countless meteorites directly blasted into pieces. But Li Feng's tornado storm fist did not stop so easily, and hit in the direction of the spaceship, like a dragon going out to sea, unstoppable. The protective barrier is open. Fast. Although their spaceship had moved some positions, it was still within the attack range of Li Feng's energy bomb. An energy barrier instantly appeared on the spaceship. And the energy bomb also just hit the energy bomb. Snap! The energy barrier instantly cracked, and then it shattered directly like glass. Boom! Alert! Alert! The ship is under attack and cannot fly. Can't fly. The sound of the spaceship's alarm came, which couldn't help but make everyone inside the spacecraft into a pot of porridge. Emergency landing to the planet below. Paragas roared, only he hoped that the man would not attack again, otherwise, they would all be finished. Li Feng, do you want to smash their spaceship? Boomer asked Li Feng in the intercom device. Now, that spaceship has lost its energy barrier, and even the spaceship controlled by Boomer can easily bombard this universe. Nope. I'd rather see who is so bold to go down to their planet to clean them up. It's not that Li Feng is benevolent, it's just that he just felt a trace of Scion breath in the battle, although it is not very strong, but his intuition tells him that it must be a Scion undoubtedly. Therefore, Li Feng was in a playful mood, but he wanted to see which scion who did not have long eyes actually dared to provoke him. Immediately, he returned to the spaceship. Li Feng, I was worried about death just now. Boomer said fearfully after a while. Li Feng smiled and said, "It's okay, don't I stand here well?" Immediately, they also landed. This is a planet with a harsh environment. And everywhere is desert. So no creatures survive. Boom! Paragas's spaceship slammed into the ground, but fortunately it was a desert, otherwise it would not be impossible for their spaceship to explode. The people inside the spaceship finally breathed a sigh of relief, they survived. And Paragas showed a fierce expression on his face. How could someone dare to do this to him? Paragas, could it be that he didn't know that the legendary Super Scion couldn't do it? If you have a chance, be sure to let Broly beat them into scum. Being ruthless has always been the character of Paragas. Report, my lord, it seems that the spaceship has also landed. The Cosmic Man said to Paragas. What? They also landed? Paragas was a little frightened. After all, now that Broly was not around, how could he be the opponent of the person who had a combat power of up to 1,000,000 just now? And at this moment, Li Feng and Boomer's spaceship also landed on the ground, and the spacecraft opened and walked out. Wow! This planet is so desolate. Boomer couldn't help but complain. Li Feng saw the huge spaceship in front of him, and the breath of the Scion came from there, just a little blurry in the vacuum environment. At this moment, he was even more certain. You're waiting for me in the spaceship. There may be a battle ahead. Li Feng looked at Boomer and said. Boomer nodded, knowing that Li Feng was for her good, and she didn't want to be a burden to Li Feng, and the air here was thin, or it was better in the spaceship. Immediately, Li Feng flew over. A smoking spaceship came into view, and the surroundings were already full of cosmic people. As Li Feng approached, they were also vigilant. What? Bardock? No, is it Kakarot? Paragas saw Li Feng's face and said to himself. Hey! Who are you who dare to attack my spaceship? Do you not want to live? Li Feng pointed at them and said. And he also found the character of Paragas, but he could only determine that the other party was a scion, but in the original work, it seems that there is no such an old scion appearing. I saw the scion come out and say, this is a misunderstanding, we can be regarded as not acquainted, you see, everyone is a scion. It's true that it's a scion, but what does that say? Li Feng said coldly, judging from what he said just now, this is a sinister scion. How come, now that we scions are left after the demise of planet Vegeta, how can we still kill each other? My name is Paragath, are you Kakarot? Paragath looked at Li Feng and said with some flattery. Li Feng shook his head and said, my name is Li Feng, in addition, according to the name of the scion, it should be called Darren's. Hear that it is not Kakarot, and there is nothing in Paragas, Dales? It seems that where he has heard of it, he just can't remember. Of course, at the moment he also feels that there is nothing. Anyway, the scions look exactly the same. I wonder if you are interested in visiting my new planet Vegeta? Paragath said, and at this time, a conspiratorial essence flashed in his eyes, and disappeared in an instant. Everyone, please help with the collection and flowers, thank you. Chapter 038. New Vegeta Planet. 2 spaceships are heading in this direction. It was Li Feng and Boomer, and the spaceship of Paragas. Although Paragas' spacecraft was shot down on that unknown planet, there were scientific and technological personnel on board, so it took only half a day to repair the spacecraft, and Paragas asked Li Feng to come to observe it on the grounds of establishing a new Vegeta planet, and Li Feng also happened to have his own plans, so he followed. See what the legendary Super Scions look like. Hey? Father is back? A burly man looked at the sky and said grimly. I saw that the muscles on this man's body seemed to be full of strength, and his eyes were full of murderous aura, but they were not exposed. A collar around his neck stood out in the light, but it was a weapon his father had restrained him and controlled him. As soon as he didn't have this collar, he would lose control, and his strength would be unmatched. Originally, his father brought him this thing, and he felt nothing, but recently, there was always a voice in his head calling him. The voice was vicissitudes and quaint, and he kept telling him that by smashing this collar, he would be able to gain freedom, gain supreme power beyond the universe, and dominate the universe. At first, the voice came only once in a while, but lately, it has become more frequent. Hey? There are other scion breaths. Broly said with a frown. Immediately, a hideous expression appeared on his face. Ugh! Hold your head as if you have a headache. After a long time, Broly stopped moving. The strength in his body was too terrifying. Sometimes, he couldn't control himself, and he often had such a headache. Li Feng, do you really believe this old fellow's words? In the spacecraft, Boomer said with some concern. Li Feng shook his head. How could he not know about the conspiracy of Paragus? Tell him about the new planet Vegeta, and create a new country belonging to the Scions. It is nothing more than the desire to join their camp against Vegeta. If he refuses to obey his orders, I am afraid that he will let Broly deal with him. In Paragus' thoughts, Broly is the most powerful existence in the universe. If Li Feng refuses to obey, he doesn't mind letting Broly kill him to avenge the front. It's just that Paragus has his conspiracy, and Li Feng also has his own plans, but he really wants to see how strong the legendary Super Saiyan is, and whether he can defeat Broly with the power of his Super Saiyan too. You must know that in the theatrical version, Sun Wukong and his party failed to defeat Broly for several Super Saiyans, and in the end, it was Sun Wukong who gathered the strength of all people to defeat Broly. I don't know if he Super Saiyan 2 can defeat Broly this time. Moreover, his near-invincible existence on Earth now needs a close battle to improve himself, and Broly is a good choice. Li Feng thought for a moment and said, this guy is tricky, but I'm not afraid of his conspiracy at all. Looking at the confident Li Feng, Boomer also put down his heart. Li Feng's strength has always made her feel very secure, and Li Feng is not a big talker, so she didn't ask more. The planet of the new Vegeta planet is a little desolate, and the environment is also a little harsh. Li Feng really can't understand how Paragus wants to find such a planet to be the new Vegeta planet. Ordinary people can see at a glance, where Shi founded a new country. The point is that in the original work, Vegeta actually believed the nonsense of Paragus. The spaceship landed on the ground, and Paragus drove with Li Feng and Boomer in one direction. Hey? I said, you old man, how did you choose such a harsh environment as your new Vegeta planet? Boomer asked curiously. This is what our former planet Vegeta looked like. For us Scions, the harsh environment is more suitable for our cultivation. Paragus forcibly explained. After driving for a long time, they finally came to a palace, which seemed to stand out compared to the harsh environment around them. Come on, come on. Li Feng, let me introduce to you, this is my newly established royal palace. In the future, I will invite Vegeta to come and be the king here. What do you think? Paragus walked in front of Li Feng and introduced Li Feng. Not bad. Li Feng nodded and said. But the heart is already complaining, just such a broken place. What is it called to build a new country? Fool whom? Boomer's eyes also showed a look of contempt. She really couldn't see anything good here. She held Li Feng's hand tightly and followed Li Feng. Father! You're back! A faint voice came, and hearing the voice, Li Feng couldn't help but frown and look over. I saw a burly man greeting respectfully. If ordinary people seem to this person is a bit similar to the kind of guy who doesn't have much strength, but Li Feng felt the accumulation of unprecedented majestic power from him. This will be a vicious battle. Boomer is too dangerous here. Almost let her into her spiritual time house. The spiritual time house is in another world. Even if this world disappears, it will not affect the spirit time house, and the spaceship has been turned into a capsule by Boomer and brought on the body, which is very convenient. Come, Li Feng, let me introduce you, this is my son, Broly. Paragus introduced to Li Feng, and a conspiracy flashed in the depths of his eyes. Cockroach. When Broly saw Li Feng's appearance, he couldn't help but become a little hideous, as if he wanted to eat Li Feng, which is also one of the fates of Broly and Sun Wukong, as if Sun Wukong is his Broly's nemesis, so he will become out of control when he sees Sun Wukong. Seeing Broly's loss of control, Paragus couldn't help but panic, and quickly pressed the controller in his hand, only to see an electric flint shining from the collar around Broly's neck, and Broly slowly calmed down under the action of this electricity. Paragus also knew the relationship between Broly and Cockroach, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Just Li Feng, who looks exactly like Cockroach, can actually get out of control. When Li Feng saw it, the corners of his mouth crossed an arc, and said with a smile, "Hello, Broly. Everyone, like this book, help with the collection and flowers, thank you for your support, I have the confidence to continue writing." Chapter 039. Broly also recovered from his loss of control and said lightly, "Hello." It's just that a murderous aura flashed in the depths of his eyes. Subsequently, several people were taken to the palace by Paragus. A large dining table was filled with all kinds of food, and Paragus made a gesture of invitation and said, "Please eat." At the dinner table, Paragus told Li Feng one day about staying on their new planet Vegeta and working hard to create a new country for the Scions. Li Feng just smiled and perfunctory. And Broly sat at the dining table eating food, never said a word, just looked at Li Feng from time to time, and felt that there was a murderous aura in his heart that he couldn't resist. And Paragus was very annoyed in his heart. If it weren't for Li Feng's millions of combat power, he had the heart to solicit, otherwise he would have let Broly kill him long ago. It seems that the soft one can't work, only the hard one. Paragus thought to himself, and the color of conspiracy in his eyes began to rage. After dinner, Li Feng and Boomer were arranged into a room. "Li Feng, I think that bad old man has a conspiracy, she just wants you to join his team." "A belly of bad water," Boomer said indignantly. Li Feng nodded and said, "Boomer, I think there will be a big war here soon, so I'm going to take you to a place." Saying that, Li Feng moved in his mind, pulled Boomer and disappeared in place. "Here it is. A white expanse, you can't see anything." Boomer looked at the white world in front of him and said, "This is a world of my own, no one knows except you." Li Feng said, "A world of your own? It's amazing." Boomer said with a bright light in his eyes. "Okay, you're absolutely safe here, the air is a little thin here, you can take out the spaceship and live in it, I'm going to go out and meet that guy from Paragus for a while." Li Feng said seriously. Li Feng, you have to pay attention to safety," Boomer said with some concern, although the Paragus group were just small characters in front of Li Feng. Seeing Li Feng's serious expression and Li Feng's sending himself to this world, all this shows that this time, it is not simple. Feel relieved. Wait for me to come back." Li Feng smiled and left the world of the Spirit Time House with a bang. Instantly returned to the room, as if nothing had just happened, except that Boomer, who was with him, had disappeared. And the default setting of the Spirit Time House is 1 day outside and 1 year inside, so he just set it and it became a ratio of 1 to 1, otherwise, Boomer is in the manuscript youth. Knock knock. Knock knock. Li Feng's room door was knocked on. Li Feng secretly said, "Coming." Opening the door, the person who came was Paragus. Li Feng thought to himself, this Paragus was very dissatisfied with his previous answer, and now it was finally the time to see the dagger, but he didn't break it, he wanted to see how long this Paragus could be installed. "Li Feng, come down, I have a big matter to discuss with you," Paragus said. "Okay." Li Feng already knew about the conspiracy of Paragus, but did not say anything, and responded directly. This made Paragus a little surprised, but at the same time secretly excited, wait for you to feel better. Li Feng and Paragas came to a field far away from the palace, and Paragas stopped and said, Li Feng, are you willing to join us? Li Feng smiled and said, your purpose can't be just to establish a new planet Vegeta, this purpose is so pure. Haha, that's of course, my purpose is to rule the universe. And this new planet Vegeta is just to deal with Vegeta? Why, if you join my camp, you will be divided in half when you rule the universe in the future? Paragath said sinisterly. Oh? If only it were really as good as you say, but unfortunately, with your personality, how can you divide me in half? Stop laughing, and you're not interested in ruling the universe or anything. Li Feng looked at Paragath and said. Paragas was a little shocked, he didn't expect Li Feng to reject him, but he even said what he thought in his heart, it seems that he can only come hard. Humph! You really toast and don't eat and punish wine. It seems that without teaching you a lesson, you don't know what it means to be high and thick. Paragath said with an evil smile. Come out! Broly! As soon as the words fell, Broly walked out from behind Li Feng. Just by him? Can it stop me too? Li Feng asked knowingly, how could he not know Broly's toughness? Ha ha ha! Presumably, you don't know yet, my son, Broly, was born with 10,000 combat power, the legendary Super Saiyan. What do you think? Are you afraid? Paragas said with a smile, as if he had already eaten Li Feng. Humph! Long time to look, legendary Super Saiyan, I was thinking of meeting you for a while. Li Feng turned around and looked at Broly and said. Hey? Death is still so hard-mouthed. Broly, kill him for me. Paragas originally thought that Li Feng would immediately beg for mercy when he heard the legendary Super Saiyan, but he didn't expect to be so hard-mouthed, and said viciously at the moment. Broly got the order, and his face instantly turned hideous. Roar! The momentum of the whole body is like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. I saw that the airflow around me swept in instantly, with Broly as the center, forming a whirlwind. The earth around Broly cracked instantly, as if it were an earthquake. When Paragas saw Broly's appearance, he couldn't help but retreat to the back. Broly's strength is too terrifying, and it's not good to hurt him by mistake. Roar! At this moment, lightning and thunder, heaven and earth change color, and the wind and clouds are magnificent, as if the end of the world is coming. Is this the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? Sure enough, it is too powerful, and I am a little trembling when I am powerful. Li Feng looked at Broly's changes and said to himself, however, he was more excited. I feel that the blood in my whole body is turbulent, and the majestic fighting intent is out of control. All he needed was such a battle to improve himself. This feeling of excitement, he had been looking forward to for a long time. Gradually, Broly was ready, and the green airflow on his body was dancing his teeth and claws, and his body also exuded a terrifying aura like a flood beast. Kaka! Lot! Kaka! Lot! Step by step, he walked towards Li Feng, his eyes were full of terrifying light. Everyone, like this book, help with the collection and flowers, thank you for your support, I have the confidence to continue writing. Chapter 040. Boom! Lightning and thunder roared in the sky, and an incomparably evil aura enveloped the earth, and at this moment, Broly was as vicious as a demon, looking at Li Feng with terrifying eyes, walking towards him head-on. Kaka! Lot! Roar! Broly held a big hand, and the surrounding airflow gathered into an explosive energy bomb, which hit Li Feng fiercely. Hey! Worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan! Li Feng's eyes were full of excitement. Drink! Li Feng also exploded instantly, turning into a Super Saiyan full power state, and his golden aura was also a claw. In the face of the oncoming energy bomb that seemed to be unstoppable, Li Feng's eyes narrowed, and a magic flash struck the past. The green energy bullet was extremely domineering, and as soon as the two collided, Li Feng's magic flash was instantly defeated. Boom! Li Feng's body was violently knocked away. Only then did he know that this legendary Super Saiyan was really not like in the TV series. He was really powerful, and the Super Saiyan couldn't block his attack in the first stage. Boom! An explosion sounded in the sky, and Li Feng's body was directly smashed into the mountain. And the Paragus in the rear was very excited to see this scene. Broly's strength is terrifying, worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan, worthy of his own son. Well done! Broly, kill him for me. Paragus ran out and pointed in the direction where Li Feng was shot off and said. It's too wordy, you go to die. Broly said impatiently after hearing Paragus's voice. Saying that, as soon as the fist was clenched, the whirlwind gathered around him, and a powerful suction force came from Broly's hand. What? Broly, what are you going to do? Paragus said dumbfounded, and his body was no longer under his control. The suction force is getting bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, Paragus has been choked by Broly's neck. Paragus is pale. Is Broly out of control so badly now? Abominable! Paragus directly pressed the remote control that controlled the collar around Broly's neck. An electric current passed from the collar into Broly's body. Ugh! Broly was struck by the electric current, so he lowered Paragus's body, and grabbed the painful collar around his neck with both hands, as if he could break free. Ahem! Cough! Paragus gasped, but he didn't expect that now Broly was out of control to this point, and at the moment, with a ruthless heart, he raised the current to the strongest. Roar! Broly kept rolling on the ground, and the scream was deafening, like a beast being bound, wild and untamable. At this moment, in Broly's mind, the voice came again, Broly, legendary Super Saiyan, unleash all your power. You will be free, you will gain the most powerful power. This voice tempted this Broly, and Broly's face was extremely hideous. Roar! I saw Broly suddenly burst out, and his body was filled with countless lightning, and his hands grabbed the collar around his neck. Snap! A crack appeared in the collar, and immediately after, Broly directly tore the collar around his neck in half with force. Bang! The remote control in Paragus' hand also exploded instantly, and Paragus had already seen the devil, and his face was full of fear. After breaking free of the collar, Broly looked at Paragus bloodthirsty, as if Paragus was already a dead man. Broly sucked Paragus with a big hand, and a powerful attraction sucked Polagath over. Nope! Broly, I'm your father, you can't kill me. Paragus is terrified to the extreme at the moment. But Broly didn't hear it at all, pinched Paragus's neck, and directly pushed hard. Nope! Broly! Click! Paragus was instantly dead and dying, and then, Broly threw Paragus into the sky with a fierce flick. Along with it came an energy bomb. Boom! Paragus's body was drowned in the smoke of explosions in the air. Immediately, Broly looked at the side where Li Feng was shot off, and his eyes were full of killing. Kaka! Lot! Kaka! Lot! Roar! The powerful airflow was even more raging around him, as if the entire planet was trembling. Unexpectedly, Broly's strength was actually beyond my expectations. Li Feng used the dance technique to soar into the air. Drink! Yes! Li Feng exploded again, and blue arcs instantly grew around him, and the momentum of the whole person became as if it was bursting. This is the first time Li Feng came to the Dragon Ball Z world and made Super Saiyan 2. Give me death! Li Feng took advantage of Broly's lack of attention and hit Broly's body with a heavy punch. Bell! As if hitting steel, a counter-shock force shook Li Feng violently. And Broly followed. In an instant, Broly's figure appeared behind Li Feng, and Broly's big hand directly grabbed Li Feng's head and smashed it towards the ground. Boom! Li Feng's head was pressed by Broly, and he smashed directly into the ground, and in an instant, the earth around him cracked. Broly followed the trend and smashed another heavy punch on Li Feng's stomach. Boom! In an instant, Li Feng's whole person fell into the ground. Roar! Broly was like a fierce beast, roared wildly, soared into the air, a big hand, countless air currents concentrated in the hand. Not good. If I get hit, I'll have to finish playing. Li Feng was already seriously injured, and immediately endured the severe pain and got up with difficulty. When Broly gathered his chi, the physique of the demon Bu on Li Feng's body also showed a strong self-healing function. Boom! Broly's energy bomb swept over like an overwhelming one. Li Feng had no time to dodge, and just now his anti-heavenly physique had already made him heal part of himself. Tornado Storm Fist. Drink! The surrounding area also instantly gathered a powerful airflow, and a storm fist with lightning bolts struck out at Broly's energy bomb. Bang! With the two energies combined, Li Feng only felt that his arm was about to be destroyed, but he didn't dare to stop, and he only died. Roar! The momentum was fierce, and the arc around the body was sizzling, increasing the output of energy. Broly's seemingly unstoppable energy was surprisingly being slowly pushed back. It's true that you are a legendary Super Saiyan, but I am a Super Saiyan with the physique of Majin Bu. Drink! Everyone, like this book, help with the collection and flowers, thank you for your support, I have the confidence to continue writing. Chapter 041. Broly saw that Li Feng, who had just been beaten by him without the ability to fight back, actually caught his energy bomb at this moment, and he couldn't help but be even more angry. Roar! Kaka! Lot! Drink! The power in his hand strengthened again, and the energy once again pushed in the direction of Li Feng. What? Broly actually has more power. Li Feng was shocked, and the sleeve on his hand had been shaken into soot at this moment. Li Feng's whole body was bruised at this moment. Looking at the energy bombs coming towards him, his face was slightly pale, but he was very resolute. I won't lose to a mindless guy like you. Drink! Li Feng exerted all the remaining strength of his body. Roar! Give me death! Broly! This time, it was almost a move that Li Feng had used all his strength at the moment, with his endless anger. Boom! The powerful energy was finally pushed back again, as if it was unstoppable. Boom! Broly was directly wrapped in powerful energy and flew into the distance. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and Broly's body was submerged in the explosion. Bang! After Li Feng finished this trick, he lay down tiredly, and his body was also beginning to heal itself, which has to say that this Majin Buu's anti-heavenly physique, not only can regenerate infinitely, but also can restore physical strength, although it is a little slower than Xiando, but this is a function that comes with it after all. Nope. There is no reason why Broly died like this. Li Feng felt that Broly's breath did not disappear, and immediately, he took out a fairy bean and ate it, and in an instant, his physical strength returned to its peak. At the moment, the situation is critical, he can't wait to heal himself, although the speed of self-healing is also very fast, but what he needs now is moments. Hey! This gas! Li Feng looked at the smoke and dust in the sky, and saw the figure of that monster again. Roar! In the smoke, the beast-like cry came, as if it made the heavens and the earth tremble, and Broly did not die, but became stronger than just now. Kakarot! Kakarot! Roar! The entire planet trembled violently, as if it was about to explode, and in the smoke, thicker lightning swirled around, as if a demon was about to be born. Isn't my physique comparable to Broly's legendary Super Saiyan physique? Li Feng couldn't help but think of Kair in Dragon Ball Super. With her legendary Super Saiyan physique, she was able to resist the existence of Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan God Blue. Then, the changes in Broly in front of him were also normal. Although he only felt the collapse of the combat power inside when he watched Dragon Ball Super, but, anyway, the power of the legendary Super Saiyan was not covered. And Broly in front of him just lacks the right power to guide, otherwise, he is in danger today. Jump! Jump! Broly's every step made the earth tremble, as if he were the Doomsday Destroyer. The momentum on his body is better than before at this moment. This is the legendary Super Saiyan, no need to cultivate, combat effectiveness can improve themselves every day, in the battle, will only fight stronger and stronger existence. Wind extinguishing sword. Li Feng drank loudly, and the airflow around him quickly gathered in his hand, forming a Saiyan air sword. At this moment, he can no longer fight with Broly, otherwise with Broly's physique. He will only get stronger and stronger, and he is a devil who only knows how to kill. Die! Kakarot! Broly's terrifying eyes swept over Li Feng's figure, and instantly hit like a rocket. Then let you see my wind-extinguishing sword. A fine light flashed in Li Feng's eyes, and he also rushed forward. And Broly's fist carried endless strength, as if everywhere the fist went, the air had solidified. The Saiyan air sword in Li Feng's hand gave people an all-encompassing feeling, meeting Broly's terrifying punch. Bell! The sound of a metal-like collision came, and the powerful shocking force actually made Li Feng a little unable to stand up. In the past, the all-encompassing wind-extinguishing sword was unable to break through Broly's defenses, but it was almost scattered. Li Feng was secretly shocked, but he didn't stop the air sword in his hand, and a sword slashed towards Broly's body again. Broly's reaction was also very fast, and in the next instant, a punch came fiercely. Boom! Bang! Bang! The two people didn't know how many blows they collided, and the air they shook directly flattened the surrounding mountains. And every time Li Feng hit the past, he felt that the bones in his body were about to fall apart, and although he was able to recover quickly, this pain was indescribable. Broly, on the other hand, is different. He always seems to have endless strength, and the more he fights, the stronger he gets. This is a monster. Sure enough, the legendary Super Saiyan is not just talking, it's really terrifying to fight. Li Feng's face was pale, he was surprised, but he also felt very hot, although he had been beaten and almost fell apart. Another punch slammed in, hitting Li Feng's chest. Li Feng only felt that the mouth of the tiger was shattered, and then a powerful force slammed him away. Roar! Li Feng was smashed into the mountain, but before he could react, Broly's figure had already appeared in front of him. A heavy punch struck hard with supreme strength, and Li Feng didn't have time to resist and hit his body again. Boom! The entire hillside instantly turned into nothing, and Li Feng had already been beaten a few feet away, lying on the ground. Kaka! Lot! Kaka! Lot! Wow! Broly roared, a gust of wind swept around, the earth cracked, and the evil aura enveloped the entire planet. The fierce wind and thunder and lightning kept combining, and gradually, a super large energy bomb formed in the sky above Broly, as if it could destroy the entire universe with one blow. Li Feng's fingers moved, and he woke up from the blindfold, and a strong sense of crisis filled his nerves. If this blow can't hold up, he will definitely die. It's just that he can't even climb up now. Damn it! The powerful energy bomb instantly enveloped Li Feng's body, and the endless airflow raged rampantly, as if it was going to tear him to pieces. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose up into the sky, like an atomic bomb, and Li Feng's figure was submerged in it. In an instant, the entire land was filled with smoke and dust, and 5 fingers could not be seen. Everyone, like this book, help with the collection and flowers. Thank you for your support, I have the confidence to continue writing. Chapter 042. Ha ha ha! Broly saw Li Feng being submerged in the explosion, and suddenly made a sound like heavenly thunder, resounding throughout the earth, and like a bloodthirsty monster, it was terrifying. The smoke and dust dispersed, Li Feng's figure had dissipated in place, and Broly walked step by step towards the place where the explosion had just occurred, and his every step was like a giant beast stepping on the ground, making the ground shake a little. Li Feng originally thought that he was dead, but a mysterious feeling arose. His body was no longer there, but his consciousness was still there. Moreover, it was growing again at a terrifying speed. Boom! A wind force swept in all directions, and in an instant, a tornado storm formed all over the ground, and blue arcs flashed from time to time around it, making noise. And when Broly saw this scene, his terrifying face frowned, and a kind of anger arose. Kaka! Lot! Broly looked at the tornado and said to himself. Although he was lost in his mind at the moment, the instinct of battle told him that it was not over yet. Boom! The wind and thunder are magnificent, and the momentum is magnificent. A golden aura rose up like a claw in the tornado, and the entire planet trembled. Li Feng was reborn under the physique of Majin Buu, coupled with the characteristics that the Scion is on the verge of death and resurrection. Combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. He has reached a super strong realm, although he has not reached Super Saiyan 3, but at this moment, he feels that in Super Saiyan 2, he is an invincible existence. I saw an interface attribute that only he could see in front of him. Name, Li Feng. Race, Scion. Talent, Giant Ape, Majin Buu Physique, Super Saiyan 2. Skills, Magic Flash, Tornado Storm Fist, Wind Extinguishing Sword, Teleportation. Combat Effectiveness, 100 million. In that dangerous situation just now, the physique regeneration increased his combat power to 100 million, that is, his combat power was 10 billion at a range of 50 times that he became a Super Saiyan. What a terrifying number this is! Even if the legendary Super Saiyan is strong, he is not afraid. Kaka! Lot! Roar! Broly saw that Li Feng was not dead yet, and he was even more irritable, like a fierce beast, rushing towards him. Li Feng's pupil shrank. If he was in front, he would still be afraid of Broly's talent for getting stronger and stronger, but right now, his combat effectiveness has greatly improved. What is he afraid of? With one hand, the airflow swept around, and from time to time it was accompanied by a sound of electricity, forming an energy bomb, and at the moment, like an off-string arrow, it shot towards Broly. Broly, who was originally rushing towards Li Feng, saw an energy bomb coming towards him, and it was too late for him to shoot the energy bomb, and instinctively crossed his hands, wanting to carry this blow hard. Boom! The energy bomb hit Broly's body fiercely, and Broly's body was slammed back by the energy bomb in the next moment. Bang! A small mountain directly turned into nothing, and Broly's body was also smashed on the ground, and I saw that the earth around him cracked and the smoke and dust filled the sky. Li Feng looked at his hand in surprise. Is this his current strength? If he was in front, how could his blow knock Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, away? This kind of power makes him feel invincible. It's as if a single punch can smash the universe apart, although this is unlikely. The golden aura fills the whole body, and there are blue arcs flashing around the body, although it is still in the state of Super Saiyan 2, but the feeling of being reborn at this moment is by no means just talk. Roar! Only hearing a giant beast-like roar, Broly soared into the air again. The momentum on his body was still so overwhelming, terrifying, and the airflow around him was extremely restless. Kaka! Lot! The fate of Broly and Kakarot is very deep, which is why he kept shouting Kakarot's name during the battle. Plus Li Feng and Kakarot look exactly the same, so the fighting intent on his body has never stopped, but it is stronger. Broly looked at Li Feng and flew towards him directly at lightning speed. In his eyes, only battle, endless fighting instinct is the characteristic of the legendary Super Saiyan. Li Feng was not afraid, and slammed a heavy punch over. Bang! With the two punches, Li Feng no longer had the feeling of broken muscles and bones in front of him, but instead a feeling of boiling blood filled his body. Bang! 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 The two of them were punched harder than punched, and the surrounding air was under the battle of the two, whistling and restless. And Broly is always like a violent beast, wild and untamable. No matter how hard Li Feng's heavy fist hits him, he is like nothing, there is no retreat. Although the injuries on Broly's body are gradually increasing, it seems that his sense of battle will always support him and fight to the end. What about the legendary Super Saiyan? Give me death! Li Feng drank loudly, and one hand with an energy bullet hit Broly's body, and with an explosion, Broly's body was slammed into the air again. A Saiyan air sword appeared in Li Feng's hand, extremely powerful. Pointing at Broly, he said, "Broly, are you ready to die?" Roar! Broly, who was shot down, was even more furious when he heard Li Feng's words, although he had been scarred by Li Feng at the moment, but instinctively there seemed to be a consciousness telling him not to retreat. Kaka! Lot! I'm but a legendary Super Saiyan! Roar! Broly immediately roared, only to see that there was a messy and riotous airflow around him, and his terrifying eyes stared straight at Li Feng, like a beast staring at its prey. Above him, a huge energy bomb was forming, and countless air currents swept in, blending into it, accompanied by countless thunder and lightning, and sizzling wind-extinguishing sword. Li Feng also drank loudly, and the strength of his whole body also came out, 10 billion energy, not a joke. He raised his sword with both hands, and saw that the original Saiyan air sword had formed a giant sword of tens of Zhong at this moment, extremely powerful and unbreakable. Roar! Broly drank loudly, and the energy bombs in the sky above him shot towards Li Feng. Overwhelming! And a flash of essence flashed in Li Feng's eyes, and his hands held their swords and slashed fiercely towards that huge and incomparable energy. Boom! Everyone, like this book, help with the collection and flowers, thank you for your support, I have the confidence to continue writing. Chapter 043. The moment the sharp sword chi collided with the huge energy bomb, the energy directly broke through the energy bomb, and the energy bomb was like an ocean wave, scattering towards both sides. No! No! Broly looked at the air sword slashing towards him, and a trace of fear finally appeared on his unruly face. It's just that how can Li Feng's sword chi be blocked with his body? Under the sword, Broly only felt that his body had been split in half, and immediately, he lost consciousness. Boom! Broly's body was directly enveloped by a strong explosion, which instantly dissipated in the smoke and dust. The new planet Vegeta finally couldn't withstand the huge energy battle between the two, and immediately, it began to vibrate, as if it was about to explode the next moment. A golden aura rushed into the sky, looking at the bombarded Broly and the planet Vegeta that was about to be destroyed. Li Feng had an indescribable feeling, thinking that Broly was a natural Super Saiyan, but unfortunately, he was repeatedly controlled by his father to have his current end. Feeling that the planet was about to be destroyed, Li Feng no longer stayed for long, and as soon as his mind moved, he disappeared in place. Boom! Boom! A powerful explosion sounded, and the entire planet was enveloped in a strong explosion, and the surrounding asteroids close to the planet New Vegeta were also involved. It's just that at this moment, a black gas rolled up an energy aperture and quickly rushed out of the explosion. If you don't know what it is rolling up closer, you can see that it is actually the body of Broly who has just been killed by Li Feng's sword, although it has been scattered, but it is the body of Broly. Phew! Li Feng's figure instantly appeared in the Spirit Time House, and he saw a spaceship parked in front of him. Boomer! I am back! Opening the hatch, Li Feng said. Hey! Li Feng, you are back, how did you become this dirty look? Boomer looked at Li Feng, whose clothes were torn and dirty, and said. Just had a fight, the clothes are a little dirty, are there any new clothes? Li Feng asked. If you're okay. Boomer looked at Li Feng and said reassuringly. There are clothes made for you in the room. Boomer pointed to the room and said. Hey? For me? Saying that, Li Feng walked into the room, opened the wardrobe, and sure enough, he saw a set of black clothes, exactly like the one he had given by the original system. Li Feng turned out that the world had also seen Dragon Ball Super, and he admired the prototype of the Black Goku inside, so his clothes all the time were of that type. Some time ago, he didn't notice that there were actually so many clothes left for him here. This is my special clothes based on the Cosmic Battle costume, the flexibility is very good, and it is not easy to break. Boomer said from the rear. Wow! Thank you so much, Boomer. Say, Li Feng hugged Boomer. Nasty! You let go, you're dirty, go take a shower. Boomer said, pointing to the bathroom. Only then did Li Feng react, nodded repeatedly, and walked towards the bathing room. In this way, Li Feng and Boomer once again drove the spaceship to the vast universe, but during this time, Li Feng always had an uneasy feeling, but he couldn't say what it was. I always feel a faint threat. In the universe, on a remote planet. I saw that although this planet was slightly desolate, it was much better than the environment of the new Vegeta planet established by Paragus earlier, and a shocking event also bred here. In a huge experimental base, many scientific research cosmic people are busy workers, and in the center of the laboratory, in a huge transparent recuperation warehouse, the body of a good man is immersed in it. It is the body of Broly who was bombarded by Li Feng in front. It's just that at this moment, Broly is lifeless, just a body. My lord, Broly's body has been reassembled, even the newborn body. Broly's physique is also the only powerful I have ever seen. A cosmic man said respectfully to a man sitting on the throne. I saw that the person on the throne, dressed in a hooded black robe, the black man had a trembling feeling, and the main problem was that this black robe actually had no entity, he seemed to be a black gas. If it were not for the black robe, no one knew that this was a character. However, everyone present knows the horror of this black-robed man, although the original body is just a cloud of black chi, but the strength is terrifying. Even the legendary Universe Emperor is just like this, which of the scientific researchers present was not captured by him? Ha ha ha! Very good. I waited so long just to wait until today, the body of the legendary Super Saiyan, it's exciting to think about. The vicissitudes of the black-robed man's voice came out, like a messenger of the soul, which made people tremble. When will Broly's body be available? The black-robed man asked the cosmic humane. He couldn't wait to have a body, and this Broly's body, he had been spying on for a long time. Report adult, you can use it right away. The cosmic man said respectfully. Good. 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 The black robe said 3 good words in a row. He had long had enough of his air form, and when he heard that he couldn't wait, and the next moment, it turned into a black chi and directly entered the recuperation warehouse, surrounding Broly's body in a circle, and it dissipated without a trace. In the recuperation warehouse, Broly's body, which was originally lifeless, began to slowly have a heartbeat after the invasion of black chi. Report team leader, Broly began to have life, began to have a heartbeat. An astronaut saw the data on the computer and immediately reported to their scientific research team leader. What? Good, good. Keep checking the data for me. The team leader said excitedly. Different from the physical characteristics of Babe in Dragon Ball GT, Babe's is parasitic at best, but this black robe is indeed different. He can be said to completely possess the person's body, and can perfectly use the talent, strength, and so on of the possessed body. Gradually, Broly's fingers moved, and his eyes opened sharply in the next moment. Is this the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? Ha ha ha, really strong, after waiting for so long, finally made me a legendary Super Saiyan. Broly thought to himself as he felt the strength of his body. Wait, Earth, I'm coming to Broly. Everyone, like this book, help with the collection and flowers, thank you for your support, I have the confidence to continue writing. Chapter 044. Curry. The glass of the sanatorium began to crack slightly, and immediately, the healing liquid inside began to burst out. The black aura has completely occupied Broly's body. At this moment, he can no longer wait. This feeling of having a powerful body is exciting. Immediately, the entire recuperation warehouse exploded instantly, splashing water, and a powerful aura instantly swept through the entire laboratory. All the cosmic people were scared and trembled. They had no combat power, so they were all scared and could not stand up. I saw that the tall and burly Broly walked out, as if he had a kind of undue bravery, but unlike the original Broly in front, Broly at this moment was extremely rational, and his eyes could see the sinister cunning that did not match this body. This is the resurgent Broly, the only Broly in history. Broly moved his hand, feeling this surging power, and couldn't help but feel his face full of self-satisfaction. This is the most perfect body he wants, the legendary Super Saiyan. Great! How are you feeling, my lord? The leader of the Scientific Research Cosmic Group asked tremblingly. This body, great! Saying that, his face was filled with countless self-satisfaction. Then can you let us go back to our planet? The leader of the Cosmic Man team asked boldly. You know, they were all captured, and the black-robed man saying at that time was that after they let the black-robed man successfully get Broly's body, they would let them go home. Ha ha ha, yes. Broly laughed. Great! Hearing Broly's words, all the cosmic people were excited, but they didn't see the murderous intent in Broly's eyes. I saw that Broly had a big hand, and a powerful attraction swept through the entire laboratory, and all the researchers were sucked by him. My lord! You! The face of the universe is full of horror. Looking at Broly is like looking at a demon. So, you all die. A cruel smile appeared on Broly's face, and in an instant, all the researchers in the laboratory exploded and died. Ha ha ha! I didn't promise you not to kill you. Ha ha ha! Broly killed all the people in the lab and walked out of the lab. He is an identity that he only knows. He, not from this world, he was originally a criminal in time and space, and during a chase, the spaceship he was riding on was shot down by the space police and exploded. Although that time and space are different from the modern world where Li Feng is located, there is also the existence of Dragon Ball anime, so Black Chi knows the existence of Broly. After waking up, he became a Black Chi composed of cosmic grudges in this universe, and when he knew that this was the Dragon Ball world, he was very eager to get the body of the legendary Super Saiyan, and then, dominate the Dragon Ball world. It's just that Li Feng doesn't know his existence. He doesn't know Li Feng's existence. The battle between Broly and Li Feng in front, although he is watching from afar, but he only thinks that it is Sun Wukong, and he didn't think that there is a traverser who looks exactly the same as Sun Wukong. I didn't expect that the strength of the Monkey King of this Dragon Ball world is so strong. It seems that I have to practice well. Broly said to himself solemnly. In his opinion, his legendary identity as a Super Saiyan only needs to cultivate well, and he can crush the existence of ordinary Saiyans such as Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He won't say anything about protecting the earth, all he has to do is rule, and if Sun Wukong and Vegeta don't obey him, he doesn't mind wiping these two protagonists. Looking at this slightly desolate land, the corner of Broly's mouth crossed an arc, and here was just the right time to see how much strength he had reached. Roar! Broly drank loudly, and in an instant the entire earth began to shake violently, and the momentum of his body was like a fierce beast erupting, unstoppable. With Broly as the center, the surrounding area instantly billowed with sand and dust, and the airflow was even more raging, and the earth cracked where the air flowed through. Drink! Yikes! In the end, the green arrogance on Broly's body was full of claws, as if it would explode in the next instant. Ha ha ha! Is this the power of the legendary Super Saiyan? What a surging power! I felt like I was able to smash the planet to pieces with one punch. Broly laughed as he looked at his big hands. Drink! Immediately, he opened his big hand, and the airflow around him swept in an instant, gathering into his hand, accompanied by arcs from time to time, full of explosiveness. He looked at this energy bomb, his eyes were filled with a fine light, and immediately, he threw it into the distance. Boom! In an instant, a mushroom cloud rose up in the distance, and a strong roar resounded in the sky. Flying sand and stones, smoke and dust in the sky, reaching out and not seeing 5 fingers, that's all. I didn't expect that the strength was so strong. However, I feel that my strength should not be just that. Broly looked at the explosion in front of him and said coldly. After all, Broly's body, then occupied by black, was restored, and the essence of the Scion near-death resurrection combat power improvement was vividly realized in Broly. Drink? Yes. Broly exploded again, and the green flames on his body soared again, and in an instant, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth changed color, and lightning and thunder. Roar! Broly roared like a fierce beast, and his whole body burst into bruises, as if he was about to burst out the bottomless power in his body. Boom! Boom! A powerful tornado storm swept in, accompanied by thick thunder and lightning around it. And the earth under his feet has already been shaken by his powerful energy, cracked, and at this moment, even a huge pit has appeared. I saw that Broly's body at this moment was even more full of power, and he seemed to be able to turn dozens of cities into ashes with a snap of his fingers. I don't know how many times larger the green aura is than before, and there are huge blue arcs surging around the body from time to time. It is very similar to Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2, but it seems that it is far better than this. That's the power I want. Ha ha ha. Broly laughed maniacally as he stood in the air as if everything would surrender to his feet. Boom! Boom! An explosion sounded in the sky, and the planet suffered, although it did not directly explode the planet, but soon, the entire planet became ruined. Broly's destructive power is so powerful that it is terrifying. Wait! Lao Tzu Broly will soon reach Earth. Ha ha ha! Everyone, like this book, help with the collection and flowers, thank you for your support, I have the confidence to continue writing. Chapter 045. In the vast universe, Broly with a space pilot is driving a spaceship at speed, of course, ask him why he doesn't drive it himself? He is too lazy to operate, since his strength is so strong, why do he have to do it himself? With his current strength, he has reached the power of the second order of the legendary Super Saiyan, the entire Earth and even the entire universe, what is he afraid of? Therefore, now Broly can't wait to go to Earth to crush Monkey King Vegeta and others, that kind of pleasure is simply refreshing. Although he found some unusual things from the battle between the original Broly and Monkey King earlier, such as why is the strength of Monkey King so strong? Can you knock Broly down just by yourself? The second is that when Broly appeared, shouldn't Monkey King be just a Super Saiyan 1? Why has it reached the form of Super Saiyan 2? The world seems to have gone out of line with the plot of the anime, and Sun Wukong's moves are not like the original moves. Is all this because his arrival has changed everything? However, although there are these questions, they are just questions. With his current legendary Super Saiyan 2 form, what can't be solved with a fist? If there is, then 2 punches, ha ha ha. Broly hugged his hands, stood on the glass side of the cab, looked at this vast universe, and couldn't help but feel like a king in the world. His face is full of sinister cunning, yes. He not only has strength, but also is very scheming, otherwise he would not have become a cosmic criminal in his previous life. Lord Broly, there seems to be a huge spaceship ahead. The cosmonaut said as he piloted the spaceship. Oh? Can you know who the other person is? Or the logo of the other side's spacecraft? Broly said to the cosmic man. Report Lord Broly, there is still some distance at this time, and I can't know who the other party is, but the other party's spaceship is so big, it should be a force. The cosmic man gave Broly 15110 analysis. Forces? Very good, Lord Ben just needs a force to get me close to that spaceship. Broly said happily, it was really a nowhere to step on iron shoes, and it didn't take any effort to get it. I was thinking about how to get my own force, but there were still people who were so bold and sent to the door. Hearing the power, Broly suddenly remembered that now his subordinates have no one except for the one he drives. How can this work? He is an invincible legendary Super Saiyan, and he will dominate the existence of the universe in the future. So when he heard that the other party should be a major force, Broly had this thought. No matter how tough the place is, it is absolutely impossible to be the opponent of this legendary Super Saiyan himself, not to mention, now that he has reached the second level of the legendary Super Saiyan that Broly did not reach in the original work, he believes that his strength is invincible. Hearing Broly's order, the cosmonaut drove the spaceship towards the large spaceship. At this moment, in the large spaceship, I saw a white-purple person with white and purple skin, a body similar to a lizardman, and no place in his body that revealed cold air was boringly observing the vast universe. Humph! Earth's Dragon Ball, I'm coming! A sinister laugh came out, which made the entire spaceship terrified. This person was none other than Gula of the Frozen Demon Clan. The son of King Kurd, the elder brother of Friesha. The genius of the Frozen Demon Clan. He went to Earth this time precisely to use the Dragon Balls there, and by the way, repair the Saiyan monkeys there who don't know the height of the sky. He is different from his two stupid relatives, Friesha and King Kurd. Moreover, he himself has one more transformation than them, and he has no fear, feeling that his power goes to Earth, and no one is his opponent. Report Lord Gula, a spaceship has been found ahead trying to approach us. A cosmic man said respectfully. Oh? Who ate the bear heart leopard gall, actually dared to come close to my universe emperor's spaceship? Humph, it's funny, knock it down for me. Gula said playfully. He never thought that someone would actually want to find death so much and dare to provoke his universe emperor Gula. Immediately, when Broly's spaceship was about to approach Gula's spaceship, all of Gura's artillery fire was aimed at Broly's spaceship. Not good. Lord Broly. The other side will attack our spaceship. The cosmic man said in a panic. Humph. It seems that the people here don't know how powerful I am. Broly sneered, as if without fear. Bang! Bang! Dozens of shells came at him, and the cosmic people dodged the spaceship with difficulty, but Broly still clasped his hands without a trace of fear. Although it dodged dozens of shells, it was finally hit, and the spaceship was crumbling. Not good. Lord Broly, what should I do now? The cosmonaut said in horror. You know, he has no combat effectiveness, the spaceship is destroyed, he can't survive in a vacuum, he only has a dead end. Humph! What a useless waste! Broly said coldly. Bang! Broly kicked open the hatch and flew out. He doesn't care about the life and death of a cosmic person, this kind of thing is irrelevant to him, people who have no use value, it is useless to stay. Moreover, with his legendary Super Saiyan physique, surviving in a vacuum is not a problem. This is why Broly was able to survive when he was thrown into the universe by King Vegeta. Report Lord Gula, that person rushed out of the spaceship and was able to survive in a vacuum, it seems that he wants to disadvantage us. In Gula's spaceship, the cosmonaut said respectfully. Oh? Interesting, let Lord Ben take a look. Saying that, Gula came to the glass door and looked ahead. I saw Broly watching their spaceship in a vacuum. Seeing Broly's body and seeing Broly's tail around his waist, Gula sneered and said, it turned out to be a damn Saiyan monkey. Just in time. He didn't expect that Saiyans could survive in a vacuum, which was really interesting. Immediately, Gula also wanted to see if the Saiyans were as powerful as the legend, so he also went out of the cabin door. Everyone, like this book, help with the collection and flowers, thank you for your support, I have the confidence to continue writing. Chapter 046. Broly looked at the comer, remembered the anime that the world had watched, grinned, and said, Are you Friesha? Obviously, Broly took Gula for Freeshaw. After all, in this world, Broly had not seen Freeshaw's dignity. Ha ha ha! Scion Monkey, you are really ignorant. Lord Ben is not that stupid, brother Freeshaw. Listen up, Lord Ben is the genius of the Frozen Demon Clan, Gura. Gula said with an evil smile. This Scion Monkey actually did not know him, and in his heart he had already condemned Broly to death. Broly already knows the name Gula when he hears it, but it is only a frozen demon family. In his eyes, there is no difference from a dog. Of course, if Gula can submits to him, he may let Gula go. After all, as a criminal, he liked to get along with demons. Very good. Gura, right. I am a legendary Super Saiyan, and if you are willing to submit to me, I can consider letting you go. Broly pointed at Gula and said, his eyes full of disdain. Boom! This is the funniest joke that Lord Ben has heard recently, and you actually want Lord Ben to submit to you. You are really a thing that does not know the height of the sky. Gula said with a smile, as if Broly had told the funniest joke in the world. Then let me see your strength. Broly's eyes were full of disdain, hugged his hands, and said coldly. Haha, how can a Scion monkey like you see the appearance of Lord Ben after his transformation? So, you go and die. Gula really couldn't stand Broly's pretense, and a sharp color flashed in his eyes, pointing at Broly. Bang! A black air stream gushed out from Gula's instruction, and then formed an energy bomb and struck towards Broly fiercely. Looking at the energy bomb that hit Broly, Broly didn't blink his eyes, and shot it like dust. Bang! Gula was instantly shocked, and the energy bomb he fired was so lightly scattered by Broly. Could it really be that he is the legendary Super Saiyan? Their frozen demons have passed down the ancient teachings, that is, beware of the blonde Super Saiyan, because they are likely to be extinct because of the Super Saiyan, and Gula has watched the Scions over the years have been driving their frozen demons like dogs, thinking that the ancient teachings left by the ancestors are nonsense, but the Scions in front of him lightly dispersed his attacks, and his heart vaguely began to believe the words of the ancient precepts. His father and brother Frieza went to Earth, but they were killed. All this is related to the Scions. Are the Scions really their nemesis of the frozen demon race? Gula gritted his teeth and said, it seems that you stinky monkey still has 2 more strokes, but you don't know, I, Gula, as a genius of the frozen demon clan, has 1 more layer of transformation than my father and Frieza. According to intelligence, the strength of Super Saiyan and his brother Frieza and his father King Kurdish is not much different. Then, his last transformation will definitely be able to crush Super Saiyan. Gula thought proudly. Ha ha ha! Gula, don't make a fuss here, just use any moves. I don't want to waste time. Broly said with an impatient look, as if no matter how strong Gula's strength was, it was not his opponent. Good. Okay, very. You are a Scion monkey, you are so unscrupulous, then, I can only eliminate you, don't be scared and unstable. Gula was obviously already angry with Broly and said. Immediately. Gula didn't talk any more nonsense and directly turned on the transformation mode. The dark and icy energy gushed out, instantly wrapping Gura, and around him, black air currents were raging endlessly, flashing thunder and lightning from time to time. Oh! Look at it, there are still 2 strokes. Still, it's not my opponent. Broly watched Gula's transformation and teased. For Gula, his estimate is that his legendary Super Saiyan will directly kill the existence as soon as he comes out, but he also wants to see the drama and see the contrast between this Gura's current arrogant appearance and the look of begging for mercy. The black energy dissipated, and Gula directly crossed the transformation in front of him and directly reached his final form. Gula stands in the center of the entire void, white sharp horns, purple immature skin, a new tail with a sharp blade, and a white hard shell that covers the shoulders and legs. This is the final state of Gura. How? Scion monkey, are you shivering with fright? After Gula changed into his final form, he only felt that he was the master of this universe, no one was his opponent, and his personality was even more arrogant. Ha ha ha. If you only have this strength, I can only say that I still overestimate you. Broly said with a smile. The laughter dissipated, Broly's eyes sharpened, and the asteroids around him were all dispersed in an instant, and then a huge momentum rose up into the sky, more arrogant than Gura's momentum. Immediately, Broly's body was filled with green arrogance, and the whole person seemed to be more fierce and ruthless, looking at Gula with terrifying eyes, as if Gula had become his prey. Ha ha ha! Don't think that if you change color, you will be invincible in the world. What you don't know is that the Lord Gula in front of you is powerful. Gula laughed and said that the ancient training left by his ancestors was to make them worry about the blonde Super Saiyan, and what was in front of them was just green. What was there to be afraid of? It's just that what Gula doesn't know is that if the Saiyan is above the existence of ordinary Super Saiyans, this is also doomed to his tragic end. Gura's pupil shrank, and a heavy punch hit Broly directly. In his thoughts, Broly would inevitably be knocked over by him. Bang! A punch passed, and the imaginary situation where Broly was knocked over did not appear, but was lightly grabbed by Broly's fist. How? How can it be? Gula's face was full of shock, and he tried to twitch his arm, but found that he couldn't move at all. What kind of monster is this? Why is there such a powerful force? Gula desperately wants to break free, but he just can't pull it out. Abominable Saiyan monkey! Let go of Lord Ben! Gula struggled. Dear readers, please help to point out the collection and flowers. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 047. Broly looked at the clown-like Gula and couldn't help but stretch out his hand, and Gula was instantly let go by Broly because of excessive force, and directly flipped back. I finally stabilized my figure and looked at Broly coldly, but at this moment, Gula no longer dared to underestimate Broly. If he was not careful, maybe he would end up like Frieza. Very good. You've managed to anger Lord Ben. Gula said viciously. At this moment he was already angry to the extreme. This was the first time he had suffered such a loss. Haha. It's funny to dare to amplify the words now. Broly said with a smile, only to see that after he said that sentence, his figure disappeared in place. Not good. Gura's pupil shrank, only feeling a strong sense of crisis. Broly instantly appeared behind Gula, and his big hand directly held Gula's head, and slammed into a huge meteorite. Bang! Gura's head was directly slammed into the huge meteorite, but Broly did not stop moving. The fist smashed into Gula's body one by one, as if at this moment, he was like a blacksmith who struck iron, and he would not stop if he did not beat the iron into shape. Poof! Gula spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face pale and his eyes widened, and he tried to break free from Broly's attack. But he couldn't move for half a minute, and Broly was pressing his head with one hand and hitting his body hard with the other. Is this guy a monster? Gula only had this idea left. And the people in the Gula spaceship were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Is this still the invincible universe Emperor Gula in their hearts? How is it that now, like a jumping beam clown, being pressed and beaten? And in the hearts of many cosmic people, Broly has also set the symbol of a demon, no, more terrifying than a demon. Bang! Broly's powerful force finally shattered the meteorite behind Gula, and Gula's body finally broke free and flew towards the rear. Boom! After smashing several meteorites, Gula's figure was finally able to stop. And Gula's eyes were also full of horror and unwillingness. Ahem! Cough! Gula gasped and looked at Broly. How? Can you obey now? Broly looked at the gasping Gula and smiled sinisterly. How is it possible? I am the Universe Emperor Gu. Boom! Before Gula finished speaking, Broly's figure appeared in front of him again, and he punched him in the stomach fiercely. Poof! Obey! Broly's devilish voice came again. Not convinced? Bang! Obey! Not convinced? Bang! I obey, Don't fight again, Lord Broly. After receiving countless punches, Gula finally confessed, this person in front of him is simply more terrifying than the devil. If he fights, his universe emperor, Gula, his life is not saved. At this moment, Gula was already beaten by Broly, and bright red blood was flowing on his body, as if telling that everything just now was not a dream. Very good. From now on you will be one of my Broly dogs, ha ha ha. Broly burst out laughing after Gula's obedience, as if nothing could be more exciting than having the Emperor of the Universe his dog. And Broly's voice came, which made Gula feel afraid. He had a feeling of being beaten out of the shadow today, thinking that he was a frozen demon family. The Universe Emperor Gula has now become someone else's dog, which is really shameful, but he dare not say it. After all, Broly's strength is too strong. But this is only on the surface. His heart is not convinced by Broly. He must find the field, and it is not too much to crush Broly's corpse. Gula thought to himself. And Broly glanced at Gula, and already knew roughly what Gula thought. Evil people like them, the personality is the same, even if they submit to others on the surface, they do not necessarily give in their hearts, but what's the harm? His current strength is already unique, reaching the second level of the legendary Super Saiyan. Can he still be afraid of a frozen demon? Okay, Gura, get on the spaceship. Head to Earth. Broly put down such a sentence. He took the lead in flying towards the spaceship, as if the spaceship was originally his. Broly. Cut. Gula took a sip, very unconvinced, but still followed. On the other hand, Li Feng and Boomer's spacecraft had reached an area they did not know. Li Feng, how do I feel as if the front is the end of the universe? In the spaceship, Boomer asked Li Feng and said. After all, the place they are now in is very different from the original, there are fewer planets, and there are many planets not far ahead. And between the two, it seems that there is a barrier. Of course, the universe is so big, mainly because the planet in front of him makes Li Feng feel very bored, so he teleported several times, which is why he flew so fast. Could it be that you have reached the boundary between the 6th universe and the 7th universe? Li Feng thought about it and said. And Boomer heard it and said, what 6th universe, 7th universe? His eyes blinked, looking at Li Feng, waiting for Li Feng's answer. Li Feng had seen Dragon Ball Chao in his previous life, and also knew that there were 12 universes, and said at the moment, this world is not only our universe, there are 12 universes in total. The universe we live in is the 7th universe. 12 universes. Boomer said with some disbelief, but Li Feng didn't seem to have lied, so she was still ready to break the casserole and ask the end, which is her usual style as a scientist. At the moment, Li Feng had to tell 150 and 10, and Boomer was even more surprised. Her eyes were full of curiosity, growing so big, she was still the first time she heard that there were 12 universes. Then Li Feng, shall we go over and take a look? Boomer looked at the nebula with curiosity and said, she really wanted to see the 6th universe, but she still had to follow Li Feng's opinion. And Li Feng also knows Boomer's curiosity, not only Boomer, but even he himself is very curious about the 6th universe. You know, the 6th universe is also a planet inhabited by Scions. They have come here, how can they not take a look? No problem. Then let's go to the 6th universe and take a look. Li Feng said with a smile. Li Feng, you are so good. Boomer was very happy when he heard Li Feng's words, and immediately kissed Li Feng. Dear readers, please help to point out the collection and flowers. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 048. This is a planet at war, the planet Gagder. On one side is the righteous peace-defending Rasa Defense Force in the universe, and on the other is the vicious cosmic bandits. Just some time ago, the space bandits sneaked into the planet Sharada and robbed a group of Scions with low combat effectiveness on the planet Shadara as hostages. After all, now the form of the cosmic bandits of the planet Gagdo is a little unoptimistic, and their base camp is exposed, so they can only make this decision. After all, the Rasa defense team is composed of scions. Captain Lianzhuo, there are quite a few enemies whose combat effectiveness has reached 1 million, and we can't attack it. In a space battleship, a man in combat uniform couldn't help frowning when he heard this. It was already the third day that they attacked planet Gagdo, but they didn't expect that the defense of planet Gagdo would be so strong. And on the planet Gagdo, there are 3 leaders with combat effectiveness of more than 10 million levels. He suffered a lot of losses when he fought alone with 3 people in front of him, and now he can't attack at all, and the other party still has hostages in his hands. Haven't Ambassador Frost and Gabe arrived yet? Lianzhuo thought for a moment and asked a scion next to him. It is really difficult for him to break through the defenses of the planet Gagder alone. He needs people with high combat power to help, and Frost is the best candidate. Frost is the ambassador of peace in this universe. If he comes now, then everything will change. And Gabe is a junior he is very optimistic about. If he can be cultivated well, he will definitely be able to replace him in the future to lead the Rasa Defense Force to continue to defend the peace of the universe. Captain! Gabe is coming! Just as Lien was troubled, a young scion entered the battleship. Captain! I'm coming! Gabe gave a military salute. Lianzhuo nodded. Finally someone came to help, otherwise he didn't know how to be good, and those scions who were captured by the cosmic bandits. Captain! How is it now? Gabe asked a little anxiously. The main thing in front was that he led a team to chase another group of cosmic robbers, so he was late, and now his own compatriots have been captured. He is also very anxious. Lianzhuo turned his head, looked at the people fighting in front of him from the glass side, sighed, and said, "Now the situation is not optimistic. The other side has at least 3/10 millions of level combat power figures. I can't fight with 2 fists and 4 hands, and I can't break through their defenses at all. What about Ambassador Frost? Did he come?" Gabe's first thought in this situation was Frost. After all, Frost is an ambassador of peace, but he has always admired the idol. He's not coming now. Lianzhuo shook his head and said. Gabe listened, pulled out his communicator, and said, "I'll call Ambassador Frost." Toot! Honk! Honk! After a while, the communicator was finally switched on. Gabe said excitedly, "Hey! Ambassador Frost? Where are you now? We are attacking the planet Gagder and need your help." "Oh? Is it? Gabe, you guys hold on a little longer. I'm now fighting the vicious cosmic bandits on another planet, and when I solve them, I'll come to your aid." Frost's body sounded, and Gabe was convinced. "Okay. Thank you, Ambassador Frost." Gabe hung up the communicator, a little excited. As long as Frost agreed, then he would definitely do it. This was Gabe's idea. What Gabe didn't know was that Frost was on the planet Gagder at this time. In a palace, Frost, sitting on the throne, leisurely hung up the phone, his face full of indescribable sinister cunning. And below him sat 3 cosmic robbers who were extremely vicious in the eyes of others, namely Nakurdo, who was known as the Cosmic Hercules Cow, and Gus, who was extremely fast, who was known as Supersonic, and Rael, who had strong comprehensive strength, all 3 of whom were 10 million level figures. But in the same way, no one would have thought that Frost was the biggest boss behind the scenes, and these 3 cosmic robbers were just lackeys around him. "Lord Frost, presumably those fools would never have thought that you are the biggest cosmic bandit," Rael said with a grin. Boom! "I've long been tired of the scions who talk about justice all day, and this time, I need you to kill Lianzhuo," Frost said very sinisterly. Although he is also a frozen demon family, but he is different from Freeshaw and others in the 7th universe. He prefers intrigue and trickery, and he is really an out-and-out hypocrite. Of course, no one knows his true face until now, and others foolishly think that he is an ambassador of peace. And Lianzhuo, as the captain of the Rasa defense team, Frost has long seen him unpleasantly, and has been thinking of ways to get rid of him. As long as he kills Liansuo, then in the future, Frost in the Ray's defense team will not be windy or rainy. It's just that there has never been a chance. Now it's different. He still has hostages on his hands, and the terrain is now relatively remote. Right now is the best opportunity. Lord Frost, this may be a little difficult, and as the captain of the Rasa defense team, it is not so easy to be done. Nyukter is a straight man, and he immediately said what he thought. Oh, don't worry, I have a way to deal with that pedantic scion. Let's do this. Such. Frost said sinisterly. The three people below are all admired. This is the insidious and cunning frozen demon. The three of them are not even Mao compared to him. A conspiracy was born on the planet Gagdo. At this moment, Li Feng and Boomer have been traveling in the sixth universe for several days, and the different styles here have greatly satisfied Boomer's curiosity. Li Feng, should we go back? Boomer suddenly said such a sentence. Li Feng was also stunned. Yes, they have been out for a long time. Well, in 2 days, we can teleport back directly. Anyway, it's just a matter of a moment. Li Feng said. As for after coming here, Li Feng couldn't find the north and south, originally wanted to see the scions of this universe, but after coming for a few days, because they didn't know the coordinates, they were all traveling aimlessly. Just going back like this, he felt a little unwilling. There seems to be a high energy fluctuation not far away, as if there is a war. Boomer said from the console, looking at the data displayed on the computer. Dear readers, please help to point out the collection and flowers. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 049. On the planet Gagdo, two armies are facing each other. One is the vicious space robber Nyukter and his group, and the other is the Ray's defense team led by Liansuo. You three. Hand over the hostages to me, otherwise, today is your time to die. Liansuo stood at the front and pointed to Nyukter and his group and said. He now has a helping hand, and Frost, the most powerful peace ambassador, has also arrived, so his confidence has increased a lot. Ha ha ha. Captain Liansuo, you are really not small. Want us to release people? Yes, then you have to beat us first. Rail said with a smile. In his eyes, Liansuo is already a dead man, not to mention that his own strength is similar to Liansuo. More importantly, the ambassador of existence and peace that they look up to the most is the boss of their cosmic bandits. Phew! Rail struck directly towards Liansuo, and a heavy punch was thrown fiercely. And Liansuo stopped talking nonsense, and also flew up and rushed up. Bang! 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 The two of them instantly punched each other, and the earth felt trembling. You know, both of them are tens of millions of level figures. Ambassador Frost, let's go too. Gabe said to Frost, and immediately, he also exploded and rushed towards Nyukter, who was originally a warlike person, and when he saw Gabe attacking him, where could he endure it, he also shot back at Gabe. And Frost, as an ambassador of peace, must not be able to stand. The corners of his mouth cut an arc, flew towards Gus. Gus also smiled knowingly, of course he knew about Frost's conspiracy. Bang! 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 Frost and Gus were faking to fight, not using their full strength at all, and Frost was still staring at Liansuo, who was fighting, and a poisonous needle in his hand inadvertently flashed a dazzling light. He was waiting for the opportunity, and when the time came, he would give Liansuo a sharp stab at him. In that way, Liansuo would definitely die. Frost's eyes were full of conspiracy, but others couldn't see it at all, and thought he was a righteous ambassador of peace. And the armies of both sides began to fall into battle. Boom! A roar, a scream, resounded throughout the planet. On the other side, in the prison of the space bandits, most of the troops were sent out because of the attack on the planet Gagder by the Rasa Guard, so the guards were not very strict. Words. Will our planet Gagdo win this time? A spaceman guarding asked boredly, and a spaceman guarding next to him said. Do you need to say that? That's for sure, after all, we still have hostages behind us. The guard said, looking at the group of scions with low combat effectiveness in the specially made cosmic cage behind them. Ha ha ha. That's right, too. The cosmic guard who asked the question said with a smile, but at this moment, a voice came, which shocked them. Ha ha ha. I don't know if I win or not, I just know that you are dead. The voice came, and it also brightened the eyes of the scions who were locked inside. Someone came to their rescue. What people? Dare to come to the prison of our planet Gagder? Do you not know whether you are dead or alive? The guard asked. After all, as guards, they are not ordinary people who can do it, and their combat effectiveness is more than 1 million level figures. I saw that a man in black walked in and looked at the two of them like dead people. Abominable. If you don't answer your words, then you give me death. The guard armor directly swung a heavy punch towards the man in black, but when he was about to hit the man in black kicked the guard fiercely and smashed it on the iron door of the cage. What? The remaining guard was shocked. The person who came actually had such a strong strength, and his heart had already begun to retreat, and when he was thinking about how to report to the three leaders, he only felt a suction force coming. It was the attraction of the black-clothed man's big hand that his body could no longer control itself, and in the blink of an eye, he was pinched by the black-clothed man's neck. Want to report the letter? There are no doors. Just listen to the click, and the remaining one guard is also out of breath. The person who came was Li Feng, and when Lien Suo and his group were fighting, he also found out that there was still a group of hostages here, so he did not participate in Lien Suo's battle, although he knew that Frost was an out-and-out hypocrite, but he still came to the prison side first. Hello. I'm here to save you. I'm also a scion. Li Feng looked at the group of scions in the cage and said. It's just that the scions inside are all some kind people. Seeing Li Feng's cruel methods just now, there are some doubts. Do they have such cruel scions on Shadera planet? You know, in the 6th universe, although the scions also like to fight, they are all righteous people. How? You don't believe me? Li Feng said coldly. He didn't expect such a scion to be this character. Shouldn't he come here to save them? I believe in you. A weak voice came, but the tone was full of trust. Li Feng looked over, and saw a scion girl with black hair tied in a ponytail and earrings on her ears looking at him and saying. Bang! The specially made indestructible cage was directly smashed by Li Feng, and all the scions also came out. Thank you. The girl who trusted him bowed to Li Feng and said, and Li Feng looked at this scion looking a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. It's okay. It's okay. Raise your hand, in other words, what's your name? Li Feng asked. The girl looked at Li Feng, her eyes were full of light, and said, My name is Kair. And at this moment, on the battlefield, the battle between the people of the two sides has entered the white-hot stage. Lien Suo and Rail are even more inextricable, the air around them is whistling, and at this time, the battle between Frost and Gus is gradually approaching Lien Suo. It's almost together. Good opportunity. Frost's eyes flashed a sharp color. In the moment when Lien Suo did not pay attention, Frost's hand approached Lien Suo, and the poison needle stung Lien Suo, but Lien Suo's battle with Rail was too fierce, and this pain similar to a mosquito bite could not attract Lien Suo's attention at all. Frost saw that the conspiracy had succeeded, so he gave Gus a look, and the distance between the two and Rail and Lien Suo widened. And Frost pretended to be fighting a very difficult battle. Every blow seemed to be attacking with full strength, but he didn't know that his heart was already excited to the extreme. This time, see if you are still dead? Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. Your support is the motivation for me to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 050. Originally, the battle between Lien Suo and Rail was incomprehensible, and there was even a feeling of indistinguishable up and down, but at this moment, Lien Suo had a feeling of dizziness. What was going on? You know, with the body of a scion generally, there is no feeling of dizziness at all. How can this feeling breed at this moment? And Rail saw that Lien Suo's speed was significantly reduced, and even his eyes began to become confused, and he couldn't help but cut an arc at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, did Lord Frost's poison needle work? Well, Lien Suo is dead. A heavy punch slammed into Lien Suo's forehead, because he knew that Lien Suo couldn't dodge his move, so Rail gathered the strength of his whole body to this punch. Bang! An overwhelming punch hit Lien Suo's face, and Lien Suo was directly knocked over. If under normal circumstances, Lien Suo, who was the captain of the Rei's defense team, could be knocked over so easily. And Rail was even more unforgiving, smashing on Lien Suo with one punch after another. Poof! Lien Suo's body was finally slammed into the air. Captain! When Gabe saw this scene, he was about to fly towards Lien Suo, but Niu Kadu, who was fighting with him, did not give him this opportunity, and the strength in his hand suddenly increased, and one punch was heavier, and Gabe couldn't pull away at all. And some of the surrounding fighters wanted to rush over, but they were all shocked by Rail's punch. In his eyes, today even Suo will definitely die. And Rail's eyes are full of excitement. The captain of the Rei's defense team who upholds justice in the universe is about to die here. An energy bomb in his hand gathered, full of explosiveness, and his eyes flashed with killing intent. And Lien Suo also vaguely felt Rail's powerful momentum, but the sense of powerlessness in his body simply made him unable to fight. It seems that the captain of the defense team is asking for it to hang here. Boom! Energy bombs are overwhelming towards Lien Suo. Captain! Flash up! Gabe had been observing Lien Suo's situation, but he had a powerful guy in his hand that made it difficult for him to get out, so he could only go hungry. And at this moment, Frost, who was engaged in a fierce battle on the other side, saw this scene, and his face was full of conspiratorial smiles, and now Lien Suo was finally going to die. The Rasa Defense Force will be his Frost's world from now on. Just when the energy bomb was about to hit Lien Suo's body, a surprising scene happened. A black figure instantly appeared in front of the energy bomb, and he was about to shoot like a mosquito, directly scattering the energy bomb that Rail shot with all his strength. What? Who are you? Seeing that the person who came was able to scatter his Rail's energy bomb so lightly, Rail was shocked. Humph, it's just that I can't get used to you people who love to play tricks. The black figure stepped forward and said. And at this moment, seeing that Lien Suo was not dead, the people of the Lashi defense team were excited. Looking at Li Feng was like seeing a savior, and for Frost, the scene he imagined did not appear. He was very angry, and finally had the opportunity to kill Lien Suo, so it was destroyed by this person who suddenly came. Then, you give me death. Rail said cruelly, and then an energy bomb swept towards Li Feng. Humph! Insect tricks? Li Feng sneered. An Asian flame of light was looming on his hand. The corners of the mouth cut an arc, and the person in front of you will surely die. Boom! Give me death! Rail hit hard. He was going to kill this guy who was in the way, and then kill Lien Suo. A roar resounded across the battlefield, but the imaginary picture of Li Feng being killed did not appear. On the contrary, Rail, who had just been invincible, was directly split in half. What? This will be the turn of the side of the planet Gagdo to be shocked. Rail, who is also a person whose strength is not much different from the captain of the Cosmic Rays defense team, was killed with such a sword. Abominable! When Gus saw this scene, he was instantly furious, although the three of them were just Frost's subordinates, but their feelings were still a little deep, and they directly ignored his opponent Frost and flew towards Li Feng. Drink! Niu Kaduo was originally extremely powerful. Seeing his friend Rail being killed by this kid, where could he endure it, and directly shook Gabe with a punch and flew towards Li Feng. In his eyes, Li Feng had already committed a mortal crime. And Frost also really wants to kill this guy who is in the way, but he is now ostensibly on the side of justice, so he can't make a move. He just wants those two guys to kill Li Feng, and then do Lianzhuo. You actually killed Rael, unforgivable, meet my wrath. Gus shouted, extremely fast, holding an energy bomb in his hand, and soon approached Li Feng. And Niu Kaduo was also a domineering energy bomb that was unparalleled in his eyes and blasted out fiercely, as if he wanted to say that Li Feng was torn to pieces. Two jumping beam clowns still have so much nonsense. Li Feng looked at the two guys who were hitting him with disdain. Then let you taste my wind-extinguishing sword. Li Feng said with a smile, like dealing with such a small role, he doesn't even need half of his strength, after all, his current normal combat power has reached 100 million. The Cyan sword chi instantly slashed towards the energy bullets of the two, as if giving people an all-breakable domineering aura. What is this move? It feels so strong. Gabe, who had just been shocked, said with a glint in his eyes. And Frost was also shocked. This kind of move can his two stupid subordinates parry? Boom! The sword chi and energy bombs were combined, and the energy bullets were instantly torn apart by the powerful sword chi, and then swept towards Gus and Nyukdu. Ugh! Gus and Nukter had incredulous expressions on their faces, and the bodies of the two people had been displaced up and down, and they were submerged in the explosion. Boom! In an instant, the smoke and dust filled the sky, and the five fingers could not be seen, and the entire battlefield was filled with smoke and dust, and the enemy could not be seen, and he could only fight instinctively. Abominable! This guy is actually so strong. Frost said coldly to himself in the smoke. You know, although those three guys are not very powerful, after all, they can do some shady things for themselves, but now that they have actually been killed by this guy, Frost has the feeling that he wants to rush up and kill Li Feng. However, he is an ambassador of peace, and if he makes a move, his true face will inevitably be revealed to the world, so Frost's eyes are full of anger. Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. Your support is the motivation for me to continue writing, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 051. After Li Feng put three cosmic bandits who were extremely vicious in the eyes of everyone, the battlefield instantly quieted down. This person's strength is terrifying. Hello. My name is Gabe, thank you for destroying these three cosmic bandits. Gabi flew over, bowed to Li Feng and said, for those who helped them, Gabi defined Li Feng as a person on the righteous side without thinking. I just can't get used to this conspiracy. Li Feng nodded and said. And when Frost heard this, his eyes became a little unnatural. Could it be that this guy who came out of thin air saw through his conspiracy? It's impossible, he obviously hides so well, how can this guy know? It must be his nonsense. Holding back the anger and doubts just now, he bowed to Li Feng and said, thank you for your action. I, Frost, the ambassador of peace of the universe, express my heartfelt thanks to you. It is worthy of being the frozen demon of the sixth universe, an out-and-out hypocrite, able to hold back his anger and express a look of gratitude. If Li Feng hadn't seen Dragon Ball Chao, he almost thought he was really a good person, just like the Monkey King in Dragon Ball Super. No, I don't accept the hypocrite's thanks. Li Feng hugged his hands and said with disdain. What? Benefactor, how can you say that about Lord Frost, ambassador of peace? You know, he has been contributing to the defense of peace. Gabe said with some annoyance, after all, Frost has always been his idol, and when idols are slandered, there will always be some unhappiness. Even those who have just helped them. Yes, I just don't know where I offended my benefactor, and I actually let you have this opinion of me. Frost said that he was very innocent, as if a righteous person was slandered. Ah! It hurts. At this moment, Lianzhuo, who had just been knocked over, finally came to his senses, and his life was really hanging by a thread just now. Captain! You're finally awake. You okay? Gabe saw Liansuo climb up, and said with concern. I'm okay. The captain of the Rax Defense Corps, Liansuo, expresses his faithful gratitude to you, but why are you slandering Lord Frost? Liansuo staggered to Li Feng and said, he didn't believe that Frost would be that kind of person. Humph. It seems that all of you have been deceived by Frost, and yes, if I didn't know, I almost thought that he was really a peace ambassador who contributed to the peace of the universe. Li Feng looked at Frost and said coldly. This can't be. Gabe said firmly. Oh? Since your excellency has slandered me Frost in this way, is there any evidence? Frost said with a smile, but his eyes were indeed full of anger. Don't say that the subordinates who just killed him, now they still want to expose him? Yes. Benefactor, have you come up with evidence? Liansuo also asked with a look of disbelief. Ha ha ha. Liansuo, you are really a pedantic scion, do you know how the fainting weakness you just experienced during the battle caused it? It was the poison needle in Frost's hand that made the ghost. Li Feng said. Poison needles? How could the Cosmic Peace Ambassador use something like a poison needle that a villain uses? Although Liansuo did have some doubts about the feeling of fainting and weakness just after the battle, it stands to reason that with the strong body of his scions, how could this happen? But he believed in Frost very much. And never thought that it was the Ambassador of Peace who made the ghost. So, Frost, do you dare to stretch out your hands for everyone to see? Li Feng said with a slight smile, as if he had already eaten Frost. Yes. Lord Frost, let everyone see, so as to prove your innocence. Gabe said to Frost in disbelief. Humph. All right. Gabe, Liansuo, you two come and take a look. Frost smiled and stretched out his hands, as if there really was no such thing. Only, how did they see the killing intent in Frost's eyes? Frost saw that the conspiracy was about to be debunked, and gave birth to another plan. Immediately, Gabe and Liansuo walked up to Frost and went to see his hand. Bang! Bang! A sharp look flashed in Frost's eyes, and two heavy punches hit Gabe and Liansuo fiercely. Poof! Gabe and Liansuo were defenseless, they were directly hit hard, their faces were pale, and they fell straight to the rear. Ahem! Cough! Cough! Flow! Lord Sturt, why did you suddenly attack us? Gabe, who was already seriously injured, his face was full of disbelief, and he gasped for breath. And Liansuo was also pale, he was already injured, and now he was even more injured, and he no longer had combat effectiveness, but he now basically believed what Li Feng said. It turned out that Frost was really an out-and-out hypocrite. For so many years, they had actually been deceived. Ha ha ha! You ignorant and stupid scions who put justice on your lips one day, do you think I will be as stupid as you? Frost said with a sneer. At this moment, he finally revealed his true face as a hypocrite. What? How can it be? Lord Frost, you! Gabe is already angry at the moment, you know, Frost has always been his idol. At this moment the idol has actually collapsed, how can he accept it? But the facts are at hand. Ha ha ha, I originally wanted to deceive you for a while, but the appearance of this person disrupted my plans, so everyone here today must all die. Frost smiled sinisterly, since it was revealed, so what? He still hasn't taken out his transformation. And Frost's transformation is his biggest hole card. He didn't know that a scion could actually become a super scion, so he thought that after his transformation, none of the people present, including Li Feng, were his opponents. I didn't expect, Frost, you are actually such a person. Liansuo gasped and said, but Frost's strength is even stronger, are they all going to hang here today? Now even Zuo can only put his hope on Li Feng, hoping that he can help eliminate Frost, a hypocrite. Ha ha ha. That's right, so, knowing my true face, none of them can live. Frost's eyes were full of killing intent, and the momentum of his body began to spread. And Li Feng knew that Frost was about to transform, but what could it be? Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. Your support is the motivation for me to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 052. Drink. Yes. With Frost as the center, a whirlwind swept in an instant, and then a huge momentum soared into the sky. Dark and icy energy gushed out, instantly wrapping Frost, and around him, black air currents were raging endlessly, flashing thunder and lightning from time to time. This momentum. So strong. Gabe said with difficulty. He didn't expect that Frost in front had always hidden his strength. If this kind of strength, they were just scum. The black energy dissipated, and Frost directly crossed the previous transformation and directly reached his final form. Frost stands in the center of the entire void, white sharp horns, purple immature skin, and white hard shell covering shoulders and legs, very miniature, but it is this state that is the most powerful existence. This is Frost in the final state. How? Brat. Feel the power of this horror. Frost said condescendingly, as if at this moment, he was the master of the universe. Li Feng watched Frost's transformation and felt Frost's momentum again, and he already understood that this Frost's final form was indeed much stronger than Frost's, but in front of him, he was always just a jumping beam clown. Humph! Your so-called final form. But Earl. Li Feng hugged his hands and said with disdain. What? You monkey, you dare to speak out when you die, then let you see my strength. Frost didn't expect this guy to be so hard-mouthed, and his anger could no longer be suppressed. Drink? Yes. Li Feng also burst out of momentum, instantly turning into a blonde Super Saiyan full power state. Against Frost, Super Saiyan full power is more than enough. What? Can a benefactor also transform? Lian Suo endured the pain and said with some surprise as he watched Li Feng's transformation. Ha ha ha! Don't think that if you change your color, you can compare to my Lord Frost. Frost is very arrogant. Immediately, the finger pointed at Li Feng, and the fingertip gushed out powerful energy, slowly forming a huge energy bomb that shot towards Li Feng. Li Feng looked at the energy bombs coming towards him, but he was very excited, but he didn't expect that the frozen demons of this universe were the same. They all like to use this move, but it's a pity. A fine light flashed in Li Feng's eyes, and a cyan air sword immediately formed in his hand, and he slashed over. Boom! An explosion sounded, and the whole planet trembled slightly, and Frost was even more shocked. This guy actually scattered his energy bomb? Bang! Just when Frost was still in shock, Li Feng's figure had already appeared in front of him, and a heavy punch came towards him. Frost is also throwing his fists. Bang! The two punches were exchanged, and Frost only felt a numbness in his arm, but he didn't expect this guy's strength to be so great. Bang! Bang! The two quickly fought for dozens of rounds, and the fight Frost became more and more painful, and Li Feng punched harder than another. Frost's arms are about to break, and there are more and more injuries on his body. Is this guy a monster? Boom! With a loud bang, Frost's body was directly blasted to the ground by powerful energy. Poof! Frost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was actually seriously injured. Frost got up from the ground with difficulty, his eyes were full of disbelief. How could this person's strength be so strong? Aren't Scions all weak beings? Nope. No way. Only I, Frost, am the strongest. Frost shouted loudly, and one after another violent energy bombs burst out towards Li Feng. Bang! 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 One energy bomb after another was all slapped to both sides by Li Feng, and he couldn't break through his defenses at all. And Frost instinctively retreated towards the rear, and at this moment he looked at Li Feng as if he were looking at a demon. Sir, let me go. Under the threat of death, Frost finally began to beg for mercy. After all, he is different from Free Shaw of the 7th universe. He was originally a sinister and cunning hypocrite, and when he was threatened with death, he was still afraid. Humph! Do you think I will let a hypocrite like you go? I despise people like you the most, so, Frost, go and die. Saying that, the cyan air sword in Li Feng's hand gave people a feeling of being unbreakable, and he raised it and slashed towards Frost. The threat of death finally pulled Frost out of his fantasy. This man did not spare his meaning. Determined to kill him. Then, he finally made a difficult decision, and the anger in his eyes had made him care about anything. Abominable! Since you refuse to let me go, then, destroy together! Frost said cruelly. Saying that, black air currents instantly erupted from Frost's body, and the whole person burst out with the power of his whole body. Drink! Give me death! Dark Annihilation Bomb! A huge black energy bomb instantly gathered, as if the entire planet was going to be destroyed under this energy bomb. What? What a strong breath! Could it be that Frost is ready to burn Jade? Lian Suo said with some fear. This terrifying power is that the planet will be directly destroyed. And the people present were already trembling, and the battle between these two people was no longer within their range. Boom! The cyan sword chi and black energy bullets were combined, and in an instant, the entire planet began to tremble violently, and the place where they were was already cracked everywhere, which showed the strength of the attack of the two. Boom! A strong explosion resounded throughout the planet, while the aftermath of the surrounding area directly reduced most of the planet's buildings to ashes. Everyone present lay on the ground with difficulty, shivering. This power is too terrible. If you stand up and receive this power, it must be destroyed in an instant. In an instant, the smoke and dust filled the sky, and I couldn't see my 5 fingers, only to feel that this huge energy was terrifying. Poof! How? How can it be? Frost was dumbfounded. He originally thought that the entire planet would be destroyed together, but Li Feng's sword chi was so strong that it directly broke through his jade and stone burning blow. And Frost's body instantly became 2 halves, and Frost himself finally died and could not die anymore. In the smoke, Li Feng looked at everything here. It didn't matter, so he wanted to turn around and leave, but at this time, a voice broke his action. Big brother! Can you bring me? Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. Your support is the motivation for me to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 053. Li Feng looked back and saw a timid little girl standing behind him looking at him. It was Kair who was rescued by Li Feng in front. At this moment, Kair was looking at Li Feng with blazing eyes, looking forward to it. This made Li Feng a little unnatural, but the other party was just a girl, and immediately, he shook his head and expelled the unnatural feeling from his brain. Kale, why aren't you with them? Li Feng asked with some doubt. Why is this little girl still here? Shouldn't she be with those scions just now? And just in front, after Li Feng rescued Kair, Kair followed here, hiding on the side to watch, and Li Feng's strength is too strong. The legendary Super Scion bloodline wandering on her body makes her have an urge to yearn for the strong, so she saw that when Li Feng was ready to leave, she wanted to follow Li Feng to cultivate. I want to follow your big brother to cultivate. Kel said firmly. Li Feng not only rescued them earlier, but also actually eliminated the vicious cosmic robber just now, so, in Kair's heart, he unconsciously regarded Li Feng as a fighting hero, so it is normal to worship big heroes. Li Feng was very surprised when he heard this, but considering Kair's identity, she was a legendary Super Scion in the 6th universe, wouldn't it be better if she had such a powerful helper? It's just that he is a member of another universe, and I don't know if it will cause some butterfly effects. However, at the moment, it feels nothing. Wouldn't it be better to have one more powerful combat power? Even if there is a butterfly effect, what are you afraid of? As long as the strength is strong enough, these are not to be feared. Good. Okay. But I'm going to get out of here and go far away, can you? Li Feng asked, but there was no mention of Kai's family in Dragon Ball Super, so he didn't know either. It's okay. Just let me follow the big brother. I'm just me now, so it doesn't matter where I go. Hearing Li Feng promise her, she was very excited. Anyway, in this world, she is already alone, so where can she go? Moreover, this time period is different from the time period of Dragon Ball Super, and she has not yet met Califra, so there is no place to let go of the planet Shadera. Good. But there may be harder training with me, do you know if you want to? Li Feng asked. Of course, it was an unexpected gain to be able to receive Kair. Although there was a feeling of abducting underage girls, he shook his head and drove this unrealistic idea out of his mind. Kair nodded firmly, indicating that she was not afraid of any hardship. More importantly, he can improve his strength, as well as with Li Feng. Li Feng said, "Okay, you put your hand on my shoulder, let's go." Immediately, Li Feng and Kair disappeared in place. The smoke and dust cleared, and the entire battlefield was in a mess, and Gabe and the others finally determined that Frost, the sinister guy, was dead, and began to clean the battlefield. Gabe, did you see the benefactor who just killed Frost? Lian Suo came over with the help of the soldier and looked around, but he never found Li Feng again. Gabai shook his head again and said, the benefactor disappeared after killing Frost. For Li Feng, now they are only in awe, but they can't see Li Feng, and they originally wanted to invite Li Feng to the planet Shadera as a guest. And they didn't believe Li Feng's words before. But they had been deceived by the hypocrite of Frost, and after exposing Frost's conspiracy, they were very guilty of Li Feng. I want to thank him well and apologize, but now it's good, people have disappeared directly, where to find people? And at this moment, a scion ran over to Lian Suo and said, "Report Captain. The scions who were captured by the scions before have been found, and they were also rescued by the benefactor just now." What? Even Suo and Gabe were shocked, but they didn't expect that this benefactor helped them repeatedly, but they didn't leave a name, and the people disappeared. This is really one in heaven and one on earth compared to Frost's hypocrite. And at the moment, Boomer's spaceship. Boomer was bored, at that time before, because there was a battle, Li Feng did not let her follow, so, at this moment, her spaceship was stopping in the distance. I already knew that I followed Li Feng, I don't know if that guy is on his way back now. Boomer said to himself. At this moment, only a bang was heard, and the figures of Li Feng and Kair appeared in the spaceship. Hey? Li Feng, are you finally back? Hey? Who is this girl? Boomer saw the timid Kair behind Li Feng and asked, with some faint dissatisfaction in his tone, as if he wanted Li Feng to explain it all. Her name is Kair, she is a scion from the 6th universe, she wants to follow me to cultivate. Li Feng touched his head and said a little unnaturally, for fear that Boomer would be jealous. Hey? Is this really the case? Boomer asked with some doubt, obviously not believing enough. Sister Boomer, hello, my name is Kair, I insist on cultivating with my big brother, don't blame him. Kair walked out from behind Li Feng and said timidly. I really don't understand, you are such a little girl who is afraid of life actually wants to follow Li Feng to cultivate, but it's okay, I don't blame him. Boomer said with a smile. I'm very optimistic about this little sister, you can just call me sister in the future. Boomer took Kair's hand and said with a smile. Hearing Boomer's promise, Kair was also happy, originally thought that she would object, but did not expect to agree, and was so good to her. In his heart, he secretly regarded Li Feng and Boomer as his brothers and sisters. Yes. Sister. Kel's eyes were full of excitement. After that, the three did not stop in the 6th universe, and soon began to return. After all, Li Feng and Boomer came out at about the same time, it was time to go back. And the uneasiness from Li Feng's hidden study continued recently, but he just couldn't figure out which link was wrong, and Li Feng didn't take it seriously, but his intuition told him that he had to improve his strength now. As everyone knows, a huge catastrophe is threatening the earth. Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. Your support is the motivation for me to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 054. In the Spirit Time House, the white expanse, the air is very thin, and the environment is also very bad, but this is undoubtedly the best place to cultivate. Very good. Kair, all you have to do is cultivate here for a year to improve your strength. Li Feng, who was dressed in black, looked at Kair in front of him and said. I saw that Kair at this moment was actually wearing the same as Li Feng, dressed in black, giving people a heroic and sassy feeling. He was also surprised that Kair actually liked black clothes like him Li Feng, but he did not object. Yes. Brother. Kair's eyes flashed, looking at Li Feng, very looking forward to it. Very good, Kair, all you need to do now is to go to the gravity cultivation room first to cultivate, overcome gravity, and improve basic combat effectiveness. Li Feng pointed to the gravity cultivation room in the Spirit Time room and said to Kair. 2 months, increase the gravity you can withstand to the maximum. The higher your normal combat power, the stronger your normal combat power. He took a look at Kair's combat effectiveness. At this time, Kair's combat power is only hundreds of thousands close to millions, although the legendary Super Saiyan does not cultivate, and the combat effectiveness will increase every day, but in Li Feng's opinion, it is still a little low. Even if it becomes a legendary Super Saiyan, the combat effectiveness is not much higher. After all, he always felt that there would be a big war soon, so it was urgent to improve his strength. Moreover, he also believes that the legendary Super Saiyan is absolutely terrifying after cultivation, just like in Dragon Ball Super, the out-of-control Kair after becoming the legendary Super Saiyan. Even Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue is difficult to resist, although the possibility of combat collapse is not excluded, but, that strength is there, you can't help but believe it. Kair nodded. Gravity cultivation room cultivation, she was still the first time she heard of it. Moreover, Li Feng actually had such a cultivation place. In her heart, Li Feng was too mysterious, but she didn't question Li Feng's thoughts. Your talent is very good, I am very optimistic about you, maybe it is possible to surpass me in the future. Li Feng said with some expectation. He also wanted to see how much the strength of the legendary Super Saiyan could be improved under his training. Kair is very happy about Li Feng's trust. Since Li Feng is so optimistic about her, she must cultivate well. In her heart, she had silently regarded Li Feng as her brother, so she must not be able to disappoint Li Feng, Kair thought simply. His eyes are full of determination. Immediately, he opened the door of the gravity cultivation room and walked in. In the gravity cultivation room, Kair looked around. It was very spacious, nodded, and then walked to the control console and pressed down towards 10G. In an instant, a strong gravity hit her head on, almost making Kair unstable, but even breathing was a little difficult, and her weak eyes were indeed full of firmness. Li Feng is so optimistic about her, she must not be able to disappoint Li Feng. Moreover, she also has a small bag hanging from her waist, and the bag contains some fairy beans, which is also her biggest dependency. Li Feng said that this bean can make people no matter how much they are injured, as long as they eat it, they will recover as before. And Li Feng looked at the white expanse in the distance, walked over. Now for him, Super Saiyan 3 does not know if it can be reached. The strength of Super Saiyan 3 is initially able to compete with the existence of Majin Buu, although the energy consumption is a little fast, but, for Li Feng, this is not a big problem. After all, he is a Saiyan with the physique of Majin Buu. You know, the setting of Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, and it has 400 times the existence of normal combat effectiveness, so this transformation is too worthy of Li Feng's comprehension. After Sun Wukong's transformation, he is strong enough to suppress the strong enemy Fat Bu, who is helpless even Super 2 Vegeta, and gives his full strength a chance to destroy the other party. When your physical strength is superior, you can fight with Primordial Bu without winning or losing. After Gudong's transformed, due to the power bonus of fusion, the Super 3 forces were stronger than Sun Wukong's single body, and when he fought seriously, he had the upper hand in the battle against De Bu, who was stronger than Fat Bu, and even almost defeated De Bu. In Dragon Ball Z, the only people who can transform into Super 3 are Sun Wukong and Gotenks, and other Scions cannot transform, which shows that transforming into Super 3 must have enough strength to cultivate to transform. And at this moment, Li Feng's normal combat power has reached the point of 100 million, so he really wants to try the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3, the most important thing is the large output of Qi, and his Majin Buu's physique. This should not be a problem. Li Feng thought to himself. Drink? Yes. Li Feng roared, and instantly burst out with a powerful momentum. Boom, crackle. The flames rose, the electric light flickered. Because of the explosion of power, Li Feng's hair stood up again. This is the form of Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, Kair, who was cultivating in the gravity cultivation room, also felt this majestic momentum. Is this the breath of my brother? So powerful! Kair said to himself, but he didn't stop cultivating because of shock. I must be stronger than my brother. Kair thought to herself. She is also a Saiyan bloodline and loves to fight, but she is just a little afraid of life. Now Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 state has reached the point of 10 billion combat effectiveness. If it can become Super Saiyan 3, it is 40 billion combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, Li Feng's eyes are full of hot feelings. Super Saiyan 3 is the most important thing is the large output of Qi, right? Li Feng's eyes flickered, and then, all the momentum he could burst out once again burst out. Drink? Yes. The golden aura was accompanied by lightning and dancing claws, and the surrounding air crackled. Roar! With Li Feng as the center, the surrounding airflow kept sweeping towards Li Feng, overwhelming and unstoppable. And Li Feng only felt that all his qi had erupted at this moment, and he could also feel his current majestic power, but he just couldn't break through to the realm of Super Saiyan 3 in his imagination. Abominable! What's missing? Li Feng roared with some anger. Why is the output of qi already so high, or can't break through that layer of shackles? Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers, I will work harder. Your support is my motivation to continue writing, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 055. Crackle. The bursting arc kept accompanying Li Feng's body, and the airflow around him was extremely restless and whistling, which was already Li Feng's largest energy output, and the powerful momentum burst out by a strong combat power of 10 billion can be imagined. But despite this, Li Feng still failed to break through the shackles of the third stage of Super Saiyan, that is, he couldn't break through Super Saiyan 3. Li Feng was a little unconvinced. Obviously his normal combat effectiveness was so strong, why couldn't he reach it? Drink? Yes. Li Feng's face was hideous, and his green tendons were violent, as if he was in great pain, and forcibly increased the ultimate energy output again. The golden aura was even more like a raging fire, burning, like Li Feng's endless anger, burning endlessly. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Feng was cultivating in the Spirit Time House. If he was on the planet, maybe the entire planet would vibrate under this huge energy. Change me! Roar! Li Feng tried his best to output, but he was even more unconvinced. Why couldn't it be? Although his qi had exploded to the extreme at this moment, Li Feng still failed to break through the third stage of Super Saiyan. Gradually, Li Feng finally lost the idea of immediately transforming into the third stage of the Super Saiyan. Just like in Dragon Ball Z, isn't Sun Wukong the third stage of the Super Saiyan who spent 5 years cultivating in hell? It seems that he is indeed a little too hasty. Li Feng collected the large output of energy, and thought to himself. In Dragon Ball Z, not all Saiyans are able to become Super Saiyan 3. This state, just like Vegeta has been cultivating for so long, still can't become Super Saiyan 3, and in the end, it can only be demonized, increasing the amplitude of the second stage of Super Saiyan by 200 times. Could it be that I, like Vegeta, can only be out of reach for the third stage of Super Saiyan? Li Feng looked at his hands and said to himself. It's just a faint feeling of not being very willing. After all, Super Saiyan 3 not only has a large increase, but also is domineering, ruthless, in a word, is handsome. Therefore, he couldn't become the third order of Super Saiyan. Li Feng still had some regrets, but... However, it doesn't matter if I really can't become Super Saiyan Stage 3, I know that there is an existence that is even more powerful than Super Saiyan Stage 3. Li Feng thought for a moment and said to himself. And he knows that Super Saiyan 3 also has Super Saiyan 4th Order, Super Saiyan Body, Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan Deep Blue, Free Extreme Skill, etc., so he will not hang himself on a tree. Isn't it stronger than the Super Saiyan 3rd stage? At present, he is most likely to reach the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, and this stage according to the Old World King God, the tail can lead to the potential of the Saiyan, and the tail is also the source of Saiyan power, so the Super Saiyan 4 transformed with the tail is very different from the previous Super Saiyan form. And the tail, Li Feng did not remove it like Sun Wukong, he has always kept it, but he knows how powerful this tail is. After thinking about it, I shook my tail and was very satisfied. Super Saiyan 4 is the ultimate evolution form of the Saiyan transformed by Goku and Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT, and its strength is even more terrifying, in Li Feng's opinion. This form is definitely not weaker than the Super Saiyan God, or even surpassed. If he could now become Super Saiyan Stage 4, wouldn't he have gone sideways in the Dragon Ball Z world? Li Feng thought to himself. Immediately, he disappeared into the Spirit Time House in an instant. Because of the speed of time flow, only a short time has passed in the spacecraft at this moment. Hey? Li Feng? Why did you go and come back right away? Boomer was driving the spaceship, and asked in surprise. You know, it was less than an hour after Li Feng entered. Boomer, can you help me make a moon? Li Feng asked. Artificial moon? This should be as long as it is not difficult to do, and I should be able to make it in a day or so. Luckily, I brought a small lab. Boomer said as he pulled out a capsule. Boomer is worthy of being Boomer, and he thinks very thoughtfully everywhere. Great! Let's get it! Li Feng was overjoyed, and immediately directly brought the entire spaceship into his spiritual time house. Hey? Li Feng, why did you bring me here again? Boomer walked out of the spaceship and said, but she felt that it was really convenient to have such a place, and the speed of time flow could be controlled by herself. There's plenty of time here. Li Feng said with a smile. Good. 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 Master Li Feng, the little one obeys the order. Boomer gave Li Feng a playful look, and then took out the capsule and threw it on the ground. Bang! A small laboratory appeared in front of him, and Boomer walked in and started operating. Looking at Boomer who was busy, Li Feng seemed to have thought of something. Almost when everything is done he can consider marrying Boomer, otherwise it will be strange all the time. Now the relationship between Boomer and Li Feng is in one sentence, like glue, it is almost time to talk about marriage. Li Feng thought in his heart. Although he still has to go to various worlds, but he can take Boomer with him, doesn't he have this spiritual time house? So why not be the same everywhere? It's a big deal to make a wish with Shenlong when the time comes, and change the environment of this spiritual time house, the kind that is suitable for living people. In that case, wouldn't it be equivalent to owning a world master? Li Feng fantasized while looking at Boomer, who was busy. And at this moment, a voice came from the gravity cultivation room. Thinking that Kyer was practicing hard, Li Feng nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this Kyer can cultivate well, and it will be a big help in the future. And Li Feng was not idle. He used this day to cultivate in the Spirit Time House. Of course, for Li Feng now, ordinary cultivation can no longer play much role, but sat down cross-legged and also began to meditate and cultivate. Meditation cultivation, which Li Feng learned by imitating the cultivation method in the original Dragon Ball. Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. I will work harder. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 056. Time soon passed by a day, and Boomer also made an artificial moon, but at this time, there was a question that troubled Li Feng, that is, whether it would be as said in the original book. Will inferior warriors lose control after turning into apes? Vegeta said that their high-level warriors can control their minds after turning into apes, but lower-level warriors can't do this. Generally, after a scion mutates into an ape, he will be unable to harness his powerful power and lose his mind to carry out indiscriminate destruction. The same is true in Dragon Ball GT. After becoming a golden ape, Sun Wukong is not divided between enemies and friends, destroying everywhere. Fortunately, the golden ape monkey Sun Wukong suddenly noticed the earth, and after seeing the earth, Sun Wukong seemed to feel something and reacted, under the influence of his granddaughter Xiao Fang, plus seeing the photos taken when he traveled to the beach before, Goku finally remembered the memories of himself and his family and friends, and with the help of Xiao Fang's tears of sadness, he finally reached the state of the fourth order of Super Saiyan and crushed Babe. But Li Feng really didn't have much certainty, although his bloodline was much more advanced now, and he even had the physique of Majin Buu, but what if he became an ape and lost consciousness? Boomer, can you control this artificial moon? Li Feng thought about it and asked. As long as he can control the artificial moon, if he loses control at a critical time and turns off the artificial moon in time, then he will also return to normal. This, of course, cannot. How can the artificial moon made by my genius Boomer not be controlled? Boomer said confidently that she is most confident in her research results. Good. If I lose control after turning into a great ape, can you turn off the artificial moon immediately? Li Feng said. Boomer seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly recalled that Sun Wukong turned into an ape before, lost control and trampled his grandfather to death, and said with a somewhat panicked face, "Should you be? It has to be the same as the Monkey King, right? Don't worry, I'm still very sure. Besides, if I get out of control and you turn off the artificial moon in time, won't it be fine?" Li Feng said with a smile. That. All right. Boomer nodded with some concern and put the artificial moon into the clearing to open it. In an instant, an artificial moon slowly rose into the sky. Of course, at this time it was not yet luminous and was in a dim form. It stopped after rising high in the air, and Boomer didn't press the remote control, so the moon didn't shine. Li Feng looked at the artificial moon rising into the sky, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, Boomer, you go farther first and then press the remote control." Boomer nodded, immediately walked far, and then beckoned to Li Feng, signaling that she was going to start. The artificial moon began to glow gradually, while Li Feng quietly stared at the artificial moon. Plop! 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 The heartbeat began to intensify, and Li Feng only felt a feeling of rejuvenation, and a strong desire began to rush towards him in all directions. Gradually, his body began to get out of control, and Li Feng's body began to skyrocket. Roar! I saw a huge golden beating ape suddenly appear in front of me, and the terrifying gaze seemed to be extremely bloodthirsty. Me! Li Feng looked at his huge furry palm in disbelief. He still had consciousness? Originally thought that with the existence of this lower-level warrior of his body, he would lose consciousness when he turned into a giant ape, but this time it was to subvert his thinking, perhaps because he had the physique of Majin Buu, or because he was a traverser. But no matter what, this time, he really succeeded. Li Feng thought with some joy, then, it would not be a problem to become the fourth stage of Super Saiyan. After turning into a golden giant ape, his strength has also increased by 10 times. If it is good in the early stage of Dragon Ball Z, it may still be of some use, but for Li Feng now, it is not worth mentioning. And Boomer looked at the golden big ape that Li Feng turned into on the side, and couldn't help but feel a feeling of fear, for fear that the big ape would burst into madness in the next moment. Hey! Li Feng! Boomer immediately waved her hand and beckoned. She wanted to see if Li Feng had lost consciousness. If she lost consciousness, she would immediately turn off the artificial moon. The golden ape looked at Boomer and nodded, indicating that he did not lose consciousness due to the giant ape, which also made Boomer breathe a sigh of relief. So, the next step is to become a Super Saiyan in the state of giant ape. Li Feng thought to himself. Roar! The giant ape roared, and then golden aura began to gush out, and in the process of turning into a Super Saiyan, Li Feng's body began to gradually shrink. And his power is like a majestic sea, deep and bottomless. If Li Feng, who has become a Super Saiyan in front of him, feels that it is easy to break a planet, then at this moment, if he makes a casual move, he feels that a nebula can be directly wiped out. Such a power really made Li Feng feel deeply shocked. However, Li Feng's change was not just a simple change in strength, even Li Feng's appearance changed at this moment. Li Feng's original clothes had disappeared, and Li Feng's upper body actually grew a dense red short hair, as if he was wearing a red sweater. At the same time, Li Feng's tail, which had always been coiled around his waist, also turned red at this moment. Of course, the most interesting thing is the long hair that originally fell to the waist, but this time it was shortened, turning into a shawl. And around the eyes, you can also see the blood-red eyeshadow, this form of Li Feng, giving people the feeling that there seems to be a taste of returning to the basics, but it is Li Feng in this form. The combat power has reached an extremely terrifying existence, which is comparable to the Super Saiyan God and even more powerful existence. Well! So handsome! Boomer looked at Li Feng's form at the moment, and said a little dumbfounded, this evil and domineering shape is too handsome. She was accidentally dumbfounded. My strength, even if dozens of Majin Buu attack, are not my opponents. Li Feng looked at his hands in shock, felt the majestic power of his body, and said to himself. It seems that I can go sideways in the Dragon Ball Z world in the future. Li Feng was extremely confident in his strength, as if everything was under his control. Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. I will work harder. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 057. Drink. Yes. In the Spirit Time House, a blood-colored figure was constantly cultivating, and I saw that the momentum around him was scarlet blood, like a hellish demon, and every blow he made burst out with amazing power. This is Li Feng of the fourth stage of the Super Saiyan. After 2 months, he found himself more and more handy. At first he also needed to use the artificial moon, but now he has completely got rid of that shackle and can become the form of the fourth stage of the Super Saiyan at will. And I have to say that after becoming the fourth order of the Super Saiyan, he may have broken through a shackle, and his combat effectiveness has also been improved, reaching the form of 500 million. So now to describe Li Feng in one sentence, lying down, it's simply hanging the sky. Li Feng is very satisfied with the current changes. The improvement of strength makes him unconsciously feel unprecedented ease, and the tasks given by the system are easy to complete, so what can be worried about now? Li Feng took his Super Saiyan Stage 4 transformation and stood in place. He had now reached a stronger state, but he still wanted to try the Super Saiyan 3 who had failed to transform before him. Although he had reached a more powerful form, the inability to turn into a Super Saiyan 3rd tier in front of him made him feel unwilling. Drink? Yes. Li Feng directly burst out of momentum and turned into Super Saiyan 2 with blue arcs around him. At this moment, the second stage of Li Feng's Super Saiyan is also equally powerful, which has nothing to do with Li Feng's normal combat effectiveness. Drink? Yes. Li Feng once again burst out with the momentum of his whole body, and endless air currents swept over, and at this moment, Li Feng also felt that the third stage of Super Saiyan was close at hand. Roar! The output of Qi increased again, and Li Feng's momentum also began to change. The blue arc around him began to increase more and more, and his strength also changed qualitatively compared to Super Saiyan 2. The golden light dispersed, and a brand new Li Feng appeared in place. His golden hair grew to his waist, his eyebrows disappeared, and there was an extra layer of green pupils in his pale green pupils. His eyes were fierce, his expression was fierce like Bic, and a pinch of golden hair was in front of his forehead. Humph! Is this Super Saiyan 3? The corner of Li Feng's mouth crossed an arc, very evil, for Li Feng, who has mastered Super Saiyan 4, this form is nothing at all, but it is indeed possible to use it to pretend. Li Feng thought confidently. After all, it is a 400-fold increase of the norm. With Li Feng's current normal combat strength, the third stage of becoming a Super Saiyan already has a full 200 billion power. Even if he does not use Super Saiyan 4, he can still hang everything in Dragon Ball Z. Although it may be a bit mysterious to say that it is against the Majin Buu. That? Are you an older brother? Just when Li Feng was proud, a weak voice came from behind him, and Li Feng looked back and saw that it was Kair who came out of the gravity cultivation room. Yes. Kel, how do you feel about my form? Li Feng said with an evil smile. Very evil, very domineering. Very handsome. Kair looked at Li Feng and said happily, Li Feng deserves to be Li Feng, his strength is stronger than before, and when she was cultivating in the gravity cultivation room, she felt an even bigger aura than now. Ha ha ha. Li Feng laughed loudly and changed back to normal, looking at Kair with some doubts. At this moment, Kair's momentum has also undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. By word, Kyle, how many times more gravity have you overcome now? Brother, I have overcome 300 times the gravity, and now I feel that my strength has improved a lot, but I still can't compare to you, brother. A little confidence appeared on Kair's timid face, which was brought to her by strength. 300 times? It's already very powerful. Then you are bursting now to show me. Li Feng looked at Kair with some expectation. He wanted to see how far Kair had grown in the past 2 months. Kair nodded and immediately began to explode. Ha! Yikes! Endless air currents rolled in, majestic momentum soared into the sky, and in an instant, the surrounding air began to get a little hot. Shhh! In the end, Kel finally finished exploding, and she also looked at her hands in disbelief. Is this my power? Kair said in disbelief. At this moment, she felt that the captain of the Ray's defense team was not her opponent, and she did not expect that the effect of the gravity cultivation room would be so significant. Very good, your normal combat power has reached about 20 million. Li Feng said with great appreciation. Li Feng didn't know much about turning into a legendary Super Saiyan, and he was also a little worried about whether Kair would get out of control when he turned into a legendary Super Saiyan. Very well, Kyle, all you need to do now is transform into Super Saiyan form just like me. Bang! Li Feng immediately turned into a blonde Super Saiyan state, and the golden aura on his body flailed his teeth and claws. That, brother, how to change? Kair asked, also looking forward to it. If he can fight with Li Feng in the future, and he will not be held back. In Dragon Ball Super, Kyle seems to have become the legendary Super Saiyan through anger at Monkey King, but right now, he can't make Kyle angry. I can only try the transformation method of ordinary Super Saiyans in the 6th universe. You gather the chi behind your back. Li Feng said. Kair nodded, immediately clenched his fists, and tried to gather all the chi behind his back. Yay! The chi on Kair's body suddenly increased, and the surrounding air was also extremely dull, as if something terrible was about to come. And Li Feng also nodded, knowing that this method was feasible. Drink. Just when Li Feng thought that Kair was about to turn into a legendary Super Saiyan, Kair's just erupted qi instantly withered. Kair shook his head with some loss and said, "Brother, I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's okay. Kel, try more, you can, I believe you." Li Feng said with great belief. From the first attempt just now, Li Feng knew that he could become a Chuan Chao, but it was only a matter of time, and he didn't need any anger or the like. As long as he thoroughly mastered this method, he could transform. Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. I will work harder. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 058. Thank you, brother. Hearing Li Feng's evaluation of her, Kair was very happy, because no one had ever praised her so much before. Drink. Yikes. Kair gathered his qi again, gathering all the qi to his back, and in an instant, a huge force burst out from Kair's body. I saw that at this moment, Kair was full of light green breath, her eyes turned green, and her hair stood up, emitting a bright green light. Kair's transformation was successful, but although Kair's transformation was successful, Li Feng was worried that Kair would lose control. The so-called Super Saiyan in the cross, which is different from ordinary Super Saiyan, Chuan Super refers to a Super Saiyan who will appear in 1,000 years in the cross. This Saiyan is born with strong combat effectiveness, and as the age increases, its combat effectiveness will soar rapidly. However, precisely because the combat power skyrocketed too fast, Chuan Chao could hardly control his strength, thus becoming bloodthirsty and violent and belligerent, and he was an out-and-out battle maniac, and Broly in front was a typical example. Roar! Kair roared, she stretched out her hands to cover her head, the expression on her face seemed to be struggling, and she also had a trace of rage, but she seemed to be deliberately suppressing this bloodthirst, so it was very painful. After Kair became the legendary Super Saiyan, he was actually able to subconsciously restrain his violent state, which is good. Li Feng looked at Kair and said, as long as Kair has this consciousness, even if it doesn't work this time, after cultivation, he will definitely be able to completely control this power later. It's just that although Kair has this consciousness, it is replaced by fury in the next moment, and the terrifying look in her eyes replaces everything. Her autonomous consciousness has disappeared, and only the instinct to fight remains in her eyes. Roar! At this moment, Kair was like a raging beast, untamed, as if nothing could restrain her. Seeing Li Feng, he found his target and walked towards him. This is the instinct of the legendary Super Saiyan, and when they go crazy, only battle remains in their eyes. Li Feng waved his hand helplessly. It seems that this time only by knocking her unconscious can solve the problem. Drink. Yes. Li Feng instantly turned into Super Saiyan 2, and the blue arc around him kept flashing. Judging by the momentum, Kair at this time is even a little stronger than Broly in front. Of course, Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 form is also stronger than when he fought Broly before. Boom! With a large hand, a huge energy bomb instantly gathered, carrying endless bursting qi. Against Li Feng, it was like a cannonball, unstoppable. A fine light flashed in Li Feng's eyes. It just so happened that he had not fought in the Spirit Time House during this time, and at this moment, seeing Kair's appearance, he was full of fighting intent, and he came just right. A magic flash burst out instantly, carrying bursting energy, overwhelmingly sweeping towards Kel's energy bombs. Boom! The two energy bombs were combined, and the sound was like rolling thunder, resounding throughout the entire Spirit Time House world. The white world contrasts sharply with the billowing smoke. Fortunately, Boomer is not in the Spirit Time House during this time period. According to her statement, staying inside she is easy to get old, after all. A day outside is a year inside. Therefore, Li Feng can also let go of the battle. The next moment, Kai's figure instantly appeared in front of Li Feng, and a heavy punch slammed towards Li Feng. Bang! The two punches were combined, and the space seemed to shake. It is worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan, and it is really powerful. Again! Li Feng said excitedly. Under this punch, his instinct to fight was also stimulated, and his blood boiled. Bang! 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 The speed of the two is extremely fast, every punch collides, the surrounding space is constantly shaking, and the air is also rioting. And Kai is like a violent beast, the more he fights, the more excited he gets, and the stronger he fights. And Li Feng's combat power has also reached an intensity of 50 billion in the state of the second stage of the Super Saiyan, so he has been fighting with ease, but he also found that he did not expect that the legendary Super Saiyan could fight stronger and stronger in battle, although the increase was not so obvious. Gradually, Kai increased a lot of injuries, but her momentum did not weaken at all, but the more excited she became, the more powerful she was, the stronger the battle. Boom! The two energy bombs collided again, emitting a loud roar, and Kyle was forced to take a few steps back. It's over. Cal. Li Feng has almost finished fighting, but Kai doesn't seem to have the feeling of wanting to end yet. Even in the battle just now, she has suffered a lot of injuries, but the legendary Super Saiyan instinct has been supporting her to fight. Tornado Storm Fist. Li Feng's arm was instantly surrounded by a powerful energy, and then faintly formed an energy bullet full of sharp qi. And Kai also felt the threat of Li Feng's move, and the powerful air currents around her gathered above her, gradually forming a huge and incomparable energy bomb. And Li Feng looked at Kai's move. It was also strange. Could it be said that this move was exclusive to the legendary Super Saiyan? Drink! The energy bullet in Li Feng's hand shot out fiercely, like a dragon going out to sea, unstoppable. And Kai's huge energy bombs also swept over. Boom! With a loud bang, in the world of the White Spiritual Time House, a powerful mushroom cloud soared into the sky. And Li Feng's tornado storm fist did not stop at all, and the aftermath swept towards Kai. Boom! Kel's figure was instantly submerged in billowing smoke. The smoke and dust dispersed, and I saw that Kai had returned to its original size, and seeing this, Li Feng quickly went over and gave Kai a fairy bean. I saw that the scars on Kai's body disappeared instantly, and the lost physical strength was also made up. Kel's beautiful eyes opened, and she saw the familiar face of Li Feng, and said with a somewhat guilty smile, "Brother. I just didn't I?" Although during the battle, Kai had been replaced by Fury, but after waking up, she still remembered something, only knowing that she had fought fiercely with Li Feng. Li Feng smiled and said, "It's okay, you just need to slowly control this power." Kai nodded, and his eyes were full of determination. Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. I will work harder. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 059. Bun Mountain, a man in orange clothes was cultivating. Suddenly his face changed, looked at the sky, although the sky at this time was nothing, but his shocked expression was on his face. Well! What a strong breath! And so evil! The man's face turned pale, and he said to himself, this breath was even higher than the breath of Li Feng he met before, I don't know how many times. Dad, this breath! A teenager also seemed to notice something, and ran out in some panic. The man in orange nodded, showed a difficult smile and said, it seems that Gohan, this time there may be a very difficult battle, this breath makes me tremble. These two people are Sun Wukong father and son. Sun Wuhan is also very shocked, to know that his father has never said anything like being scared and trembling. He is excited to meet a master. It seems that this time is really difficult, the enemy is very strong. Let's go. Sun Gohan clenched his fists and said firmly. Sun Wukong thought about it and nodded. After all, if you don't give it a try, there is no hope at all. Phew! Phew! Immediately, two rays of light flew towards the distance. On the other side, Zidu, Brive's home, a proud man was cultivating fiercely in the gravity cultivation room, and at this time he also felt something, a little shocked. Well! What an evil breath! Vegeta, you said that if you practice day by day, you can't accompany me more? A girl said a little unhappy. I saw that this girl had slender and beautiful blonde hair, a white and soft purple hat on her head, a satchel pinned to her waist, and a bright red tight dress just set off the girl's soft and slender but delicate body, and a string of pearl necklaces around her neck, indicating that this girl's identity is either rich or noble. She is Boomer's sister, Tais, originally a novelist who travels in space, but meets Vegeta halfway through and returns to Earth with him. Humph! Verbose to death! Vegeta said arrogantly, but the solemn look on his face did not decrease. He originally thought that he would surpass Sun Wukong and Li Feng and others after breaking through the Super Saiyan, but at this moment, compared with this terrifying aura, he knew that he might be a little naive. Looking at your expression, is there something big? Tais saw Vegeta's serious expression and asked. There are powerful enemies. Vegeta dropped such a sentence, and instantly used the dance air technique to fly towards the distance. The angry Tais stomped her foot. Damn Vegeta, don't take me with you. At the same time, the Dragon Ball Z warriors who were in various places all felt this terrifying and extreme aura at the same time, although they were all frightened, but none of them fell, and all flew to the place closest to this breath. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to fight, and maybe there is a chance for a turn. Hey! Vegeta, you are also here, it seems that you have become a lot stronger during this time. Monkey King has already arrived, and when he sees Vegeta, he greets him. Vegeta saw Sun Wukong and said with an evil smile, that's of course, with my current strength, I have surpassed you, Kakarot. Although Vegeta said so on the surface, his eyes still schemed the sky from time to time. After all, this evil aura was too terrifying. At this time, Bike, Klin, Tianjin Fan and others also rushed over. Uncle Vic, you're here too. Son Gohan greeted everyone. And Vegeta looked at these people with a disdainful look. Cut! If you don't have the ability, don't come here and drag your feet. Vegeta said, as if he were the protagonist here. Humph, Vegeta, I don't know where you got such a big breath. Vic couldn't stand it anymore and replied. And the corner of Vegeta's mouth crossed an arc and said, Humph, wait a minute, you will know who is the strongest Super Saiyan. Since he returned from cultivation, he has become more and more arrogant. Humph. I'll take a look. Vic said coldly with his hands in his arms. Wukong, did you say that Li Feng didn't come? Klin looked around, and did not see Li Feng's figure, but he knew that Li Feng was powerful, even Sun Wukong was not Li Feng's opponent, and it would be no problem to have Li Feng there. Sun Wukong touched his head and said, I don't know this, I haven't seen him since the last time. Humph. I advise you not to think that people will come to solve the problem, he has already traveled to the universe, so at this moment, we can only rely on ourselves. No, rely on me Vegeta. Vegeta said arrogantly. Goku, are you sure? Klin asked, after all, Sun Wukong has always been their savior. To be honest, this time the enemy is far stronger than we imagined, so I am not sure at all. Sun Wukong said helplessly, but the fighting intent in his eyes is indeed stronger, and he is very excited to fight with such a powerful guy. It's over. This time it may really be over. Klin said very pessimistically, but he didn't expect that Li Feng was not there, and Sun Wukong was not sure, and then he thought that he was not married, and he only felt that life was full of despair. At this moment, outside the Earth's atmosphere, a huge spacecraft is slowly approaching. Lord Broly, there is the Earth ahead, do you want to enter the Earth's atmosphere? Standing in front of the glass door, Gula pointed to a blue planet in front of him and said. Broly hugged his hands and said, Earth, I really want to see the power of these ordinary scions, I hope you don't let me down. His eyes are full of evil, and his first step in ruling the universe begins with the Earth, so he even has a feeling of impatience. Now Broly is very confident in his strength, as long as he makes a move, no one can beat him. And the eyes of Gula behind him are full of anger, as if he can't wait to smash this Broly corpse into 10,000 pieces. This is obviously his spaceship, at this moment he actually has to bow down like this. Don't let him wait for the opportunity, Gula thought viciously. Give me full speed. Broly stepped forward and said. Sun Wukong frowned, looked at the sky, and said, They are coming. Immediately, everyone present had solemn faces. This kind of terrifying chi was not there when facing Frisia before. I don't know if I can survive in this battle. Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. I will work harder. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 060. A huge spaceship slowly landed on the ground, and in an instant, the warriors of the group were extremely solemn, looking at the spaceship. How did it feel? A little similar to the spaceship of Frisia in front. Bang! The door of the spaceship opened, and a group of cosmic people poured out, and then a figure similar to Frisia came out. Frisia! Sun Wukong said with some surprise. Kakarot, that's not Frisia, look at his color. Vegeta looked at Gula and gritted his teeth. And Sun Wukong looked at the color of Gula and determined that it was not Frisia, but it looked so similar to Frisia, it was not a good thing to think about. And Sun Gohan and Bik and the others are extremely dignified, and the breath they perceive is not only this, but also the other is called terror. This sense of oppression is simply breathless. Bang! Bang! A tall man walked out, giving people an extremely domineering feeling. It was Broly. Oh! It turns out that you are all here, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Wuhan, Bike, Klin, Tianjin Rice, Yamcha. Nice to meet you guys. Broly looked around at everyone and said with an evil smile. What? How do you know our name? Look at the way you look, you're Scion too. Monkey King pointed at Broly and said. Ha ha ha, of course I'm a Scion, and I'm many times stronger than you guys don't know. I'm the legendary Super Saiyan who only appeared in 1,000 years. Broly said arrogantly. What? The legendary Super Saiyan? When Vegeta heard this, his face turned a little pale. Vegeta, what is the legendary Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked inexplicably. Vegeta said solemnly, in the history of the Saiyan, every 1,000 years will appear the strongest super soldier in the universe. He is bloodthirsty and violent and belligerent, with extremely terrifying combat power. This is the kind of Super Saiyan rumored to be the same. Unlike our ordinary Saiyan, the legendary Super Saiyan combat power increases with age, and will also increase combat effectiveness when fighting. And Vegeta felt this sense of oppression from the bloodline from Broly's body. There should be no mistake. What is the purpose of your coming here? Monkey King pointed at Broly and asked. Ha ha ha, my purpose? Of course, my purpose is to rule the earth first, and then dominate the universe. How about it, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, are you interested in being my subordinate? Broly said with a smile, pretending to be extremely successful at the moment, and his heart was even more proud. Haha, it seems that a battle is inevitable. Sun Wukong endured this sense of oppression and smiled with difficulty. Even if you're a legendary Super Saiyan? Still not my Super Vegeta's opponent. Vegeta endured the oppression and cried out. Oh? Vegeta? Haha, but against you, if you need me to make a move, let this frozen demon clan play with you. Broly glanced at Gula and gestured. It's easy. The corner of Gura's mouth crossed an arc, although he was not happy with Broly, but it was not bad to be able to abuse these Scions at the moment. He couldn't beat Broly, couldn't he abuse these Scions? And Broly hugged his hands, looking at a few people with interest. He wanted to see how much the strength of these guys has improved now. And Sun Wukong, how does he feel that he is much weaker than the last time? Is he hiding his combat effectiveness? Broly had seen their battle on the planet New Vegeta before. And the strength shown by Monkey King at that time defeated Broly's original body, which is why Broly is today. Of course, Broly would not have thought that Li Feng in front of him and the current Monkey King were not the same person. It's just a doubt. Boom. You must have killed my stupid brother Frieza. Gula smiled and walked out. The momentum on his body was as terrifying. Vegeta, let me come. Sun Wukong said with some excitement. For the strong, he always can't suppress his belligerent blood. And Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, less verbose, cockroach. I didn't kill Frieza with my own hands earlier, this guy will be handed over to me to deal with, you must not interfere. Looking at Vegeta's persistence, Sun Wukong did not intervene, but just observed the guy named Broly. He seemed to hide endless energy. If he fought, he might not be able to destroy the earth. Dad, that guy named Broly feels so strong. Sun Gohan held back his trembling and said towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded and didn't say anything. And the battle between Gula and Vegeta is about to begin. Boom. You must be Prince Vegeta who worked under my brother earlier. Why, it's a shame now, isn't it? Gula has seen Vegeta before, so wouldn't it be cooler to take the opportunity to insult him and then abuse Vegeta? Haha. Don't you know, Gura, Vegeta, can also become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta said incomprehensibly. Drink. Yes. Vegeta drank loudly, and then a huge aura rose up into the sky, and in an instant, he turned into a blonde Super Saiyan. The golden arrogance filled the whole body, and the momentum was incomparable. Hey? When will Vegeta also be able to turn into a Super Saiyan? Vic said with some shock. And Monkey King feels taken for granted. With Vegeta's arrogant nature, how could he be willing to lag behind? Boom. Isn't it just a different color? At the end of the day, you're just a Saiyan monkey. Gula looked at Vegeta's appearance, not much shock, but a little contemptuous, but he had seen the power of the Super Saiyan in Broly's legend. How could he value Vegeta's unruly transformation? Look down on people less, suffer death. Vegeta was furious and rushed directly towards Gula. Boom. The two heavy punches were clashed, and both of them were shocked back a few steps, a little surprised by the strength of the other party. I didn't expect that you Saiyan monkey has some strength, but unfortunately, it's not my opponent. Gula is still smiling sinisterly. Find death. Vegeta saw that Gula still looked like this, and rushed towards Gula again. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of punches, and the sound of fierce battle resounded all around. Son Gohan looked at the fighting Vegeta and said, Uncle Vegeta is so powerful. P.S. Please collect and ask for flowers, thank you greatly. Chapter 061. It seems that Vegeta has been practicing hard all this time, and he is about to catch up with me. Monkey King looked at Vegeta's battle with Gula and said. I saw that the speed of Vegeta and Gula was getting faster and faster, and the strength in his hand was heavier than a punch. Unlike in the original work, Vegeta was stronger than in the original work, otherwise how could he be on par with Gula so easily now? You know, the current Gula is under his fourth layer transformation. Gula was also surprised. Could it be that these Saiyans were the nemesis of their frozen demon race? How can an ordinary Saiyan be able to tie with him? Is it because he hasn't been out of the mountains for a long time and can't catch up with the development of the times? Ha ha ha! Emperor Gula of the universe is just that. Vegeta is getting more and more excited. For the guise of the frozen demon clan, he has long been unaccustomed to it. Originally there was no chance after the death of Frieza and King Kurdish, but I didn't expect another Gula to come out today. Boom! Bang! Bang! The battle between the two could not help but make the surrounding air riot, as if it was about to explode. Well! So strong! Worthy of Vegeta! Klin seemed to see some hope, and said with some joy, as long as the strength Vegeta showed, the greater the chance that they would survive. Bang! In the moment when Gula didn't pay attention, Vegeta slammed a heavy punch on Gula's body. Gula's face changed, and his body was shot straight into the distance. Boom! Smashed into a hill, and in an instant, the hill was full of cracks. And Vegeta didn't give Gula a chance to breathe, and the next moment Vegeta's figure appeared in front of Gula again. Kick it hard! It's just that when Vegeta was about to kick Gula, the corner of Gula's mouth instantly cut an arc, and his hands grabbed Vegeta's feet. What? Vegeta was shocked, but he didn't expect that this Gula would actually be able to react in an instant. And Gula pulled Vegeta's foot and instantly threw Vegeta out fiercely. You know, our frozen demon clan is not such a bully. Death Beam! Against the body of the flying Vegeta, Gula bombarded it fiercely with a death beam. Abominable! I'm Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyan clan, how can I lose? Drink! Vegeta stabilized his figure and instantly shot out an energy bullet, which slammed into the death beam. Boom! Gula didn't expect that Vegeta would be able to react in an instant. Gura's eyes narrowed, and the next moment he appeared in front of Vegeta, and hit Vegeta again with a heavy punch, and the fist wind whistled in the air. Boom! The two collided again, as if the air had frozen. Drink! Yes! Vegeta raised his chi to the highest, punching harder than punching, only hitting Gula with a numb, and the power coming from his hand made him feel like he had broken bones. Are Saiyans all devils? How can a dog next to his brother, who was once inconspicuous, be so powerful? Bang! Bang! Gula's body was hard hit by Vegeta dozens of punches, and the scars on his body began to increase. Boom! Gula was shot away again, and at this moment he was already a little embarrassed, gasping for breath and saying, "Damn Saiyan monkey, give me death." Saying that, black air currents gushed out from his body, and soon formed a huge, black energy bomb. Looking at Vegeta, his eyes were sharp, and he struck out fiercely. He wanted Vegeta to die. Planet Annihilation Bomb! Roar! Seeing this, Vegeta said with a smile, "Are all of you frozen demon clans like this? Can't beat it, just use this trick?" It's just that Vegeta has no fear at all, and he quickly gathers energy in his hands. Afterburner! Vegeta drank loudly, and an energy bombardment blasted out. Boom! The two energy bombs collided with each other, instantly causing a huge explosion. And Gura's face changed, and Vegeta's energy bomb actually partially penetrated his planetary annihilation bomb and swept towards him fiercely. But at the moment he had no time to resist. Boom! Gula's body was shot off like a cannonball and smashed to the ground. Poof! Gula was pale, gasping for breath, embarrassed, and it was clear that he had lost. Worthy of Vegeta! Sun Wukong watched Gula being defeated and said happily, "Of course, this was also expected by him." Seeing Gura's defeat, a killing intent flashed on Broly's face and said, "It's really useless waste, so, you go and die." Immediately with a big hand, a powerful attraction directly sucked Gula's body over. Gula is very scared, but he can't control his body at all. You know, this guy in front of him is the real existence that is more terrifying than the devil. The next moment, Broly was already pinching Gula's neck, and his terrifying eyes seemed to be looking at a dead man. For Broly, useless waste should not remain in this world. Gula was dumbfounded and said, "Lord Broly, you..." Before Gula finished speaking, Broly directly cut off Gula's neck, and then threw it into the sky, and a huge energy bomb slammed in. Gura's body was also submerged in the explosion. Boom! A generation of Cosmic Emperor Gula, fallen. Klin and the others were frightened by Broly's action, Broly was cruel and easy to kill, but he didn't expect that even his own subordinates were not spared. And Vegeta and Sun Wukong are secretly vigilant. It's nothing to Diagura, maybe the next one will be one of them. After Broly killed Gula, he looked at Sun Wukong and the others, and said lightly, "You might as well go together. I definitely don't mind killing a few more people." Broly's words are very arrogant, but also very realistic. His strength is so strong, and the strongest of Sun Wukong and the others is just an ordinary Super Saiyan. How can it be compared to his legendary Super Saiyan? Abominable. Kakarot, it looks like we're going to fight together. Vegeta endured the oppression and gritted his teeth. Yes. This guy can't deal with it alone. Sun Wukong was also pale, and his eyes looked at Broly solemnly. This Broly was too terrible. Yes. Then let's go together. At this time, the warriors such as Baek, Sun Wuhan, Klin, Tianjin Rice, Yamcha, and others also stood with them, although their strength was low, but they would not back down. Dear readers, please help order the collection and flowers. I will work harder. Your support is my motivation to continue writing. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 062. Drink. Yes. Sun Wukong drank loudly, and instantly golden aura filled his body, and a huge momentum rose up into the sky, but despite this, his eyes were still full of vigilance, mainly because the oppression of Broly in front of him was too uncomfortable. And Broly looked at everyone, his eyes were full of contempt, and at this moment, he was even more proud, as if he was the master of this world. What protagonist Sun Wukong, none of them are his opponents. So, let's see the transformation of the real legendary Super Saiyan. The corner of Broly's mouth cut an arc, and immediately, the entire ground began to shake. With Broly as the center, countless air currents swept in, shocking the world. What? How? It will be so powerful. The proud Vegeta has an inexplicable sense of fear at the moment. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Can they really beat it? Vegeta, who was originally very confident, actually felt a trembling feeling after feeling Broly's power. The same is true of all those present. Drink? Yes. It is even more majestic and earth-shattering than the momentum of Sun Wukong's transformation, like a desolate beast, giving people a primitive and terrifying aura. Broly's body was gradually filled with green aura, as if he was like a demon god who could not be approached. The terrifying eyes looked at everyone, like a beast seeing its own prey, full of killing meaning. Ha ha ha! You see, this is my legendary Super Saiyan. If you know it well, surrender to me, otherwise, today is your time of death. Broly rose into the air and said in a condescending manner, at this moment, he really regarded himself as the master of the world. Ha ha ha! Sure enough, it's the legendary Super Saiyan. It's a sense of fear like never before. Sun Wukong stared at Broly coldly, smiling with difficulty, although his face was a little painful, but his eyes were burning with fire. Drink? Come on! Sun Wukong drank loudly, rushed towards Broly first, and slammed into it. Vegeta was not far behind, and as soon as he exploded, a golden light came straight to him. We're on too! Son Gohan, Klin, and the others also rushed up. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you little bugs actually dare to resist, then, die. The cruel smile on Broly's face was fleeting, and immediately, there was a movement. With a big hand, he directly grabbed Vegeta's hard blow with his left hand, and grabbed Sun Wukong's heavy punch with his right hand, which smoothly made the two unable to move. The next moment, the bodies of the two were blown straight away and smashed into the mountain. Bang! Smoke and dust, cracking mountains. The next moment, Sun Wuhan, Tianjin Rice, Klin, Baek, Yamcha, and others also came head-on, but when facing the 5 people, Broly didn't even blink his eyes, as if he was swatting a fly, and with one hand, the bodies of the 5 people shot out in all directions like cannonballs. Just a light blow already shows the gap between them. Abominable! Sun Wukong exploded again. In his eyes, there was no retreat, and fighting with the strong was something he had been pursuing. Get up, soar into the air, shrink your pupils, and attack Broly again. Monkey King. It's time to show your last power. Broly said with a bloodthirsty smile. In the last battle, he had always been in mind, so he had a feeling of anticipation. And Sun Wukong has reached Broly, and instantly used the speed flow of play. One punch is faster than one punch, and the strength is also one punch heavier. How? Do you only have this little power? What a disappointment to me! Broly said disdainfully, and all of Sun Wukong's attacks were actually lightly dissolved by Broly. For him, Sun Wukong was too weak. With a big hand, directly hold Sun Wukong's head, and press straight down. Boom! Sun Wukong's head was directly pressed into the ground, and immediately, Broly even slid a distance before pressing the edge of Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong was also struggling hard, but Broly's strength was so strong that his Super Saiyan strength couldn't break free. Boom! At this moment, an energy bombardment hit Broly fiercely. Broly frowned, feeling a slight burning pain coming from behind, feeling very unhappy, actually sneaking up on him. Let go of the hand holding Sun Wukong, and turned to see that Vegeta is gasping for air and looking at him. You! This monster! Kakarot can only be destroyed by my Prince Vegeta, what are you? Humph! You actually dare to talk to me like this, you are really impatient. Broly grinned, he didn't expect that this Vegeta would actually dare to say such a big thing when he was dying. The eyes narrowed, and the figure instantly disappeared in place. Vegeta's pupils shrank, and a strong sense of crisis hit him. Not good. Vegeta couldn't react, and was directly slammed behind by a heavy punch, and his body instantly shot out like an off-string bow and arrow. Slammed on the ground, and in an instant, the ground cracked around and smoke rose up. Abominable! Magic Flash! Son Gohan also got up, and it was a magic flash at Broly. Magic Flash! Turtle Sect Kigong Wave! Kigong Cannon! Bombs! All the fighters have used their strongest tricks. Several energies surrounded each other and eventually fused together to form a huge energy bomb that swept towards Broly. Oh! I didn't expect you little bugs to die yet. Broly grinned, as if he didn't pay attention to everyone's attack at all, nor did he make any movements, as if he wanted to use his body to block this move. The energy bullet was fast and hit Broly's body. Boom! A sound that resounded through the sky erupted, billowing smoke rose into the sky, and Broly's body was submerged in smoke. Seeing this, Klin said with some joy, Cheng. Was it successful? No. This injury can't hurt him at all. Vic looked solemnly at the billowing smoke in front of him and said. Purr. Son Gohan swallowed, looked ahead with some fear, and said, He's out. I saw that in the billowing smoke, a tall figure slowly walked out, it turned out to be Broly, and he had no scars at all. You hurt this little bit, it doesn't hurt. Thank you very much, I need your support and motivation when I can't write anymore. Chapter 063. What? How come? Tianjin Rice is a little dazzled, can they resist such an enemy? It was already an all-out blow just now, but it hit the enemy, and it was not able to cause the enemy a single damage. Ha ha ha! You guys are really tenacious. It seems that all the anime I used to watch are true, but I hate your method of hitting stones with pebbles. Broly laughed bloodthirstily, everyone was so vulnerable in front of him. It is said that Son Gohan, your talent is the strongest, presumably you can't become a Super Saiyan now. Otherwise, I'll help you. Broly thought of something, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Instead, he wanted to see what the warrior known as the strongest warrior of the Dragon Ball Z monobody would reach after extreme anger. Immediately, a big hand was aimed at Vic, and a powerful attraction went directly towards Vic attack. What? Vic was pale, and the next moment, his body could no longer control it, and he was sucked by Broly. Uncle Bike! Seeing this, Son Gohan slammed dozens of energy bombs at Broly. Bang! 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 And hitting Broly, as if it didn't hurt or itch, couldn't do a little harm. The next moment, Broly had already pinched Bike's neck, looked at Son Gohan and said, "Son Gohan, hurry up and show your talent, ha ha ha. You let go of Uncle Bike." Son Gohan said dumbfounded, "You know, Vic is his most important master." And Klin and the others were also completely shocked. This Broly is too terrifying, just the suction can catch Bike, if they are, where can they stop it? Click! Broly moved his big hand, a cruel smile on his face, and Vic was instantly choked off his neck. Vic's figure fell to the ground weakly, and the next moment, an energy bomb directly flooded this Vic figure. Vic is a Nami nemesis, as long as the core part is not damaged, he can be reborn, which Broly knows, so he brutally blows Vic to pieces. "Uncle Bike! You bastard thing!" The anger in Son Gohan's eyes at this time was burning endlessly, and his whole body was exposed, looking at Broly, as if he wanted to kill Broly in the next moment. Unforgivable! 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 Son Gohan gritted his teeth and said, and around him, countless air currents swept up, surrounding Son Gohan. The momentum on Son Gohan's body soared into the sky, which actually made Klin and his group next to him feel shaky. Golden air currents began to gush out from Son Gohan's body, merging with the surrounding air currents, full of explosiveness. Ha ha ha! Not bad! Not bad! Finally someone who can pass two tricks with me. Broly looked at the changes in Son Gohan and said with a smile. Son Gohan's monstrous anger at this time has already increased his combat effectiveness endlessly, even surpassing Sun Wukong and Vegeta just now. And Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground at this time, also felt the powerful aura of Sun Wuhan and said, "Gohan! Rise! Kill him! Unforgivable! You bastard thing! Give me death!" Son Gohan's figure moved, and the next moment he came to Broly, and punched Broly's chest fiercely. Poof! Broly was directly beaten. Son Gohan's speed and strength were very strong, and in an instant, dozens of punches hit Broly. Drink! Ha! Ha! It's like a blacksmith striking iron, out of control. Boom! An energy bombardment bombarded Broly's body fiercely, and Broly was instantly hit by the energy bomb and flew into the mountain. Of course. This is not over. How can Son Gohan's monstrous anger subside so easily? Drink! Yes! Son Gohan exploded again, and as soon as the prince's battle method appeared, dozens of energy bombs swept towards Broly. Boom! Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose up into the sky, and the whole earth trembled non-stop. Chang! It worked? Klin held back and looked at the big explosion in front of him, thinking that Broly had been buried in it. No. Broly's chi is still there, to be precise, it has not decreased at all. At this moment, Sun Wukong has taken off into the air, with a solemn look on his face. Damn guy, actually beat Prince Ben Vegeta so badly. Vegeta also took to the skies. At this time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were injured a lot, but they didn't care about the injury at all, because Broly was not dead yet. At this moment, the golden arrogance on Sun Wuhan's body was dancing with teeth and claws, and his body was burning with endless anger. Ha ha ha! It's so cool, it's so cool! Broly's voice came from the smoke, like an untamed beast, shocking. It's not that he can't block Son Gohan's attack, he just wants to feel how much the power of the extremely angry Son Gohan can reach. The smoke and dust dispersed, and although Broly's body was a little dirty, his breath was still not the slightest disorder. Very good. It is worthy of Son Gohan. It's a pity that you met the legendary Super Saiyan who met once in 1,000 years, ha ha ha. Seeing that Broly actually had no scars at all, Son Gohan's anger was even worse. Damn guys! You give me death! With that, the figure disappeared in place again. Let's go to Vegeta! Sun Wukong shouted, and immediately rushed towards Broly. Cut! Vegeta took a sip, burst out with momentum, and bombarded Broly fiercely. Bang! 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 The attack speed of the three Super Saiyans is extremely fast, and one punch is heavier than the other. It is said that two fists are difficult to fight with four hands, but at this moment in Broly, it has not been verified at all. He actually blocked all the attacks of the three of them. Abominable! Son Gohan began to recover his sanity from the endless anger, but he didn't expect that this Broly was so strong that the three Super Saiyans couldn't help him. Abominable! We couldn't help much though. But, let's go to Tianjin Fan said, and immediately burst into flames. Immediately, the six joined forces and besieged Broly, but he was still at ease and did not panic because of the increase in numbers. Ha ha ha! So cool! The feeling of being besieged by so many people. Broly smiled evilly, as if all their attacks were just tickling him. P.S. Dear readers, help with the collection and flowers, thank you, I can't hold on. Chapter 064. These six people, placed on the Earth, are already the top combat power of the Earth at this stage. If they can't stop Broly, then the Earth will really perish. It's just that the siege of the strongest six people, Broly is still at ease, as if he has endless strength. Humph! Is that all you have to do? That was so disappointing. Broly sneered, and immediately, with Broly as the center, a huge gas bomb instantly exploded. Boom! 6 people were directly shocked. Like Klin, Tianjin Rice, and Yamcha, the 3 people with low strength were directly smashed on the ground. Only the 3 Super Saiyans of Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta barely stabilized their figures. Abominable! Is the legendary Super Saiyan really that strong? Vegeta's eyes were full of endless anger, and he stared at Broly fiercely and said, Abominable! Roar! Son Gohan drank loudly, and the breath of his whole body erupted again, and he bombarded Broly again regardless of his injuries. Damn it! You can only go on, drink! Sun Wukong also drank loudly and bombarded towards Broly again. Bang! 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 The 3 of them instantly trapped Broly in the middle again, and all kinds of moves came out, just wanting to top Broly to death. Ha ha ha! Useless ordinary Saiyan, how can I Broly be compared to you? Broly burst out laughing. A punch blasted out, straight to Son Gohan, and Son Gohan's body instantly fell straight down. Then he kicked and flew Vegeta, and Vegeta's body was instantly shot away like a cannonball. And Broly even grabbed Sun Wukong's leg, threw it twice in the air, and then threw it to the ground. Bang! Boom! The ground was smashed again. Poof! Ahem! Cough! Cough! Sun Wukong spat out blood, his face was pale, and he was gasping for breath. He was almost exhausted, but now Broly seemed to have nothing at all. Ahem! Cough! Only with. That's a move! Sun Wukong gasped and said to himself, and then, staggered to his feet. Yuan Chi Bomb, this is Sun Wukong's last trick. It is also his last whole card. If this trick is useless, then their fate is only death. The Yuan Chi Bomb is Sun Wukong's most powerful move, developed by the King of the Northern Realm, which requires both hands to raise and absorb the vitality of all living beings, condense into a huge energy ball and attack the opponent. Once you hit your opponent, if your opponent's evil heart is stronger, the more powerful it is, and you can hit your opponent until there is no slag left. Ahem! Cough! Sun Wukong gasped, and then, he soared into the air, his hands raised, as if something had gathered. Humph! Is it really going to use the Genki bomb? Then let me see the power of your strongest Genki bomb. Unlike ordinary villains, Broly is very confident in his strength. Moreover, after fighting for so long, he has not even used the legendary Super Saiyan Second Order, so he is not afraid of the so-called Genki bomb at all. Broly hugged his hands, his face was full of disdain, as if at this moment, he was the protagonist of this world, and I was invincible. All things in the world, please give me a little bit of the vitality in your body, the earth is in danger. Sun Wukong gasped and said with his eyes closed. At this moment, starting from the people on the earth, the vitality gradually emanated from them, and immediately, all of them flew towards Sun Wukong's side. Whether it is the ocean, the earth, the forest, the mountains, animals, plants, all of them exude countless vitality. It's all overwhelming. Moisture. Crackle. On Sun Wukong's hands, a huge and incomparable Yuan Qi bomb gradually formed, flashing lightning from time to time. The white Yuan Qi bomb gives people a feeling of pure and terrifying energy, as if all the evil in the world will be dissipated in front of this Yuan Qi bomb. Come on! Goku! Klin endured the pain and looked at Sun Wukong, who was gathering vitality bombs, and said, but he couldn't help anything now, and at that moment, he raised his hand to Sun Wukong and flew all his remaining strength towards Sun Wukong. Abominable! Kaka! Lot! This is my power! Vegeta is also having a hard time teleporting the only power he has to the Monkey King. Dad! Come on! Sun Gohan also raised his hand and gave his remaining strength to Sun Wukong. And Tianjin Rice, Yamcha was the same, raised his hand, and transmitted all his remaining power to Sun Wukong. Various forces spread to Sun Wukong, and Sun Wukong opened his eyes sharply, his eyes flashing with light. Drink! Yes! The huge Yuan Qi bomb was struck out by Sun Wukong, like Mars hitting the earth, and swept towards Broly. Ha ha ha! Just right, let me Broly take a look at how strong your so-called trick is. Not only was Broly not afraid, but excited, and the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline flowing in his body was boiling at this time. Drink! Yes! Broly exploded again, and immediately, countless air currents gathered in the sky above him, and soon formed a huge energy bomb. Drink! Blasted out by Broly. The huge Genki bomb collided with Broly's energy bomb. The whole place was instantly shrouded in a dazzling light, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside at all. To Broly's surprise, the Genki bomb, which was originally despised by him, showed the power that shocked him at this moment. What? Broly was a little surprised, knowing that just now he had used the strongest power of the first stage of his legendary Super Saiyan. How could it be? I saw that the Yuan Qi bomb directly crushed his energy bomb, and it was crushing him overwhelmingly at the moment. Abominable! Is it really necessary to use the power of the second stage? Broly was shocked, but he didn't expect that the Genki bomb was really like the legend, able to leapfrog the battle. Drink! Yes! Broly's hands instantly gathered huge energy and pushed towards the Yuan Qi bomb. Drink! Yes! I saw that the huge Yuan Qi bomb gradually engulfed Broly's figure. Boom! The huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and in an instant, there was smoke and dust all around, and 5 fingers could not be seen. A strong explosion sounded in the sky. P.S. All readers are big, help to point the collection and flowers, anyway, it is free, you order me to know how many people are still supporting me, your support is my biggest motivation, thank you. Merry Christmas! Chapter 065. The smoke and dust in the sky dispersed, and Sun Wukong was already exhausted, gasping for breath, looking ahead, and a difficult smile appeared on his face. Ahem! Cough! Now, it should be a success. At this moment, he has no strength at all, if another enemy comes, it will definitely be him who will be beaten. What? Sun Wukong's expression instantly became solemn. An evil aura struck again in an instant at this time, covering the entire earth, stronger than the previous one. Ha ha ha! Monkey King, your Yuan Chi bomb is just that. Broly's voice was like a devil, reaching Sun Wukong's ears, and Sun Wukong instantly showed a terrified expression. Is this guy a monster? Looking ahead, he saw Broly's figure appear in place. Although there were some slight scars on his body, Broly's chi was even bigger than just now, I don't know how many times. Crackle! Blue arcs of electricity kept surrounding Broly, and his green aura was like a raging fire, even more domineering. How can it be? Sun Wukong was shocked. He couldn't have imagined that someone could carry his Yuan Chi bomb hard, and then nothing happened at all. Ha 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 ha, can it only be said that it is worthy of being the protagonist? Your vitality bullet is indeed very strong. If I hadn't broken through the legendary Super Saiyan, I might have really died in your move, but I am a character who broke through the second order of the legendary Super Saiyan, unprecedented. Broly's devilish laughter resounded in the sky, shocking the hearts of everyone present. Ha ha! Seemingly. It seems that this time the earth is really finished. Sun Wukong said with difficulty, his body was already shaky at the moment, as if he had no strength at all. Ha ha ha! The thrill of killing the protagonist is really exciting to think about. Broly had a cruel expression on his face, as if he was enjoying it. Moisture. An energy bomb appeared in Broly's palm, filled with a bursting aura. Goodbye, the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Son Goku. Immediately, he struck out fiercely towards Sun Wukong, and although Sun Wukong wanted to block it, his body could no longer support him. Close your eyes and wait for death to come. Boom! An explosion sounded, but Sun Wukong did not feel the slightest pain, opened his eyes, and found a woman in black standing in front of him. The breath is somewhat similar to Broly's. Listen to my brother, there is a person who looks exactly like him, it seems to be right. The woman in black looked at Broly in front of her vigilantly, but said to Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong was relieved to see that someone finally appeared to stop Broly, and his body could no longer support it and fell. Hey? Who are you? Dare to stop me? Broly saw that someone had actually blocked his energy bullet, and said with some dissatisfaction, he would not show mercy to those who blocked him. My mission is to kill you. The woman in black said coldly. Oh? Ha ha ha, it's up to you? It's good that you were able to block my blow just now, but don't think you can beat me, you know, I'm a legendary Super Saiyan, ha ha ha. Broly hugged his hands, and the whole person was arrogant to the extreme, as if he had heard some joke, and laughed. Even the protagonist is not his opponent, who else can stop him? Exactly, so am I. The woman in black is Kair. After more than a year of cultivation and enlightenment, she is no longer as timid as before. But a cold temperament has replaced her. Drink? Yes. In an instant, countless air currents swept in, and the endless green flames of Kair's body gushed out, and the momentum of the whole person underwent earth-shaking changes at this moment. Boom! I saw that Kair's body was full of green chi, the same teeth and claws, but she had not yet reached the level of Broly, and there were less surging arcs around her body, just the first stage of the legendary Super Saiyan. What? How so? How can there be a second legendary Super Saiyan in the world of Dragon Ball? Broly was shocked, although this power did not reach his level, it was undoubtedly a legendary Super Saiyan. This can't be. The legendary Super Saiyan only appeared in 1,000 years, who are you? Although Broly was under no pressure on his strength, he couldn't understand how there would be a second legendary Super Saiyan appearing. Was this insulting his intelligence? But this is not to blame Broly, after all, his original spacetime is different from the spacetime where Li Feng is located, just as Dragon Ball Z, and the Dragon Ball GT and Dragon Ball Super in the back he has never heard of it. So, How could he possibly know that there was a sixth universe and the existence of another legendary super scion? Humph, you don't know more. Kyra smiled coldly, although she knew that she was not necessarily the opponent of this guy in front of her, but Li Feng was nearby, so she didn't have a trace of fear at all. She only believed that Li Feng was an invincible existence, and the guy in front of her was just for her to practice. In the air not far away, Li Feng also looked at the situation here. He heard Broly's words, and said to himself very suspiciously, "Are there other crossers?" Originally, he was still full of puzzlement about Broly's resurrection. It stands to reason that that level of attack, no matter how strong Broly is, he should also die, and at this moment, combined with this Broly's statement, Li Feng gradually figured out a little. This guy is definitely a traverser. Moreover, he has unleashed the potential of Broly's horror to reach this unique realm. If he hadn't reached Super Saiyan 4, he might have had a headache, but right now, he was able to use the power of Super Saiyan 4 as he wanted, so he wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, maybe the power of Super Saiyan 3 is enough. This Broly can't stay. Li Feng thought to himself, not to mention that there can only be one crosser. More importantly, this Broly is fond of killing and becoming a demon. Although Li Feng is not afraid of killing, but he also does not want to make a mess of the earth. Broly has already been marked with a mortal mark in Li Feng's eyes, but he doesn't need to make a move now, just enough to let Kyra experience a real battle. Wrap your hands around and watch the big battle that the two are about to begin. Thank you for your support and my motivation to write. Chapter 066. Ha ha ha. No matter where you came out of the legendary Super Saiyan, in front of me Broly, you are vulnerable. Broly said disdainfully, even if the other party is a legendary Super Saiyan, what can he do? He has reached the second level of Chuan Chao. I saw Kyra's eyes narrowed, his fist clenched, and a strong airflow swept up, and the whole person shot out like an off-string arrow. Then I'll play with you. Broly's pupils shrank and said a little arrogantly. Bang! Kyra's speed was extremely fast, and he instantly punched out, with endless strength, and the air was filled with violent explosions. The two fists collided, and Kyle's body was shocked back dozens of steps, while Broly was still in place. Take a look, this is the gap between you and me. Broly looked at Kel and said lightly. Kyra was a little shocked, but the fighting spirit in her eyes was stronger, her blood was boiling, and the blood of the Scions filled her with a desire to fight. The golden aura not only did not decrease, but swelled even more. It's like adding fuel to the fire, out of control. Come again. Drink. Kel gulped, and immediately, attacked Broly again. And Broly also has a fighting intent in his eyes, which is interesting, otherwise it is like dealing with Sun Wukong and others just now, it is completely an abusive existence. Bang! 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 The two collided dozens of punches in an instant, and the speed was so fast that the shadow could not be seen, and the surrounding space seemed to be shaking constantly. It seems that this Broly origin is not simple. To be able to break through to this realm in such a short time. Li Feng hugged his hands and watched the battle between the two, a little serious. Boom! Boom! Two green flames collided together countless times, the entire earth was trembling violently, the air was whistling, and the two legendary Super Saions were fighting, terrifying. However, gradually, it can already be clearly seen who is stronger and weaker. After all, Kyle is only the first stage of the Super Pass, and Broly is already the legendary Super Saiyan second stage, originally pressed and beaten, and now Kyle has added a lot of injuries. Boom! Kyra's body was like a cannonball, shot away, and smashed into a mountain, and the mountain instantly cracked. Ha ha ha! That's the gap between you and me, how? Still fighting? Broly said disdainfully, it seems that the ultimate is just a legendary Super Saiyan who has not yet grown up, and he is really one in the sky and the other in the ground. Ahem! Cough! Kair climbed out of the mountain and soared into the air, his face a little pale, and he gasped for air. Looking at Broly, he was very unwilling. Abominable! Eat my trick! Kair exclaimed. I saw countless air currents sweeping in, rotating in Kair's hands, and the majestic and bursting energy streaked by from time to time. The power of the wind is full of energy, and its sharpness is indestructible. This is the move Kair learned from Li Feng. Broly's strength is so strong, she can be regarded as seeing it today. With her current strength, she is not his opponent at all, but in today's battle, she also discovered which reverse direction she should go in the future. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, and so is she, and the realm that Broly can reach, she can also do, even surpass him. Tornado Storm Fist. Kair drank loudly. And the momentum on her body once again increased to a height, and the powerful energy between her hands made people feel trembling. If you carry this trick hard, you will have to be seriously injured if you don't die. Broly felt the murderous intent contained in Kel's breath at this time and the degree of threat brought by her move, and he began to put away his contempt. Above him, an energy bomb was absorbing the airflow around him, gradually becoming huge. Moisture. Crackle. From time to time, lightning flashed one after another, as if it was about to explode in the next moment. Humph! After all, it still can't reach my realm, but there is also a legendary Super Saiyan who makes me feel very uncomfortable, so you go and die. The corners of Broly's mouth curved, and a cruel expression appeared on his face. It's just that he still underestimated the power of this trick. Drink? Yes. A fierce color flashed in Kair's eyes, and his fists swung out in unison, and two energy light waves shot out from Kair's fists, like a dragon going out to sea, unstoppable. Broly's pupil shrank, and his hands fiercely threw out the energy bombs above him. The huge energy bomb and two vigorous tornado storm fist bombs collided together, and in an instant, the earth under the feet cracked, and even, exaggeratedly, directly cracked. After the energy of the two tornado storm fists collided with the huge energy bomb, the powerful sharp energy actually destroyed Broly's huge energy bomb a little. What? Broly's eyes widened, a little incredulous. What kind of strange trick was this, actually able to reach this level? Immediately, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. This guy is too powerful, she can't be left behind, she must be destroyed. Drink? Yes. Exploded again, increasing his energy output. In an instant, a steady stream of energy blessed Broly's energy bullets. The energy bomb that was about to be scattered instantly became powerful again and pushed towards Kel. Kair's face was bitter, he didn't expect that this Broly also had such a powerful power. Drink? Yes. Kair drank loudly, and the strength of her whole body came out, and the energy light wave pushed towards her gradually slowed down. However, Broly has once again increased his strength. Roar! The powerful energy light wave pushed towards Kel again, and this time, Kel felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing that the light wave is about to reach Kel. At this moment, the light wave on Kair's side instantly increased, sweeping directly towards Broly in a fierce and extremely fast way. Broly didn't have time to increase his strength, his face was hideous, and he watched the light wave sweep towards him. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and Broly's figure was engulfed in billowing smoke. The huge explosion, the whole earth trembled violently, and the sound was even louder in the sky. And when Kair opened his eyes, he saw a person standing next to her. It was Li Feng. Kair said happily, "Brother, you are here." Li Feng nodded, looking at the explosion in front of him. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, his life was very hard, how could he be hung up just like that? Thank you for your support and my motivation to write. Chapter 067. In the sky, dark clouds were dense, and from time to time there were flashes of lightning and thunder, and immediately, heavy rain fell straight down and spilled to the ground. Tick! Tick! The crisp sound of raindrops dripping to the ground is exceptionally loud. And the icy raindrops on the body are filled with a trace of coolness all over the body. Sun Wukong's fingers moved, and then he opened his eyes dimly, and saw two black figures standing in the air. Rubbing his eyes, he saw one of them with a face that looked exactly like himself, and his face showed joy. Li Feng. And at this moment, Vegeta also woke up and found Li Feng, with a stubborn smile at the corner of his mouth. Cut, this guy is finally here. Although he was very unconvinced by Li Feng's strength was obvious to everyone, and the girl next to him. How is it so similar to Broly's breath? Vegeta said with some shock. At the same time, Sun Wuhan, Klin, and the others also woke up from fainting, and they were very happy to see Li Feng. What about Broly? Is it already dead? Klin said. And Li Feng and Kai looked ahead seriously, billowing smoke and dust under the heavy rain, gradually turning into nothing. The raindrops fell on the two of them, and the two of them seemed to have no feelings. Drink? Yes. Roar. At this moment, Broly's beast-like voice came, making everyone's faces instantly filled with fear and anger. This monster! Klin said with some stutter, his eyes full of horror. Kel, leave it to me here, you stay away. Li Feng said lightly, he knew that there was about to be a vicious battle here. Kai nodded knowingly, flew to stand a little farther away, and looked at Li Feng. Broly looked a little embarrassed, the confrontation just now made him slightly injured, he was full of anger at the moment, and he just wanted to kill and vent his anger. Crackle! The thick blue arc flickered around Broly, and a terrifying momentum enveloped the land. Soaring into the air, he looked at Li Feng with terrifying eyes and said, Sun Wukong? No, you're Bardock? Dallas? Broly will never believe that there are two Monkey Kings, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't know that the person with the face of the protagonist in Dragon Ball, Monkey King's father Bardock, and Dales who eats spirit fruits. But the two, one went to ancient times, and the other should have been eliminated, a little puzzled. Ha ha ha. Treat me as whoever you want, anyway, you are already a dead person, dead people don't need to know so much. Li Feng looked at Broly and said with a smile. Arrogant. Absolutely arrogant. Broly didn't expect that this little minions would dare to be arrogant to such a point, you know, he is a legendary Super Saiyan. Damn bastard stuff. You managed to me off. Broly gritted his teeth and said, not to mention that Li Feng had attacked Broly just now, and now that he said this, Li Feng had already been sentenced to death by Broly. What skills, just let the horse come, I'll take it too. Li Feng looked at Broly and said lightly. Drink? Yes. Broly had a big hand, and an energy bomb quickly gathered, and it shot out against Li Feng. Li Feng watched, a fine light flashed in his eyes, and instantly turned into Super Saiyan 2, and the blue arc kept surging. Snap! Boom! Directly slap Broly's energy bullet away, smash it elsewhere, and explode instantly. What? How can it be? Broly was a little shocked, this guy was actually able to slap his energy bomb away so lightly. I saw that Li Feng's body was also crackling arc surging. Broly had some memories, surprisingly similar to the last time he defeated Broly's original body. The memory recalled, Broly was angry. Did this guy actually think that with this, he could defeat his legendary Super Saiyan? So that's the case, no wonder Sun Wukong is so weak, it turns out that it was you last time. Broly said with a sense of realization. It turns out that you have reached the second stage of Super Saiyan. Broly pointed at Li Feng and said, now he finally knew the source of Li Feng's dependence. What? Super Saiyan Phase 2? It turns out that Super Saiyan is not the end. The Monkey King below suddenly realized when he heard Broly's words, originally thought that the Super Saiyan was the final form, but he didn't expect that there would be the second stage of the Super Saiyan behind, so will there be the third stage and fourth stage of the Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong's mind turned surprisingly fast in this aspect of cultivation, and he soon thought of this possibility, as if the direction of his cultivation path was clearer. What? Super Saiyan Phase 2? Wait, Vegeta, will definitely be able to break through too, at least before Kakarot. When Vegeta heard this, he said to himself. How? Are you afraid? Li Feng grinned and said. When Broly heard this, a cruel smile appeared on his face and said, Ha ha ha, I will be afraid. You're telling a joke. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, and now I have broken through to the second stage. Do you think that with your ordinary Super Saiyan 2 can defeat my legendary Super Saiyan 2? Ha ha ha. So what's not to do? Of course, Li Feng will not think that his Super Saiyan can defeat Broly in the second stage, but at this moment, his normal combat power has reached 500 million, and the Super Second State has directly reached 50 billion, and he can't win, but he won't end up with a fiasco. Drink? Yes. Li Feng clenched his fists and drank loudly, and the huge momentum soared into the sky, and the golden aura with an arc of electricity filled his body. Is this the power of Super Saiyan 2? It's really tough. Sun Wukong's eyes shone with essence, as if at this moment, he had forgotten the pain caused by the serious injury, and was completely immersed in the obsession with the second stage of Super Saiyan. Good. Very good. Let me see the power of your so-called Super Saiyan 2. Broly is very arrogant and conceited. Li Feng's eyes flashed a fine light, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Broly. Boom! The two punches clashed, and the surrounding air was bursting. The two were knocked back a few steps by each other's fierce punches, and Broly was a little shocked. Could it be that ordinary Super Saiyans reached the point where they could compete with themselves in the second stage? Everyone, help with the collection and free flowers, your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 068. Boom! Lightning and thunder in the sky, and under the dark clouds, two figures kept colliding, and in some dim space, the two of them formed a landscape with one gold and one green arrogance. Of course, the two are not fiddling with the scenery, but fighting non-stop. Boom! 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 Broly is worthy of being Broly. Li Feng's Super Saiyan 2 on 1 Super second stage, was actually pressed and beaten. Broly is like a furious beast, with a bloodthirsty aura flaunting everywhere. Bang! Bang! Fists collide, grey smoke and dust appear from time to time around them, and under the raindrops, they make a boom sound from time to time. During the battle between Li Feng and Broly, he felt the amazing force coming from his arm, and the tiger's mouth was numb, worthy of being a legendary Super Saiyan. Even more terrifying than the last time. It's just that there is no consciousness that only the battle is left last time, and although Broly at this moment is also the same fury, his mind is very clear. Drink? Yes. Broly directly shook Li Feng back dozens of steps with a punch, and his big hand hit Li Feng's body with a bursting energy bomb. Boom! Li Feng was shot away like a cannonball and exploded at a high altitude. Ha ha ha! What Super Saiyan 2, but that's it. Broly is very arrogant. And the Monkey King and Vegeta and the others below were also shocked, and even the power to surpass the Super Saiyan was not Broly's opponent. If Broly had come up with such strength at the beginning, then they would have been unable to support it until now. The smoke and dust cleared, Li Feng seemed to have nothing at all, looked at Broly, and grinned. Haha! It seems that the legendary Super Saiyan is nothing more than that. The mocking voice came, which couldn't help but make Broly angry again. Damn things, die hard and hard. Broly also used the prince's battle method in an instant, and dozens of energy bombs burst out. Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded in the sky, but Li Feng had already jumped into the air. Cut! Broly snorted disdainfully, and then attacked Li Feng again. Bang! The two heavy punches were at it again, and Li Feng's body was knocked off again, only this time Broly did not give Li Feng a chance to breathe. The next moment, it instantly came behind Li Feng, and it was another blow. Bang! 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 In the end, Li Feng's body was smashed to the ground. Brother! Kair exclaimed with some concern, but she knew that Li Feng's strength should be far more than that. During the 1-year period of cultivation in the Spirit Time House, Kair had long known that Li Feng could not only become Super Saiyan 3, but also the most terrifying Super Saiyan 4. It's just that she doesn't know why Li Feng didn't show his strength, otherwise Broly would have been beaten down a long time ago. She knew that Li Feng would be fine, so she didn't make a move, and she believed Li Feng very much, and there should be his own reason for doing so. Ha ha ha! Vulnerable! Broly folded his hands and said condescendingly. Humph! Is it? Your attack doesn't hurt. Li Feng's voice came, which couldn't help but make Broly's face a little surprised. I saw Li Feng climb up, take off into the air, confront Broly face to face, and pat the dust on his body, as if there was nothing at all. What? How can it be? Broly was shocked again. He didn't expect that this strong attack could not defeat this guy. Ha ha ha! Broly, do you think I only have Super Saiyan 2 form? Li Feng said a little arrogantly. Don't you say you can even change Super Saiyan 3? Broly said in shock, who is this guy who appeared out of thin air? He actually broke his imagination again and again. Ha ha ha! So, let you see it. Li Feng said with a smile. What? Super Saiyan 3? Is this guy a monster? Sun Wukong was also shocked. Super Saiyan 2 has broken his imagination, and now what Super Saiyan 3 has come out, is this going against the rhythm of the sky? The corner of sorrowful Vegeta's mouth twitched. Originally he thought that he would be able to surpass Li Feng by reaching Super Saiyan, but now Li Feng has not only reached Super Saiyan 2 but also Super Saiyan 3? Instantly felt naked in the face. You know, he is a Saiyan prince, is it good not to play like this? Uncle Li Feng is really powerful. I'm going to be as strong as him. Sun Wuhan looked at Li Feng and said with a glint in his eyes. Drink? Yes. Li Feng once again burst out with momentum, and the strong momentum directly made everyone present feel that it was difficult to breathe. The whole ground began to shake violently. Boom! Lightning and thunder, thick lightning streaked around Li Feng from time to time, symbolizing the anti-heaven of his strength. The golden aura became more and more insolent, like a group of demons dancing, making the entire air full of unease. The golden light dispersed, Li Feng's hairstyle changed, the same erection, but it became much longer, the eyebrows disappeared, replaced by fierce eyes, the whole seemed to be like killing a god. What about Super Saiyan 3? I'm the legendary Super Saiyan! Broly shouted loudly, and at this moment he was like an unruly beast, full of endless anger. Roar! Broly exploded again, and the green arrogance was as arrogant, vowing to compete with Li Feng. These two monsters! Vegeta felt this incomparably huge breath, and even breathing was very difficult, and so did Son Gohan and the others. Drink? Yes. A golden and green aura instantly collided together, emitting a sound similar to an explosion, just a blow, its power was terrifying. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of punches collided in an instant, and its speed can be imagined, which has exceeded the speed that can be observed by the naked eye. And Broly is also more and more frightened, the strength of this guy in front of him has exceeded his own understanding. Abominable thing! You give me death! Die! Die! Broly's attack became more and more violent, and the anger of the whole person was getting bigger and bigger. Originally he came to abuse people, but now he actually has the feeling of being pressed and beaten. How can you not be angry? And Li Feng is also getting more and more excited. The fight, and the warlike blood of the Saiyans is boiling, making him full of infinite desire for battle. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the entire space seemed to be only 2 people left at this moment. Everyone, help with the collection and free flowers, with your support, is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 069. Boom. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, lightning and thunder became more and more frequent, and the downpour continued unceasingly, and the whole land was washed by heavy rain. The battle between Li Feng and Broly directly caused the space to be slightly deformed, and the ground below was filled with countless cracks, potholes could be seen everywhere, and the battle between the two was beyond the understanding of everyone below. Boom! After a collision, the distance between the two was once again pulled apart, and Broly also began to be shocked. This guy really competed with his legendary Super Saiyan? What the hell are you? Apart from Bardock and Darren's, I really can't think of a existence like you in Dragon Ball. Broly was puzzled, the degree of this guy opposite him was beyond his imagination. Li Feng looked at Broly, grinned, and said, "There are still many things you can't think of, as long as you win me, then why don't I tell you?" The implication of the words made Broly feel ridiculed, thinking that he was Broly? Legendary Super Saiyan. Don't think that you are my opponent when you reach the Super 3, you underestimate me, Broly. Broly grinned, confident. Drink? Yes. The voice like a fierce beast sounded, Broly's whole body was bruised, and the green arrogance around him was even more imposing. A more domineering momentum rose up into the sky, thunder and lightning as thick as his arm flashed from time to time, and the surrounding airflow swept up, raging around Broly. This momentum, didn't he exert his full strength just now? Li Feng looked at the changes in Broly, his eyes shining, and said to himself. It's just that no matter how huge this momentum is, he is still not afraid, but his blood is boiling, and he wants to fight even more. The whole ground was constantly trembling, which made Klin and the others frightened. What a terrifying power! In front of this power, they were not even ants. Roar! Broly's movements stopped after a loud roar, and at this moment, Broly's terrifying eyes were even more trembling, the strength of the whole body was full of explosiveness, and the bloodthirsty aura of the whole person was raised to the extreme, which was terrifying. Ha ha ha! It's a good feeling to unleash the power of your whole body, and as a reward, I'll be the first to kill you. Broly's terrifying pupils looked directly at Li Feng and said arrogantly. With this bit of power, I'm afraid it won't work. Li Feng made an offensive gesture and grinned. Bang! 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 The two collided with hundreds of punches in an instant, but at this time, Broly's strength was even greater than before, and now he was completely pressing Li Feng. Like a beast out of the cage, just want to kill endlessly. Feeling the huge power coming from his arm, for a moment, Li Feng's face began to become solemn, which was no longer for him to be careless. He also punched hard, and although Broly was still pressure-free, he knew that Broly was attacked by himself, and it was impossible not to feel pain. The figures of the two hit from the air to the ground, and then from the ground to the water, and then from the water to the air, and everywhere they went, there was no grass. Sun Wukong and the others could only barely open their eyes to watch this battle. After all, this momentum was too huge, and even their eyes could not be opened. However, they are belligerent and like to watch the masters make their moves. Bang! 2 more heavy punches were struck. Li Feng's figure was directly shocked by dozens of feet, while Broly stood arrogantly in place, showing his strength. Li Feng forcibly stabilized his figure, looked at Broly, and knew that he was almost fighting now, and it was time to end all this. Tornado Storm Fist. Li Feng opened his hands, clenched his fists, and in an instant, the surrounding air currents surged, circling Li Feng's fists, like a violent wind, whistling. The blue energy quickly formed, with the power of a whirlwind, like a scythe, extremely powerful, and like endless sword chi, everything was broken. Damn it, don't think that this trick alone will defeat me, Broly. Broly said bloodthirstily, but his face also showed solemnity. After all, he had seen the power of Kai's move before, and at this moment, it was Li Feng who played. How could the power not be strong? With one hand facing the sky, countless air currents swept in, majestic energy gushed out, and a huge energy bomb quickly formed. Give me death! Broly drank loudly and threw the energy bomb out fiercely, like a fierce wind sweeping through, unstoppable. Li Feng looked at the huge energy bomb flying towards him, and a fine light flashed in his eyes. Double fists punched out, 2 strands of energy shot out, with an all-breakable domineering, like a dragon going out to sea, unstoppable. Boom! The light waves of the two collided, and unexpectedly pulled the big earthquake below apart, and the rolling magma emitted a dangerous aura, as if anyone would fall and be wiped out. The 2 energy bombs collided, and they actually argued endlessly in the middle, shaking violently, and the strength of the two seemed to be equally divided. Roar! Yes! Broly burst out the power of his whole body and swept towards Li Feng. He can no longer consume it, it is the king to get rid of this guy in front of him immediately. Therefore, he instantly exerted all his strength, ready to kill Li Feng with one blow. Roar! Yes! Li Feng also burst out with all his strength, reducing the speed of the fluctuations that crushed him, but he did not completely turn back. Seeing this, Broly showed a cruel smile on his face. At this moment, Li Feng seemed to be Zhang Lang's talent. What? Is it going to be over? Sun Wukong said incredulously, but in the end, he just had a feeling that what Li Feng showed was just the tip of the iceberg. The huge light wave had already reached Li Feng, and Li Feng's body was also shrouded in light waves. Boom! A breath that felt like destroying the world was instantly transmitted, and the huge energy was actually reversed in an instant. Unstoppable sweep towards Broly. Broly turned pale and blinded, and shouted, "No! No! I'm the strongest scion! Drink! Yes!" Boom! The powerful energy in the energy directly attacked Broly's body, while the other violent energy directly engulfed his body. An unprecedented mushroom cloud rose up into the sky, the earth trembled violently, the sound of explosions resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, smoke and dust filled the sky, and 5 fingers could not be seen. Everyone, help with the collection and free flowers, with your support, is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 070. Wang Yang Sea, boundless, majestic, under the sunlight, the sea surface is exceptionally blue. Seagulls keep flying over the sea, forming a very leisurely atmosphere with the blue sea. A huge ship sails in the sea, forming a beautiful landscape, which is the ship of the world's richest boomer, and its luxury can be imagined. On the ship, there are many Dragon Ball warriors and many characters of Dragon Ball. Tianjin Rice, Klin, Yamcha, Sun Wuhan, and others were sitting and discussing martial arts, while the lecherous turtle immortals and Oolong were lying on the recliner looking at some books that were not suitable for children. The 3 girls Bulma, Tais, and Kair sat together and discussed something. Kair has also changed a lot since he came to Earth, and he is no longer as timid as before. Because of Boomer and Li Feng, Kair also studied on Earth. It has been a few months since Broly attacked the Earth, and during this time, Li Feng has finally experienced what a leisurely life is. I have to mention that during this leisurely time, Boomer and Li Feng got married, and I don't know when, Vegeta actually got together with Tais, which also made Li Feng feel embarrassed, although he was Green Vegeta to some extent, but it never changed the fact that Vegeta became the son-in-law of the Brives family. It's almost the chapter of artificial humans. I don't know if there will be Shuru in this world, but it's not a big deal to appear. Li Feng lay leisurely on the recliner, wearing sunglasses, drinking juice, and talking to himself. But it is also true that with Li Feng's current strength, even if Xiao Yu really appears, that is, a type that is killed in seconds, it will not be able to attract any winds and waves at all. It's just that these days are too leisurely. Li Feng thought helplessly. He was considering whether to go to Dr. Gro's base in advance, kill Dr. Gro, and revive the artificial human in advance. In other words, the artificial man number 18 is beautiful and tight, and such a beautiful girl in the original book actually married Clin, which is unacceptable to Li Feng. So, let me rescue you. Li Feng walked on the recliner and thought happily. At the top of the house on the ship, a green creature stood in a cloak. Needless to say, everyone knew that this person was the Vic Great Demon King Yeziah, although in the last battle with Broly, unfortunately killed, but the existence of Dragon Ball, so that all this is no longer a problem. The cloak kept fluttering under the sea breeze, and Vic still pulled the wind as always. And his gaze was watching the battle between two people in the sky not far away. Both of them are blonde and blue-eyed, their whole bodies are full of golden aura and majestic. These two are Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two are fateful rivals and friends. Boom! After a collision, both men were pulled apart. Haha! Not bad, Vegeta, I can see that you haven't practiced in vain during this time. Monkey King looked at Vegeta and said with a smile. Cut! Vegeta snorted at Monkey King's laughter. Less nonsense. Kakarot, what other moves can be made? You are no longer my Prince Vegeta's opponent. Vegeta said arrogantly. As you wish. Sun Wukong grinned, his eyes shining. Drink. Yes. Clenching his fists, the air currents around him swept in, and the huge momentum soared into the sky, and the sea below him formed a whirlpool. This momentum? It seems that Sun Wukong has broken through that realm. Li Feng felt it for a moment and said to himself. Because of Li Feng's arrival, Sun Wukong and the others realized the existence of Super Saiyan 2 earlier, as well as the direction of cultivation, so it was the most normal thing to break through this realm in advance. This gas is Daddy's? Sun Gohan felt this breath, and also quickly ran out to watch, his eyes shining. Blue lightning flashes appeared around Sun Wukong. 1, 2. More and more lightning crackled. Brush! At the same time, the golden hair stood on end, leaving only a small number of bangs shaking in front of the eyebrows. The gaze was also more determined and fierce than before. His hair stood tall and he wore lightning all over. How? Vegeta, this is my recent breakthrough Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong said a little proudly, feeling this majestic power, making him feel the excitement of fighting uncontrollably. That is Super Saiyan 2? Sun Wuhan had also seen Li Feng's transformation before, and now he was very happy to see that his father had also broken through to this realm, thinking that he must also break through this realm. It's worthy of Goku, it's becoming so powerful again in such a short time, it seems that we are lagging behind. Tianjin Fan looked at his hands and said, you know, once, he was a figure comparable to Sun Wukong, but now, he was actually left behind fiercely, although unwilling, but helpless. After all, the blood of Saiyans is 2 against the sky. Clin and Yamuti Set nodded, yes, I don't know when it started, they have long been left behind. Kakarot, don't think it's great that you broke through to Super Saiyan 2, tell you, Prince Ben also broke through. Vegeta said proudly, this time, he was finally not left behind by Sun Wukong. Of course, he didn't dare to compare with Li Feng's monster, he didn't know it, he was angry and dead. Oh? Let's make it out over there. Sun Wukong said excitedly, the whole body is boiling, the fighting spirit is stronger, nothing is more interesting to him than fighting, if there is, then only eat left. Drink? Yes. Vegeta also drank loudly, and the huge momentum rose up into the sky, and the golden aura flailed its teeth and claws. Crackle! Blue arcs of electricity kept surging around Vegeta, and her golden hair stood tall, leaving only a handful of bangs shaking in front of her eyebrows. Come on! Kakarot, let you see my power! Vegeta said excitedly. Drink! Bang! The two auras collided again. Uncle Vegeta broke through too. Sun Gohan was shocked. Li Feng, on the other hand, smiled, and did not care about the battle between the two people. After all, this kind of small scene of battle could no longer attract his interest, and immediately turned his head, enjoyed the sun, and fell asleep. Everyone, help with the collection and free flowers, as well as free evaluation tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation, thank you. Chapter 071. On a small island in the south, in a very secret base, a shriveled old man with long hair and white beard, dressed in a jacket and a black hat with a red ribbon Legion R on his head, is currently operating a computer in the laboratory. Ha ha ha. The 17th and 18th are one step away from waking up, and this time, Sun Wukong will definitely die. The old man looked at the data on the computer and said to himself. And next to him, a fat man with the same black hat was standing next to him. These two people are Cyborg 20 and Cyborg 19, and Cyborg 20 is Drive Grow himself. Dr. Gro is a scientist of the Red Ribbon Legion, and after Goku eliminated the Red Ribbon Army, he has been developing artificial humans capable of defeating Goku. In order to become strong and gain immortality, he also transformed himself into an artificial human, aka Cyborg 20. And the Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 he said are the secret weapons he used to deal with Sun Wukong. Unlike the failed product of number 16 he made, if these two were to awaken, they would definitely be his invincible weapons. At this moment, Dr. Gro's eyes were full of heat, as if he had seen the scene of killing Sun Wukong. Kill Sun Wukong and lead the Red Satin Legion to the world, when the entire Earth will be Dr. Gro's. And at this moment, a voice broke Dr. Gro's idea. Alert! Alert! There is an enemy invasion. In the laboratory, the sound of computer machinery sounded, but Dr. Gro was startled. You know, his base is in a top-secret place, how can it be invaded? Immediately, the monitor turned on, and I saw a man in black walking in their base. Well. Okay, I actually delivered it myself. Dr. Gro said excitedly, why did he create so many artificial humans for? In order to kill the Monkey King. Now seeing that Monkey King actually took the initiative to send it to the door, where can he not be excited? On the 19th, you go and stop Sun Wukong first. I give the last program instruction to the 17th and 18th, and we will kill the Monkey King together. Dr. Gro said. In his eyes, the May 19th not be able to kill Sun Wukong, but it is more than enough to stop Sun Wukong. It's just that where does he know that the current era is no longer the final word on the data on his computer, not to mention Li Feng, that is, Sun Wukong and Vegeta have reached the stage of Super Saiyan 2, even Lightning Shrew is not an opponent, let alone these ordinary artificial humans. Number 19 nodded, he was different from number 17 and number 18, the only thing he had to do was to carry out Dr. Gro's order, and then walk out. And Dr. Gro faced the computer and operated it at a super fast speed, since Monkey King dared to come to his base to send him to death, how could he be able to let him out alive? As long as the 17th and 18th are revived, it should be easy to kill the Monkey King with their strength, and when the time comes, solve this big problem, then he can lead the Red Satin Army to conquer the world and even the universe again. In the base, Li Feng was walking straight inside. I have to say that Dr. Geluo's experimental base is indeed very secretive, but unfortunately, he met Li Feng. This world, because of Li Feng's intervention, there is no Trunks in the future world, so everyone does not know the existence of powerful artificial humans. Of course, in the current situation, they do not need to know, after all, it is just a simple thing. Therefore, only Li Feng came to this base alone. Just as he was looking around. Stop! A voice made Li Feng stop. Li Feng looked at it, it was the artificial man number 19, in other words, Li Feng was not interested in this number 19, in the original work, it was broken by Vegeta who could just become a scion, and now in front of Li Feng, it is even more vulnerable. Artificial man number 19, different from number 17 and number 18, although the strength is weaker, but it belongs to the energy-absorbing type, absorbing the energy of others and improving their own strength. Oh? Just by you? Li Feng looked at number 19 and grinned, as if mocking number 19. Monkey King. You still don't know how good I am. Then let you see. Number 19 said evilly. Immediately, an energy bomb instantly gathered in his hand and struck towards Li Feng. Li Feng, on the other hand, was like clapping his hands, and with an understatement, the energy bomb instantly turned into nothing. How? Your strength in this bit? Hey? How? How can it be? Artificial man number 19 is very shocked, even if there is a gap in strength, but it is not so much worse, you know, he is an artificial human above mortals. Boom! The 19th unbelievably shot dozens of energy bombs towards Li Feng. He wanted to kill Li Feng in an instant, but reality always had a gap with imagination, and Li Feng lightly scattered all the energy bombs. Abominable! You have the ability to attack me with energy bombs. Cyborg number 19 saw that his attack could no longer be effective, and immediately thought that he was an energy-absorbing artificial human. As long as the enemy fired energy at him, it could be absorbed by him one by one and used by him. Therefore, he wanted Li Feng to use energy to attack him. In that case, he would definitely be able to improve his strength in a short period of time, and then kill Li Feng, this guy, in one fell swoop. It's just obvious that No 19's idea is still too simple, not to mention that Li Feng has long known his ability, and more importantly, Li Feng's strength does not need energy bombs to hit him at all. Humph! Deal with you, no need. Li Feng laughed evilly, and then his figure disappeared in place like a ghost. Bang! The next moment, the artificial man No 19's face showed pain, and grey smoke emanated from time to time. How? How can it be? Cyborg number 19 was shocked, and his functions were also consuming at a super fast speed, and soon disappeared. After all, he was just an artificial human. I saw that a fist had actually pierced through his body, and it was Li Feng, who had just disappeared in an instant. Bang! The next moment, Li Feng withdrew his hand and kicked No 19's body violently, crashing into the surrounding buildings. Li Feng clapped his hands, as if he had just thrown a piece of garbage casually. Vulnerable. Sorry, everyone, there was something 2 days ago, now I'm back. Resume the update. Help with the collection and flowers, thank you. Chapter 072. The death of number 19 did not have much impact on Dr. Gro, and in his eyes, his secret weapon was the artificial humans in the 2 dormant warehouses in front of him. I saw that in front of him, there were 2 sleeping capsules, the whole was white, and on the top of the sleeping capsule, there was a round glass. Through the round glass, you could see the situation. On one side was a handsome black-haired boy, while the other was a beautiful girl with a cold look and lying there calmly. These 2 people are the 17th and 18th. Although your power is terrifying, even to the point that I can't control it, fortunately, the emergency stop device has been made, and now it's time for you to wake up. Dr. Grohl looked at the artificial human in the dormant in front of him and said to himself. Dr. Grohl pulled off the branch on the side, and in an instant, the 2 sleeping pods suddenly opened, emitting a thick white smoke, and the lid slowly opened, and at the same time, the teenager and girl lying in it also opened their eyes. Hey! Good morning, doctor! The 17th woke up and saw Dr. Gro and said hello. Number 18, on the other hand, stretched out, as if he had slept for a long time, rubbed his eyes and said, slept too long. I haven't been out for an event for a long time. Dr. Gro looked at the 2 artificial humans who seemed to be a little uncontrollable, and said, I didn't let you 2 wake up to play, but to let you kill the Monkey King. At the moment he is at the base. Oh? Doctor? Are you ordering us? Number 17 frowned, and said a little unhappy. Cyborg 18 and Cyborg 17 are twin siblings, originally ordinary Earthlings, but were captured by Dr. Gro, a scientist of the Red Ribbon Legion, and transformed into artificial humans, so their attitude towards Dr. Gro is no better. Of course, I am the doctor who turned you into artificial humans. It can be said that I gave you a second life. Of course you have to listen to me. Dr. Gro said with some hatred that iron is not steel. These two guys are not better than the previous number 19, it is difficult to control. What if we don't? Number 18 said coldly, for her, the most annoying thing is the person who dictates to her. Ha ha ha. You can't help it, do you see this device? As soon as I press this device, you two will stop working and fall back into a deep sleep. Dr. Gro held something similar to a remote control device, looked at number 17 and number 18, and smiled sinisterly. How could he not be prepared for an artificial human that he could not control? Good. We listen to you. Number 17 gestured to number 18 and said. Number 18 also immediately noticed and nodded, you know, she doesn't want to fall into a deep sleep anymore, or stabilize this guy first. Dr. Gro was very satisfied with the performance of the two, and immediately said, go, kill the Monkey King. Boom. And at this moment, the door behind him was instantly kicked and shattered. Monkey King. Dr. Gro looked at the person who came, gritted his teeth and said, when the enemy really meets, his eyes are red. Number 17, kill him for me. Dr. Gro pointed at Li Feng and said. Number 17 nodded and said with a smile, you are Sun Wukong? It seems that the strength is not very good. I'll send you to hell. I'm not the Monkey King, but if you think so. I'm too lazy to explain either. Li Feng waved his hand helplessly and said, this is also a matter of no way, who let him look exactly like Sun Wukong. If you have a hard mouth, I won't recognize you. Dr. Gro thought that Sun Wukong was afraid and did not dare to admit that he was Sun Wukong. Drink. Number 17 instantly burst into momentum, looking at Li Feng, his eyes were full of killing intent. Although he doesn't like to be called on, he has no choice compared to freedom. Number 18, on the other hand, is playfully wrapped around his hands and watching. The speed of number 17 was very fast, and in an instant, a punch slammed into Li Feng's face. Bang! There was a sound of collision, and I saw that Li Feng actually lightly grabbed No 17's fist, as if this punch could not enter Li Feng's eyes at all. How? How can it be? No 17 is very shocked, you know, the punch just now even he himself did not dare to be so understated, and Li Feng actually did it. What does this mean? Immediately, Li Feng directly kicked number 17, and No 17's body was instantly kicked and smashed on the surrounding instruments. Bang! Nope. How can it be? Dr. Gro is also shocked, you know, this number 17 and number 18 are his most proud works, and their strength is also the strongest, and they were actually caught like this? On the 18th, you go together. Dr. Gro shouted at the moment, he just wanted to let the Monkey King die. This hatred cannot be solved without death. Number 18 nodded and immediately attacked towards Li Feng. Bang! A punch blasted out, and it was also instantly grabbed by Li Feng's fist. Li Feng grinned and said, what a beautiful No 18. Looking at Li Feng's smile, number 18 couldn't help but blush, and said with disgust, you satyr, let me go. Let go of my sister. At this time, number 17 had already climbed up, and seeing that this guy actually dared to slight his sister, he couldn't help but be angry. Drink. Directly attacked towards Li Feng again. And Li Feng faced the two artificial people, his face did not change color, and immediately grabbed No 18's hand and threw it to the side, and the other punch met number 17. Boom! The 17th was shot away again, but at this moment, Li Feng has become a Super Saiyan full power state, even if a few more artificial people come, he is not afraid at all. How? How is it possible? you know, my artificial human is the most perfect artificial person. Dr. Gero was shocked. He didn't expect that the artificial humans he painstakingly made were not Li Feng's opponents. What's the noise? The verbosity is dead. Li Feng couldn't listen to Dr. Geluo's words anymore, and he shouted nonsense at the moment. What? You? Before Dr. Gro finished speaking, his expression was already frozen. I saw that like the 19th, a fist had already pierced his body. Sorry, I don't talk to dead people very much. Li Feng grinned, and the voice reached Dr. Gro's ears like a demon, but I don't know if Dr. Gro can hear it at this moment. Dr. Gro is dead. Everyone, help with the collection and flowers, thank you. Chapter 073. Instantly, the scene fell silent. Li Feng's ferocity has been shocked to the 18th and 17th, and the remote control device is held by Li Feng's hand, although the two of them can easily subdue Dr. Gro, but they can't do Li Feng's level. Li Feng looked at the two with interest. You? What do you want? Number 17 looked at Li Feng with some horror, afraid that he would press the button. In that case, he would fall into a deep sleep, and he was very eager for freedom. Curry. Li Feng grinned, his hand clenched, and the remote control device was instantly pinched into pieces. This was unexpected on the 17th and 18th. What do you say? After Li Feng crushed the remote control device, he said with a smile. Just gentle eyes kept staring at number 18. Number 18 couldn't help but blush, but holding his hands, he pouted and said, "Humph, don't think that I will be grateful to you if you destroy this device." It's just that she began to have a better opinion of Li Feng in her heart. Of course, with her somewhat arrogant personality, she would not show it. Number 17 also said a little arrogantly, "Yes, don't think that we will change our opinion of you in this way, you know, we were created to kill you, Sun Wukong." Li Feng said helplessly again, "I said that I am not Sun Wukong, besides, can Sun Wukong be as strong as me?" Li Feng's words surprised number 17 and number 18, but they began to believe it a little. After all, their computer said that their strength was crushing the existence of Sun Wukong, but at present, Li Feng's strength was far beyond their imagination. Even so, what is your purpose? Number 17 was very puzzled in his heart. What could be Li Feng's purpose? In terms of strength, Li Feng was far above them and had no use value. "I'm going to be your brother-in-law." Li Feng looked at number 18 and said to number 17. "Cut. What virtue do you have to be my husband?" Number 18 said with a red face. She really didn't expect Li Feng to be a scoundrel to this point, but Li Feng seemed to be pretty good. Number 17 didn't expect that Li Feng's purpose was actually his sister, but how easy is it to be his brother-in-law? "Humph, I want to be my brother-in-law, it's not that simple." "Show your true strength." The corner of No 17's mouth cut an arc. He wanted to see Li Feng's true strength. "What? On the 17th you?" Number 18 looked at his younger brother, but he didn't expect him to actually say this. He was originally no match for Li Feng, so wouldn't he send himself out? "Ha ha ha! Do you want to see my power? Then let you see the ultimate power," Li Feng said with a smile. "Drink?" "Yes." As Li Feng drank loudly, he saw that Li Feng's original clothes had disappeared, and Li Feng's upper body actually grew a dense red short hair, as if he was wearing a red sweater. At the same time, Li Feng's tail, which had always been coiled around his waist, also turned red at this moment. Of course, the most interesting thing is the long hair that originally fell to the waist, but this time it was shortened, turning into a shawl. And around the eyes, you can also see the blood-red eyeshadow, this form of Li Feng, giving people the feeling that there seems to be a taste of returning to the basics, but it is Li Feng in this form. The combat power has reached an extremely terrifying existence. This is the form of the fourth stage of Li Feng's Super Saiyan. Well, so handsome. No 18 looked at Li Feng's current form, couldn't help but be foolish. Li Feng in this form is really handsome to the extreme. That kind of evil and strong state is the most attractive to girls, although number 18 is an artificial person, but she is no different from ordinary girls in her soul. Number 18 is dumbfounded. How? What about this pattern? The corner of Li Feng's mouth streaked an evil arc, even more handsome. Humph, the appearance is not bad, but it still depends on the strength. Number 17 immediately clenched his fists, his eyes were sharp, and he immediately slammed a heavy punch towards Li Feng. Bang! Li Feng was just a young man, but also a shot, and in an instant, number 17 only felt the overwhelming power acting on him. No 17's body was instantly shot away like an off-string bow and arrow, and smashed fiercely on the instrument on the side. Number 18 also woke up from the idiocy and looked at the scene in front of her, which made her unbelievable. Is this guy a monster? Even if her brother is weak, he won't be beaten like this by an understatement, right? The 17th crawled out of the ruins after a while, looking a little embarrassed, but he was not injured. After all, Li Feng did not kill him. Good. Your strength is simply terrifying. It is really terrifying to make people tremble. No 17 also knows that Li Feng left his hand just now, otherwise, he would have been shattered. So, what do you think of me now? Li Feng asked with a smile, not ready to continue to move. After all, the blow just now, the victory and defeat were already obvious. Number 17 patted the dust on his body and said, "You are very strong, it is enough to be my brother-in-law." Number 17 had already recognized Li Feng's strength, so he felt that being his brother-in-law was more than enough, so that he could also safely hand over his sister number 18 to Li Feng. Humph! Promised on the 17th, did I not? Number 18 said arrogantly with his hands in his arms, but Li Feng's handsomeness, Li Feng's strength has actually been secretly recognized by number 18 in his heart, but he just didn't show it. Li Feng looked at number 18, grinned, and the next moment appeared directly in front of number 18 and hugged number 18. You let me go. No 18 tried his best to break free, but Li Feng's strength was so great, even if no 18's strength was high, he couldn't break free. At this moment, number 17 is looking into another dormant warehouse in the laboratory. According to Dr. Gro, number 16 is the most failed invention, although his strength exceeds number 17 and number 18, but Dr. Gro has not revived him. Walked straight towards the dormant warehouse on the 16th. And number 18 saw this scene in Li Feng's arms, and couldn't help but become serious, and said, "No 17, shouldn't you want to revive no 16? Seeing this, Li Feng also let go of number 18 and looked at no 17's actions, but he knew that although number 16 was strong, it was docile and peace-loving, so Dr. Gro called it a failed work. Li Feng smiled evilly and said, "Don't worry, even if the number 16 resuscitation is uncontrollable, it is definitely not my opponent. Everyone, help with the collection and flowers, thank you." Chapter 074. Cyborg 16 is one of the strongest androids, with unlimited energy, abundant tactics, and powerful combat power. Number 16 loves peace and nature and is not belligerent, but he still has the goal of killing Monkey King. With the operation of number 17, number 18 also woke up from his slumber, and what he didn't expect was that the first thing he saw after waking up was Monkey King. Number 16 looked at Li Feng stunnedly and spoke, "You are Sun Wukong." A killing intent flashed in his gentle eyes. He didn't like to fight, but he also had instructions to kill Sun Wukong. "I'm not the Monkey King, but you should feel my terrifying power." Li Feng looked at number 16 and said lightly. Number 16 nodded and said, "Indeed, your strength is by no means comparable to mine." Number 16 doesn't like to fight, he likes peace, and now, Dr. Gro is dead, and his idea of killing the Monkey King is gradually fading. He just wants to feel peace in this world. Behind, number 16 did not entangle, followed number 17 to leave this place, and did not specify where to go. Only Li Feng and number 18 were left on the scene. The scene was a bit quiet. "Let's go, come home with me." Li Feng opened his mouth and broke the silence. "Humph." Number 18 Sundara turned his head away and didn't say anything. It's just that Li Feng's handsomeness and strength have penetrated deep into her heart. And Li Feng knew that number 18 was a tacit acquiescence, and he didn't wait for number 18 to say something, grabbed her hand and took off. After the Dr. Gro base took off from the two of them, a huge energy bomb directly flooded the entire island. Boom! Boom! The entire base dissipated in the explosion along with the island, and there will be no more Dr. Gro base in this world, and no more artificial humans behind. It's just that history will always set things right. This is a parallel time and space that Li Feng has not visited. At this time, history is developing as always, and the earth of this world is devastated. There is smoke everywhere, and there are large ruins, precisely because there are two ruthless artificial people here. A purple-haired boy with a long sword on his back, his face is extremely solemn, and now he is the only person left in the entire earth who can fight. Not long ago, his master, Sun Gohan, also died at the hands of artificial humans. "Hey! Trunks, are you still ready to fight us?" A voice came, but it was like a demon. Trunks looked up and saw a man and a woman appear above him. It was the artificial humans of this world, number 17 and number 18. "Humph! Less nonsense. Come on. Say, pull out the long sword he is carrying, look at number 17 and number 18 coldly, and prepare to fight." "Drink?" "Yes." Trunks roared, and the momentum of his body rose up into the sky, turning into a Super Saiyan state, which is the realm he only reached after Sun Gohan's death, and the golden arrogance was dancing with his teeth and claws, quite a bit of undue momentum. In an instant, dozens of energy bombs overwhelmed him. The two artificial people didn't talk nonsense anymore, their purpose was to completely kill the people who stood in their way. Boom! The explosion sounded in the sky, and Trunks left the place in an instant. The figure instantly appeared in front of number 17, and a sword slashed, unstoppable. And the speed of number 17 is even faster. Trunks slashed several swords, all of them were dodged by him, but Trunks did not notice that number 18 had come behind him. Bang! Number 18 kicked Trunks fiercely, and Trunks was unexpected, and was directly kicked away. And the two did not stop moving, the speed was extremely fast, and the next moment, they were already in front of and behind Trunks. Bang! 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 The so-called two-fist invincible four-handed is exactly what it says. Trunks' body is quickly scarred, he originally had enough strength to deal with one, not to mention that now he is facing two artificial humans at the same time. The battle was tough, but what the three people fighting above didn't notice was that a green creature was watching the battle between the three in a corner. Ha ha ha, sure enough, it is the 17th and 18th, as long as I can devour these two guys, then I am the most powerful warrior in this universe. The green creature looked at number 17 and number 18 with hot eyes. He was waiting for his moment. As long as he devours these two guys, he is a truly invincible existence. Sure enough, Trunks' body was directly knocked off and smashed on the surface, and then, the explosion smoke directly flooded his body. Ha ha ha, see if you are still dead. Number 18 said very arrogantly, she liked it the most for destruction or despair. The smoke and dust cleared, and I saw Trunks lying on the ground, dying. Seeing this, the 18th approached Trunks, wanting to see if he was dead. For this kind of tenacious guy, it is better to be cautious, otherwise if they don't die, they will destroy it in the future. Won't they be disturbed by this kid? At this moment, Trunks suddenly opened his eyes, and just as the 18th approached, he jumped up violently and struck out with a magic flash. Bang! Number 18 was caught off guard by Trunks' blow, and his body flew straight towards a corner. And what they don't know is that this direction is exactly where the green creature is, and the green creature can't help but feel hot when he sees this scene. This can only be said to be God help me. There is no place to step on iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Number 18. Number 17 shouted, but I didn't expect that this Trunks actually pretended to be dead and sneaked up. It was really angry. Drink. Yikes. Dozens of energy bombs were instantly shot out by the 17th, which is exactly Vegeta's famous battle method, the Prince battle method. Trunks' body was directly submerged in it again. On the other side, No 18's body was smashed into the ruins, and when she was about to get up, a green creature suddenly appeared in front of her. A tail was aimed at number 18, and a suction force directly struck number 18, and number 18 was defenseless, and was directly swallowed by this green creature. Quack! Just swallowed a number 18, my strength has increased so much, if I devour number 17 again, then won't I be invincible? The green creature said excitedly, feeling that his whole body was full of power at this moment. The eyes that looked at number 17 were even more fiery, and his identity was the strongest artificial human created by Dr. Gro Shiru. Everyone, help to order free collections and flowers, your support is my motivation, thank you great. Chapter 075. Watching Trunks being submerged in his own energy bomb, number 17 couldn't help but laugh cruelly. There is nothing more to make him enjoy pleasure. At this time, he turned his head and was trying to see if the 18th was up. He would not naively think that the 18th would die under the trick of Trunks. However, he didn't see No 18's figure at all, but instead saw a green humanoid creature standing in No 18's original place, as if it was recalling something. What? Number 18? No 17's face changed. He discovered the situation on No 17's side, and immediately opened his mouth and shouted. And Shalo looked at number 17 and grinned, as if looking at his prey with his eyes, which was very disgusting. You! What kind of monster is it? What happened to the 18th you put the number? Number 17 asked stunnedly. This guy can easily devour number 18, and his strength is definitely not simple. The thrill of just killing Trunks has been replaced by fear. Ha ha ha, I am also an artificial human created by Dr. Gro, but you and number 18 will become my nourishment for strengthening, you should be happy. Shiru said with a smile. That's right, he, Shalu, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gro, has the cells of many masters, with the purpose of absorbing Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 into a complete body. Abominable! Give me back the 18th! The 17th drank loudly, took off into the air, and flew towards Shiru. Shalo looked at number 17, who flew towards him, narrowed his eyes, and said, Good come, just try the strength I just raised. He did not plan to kill number 17 immediately, but instead took up a playful mind to see his current strength. Bang! The two punches clashed, and in an instant, the surrounding air made a cracking sound. And the most surprised is the 17th, his understatement of the move was so defeated. Unbelievable feeling. And Shalo was also happy, but he didn't expect that his strength had actually risen to this point now. Bang! 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 Incredibly, Trunks struck out dozens of heavy punches, but they were all blocked by Shiru one by one. Ha ha ha! Vulnerable! Shalo laughed loudly, and immediately, a punch directly slammed into the stomach of number 17. Poof! Number 17 didn't expect Shalo's power to be so terrifying, his face was pale, and he had a very painful expression. No 17's body was directly knocked off, like an off-string bow and arrow, out of control. Boom! Smash hard in the ruins. How? On the 17th, let's still be my nourishment. Shalo's voice came, but number 17 only felt very frightened. Ha ha ha, you're dreaming. Number 17 said through gritted teeth, revealing a difficult smile. It's not up to you, come, number 17. Shalo approached step by step, seeing that the 17th was already in trouble. The tail behind Shrew instantly stretched out, facing the 17th. Number 17 showed a bitter face, knowing that today was already a disaster, but with his character, how could he be willing to become the nourishment of others? Drink? Yes. The 17th roared, and a great power erupted from his body, connected to the surroundings, and directly drowned in the explosion. Boom! Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rises into the sky, smoke and dust are everywhere, and 5 fingers are missing. Shailu is very angry, which can only be described as angry. Boom! A sound of lightning and thunder showed Shailu's terrifying power at the moment, although he did not become a complete body. But now he seems to have no opponents in this world. Damn number 17, I didn't expect this guy to actually choose to self-detonate at this last moment. Shrew is very angry, he has not become a complete body, he always feels that something is missing. At this moment, Trunks stood up shakily, and saw Shailu, who was roaring. His face was very pale, although he had not died just now, but there was not much strength left in his body. Boom! Shailu roared, and from time to time energy bombardments hit the mutilated floor, and one after another explosion smoke rose into the sky. Abominable! Sure enough, artificial humans are not a good thing, Trunks said through gritted teeth. Although he just fell to the ground, he knew everything that happened here, and the deaths of the 17th and 18th did not make him happy, because he knew that this Shailu was now a more terrifying existence. Although he is not Shailu's opponent, as the last warrior of the earth, he has no reason to let it go. Reach out and aim in the direction of Shrew. Whoops! Energy gushes out instantly, forming an energy bomb. Phew! Hit Shrew directly. Boom! Shrew didn't expect that Trunks was still there, and successfully sneaked up on him. There was an instant explosion in the place where he was, smoke and dust billowing, and you couldn't see what was going on inside. Very good. Really good. Trunks, you little ant, you actually dare to sneak up on my Lord Shrew, quack. Shailu's demon-like voice came, which couldn't help but make Trunks feel fear. The smoke and dust cleared, and Shailu, who had nothing to do, patted the dust on his body and looked at Trunks as if looking at a dead man. Since you are looking for death, then blame me, let you taste this. Shailu smiled and immediately put on a turtle school Qigong move, while Trunks was shocked and tried hard to raise chi to protect himself. Calm. Drink. A turtle faction Qigong swept towards Trunks like an overwhelming blow, as if it was unstoppable. Trunks roared, and his body was submerged in the explosion. Boom! The smoke and dust dispersed, Trunks' face was like dead ash, the whole person could no longer support it, fell down, and no longer breathed. Humph! What a vulnerability! It's just that there is no longer the existence of the 17th in this world, it seems that I have to go to another time and space to play. Shrew is excited because he has found a new direction, and his desire for fullness is like a fish longing for water. This parallel world was originally the most tragic world, and after Trunks died, there was no longer a warrior who could protect the earth. However, because of the arrival of Shailu, the androids 17 and 18 have been eliminated, which can be regarded as a short-term peace for the earth. Everyone, help a little collection, the author is back, will work hard to update, your support is my biggest motivation, thank you.